After crushing the Ant King Beru and making him his loyal shadow, Jinwoo stepped into a new realm of power, but chaos followed. Jinwoo was just going about his day, probably planning his next dungeon raid or taking a rare breather, when this well-dressed, very American guy shows up. Introduces himself as Adam White, a senior official from something called the Federal Bureau of Hunters. Yeah, federal, like the FBI, but for people who kill monsters. Naturally, Jinwoo's like, wait, who are you again? Because he's never dealt with them before. Adam starts explaining that it took a lot to even find him. He even went as far as Jinwoo's office, apparently left a business card with Jinho. Jinwoo kind of nods, vaguely remembering Jinho mentioning something about some foreign guy sniffing around. But then Jinwoo hits him with the obvious question, why me? That's when Adam drops it. He's got information, the kind you can't get from any guild, country, or other government. Just them. Just the Bureau. And get this, they want to give it to Jinwoo. Now Jinwoo's not someone you can bribe or flatter, so naturally, he's suspicious. Why would a major foreign agency just offer up their best secrets like a free sample? Adam explains that their Bureau has something to gain too. They keep tabs on the big players in the awakened world. And Jinwoo? He's no longer just one of the strong. He's special. Apparently Jinwoo's massacre of monsters during the Jeju Island raid made such waves that the deputy director himself wanted to meet him. And yeah, they already had a car waiting. Jinwoo was still weighing it all, standing there with the car door open. Sure, he says, but how do I know any of this is even real? Adam doesn't push, just smiles and tells him to think about it. But as Jinwoo's about to walk away, Adam tosses out a word he's never heard before, upgrader. That stops Jinwoo cold. Adam explains it's a person, an awakened one, who can literally boost another awakened being's powers. Like, permanently. Naturally, Jinwoo's curiosity goes from 0 to 100. He slips into the passenger seat without another word, and off they go. Fast forward a bit, they arrive at this sleek, probably government-grade facility. Adam walks him in and introduces him to Michael Connor, the deputy director of the Bureau. Classic American type. Direct, shakes hands, smiles once, then boom, lays down immigration papers. All signed, sealed, delivered. Jinwoo just has to say yes, and boom, instant US citizenship. But Jinwoo's not biting. He cuts right to it. Tell me about the upgrader. Connor doesn't skip a beat. He smiles, presses a button, and calls her in. And that's when Norma Selner enters. Middle-aged, calm, very unassuming. She doesn't look like a fighter, doesn't feel like a magic user either, but Jinwoo can tell right away. She's awakened, just different. She starts explaining. Her power? It's real, but not flashy. She doesn't summon anything or explode anything. What she does is remove the limits. See, every awakened has a ceiling. Some invisible point they can't cross no matter how hard they train. She can lift that ceiling, but it's not easy. Takes energy, recovery time. That's why only 3 or 4 people a year even get the chance. 3 or 4 in the entire world. Jinwoo's brain is already spinning. She lays it out. Through a 3-step process, an awakened hunter can gain a 20-30% increase in power. That kind of buff? It's insane. That's basically like rewriting your character stats in real life. And suddenly it clicks. That's why someone like Hwang Dong-soo moved to the US, even after all the hate he got for leaving Korea. He wasn't chasing money or fame. He was chasing this. Jinwoo doesn't say much, but internally, he's doing the math. He also realizes, if word of this power gets out, it'll cause chaos. Connor nods like he's reading Jinwoo's mind. That's why they keep Norma under serious protection, and only offer her powers to the ones they really want on their side. Then Connor leans in with the pitch. We want you, Jinwoo, and we're willing to give you priority treatment. Best guild placement, contract negotiations, benefits, all of it. But Jinwoo's still skeptical. He doesn't believe in getting something for nothing. That's not how the world works. Norma, though, just smiles. She's heard it all before. Once you feel it, you'll be the one asking for more, she tells him. Then she reaches out, gently takes Jinwoo's wrist, and asks him to look into her eyes. He does. Connor, watching this like a proud recruiter, thinks, gotcha. He's confident. Once Jinwoo experiences stage 1, he'll be hooked. But something happens that none of them expected. As Selner peers into Jinwoo's soul to activate her power, everything goes dark. She's no longer looking at a hunter. She's trapped, like she's been dropped into a void. She can't feel her feet, can't see anything. She starts to panic, until she sees it, a shadow. Something's in there with her, and then it opens its eyes and stares directly at her. So what could possibly shake a woman who claims to see the limits of humanity? This wasn't a man with a ceiling. This was a monster without a roof. The woman screamed, and not just a little gasp. She straight up fell off her chair, her face pale, her whole body trembling. Whatever she saw in there, it shattered her, and the 2 agents standing guard, they lost it. Guns out, Safety off. They aimed their weapons at Jinwoo like they were dealing with a threat too dangerous to process. And yeah, Jinwoo didn't flinch. Not even a twitch. But Michael Connor? He went pale. "Stand down!" he yelled, his voice cracking through the tension like a whip. "Do you even know who that is?" He reminded them. If they'd pulled this stunt in front of someone like Thomas Andre or Liu Jigang, they'd be dead before they blinked. The agents froze, instantly realizing the level of dumb they just reached. They dropped their weapons and rushed to help Norma, who was still shaking like she'd seen death itself. Connor turned to Jinwoo and bowed, deeply, like full apology mode. Jinwoo just stood there, calm, trying to make sense of what even happened. He waved it off. "It's fine, but let's be real, it wasn't fine." And Connor knew it. He tore into the agents with a scolding that probably still echoes in their nightmares. They nodded silently, ashamed and rattled. Then Connor turned to Norma, kneeling beside her. The poor woman was drenched in sweat, barely holding herself together. Her hands shook, her breathing was uneven. Clearly, something inside her broke. Michael realized this wasn't the time to keep talking about paperwork or power-ups. "We'll reschedule," he told Jinwoo, trying to keep the situation from spiraling any further. Jinwoo gave a simple nod and followed Adam White back out, but he kept glancing over his shoulder, still trying to understand what exactly had just happened. Back inside, Connor stayed with Norma, waiting until she finally caught her breath. Her voice was shaky, but the words she said next, they were chilling. "He's a king," she whispered. Michael blinked. "King?" She nodded. "Not just strong. Not like a national-level hunter. Something else. Something beyond what I've ever seen." She paused, pressing her hand to her chest like she was still trying to steady her heartbeat. "When I looked into him, something looked back." Connor stared at her. "You mean Jinwoo?" "No," she whispered. "Not him. It was inside him." She described it as an infinite darkness, a void so deep it had its own gaze, a gaze that locked onto her, like a predator watching prey. "And here's the real kicker. There's no limit," she said. "That man has no ceiling." Meanwhile, over in Korea, Go Gun-hee, the chairman of the Korean Hunter Association, was sitting alone in his office, deep in thought. He couldn't stop thinking about Min Byung-gyu, the healer who died during the Jeju Island raid. Even though Min Byung-gyu had retired before that mission, he came back and sacrificed himself for the others. And that memory, it hurt Gun-hee, because deep down he knew more sacrifices were coming, maybe sooner than he'd like. That's when the phone rang. Gun-hee snapped out of his thoughts and picked it up. Urgent voice on the other end. "There's a B-rank gate, right in the middle of the street. Blocking traffic, public safety nightmare, that whole deal." Gun-hee tensed. B-rank gates aren't usually that bad, but still, they're not something you send amateurs to clean up. He was about to call a big-name guild when it hit him. Jinwoo had just opened an office nearby. Perfect timing. Back on the road, Jinwoo was behind the wheel, stuck in traffic. His mind wasn't even on the road, though. It was still circling around Norma Selner. He could tell she'd been horrified. But why? Before he could think further, his phone buzzed. He glanced down. "Go Gun-hee." Jinwoo answered, and the old chairman didn't waste a second. He told him about the gate, asked if he could handle it. Jinwoo was like, "Can I just do that? No paperwork or anything?" Gun-hee chuckled. "I am the chairman. Consider that your permission slip." Jinwoo laughed. Fair enough. He pulled over, got out of the van, and started walking toward the portal. You could feel the monotrail like a pulse in the air. Reporters were already circling the scene like vultures, and the police were trying to keep order, while association staff secured the perimeter. As Jinwoo approached, a woman, an association employee, stepped in front of him. Totally official, clipboard and all. "Hey, you can't just..." Then she looked up and froze. "Wait, you're Sung Jinwoo?" She wasn't the only one who noticed. The crowd began buzzing. People pulled out their phones. The S-rank hunter had arrived. Still, the employee wasn't giving up. "Even you can't enter a gate without authorization and a full party." Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. "This again?" He pulled out his phone. "Here, talk to someone you can't ignore." He handed her the phone with Gun-hee still on the line. The woman's face went pale. She nodded, stammered out a, "Yes, sir," and handed the phone back. Jinwoo gave her a slight nod and walked past, entering the gate without hesitation. But before she could exhale in relief, the gate changed. It flashed red. The black surface turned blood crimson. Gasps spread through the crowd. People screamed. Reporters dropped their cameras. Someone shouted, "It's a red gate!" The woman's mouth dropped. Her hands trembled. She stared at the portal and whispered to herself, "Did I just jinx it?" Inside, Jinwoo stepped through, and instantly, the air changed. Heavy, silent, wrong. A red gate doesn't let you out until the job is done. No backup, no escape. And Jinwoo? He just cracked his neck, clenched his fists, and walked forward. So what exactly did Norma Selner see in Jinwoo? She saw the abyss, and that abyss, was staring back. As Jinwoo stepped deeper into the red gate, with shadows swarming behind him and tension thick in the air, his thoughts, of all things, drifted home, specifically to his mom. He remembered a quiet conversation they'd had not long ago. She had looked at him with that calm, loving expression only a mother can give, and said something that stuck with him. "I know this wasn't your choice, but maybe this is your path." She wasn't angry that he became an S-rank hunter. She understood. His dad had been the same. Started as a firefighter, became a hunter, risked everything to save lives. That was the man she fell for. And that same fire? She saw it in Jinwoo too, but she warned him, gently, not to lose himself, not to burn out. Jinwoo clenched his fists. "I won't overdo it," he told himself. "This isn't too much for me." And just like that, the gate opened wide, and the battlefield came to life. The Shadow Army exploded into action. Igris, Beru, Tank, the whole gang, tearing through waves of beasts like a storm. Jinwoo stood tall in the center, commanding them with surgical precision, like a general made of steel. But he knew something most hunters didn't talk about. Being a hunter doesn't mean you're the predator. Not always. Sometimes the roles reverse. Sometimes you get hunted. That's the rule of the hunt. It never ends. And Jinwoo? He had no plans of stopping. The first wave? Gone. Crushed. Not even worth breaking a sweat. But he wasn't done. He locked eyes on the deeper part of the dungeon. "Let's end this today." Then came the real boss. A hulking beast stepped forward, flanked by his personal guard, his voice booming with arrogance. He looked around, searching for whoever had dared to cut down his forces. He sneered at Jinwoo, this small intruder, and laughed that a human could come this far, even speak their language. But then, silence. The boss called for his army. Nothing. He called again, louder. Still nothing. That's when the panic started to settle in. What he didn't know was that Jinwoo's shadows had already wiped out his entire force on the way in. The ambush the boss was counting on? Already dead. Jinwoo smirked. "Small, huh? That's cute." Then he gave a subtle nod, and shadows rose up from the forest floor like wraiths. They'd been lying in wait, and now it was over. The beasts didn't even have time to react before they dropped one by one, skewered and ripped apart. It was clean, precise, brutal. The boss's jaw dropped. He turned, desperate now, and summoned his hidden troops, magic beasts grown from the trees themselves. They cracked through the bark, rising up, only to get sniped. Beru was already there. One claw, one headshot, over and over. Jinwoo stepped forward, the aura around him thick as lead. His army closed in, unstoppable. And the boss? He froze. His confidence was gone. The fear in his eyes said it all. He knew he was outmatched. Jinwoo raised a hand. "Go!" And that was it. The shadows surged. Beru led the charge, faster than lightning, followed by Igris and Tusk. The battlefield turned into a bloodstorm of claws and steel. The beasts were powerful, but not this powerful. Jinwoo's army didn't just kill, they dominated. Two giant centaur beasts tried to rush Jinwoo directly, weapons raised, charging like tanks. But that's when Tank, the colossal shadow bear, charged back. He slammed into them like a train, tearing them apart in seconds. The boss let out a gut-wrenching scream. He called for his children, but it was too late. Beru came flying, claws extended, piercing the boss's chest. Igris swept in, slicing the beast's arm clean off in one elegant move. The boss collapsed, but Tusk wasn't finished. He activated Hymn of Giants, swelling in size, then dropped inverse gravity, slamming the boss into the earth like a meteor strike. The whole field shook with the impact. When the dust settled, the boss was broken, bleeding, barely conscious. Jinwoo walked up slowly, like death wearing sneakers. He crouched beside the twitching creature. "You can end this fast," he said coldly. "Just tell me what I want to know." But the beast said nothing, just coughed blood. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. The system again. It's blocking him. This wasn't the first time. He'd dealt with this before. Enemies too far under the system's control to speak. No matter how hard he pressed, he sighed. "Fine, I'll find out another way." Then he did something unusual. He opened his inventory and pulled out a key. Not just any key, a cursed random box key, the one he got after defeating King Baran, the demon monarch, in the demon castle. It had been sitting there for a while. No description, no info, just waiting. But after hitting level 100 during the Jeju Island raid, the system had finally said something. The key wasn't just a drop, it was a door. So what kind of power lies hidden behind a key that even the system kept secret? Until now, we're about to find out. And something tells Jinwoo, this key changes everything. The system had finally provided details. The required conditions have been fulfilled. The key unlocks the entrance to the Carton temple. It can be used at the designated gate. The location of the designated gate will be revealed after the allotted time passes. And then it hit him. Carton temple. The name echoed like a whisper through time. Memories came flooding back. Cold stone walls, crumbling statues, the towering double dungeon, and that stone slate clutched in the hands of a statue. This wasn't just any place. This was where it all began. The system was sending him back. Not randomly, not by chance, intentionally. Back to the dungeon that had nearly killed him, the same dungeon that had shattered his weak self and created the man he'd become. But this time, it wasn't about survival. This time, he was the storm. Jinwoo clenched his fist around the key. If this is where it all started, then I'm coming full circle. He wasn't afraid. He wasn't hesitating. Wait for me, he muttered. I'll be there soon. Meanwhile, back at the office, Yu Jinho was in full bodyguard mode, but online. He sat glued to his computer screen, eyes narrow, scanning forums, articles, and comment threads like a hawk tracking prey. Any negative comment about Jinwoo? Screenshot, report, delete, click, click, tap, type, wipe sweat. He was fighting an invisible war to protect his best friend's name, and he wasn't backing down. Then suddenly, busy? Jinho nearly jumped out of his skin. He spun around, startled, and saw Jinwoo standing behind him, calm as ever, dressed in full hunting gear. Oh, Hyungnim, I didn't hear you come in. Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. Everything okay? Yeah, no problems, Jinho replied quickly, still catching his breath. Then he squinted at Jinwoo's outfit. Wait, did you just come back from a gate? Jinwoo nodded casually. Had to grab a few cores. We'll need funds for the guild. Jinho's eyes lit up. Guild funds. That meant salaries, supplies, stability. He grinned. So we're good on the financial side? For now, Jinwoo shrugged. Then all that's left is finding one more member. Jinwoo blinked. We need 3? Yeah, minimum for registration. And that's when Jinho brought up the real crisis, the guild name. He launched into a list of weird combinations. Sungyu Guild, Wooho Guild, even Jin Guild. Jinwoo listened, nodded politely, and then said, "What about Solo Play Guild?" Jinho froze. Are you joking? Jinwoo was dead serious. Jinho sighed. Jinwoo might be a god-tier hunter, but comedy was not his strong suit. Still, there was something endearing about how bluntly Jinwoo said it, like he genuinely thought it was cool. Before they could argue more, someone knocked on the door. They both paused. Jinho stood, walked over, and opened it. A woman stood there. Long blonde hair, elegant posture, warm but guarded eyes. Hae-in. Jinho's jaw dropped. Jinwoo looked equally stunned. Are you looking for someone? Jinho asked. She nodded calmly. Is this Hunter Sung Jinwoo's guild? It is, Jinho said. Then she stepped forward. I want to join. Jinwoo blinked like she'd just said she wanted to buy a timeshare in the underworld. You want to join my guild? He asked. Hae-in nodded. He stared at her. Was this something the Hunter Association arranged? Did she get kicked from her old guild? Nope. She denied all of it. So Jinwoo asked the obvious question. Why? She hesitated, clearly rattled. Solo Play. Is that really the name? Jinwoo, deadpan. Yeah, we agreed on it. We did not, Jinho shouted from behind, but Jinwoo just ignored him. Close enough. Jinwoo squinted at Hae-in. Her heartbeat, her breathing, the way her eyes shifted. She was hiding something. He asked again, why this guild? You could go anywhere. She looked down, didn't answer. Jinwoo reminded her. It had been 2 years since her awakening. She had to be under contract still, right? I'll pay the penalty, she said. He blinked. You'll what? I don't need compensation, she added quietly. This made no sense. No money, no fame, no benefits. Why? She stayed silent, head bowed. But inside, her heart was racing. She couldn't say it aloud, that from the moment she first met him, something about him drew her in. Not just his strength, but his presence, his scent, his steadiness. On Jeju Island, when she thought she was going to die, the last image in her mind was him. And when she woke up in the helicopter, alive, the first name on her lips had been his. She didn't want a guild. She wanted him, by her side. Jinwoo didn't say it out loud, but he remembered how distant she'd been at the funeral, how her eyes followed him differently. He knew now. She'd been planning this. So why would Korea's top female hunter want to join a no-name, one-man guild? Because for her, it wasn't about the guild. It was about him. When Jinwoo pressed her for a reason, Hae-in finally gave a clean, practiced answer. Something safe. I just want a simpler life. Yeah, right. Jinwoo knew it was a deflection, but he didn't call her on it. Instead, he watched her quietly while Jinho chimed in, offering his own perspective. Think about the pressure she's under, he said. She's what, 22? 23 at most? And she's already one of the strongest hunters in the country. The Hunters Guild probably won't let her go easy. Jinwoo understood. Being S rank was a double-edged sword. People either worshipped you or used you. And after what the guild went through in the Jeju raid, yeah, Hae-in had probably seen hell. But understanding didn't mean he could just let her in. He needed to test her. So he told her there would be an entrance exam. Hae-in blinked. That wasn't on the application. Jinwoo shrugged coolly. Oversight on Jinho's part. Before she could respond, Jinwoo sent Jinho out to fetch snacks and tea, giving them some privacy. The moment the word test left his mouth, Hae-in's face changed. The calm, polite exterior dropped, and something sharper took its place. She wanted the test. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes, trying to tell if she was bluffing. But no, her gaze was locked in, steady, fierce. He told her she'd be fighting one of his summons, his strongest. Still no hesitation. "Let's do it now," she said. They stood, almost in sync. Jinwoo nodded. "We'll use the association's gymnasium." But it was far, and Jinwoo had a theory to test. "Stay close," he said. "We'll take a shortcut." Hae-in barely had time to react before Jinwoo stepped close, really close. Her breath caught in her throat as he reached forward. "Ready?" he asked. Then in a blink, they disappeared. The room went quiet. A moment later, Jinho returned, with tea and snacks in hand, and stopped dead in his tracks. In their place stood a very confused high orc shadow soldier, who promptly snatched the cookies and started munching. Jinho sighed. "I was gone for 2 minutes." Inside the shadow exchange, Jinwoo and Hae-in traveled through the void. He studied the process carefully. So this is how it works. The entry point was any shadow, the destination tied to one of his soldiers. The whole thing operated like a portal system, only cooler. Only a 3-hour cooldown, and now confirmed, he could bring passengers. They reappeared inside the gym. The lights flickered on automatically, triggered by their mana. The air was still, sterile, but buzzing with tension. Hae-in looked around, wide-eyed. The speed, the silence, the sheer power of Jinwoo's magic, it amazed her. Jinwoo didn't waste time. "Let's begin." Hae-in suddenly froze. "I forgot my weapon," Jinwoo smirked. "Gonna grab your pickaxe again?" She blushed, remembering the awkward weapon she once used. "No," he chuckled, shaking his head. "Just teasing." She marched toward the weapons locker, used her hunter's license to unlock the door, and scanned the shelves. Most were training grade, but she chose a sword close to her own in weight and length. "It's not perfect," she said, "but monsters never fight you on your terms anyway." Jinwoo nodded slowly. "Fair point." Then he summoned a shadow, a quiet movement from his feet, and from it, Igris emerged, the silent knight, the best swordsman in Jinwoo's army, towering, calm, deadly. Jinwoo laid out the rules. Defeat Igris, and you pass. Surrender, and you fail. No other win condition. He didn't summon Beru. That would have been overkill. Beru was a nightmare. This needed to be a duel, not trauma. Hae-in stepped forward and readied herself. Jinwoo paused. "Turn around a sec." She blinked but obeyed. He reached into his inventory and pulled out something special. The demon monarch's sword. A gift from a fallen king. He handed it to Igris. Now it was a real test. Hae-in turned back, then stopped cold. Igris was holding a different weapon now. A blade that crackled with blue electricity, ominous and humming with power. Then, boom! The fight began. Igris didn't wait. His blade sliced the air, sending a lightning bolt straight at her like a sniper shot. Hae-in barely dodged, her body twisting midair like a cat. The bolt slammed into the wall behind her, scorching it black. Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. That strike would have killed most hunters on contact. She landed, gripped her sword tighter, and charged, silent, focused. This wasn't a formality anymore. This was real. And Igris? He moved forward to meet her, sword raised. He wasn't pulling punches. So what would make Korea's top S rank voluntarily duel a shadow without her own weapon? She wasn't there to prove her strength. She was there to prove she belonged at his side. The sound of metal clashing rang out like thunder as Hae-in's sword met his in a shower of sparks. Every strike from her carried serious weight, but even Jinwoo had to admit, she was better than he expected. Meanwhile, high above in the Hunter Association building, Chairman Go Gun-hee was quietly reviewing classified reports from the top floor of his office, when something outside the window caught his eye. The gym lights were on. Odd. That facility was supposed to be empty today. Gun-hee buzzed his secretary. Check if the gym was reserved. A moment passed before the answer came. No reservations, sir. Gun-hee frowned. Show me the surveillance feed. The monitor flickered, and suddenly he was watching Jinwoo and Hae-in. Sparring? His brow rose slightly, then his lips curled into a knowing smile. Ah. So that's what this is. He remembered Hae-in showing unusual interest in Jinwoo after Jeju Island. Maybe it wasn't just admiration. With a soft chuckle, he ordered the cameras turned off. "Mark it as a maintenance check," he said, grinning like a proud grandfather as he turned back to his paperwork. Then the floor trembled. He paused, but didn't even look up. The smile stayed on his face. Youth, he thought. What a force of nature. Back at the gym, Jinwoo had to admit it. Even after giving Igris the demon monarch's sword, Hae-in was pushing him back. And when Igris finally crashed into the wall with a resounding thud, Jinwoo stepped in to call it. But Hae-in wasn't done. She lowered her blade and asked, dead serious, "Was that really your strongest summon?" Jinwoo hesitated. "No," he admitted quietly. "Then summon it," she demanded. He tried to reason with her. "You could get hurt." She didn't flinch. "Then I'll take that risk." That look in her eyes, it was fire. She wasn't asking. She needed to prove something. So Jinwoo gave in. He raised his hand and summoned Beru. The temperature dropped. Out of the shadows rose the towering, ant-like monarch, Beru, his most dangerous soldier, once built to kill hunters. He emerged like a nightmare with glowing eyes and claws sharp enough to split steel. Beru lowered his head, awaiting orders. "Defeat her," Jinwoo said, voice firm. "But do not hurt her." Beru's expression darkened with resolve. Then he roared. The lights overhead exploded. Glass shattered. The room plunged into eerie darkness as a wave of mana burst outward like a shockwave. The sheer force of Beru's scream was enough to shake the floor. Hae-in froze. The aura alone was suffocating. She looked into Beru's eyes and felt pure, predatory malice. He extended his claws, like blades forged from death itself. Jinwoo's voice cut through the tension. "Don't forget, don't hurt her." Beru instantly pulled back, suppressing his claws with a low growl of obedience. Hae-in saw an opening. She braced herself to strike, and then Beru vanished. She gasped. He was behind her. The same trick. She'd seen it before. Not again. She spun and launched a rapid series of slashes, moving like a whirlwind. Her sword blurred in the air, aiming at vital points, looking for even the smallest mistake. But Beru? He didn't move. Not once. He just stood there, dodging every strike with millimeter-level precision. No wasted movement, no theatrics, just brutal, mechanical efficiency. His body weaved between her attacks like water flowing around rocks. Her strikes were fast, deadly, but every time she swung, Beru was already somewhere else. She aimed for his throat. He leaned back a hair. She went low. He floated above the blow. It wasn't just skill, it was a gulf between them. Hae-in's mind raced. How is this possible? Beru wasn't even human. He wasn't a monster either. Just a shadow, a minion, a leftover echo from a creature that no longer existed. And Jinwoo commands this thing like it's nothing? Then Beru moved closer. Suddenly, she could smell him, the stench of death, the heavy scent of something not alive. She recoiled instinctively, her vision blurred. All she saw was Beru's open mouth coming toward her, wide as a cave. She screamed, and then, boom! A roar exploded from his lungs. Not an attack, just raw force. The magical pressure alone sent her flying backward, slamming her into the far wall. Her legs gave out for a second as she caught her breath. Jinwoo grimaced. He hadn't meant for it to go this far. "Are you done?" he asked quietly. But Hae-in stood up, shaking, scuffed, but still fighting. "I can keep going." Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. Why? Why push this far? She knew she couldn't win. And Beru? He was barely holding back. Jinwoo could feel it. His soldier was suppressing the urge to kill. Beru was a predator, a purebred apex hunter. Even now, his instincts were flaring. And then Hae-in aimed for a weak spot. Jinwoo's heart stopped. Beru's aura spiked. To Beru, this was a line no prey should ever cross. So what happens when a predator is ordered to hold back, but its instincts say otherwise? You'd better pray he remembers who gave the order, before instinct takes over. The moment Beru's instincts kicked in, the world snapped into motion. His claws extended like black spears, and he lunged, not to intimidate, but to kill. Hae-in moved on instinct, dodging low, her body twisting mid-air. She was fast, ridiculously fast, but not faster than Beru's bloodlust. Their eyes locked. In that frozen instant, Hae-in knew this wasn't a spar anymore. This was survival. She gritted her teeth and called on her strongest move, sword dance. Her body flowed like water, her blade slicing brilliant arcs through the air, graceful and deadly. Each movement was art, elegance, and death in harmony. The space lit with flickers of steel and sparks as her strikes collided with Beru's claws. But something in Beru's aura had changed. He wasn't amused anymore. He was done playing. With a single swipe, Beru caught her blade mid-swing and shattered it with his bare hand. Half of the sword clattered to the ground, but Hae-in didn't blink. Her eyes burned cold. She tightened her grip on what remained and poured her mana into it. The fractured blade began to glow, a radiant light bursting forth as she activated a skill she'd never dared use before. Sword of Light. Jinwoo's eyes widened. Hae-in didn't wait. She launched herself forward, blade first, aimed straight for Beru's chest, and that's when it happened. Beru's mind glitched. The command Jinwoo had given, defeat her without harm, was erased. Instead, an older command, a darker one, etched deep from his time serving the Ant Queen, flashed in his brain. Annihilate all enemies. Hae-in was no longer a test subject. She was prey. Beru's claws extended again, twice as long this time. His body pulsed with killing intent as he leapt toward her with lethal precision. Hae-in froze. Her instincts screamed to move, but her body refused. Her eyes squeezed shut as she braced for death. And then, crack! A hand, Jinwoo's hand, caught Beru's claws inches from her throat. The gym shook with the force of the block. Beru's eyes met his master's. The look in Jinwoo's eyes wasn't anger, it was disappointment. Beru staggered back, and then, like a child who'd broken a rule, he dropped to his knees. "Forgive me, my king," he whispered, trembling. Jinwoo didn't speak, not at first. He turned to Hae-in, who had collapsed, breathing hard, her limbs trembling. This test had gone too far. He stared at her, confused. "Why push yourself this far for a nameless guild?" He asked aloud. "Why are you doing this? Why are you risking your life for me?" She didn't answer. The silence was unbearable. He asked again. "Is there something else?" He searched her expression. "Do you like me?" The moment the words left his mouth, even he felt how absurd it sounded. But Hae-in's eyes widened, just for a second, and in that flicker, he saw the truth. She didn't speak, just nodded, faintly, and that was it. No grand confession, no dramatic music, just quiet truth, and two people realizing they'd both seen it coming. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, inside the Federal Bureau of Hunters, a storm was brewing. Director David Brennan slammed a folder on his desk. The mood in the command center was tense, frustration clinging to every word. They had failed. Jinwoo had slipped through their fingers. Again. "Where's Sellner?" Brennan growled. The door opened. Norma Sellner entered alongside Assistant Director Michael Connor. "No apologies," Brennan said immediately. "Just tell me what happened." Michael looked to Norma. She took a breath. "Sung Jinwoo. He's not just a hunter," she said quietly. "He's one of the kings." Brennan flinched. "You mean like a national-level hunter?" "No," she said. "I mean something beyond that," she explained. "Most hunters draw their power from the other side. Some mysterious, unseen realm." That's what she could always see, the connection. Some of those connections were so intense, the hunters glowed like pillars of light to her. Those were the kings. But Jinwoo? He had no connection, Norma said, her voice shaking. "He is the power." She paused. "When I looked into his soul, there was no light, just endless darkness." "Darkness?" Brennan asked. "You mean he's evil?" "No," she said firmly. "Not evil, just beyond classification. He didn't borrow power. He was power. No channels, no limits, no ceiling. He was the other side." The room went cold. Michael swallowed hard, goosebumps prickling up his arms. "There's no limit to him," Norma added, voice barely a whisper. Brennan nodded slowly. "Thank you," he said at last. Then he stood, abruptly. "Where are you going?" Michael asked. "To basement level 24, Brennan said, stepping into the elevator. "If we can't recruit him with Sellner, we'll use something else." As the doors closed, Brennan's voice echoed. "Remember the first S-rank gate? The one that changed everything?" Michael's blood ran cold. He knew exactly what his boss meant. Michael followed Director David Brennan in silence, his thoughts spiraling as they descended deeper underground. He remembered it vividly. The Kamish raid, the world's worst dungeon break. The one that wiped out the entire West Coast and nearly took half of America with it. The creature behind it? A dragon. Not just any dragon. Kamish, the inextinguishable flame. Michael remembered the death toll. Hundreds of elite hunters gone. Whole cities incinerated. Only 5 hunters survived that massacre. Those 5 would go on to be known as national-level hunters. Individuals so powerful, their existence rivaled that of entire countries. And yet, even they had barely made it out alive. Now, standing before the final chamber on basement level 24, Michael watched as Brennan opened a high-security vault. Inside, encased in reinforced glass and guarded like a nuclear warhead, was a runestone, one harvested from Kamish's corpse. Brennan stepped forward slowly, almost reverently. "It's been 8 years since Kamish," he murmured, "and in all that time, not a single mage-class national hunter has appeared." Michael nodded. "You think this is a second chance?" Brennan's eyes never left the runestone. "No, I think Kamish left us one final gift." He didn't say it outright, but they were both thinking it. Sung Jinwoo. Later that night, in Seoul, Jinwoo stood shirtless in front of his bathroom mirror. He examined himself. His body had changed. Since his second awakening, he'd grown taller, leaner, more defined. Even his skin was clearer, his posture straighter. It was subtle, but undeniable. He tilted his head. "Is this from the system?" One of his passive skills, will to survive, healed all damage to his body. Could it be working overtime? Fixing things like fatigue, posture, even acne? He smirked, then peeked out into the living room. His sister Gina lay on the couch, nose buried in her phone. He grinned. "Hey, what do you think? I look cooler now, right?" She didn't even look up. "You look like a bum." "Rude," he muttered, walking over and pinching her cheek. "Ow! Stop it!" she shrieked, kicking at him. Her shin hit his leg, and she recoiled, wincing in pain. "Why are your bones made of metal?" "Because I'm strong," Jinwoo teased. "How'd a bird brain like you get into school anyway?" "Excuse you," Gina said proudly. I'm top of my class. Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. Mock exams don't count. They both laughed. But then the mood shifted. I'm forming a guild, Jinwoo said casually. Gina sat up. Really? What's the name? Thinking solo play guild. She blinked. Solo play? But you fight with shadow soldiers. That's not solo. He scratched his head. Fair point. She smiled. What about Ajin Guild? Jin? She explained. Means I. Jin means to move forward. It also spells my name backward. Jinwoo stared at her. You really named my guild after yourself? She grinned. You're welcome. He laughed. You know what? Not bad. That same night, across town, Hae-in lay buried beneath her blanket like a soldier wounded by embarrassment. Why did I say that? I think so. That was practically a confession. She curled deeper into the sheets, her cheeks burning. She remembered how Jinwoo had looked at her after the test, how he'd asked, "Isn't there another reason you want to join?" She panicked, said she'd think about it, a classic escape. But now, every time she closed her eyes, she could hear her voice whispering, "I think so." She clutched the blanket tighter. Sure, Jinwoo had saved her. Anyone would feel grateful, but she knew it wasn't just that. Then, like a whisper pulled from a fading dream, a different memory bubbled up. Min Byung-gyu, the healer who'd saved her on Jeju Island. His memory had faded, but something about that moment returned with force. She remembered a voice, not his usual calm. There was fear in it, urgency. He had said something. Warn Jinwoo, be careful of the power he holds. Hae-in sat upright. She remembered now. It wasn't Min Byung-gyu himself. It was his shadow. A final message from someone who had peered into the darkness and seen something terrible. Her chest tightened. What exactly had he seen? And why had she forgotten until now? Meanwhile, at the Knights Guild, things weren't much better. Yoontae entered the office briskly, handing over a report to Jong-soo. A new gate opened yesterday, Yoontae said. It's not quite S rank, but it's close, Jong-soo groaned. We're not equipped for that. If it was S rank, Yoontae added, we'd have no choice but to give it up. But it's A rank. Barely. Jong-soo leaned back in his chair, eyes tired. People always underestimate A-rank gates, he muttered. They think they're all the same, but one bad pull, one elite boss, we're down 3 men before the raid even begins. Yoontae nodded. So, do we take it? They both knew the truth. As one of Korea's top 5 guilds, they couldn't afford to back down. But if they stepped into the wrong gate, they might not come back out. The Knights Guild was cornered. Yoontae leaned against the wall, arms crossed. If we don't take this gate, you know who will. Jong-soo's eye twitched. The Fame Guild. The very idea made his blood boil. The gate had opened right on their turf, Busan, and now the vultures were circling. Soo knew the strength of his A-rank hunters, knew they could punch above their weight. But the truth hurt. They had no S rank, and that's what mattered. That single missing puzzle piece turned respect into pity. As they debated, young Yerim, the guild's A-rank healer, joined the room. We could team up with another guild, she offered. Jong-soo snorted. And broadcast to the whole country that we can't handle our own backyard? Then what about an individual hunter? She said. He raised an eyebrow. You think one person changes everything? She met his gaze, calm and confident. I mean, if it's Sung Jinwoo. Silence. Yoontae nodded slowly. He cleared an A-rank gate alone, on a highway, not even trying to make headlines. For the first time, Jong-soo considered it seriously. Bringing Jinwoo in wouldn't just save the raid, it'd skyrocket their public image. He made up his mind. No phones, he said. I'm going in person. The next morning, at the Ajin Guild office, Jinwoo had made his decision. He sat across from Jinho, his right-hand man and hype squad rolled into one. I've got it, Jinwoo said. Ajin Guild. Jinho nearly jumped out of his chair. Yes, anything but solo play guild? With the name settled, they just needed one more founding member. Jinho, of course, brought up the obvious candidate, Hae-in. She's perfect, he argued. Young, talented, gorgeous, S rank. But Jinwoo shook his head. Not her. Why? She's not what I'm looking for. Jinho blinked. You're rejecting Korea's top female hunter because she's too qualified? Jinwoo didn't elaborate. What he wanted was someone with a license, no interest in guilds, and above all, someone he could trust completely. Before they could dig into candidates, a knock came at the door. Jinho stood to answer it, half expecting Hae-in again. But standing outside were 3 strangers. One of them stepped forward and introduced himself. Park Jong-soo, Guildmaster of the Knights Guild. Beside him stood Yoontae and Jung Yerim. Jong-soo got straight to business, pulling out his phone and playing a video. Jinwoo leaned in. A massive gate filled the screen, glowing, pulsing, throwing off waves of pure mana. Not technically classified as S rank, but visually, it was easily the largest gate Busan had ever seen. Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. This might be interesting. He briefly wondered if Juhi still lived nearby. Maybe she'd treat him to sashimi while he was in town. Yerim, meanwhile, whispered to Yoontae, "Think I could get his autograph?" Before that fantasy got out of hand, Jong-soo cleared his throat. The real problem, the Hunter Association was refusing the Knights Guild a raid permit. Why? no S-rank members. But with Jinwoo on board, the permit was theirs. Jong-soo made his pitch, 20% profit share, double what most S-ranks earned. Jinwoo didn't even blink. 50%? Jong-soo choked. Not as an individual, Jinwoo clarified. As a guild, the Ajin Guild. Sweat beaded on Jong-soo's brow. 40-60 split? Jinwoo's face stayed blank. Jong-soo sighed. Fine. 50, but you take down the dungeon boss. Done, Jinwoo said immediately. The Knights Guild master realized then, this kid's no pushover. They discussed the schedule. The raid would begin the next day. Jong-soo offered to take him to Busan by car. Jinwoo declined. Got plans today. I'll meet you there tomorrow. Jong-soo reluctantly agreed. As they packed up to leave, Yoon-tae caught a flicker of movement. Jinwoo's shadow twitched unnaturally. His eyes narrowed. Did his shadow just move? Jong-soo muttered, maybe you're just hungover. Just as they reached the door, Jinwoo's phone buzzed. Unknown number. He stepped into the hall to answer. A warm voice filled his ear. It's me, honey. Mom? It was Kyung-hee, his mother. She'd bought a phone and wanted to hear his voice. A rare smile crept across Jinwoo's face. Let's have dinner tonight. I'd love that. The next morning at Gwangali Beach, the Knights Guild was assembled. The raid was set to begin. The elite hunters stood in formation, adrenaline in their veins, eyes on the shimmering gate ahead. The only problem? Jinwoo wasn't there yet. 5 minutes to start. Jong-soo paced anxiously. Why didn't I make him come with us yesterday? The pressure built. They needed one man, and the clock was ticking. So what do you do when your entire raid depends on someone who hasn't shown up yet? You wait. Because when that someone is Sung Jinwoo, he doesn't arrive late. He arrives when it matters most. Meanwhile, the clouds over Seoul were gray and low, the kind that hinted at rain but never quite delivered. Jinwoo stepped out of his apartment, dressed casually, simple tee, sneakers, nothing flashy. He paused for a moment, glancing up at the sky. Did Gina take an umbrella? He chuckled. She probably didn't, but there wasn't time to dwell. He had a job to do. With a thought, he activated Shadow Exchange, instantly switching places with one of his soldiers. And just like that, he stood at Gwangali Beach, where a towering gate loomed like a storm cloud carved into stone. A crowd had gathered, curious civilians, low-tier hunters, media, all kept at bay by a cordon. But Jinwoo's eyes were focused only on the raid team. The Knights Guild had mobilized everything they had. To the left, the hauling team. Right, the mining crew. But what caught his attention was the assault team. 13 A-rank hunters and another 20 B ranks. Jinwoo tilted his head slightly, impressed. For a guild without an S rank, this was a lot of firepower. But it was also a reminder of what they lacked. Raw numbers weren't enough when a gate could flip the world upside down. As Jinwoo walked toward the staging area, curious hunters quickly surrounded him. They fired off questions about his shadow army, about Jeju Island, about his rank, his power, and even his skincare routine. Jinwoo stood there awkwardly, barely answering, until a voice cut through the noise. Let the man breathe, will you? It was Young Yerim, healer of the Knights Guild elite squad. She offered her hand with a warm smile. I'm looking forward to working with you. Jinwoo gave her a nod of gratitude, a rare ally in the noise. Soon after, Jong-soo Park, guildmaster of the Knights Guild, arrived with his usual energy. Sung Jinwoo, glad you made it. But as Jinwoo greeted him, he noticed something odd. Did you not tell the team about the raid leadership? Jong-soo laughed it off. Was waiting to do it in person. He turned to address the gathered hunters. As guildmaster, I'll be leading today's raid. There was a flicker of disappointment in the crowd. Several hunters had clearly expected, hoped, Jinwoo would take the lead. Still, Jong-soo continued, Hunter Sung Jinwoo will be tasked with protecting our rear guard. He'll make sure no one falls behind. A few scoffed under their breath. We don't need a babysitter, someone muttered. Jong-soo ignored them. Let's move out. The raid had begun. Meanwhile, across town at Gina's high school, 3 students grumbled as they were sent on an errand by their art teacher. This isn't our job, one complained. Why are we moving statues? Because we're at the bottom of the food chain, the third muttered. They unlocked the door to the second art room, which had been converted into a makeshift storage area. Dust filled the air, thick and stale. Inside were stacked canvases, broken easels, and half-shattered statues meant for sketching practice. Then one of them noticed something in the corner. Guys, what the hell is that? In the far wall, a gate glowed with soft blue light. It wasn't large, barely the size of a doorway. The tallest boy walked toward it. Relax. Only hunters can go through these things. He reached out and touched the gate's surface. See? Totally saftul. Crack. A monstrous hand shot out. It grabbed his head. There wasn't time to scream. His skull was crushed like a melon. Blood sprayed across the room. The other 2 students stared in horror as their friend dropped, lifeless, and the gate shattered like glass behind him. From the blackened portal, Orcs poured into the world, towering beasts, muscles rippling, fangs gleaming, eyes filled with primal hunger. Unlike humans, they didn't think. They hunted. These orcs had been hiding, waiting, scouting, masking their scent for a week, embedded in the dungeon space, and now the veil was gone. Their instincts kicked in. Kill, eat, hunt. One orc sniffed the air. The building was full of prey. Multiple floors, dozens of students. Their leader growled, "Call the others." His companion obeyed, howling into the broken gate. Then the leader began walking down the hall, the scent of flesh thick in the air. He turned a corner. Two students stood chatting casually by the lockers, unaware. The orc's eyes locked on. His grip tightened on his axe. And then he ran. The students, caught completely off guard, stood frozen in disbelief as the predator closed in on them. At the Hunter Association Emergency Response Center, the atmosphere shifted in an instant. The phone rang, not the casual kind of ring, the kind that made seasoned receptionists straighten their backs. A woman, mid-30s, veteran of 1,000 routine calls, answered quickly. "Hunter Association, this is Officer Hae-in. How can I help you?" But the voice on the other end didn't sound routine. It was a girl, young, panicked. Her voice cracked and trembled as if she was fighting for every word. Hae-in leaned forward instinctively. I'm at school. I'm hiding. They're out there. They're killing people." Okay, sweetheart. I need you to breathe. You're doing great. What school are you at?" "Gwanghwamun High. They killed my friend. I locked myself in the bathroom." For a few seconds, there was only sobbing on the line. Then, between gasps, came the words that made Hae-in's blood run cold. "They're green, like people, but not. Their skin's green and they have tusks. Orcs." The color drained from Hae-in's face. Not a C-rank beast, not a misclassified summon. A real dungeon break. "Listen to me carefully," she said, trying to steady her voice. "You need to get out of there. You need to run. Right now." But the girl barely had time to gasp when, over the phone, a door was ripped from its hinges, a guttural growl, and then a blood-curdling scream. "No! No! Please!" The scream was cut short. Then, nothing. Hae-in sat frozen, hand still on the phone, her own breath caught in her throat, and somewhere in Seoul, death kept moving. The school had become a slaughterhouse. Less than half the students had escaped. The rest, trapped, hiding, or dead. The orcs, unfazed by the weak resistance, were efficient and merciless. They started on the first floor, clearing each room like a methodical military unit. Blood trailed behind them. Screams above, silence below. In the corridors, kids ran blindly. Some crying, some shouting for their friends. A few tried to be brave. It didn't matter. These orcs weren't reckless beasts. They were hunters, bred for war, and now they were loose. One stood over a lifeless student, blood dripping from his axe. He sniffed the air, annoyed. Some prey escaped, but many hadn't. On the top floor, Gina huddled in a corner of her classroom, surrounded by trembling classmates. The sound of bodies hitting the floor below was unmistakable. Their barricade was laughable, desks and chairs shoved against the doors. A few boys held brooms like spears. One girl quietly recited a prayer. Then the door exploded inward. The chief orc entered, his thick arms smeared with blood, axe already red. Someone screamed. A boy made a run for it, toward the rear exit. He didn't make it. A second orc stepped out of the hallway shadows and buried his axe in the boy's skull. The thud silenced the room. The rest of the students backed into a corner, trapped between death by monster or death by gravity, 6 stories up. Gina was shaking, but not just with fear. She was praying, "Appa, please." And then, the orc looked at her. Something about her blood. Something that felt wrong. The orc's instinct screamed. She had to die. He raised his axe, muscles flexed, eyes burning. And that's when the shadow beneath Gina's feet began to move. It started as smoke, black and cold, and then a figure emerged. A high orc, clad in full obsidian armor. But this wasn't a monster. It was a shadow soldier. It grabbed the chief orc's wrist before the axe could fall. The orc struggled, shocked, but couldn't move. The Black Knight raised both fists and smashed the orc's head so hard it crashed through the ceiling, leaving behind a hole and a spray of dust. The students were speechless. Then more shadows began rising. One by one, elite shadow warriors emerged, lining the room in silence. No words, no delay, just protection. Gina opened her eyes. Her brother had hurt her. Meanwhile, deep inside the Busan gate, Jinwoo received a new system message. The dungeon was massive, like it had been made for giants. But before he could explore far, a roar echoed from the front. "Incoming!" Jong-soo, the Knights Guild's guildmaster, screamed as a massive beast lunged out from the darkness. A 2-headed ogre, 10 feet tall, eyes glowing red. It charged, swinging a tree-sized club with terrifying speed. Jong-soo threw himself in the way, shouting, "Get behind me!" A shimmering shield formed just in time as the club collided with it, sending out a shockwave. He held his ground, feet sliding back a few inches, but he stood. "Yuntae, now!" Yuntai launched himself off the ground like a spring-loaded missile, blade flashing as he landed directly on the two-headed ogre's massive shoulders. In one brutal arc, he slashed both heads across the eyes. The monster let out a deafening double-layered roar, stumbling backward. "Now!" Yuntai shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. The Knights Guild didn't miss a beat. Frontline hunters surged forward in perfect sync, blades cleaving into the beast's thick, hideous flesh. Behind them, the mages were already mid-chant, unleashing firestorms that exploded across the ogre's back like mini volcanoes. Flames licked at its skin, smoke filling the air, and the stench of burnt monster meat made it hard to breathe. Then, boom! The ogre hit the ground like a falling building. Dead, charred, massive. A clean victory. No casualties, no injuries. But everyone felt it, that weird tension in the air. Jiangsu, ever the sharp one, called for a regroup. "That was weird," he muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. "A twin-headed ogre at the entrance of a dungeon? That's usually the final boss." Jinwoo stepped forward, eyes narrowing. "It's a gravekeeper, which means," Yuntai asked, raising a brow. Jiangsu exhaled. "It's guarding something. Probably a whole army of undead deeper inside." "Cool, cool," Yuntai said sarcastically. "Let's not jinx the raid, boss." But before they could laugh it off, something strange happened. From the deeper end of the tunnel, undead creatures began to appear. Not charging forward like berserk monsters. No, they were retreating, limping backward, faces twisted in panic, like something worse was chasing them. Jinwoo didn't care. He was already distracted. A pulse hit him, hard. His heart raced, his eyes widened. The shadow soldiers he had stationed near Gina just pinged him. Something was wrong. Very wrong. He didn't hesitate. "I have to go," he said flatly, turning away. "What?" Jiangsu called after him. "You can't just leave in the middle of a..." Jinwoo turned, calm but cold. "I'll leave someone stronger." Then he summoned him. Beru, the Ant King, cloaked in black smoke, emerged from the shadows with that soul-shaking aura that had once paralyzed entire battalions. The reaction was instant. Hunters backed away, eyes wide. Some even stumbled. "That's from the Jeju Island raid," one whispered. Jinwoo didn't flinch. "Beru will lead the vanguard. I'm leaving you 20 soldiers. That'll be enough." Yerim, still catching her breath from the ogre battle, couldn't believe it. "You're seriously leaving now? After unleashing that?" Jinwoo's gaze cut through her like ice. "If you don't want them here, I can take them back. But when this raid fails, it's on the Knights Guild, not me." Silence. Even Jiangsu backed off. "All right, understood." Jinwoo clenched his fists. Still over an hour until Shadow Exchange cools down. Damn it. He didn't wait, didn't explain. He vanished into the tunnel. Did he really just leave? Tae asked, half stunned, half impressed. But Jinwoo was already on the move, his body radiating fury. As he sprinted through the dungeon corridors, undead beasts blocked his path, and then knelt, bowing. They recognized him, not as prey, but as their king. Jinwoo barely noticed. He dismissed his dagger into inventory and broke into a full sprint. At the end of the path, he called out in a sharp voice, "Kaizo!" The sky outside the dungeon split open. A black wyvern, wings steaming with shadow energy, materialized. The crowd outside the gate gasped. "Wait, is that Hunter Sung? Why is he leaving?" He didn't answer. Jinwoo jumped onto Kaizo's back and pointed forward. "To Gina, now!" Kaizo let out a thunderous roar and took off, wings tearing through the sky as they soared toward Seoul. Back at the school, the orc's skull exploded like a watermelon under a hammer. The creature dropped to the floor, lifeless. Around it, the high orcs summoned from Jinwoo's shadows stood tall, silent, watching. The terrified students blinked, processing. They didn't know whether to scream or clap. Who just saved us? The other two orcs, still alive, tried to run, but the high orcs caught them. They didn't scream. They didn't fight. They knew it was over. Two sickening crunches followed, and the bodies dropped. Gina and her classmates stood in stunned silence. Only then did they realize they weren't alone. They'd been protected, guarded, not by people, not by magic, but by something darker and stronger. Still trembling, Gina whispered, "Where's my brother?" No answer. The high orcs didn't move, didn't let her go, didn't even blink. They knew what was still coming. And then, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed in the stairwell, coming closer, louder, slower. Not just one. Something else was on its way. The air shifted, heavy, charged, like the world itself was holding its breath. And then it happened. A gate cracked open deep within the dungeon, and out came a throne. Massive, ancient, as if the entire place had been built just to hold it. The final seal had broken. From the shadows surrounding that throne stepped out a towering orc, taller than any they'd seen, muscles carved like stone, tattoos crawling across his body like the history of war itself. This wasn't just another brute. This was Groktar, chieftain of the Crimson Blade tribe, and the master of this dungeon. He didn't walk out quietly. He announced himself with the kind of arrogance that only comes from killing thousands. Every scar on his skin told a story. Every mark was a memory of someone who'd challenged him and lost. His subordinate rushed to his side, panic in his voice. "Some of our own high orcs. They're helping the humans." Groktar didn't flinch. "How many?" "3," came the answer. A low, cruel grin stretched across the warlord's face. "Pathetic." He hefted his monstrous axe over one shoulder, his eyes glowing with bloodlust. "Let's go remind them who really owns this place." Outside the classroom, orcs that had been retreating heard Groktar's name and erupted into cheers. Their chieftain was here. The tide had turned, or so they thought. Groktar didn't waste time. He moved like smoke, faster than anything his size should have been able to. The high orcs guarding Gina rushed him, blades drawn. Didn't matter. He ducked the first, parried the second, and spun with the grace of a predator. His curved blade flashed, slashing through his enemies. They fell, and then they got back up. Groktar's grin faded. "What is this?" he muttered, narrowing his eyes. No matter how many times he cut them down, they kept rising, healing, reforming. Like death didn't apply to them. Was it a spell? Some cursed magic? It didn't matter. He'd kill them all if he had to. But then, that voice came back, the one in his head. Whispers, commands. "Kill the girl." He gritted his teeth. The headache throbbed behind his eyes. But the voice had a point. If this was a spell, it had a source. His eyes scanned the room, and then he saw her, Gina, trembling, hiding behind the regenerating high orcs. But Groktar wasn't looking at fear. He was looking at connection. There was something linking her to these creatures, and he was sure of it now. She was the shaman, the control center. "All units, get the girl." One orc lunged toward Gina. The high orcs moved to intercept, but Groktar had already prepared for that. His forces surrounded them, pounced, and held them down long enough to keep them away. It worked. Jinwoo's little sister was left wide open. That's when it happened. A nasty-looking orc, big and ugly as hell, grabbed her by the head. Sneering, he muttered how he always knew it was her. Said he could smell her magic from a mile away. He was just about to finish her off when he froze. He could feel something bad, something coming. His hands started shaking so bad he couldn't even hold on to her anymore. He let her drop like dead weight. Her friend bolted over, helping her up, panic all over her face. "You okay?" Meanwhile, the orc's gut twisted in terror. And then, boom. An explosion rocked the place. Dust everywhere, people coughing, chaos. And through the smoke, he stepped in. He knelt next to his sister, gently placing his hand on her head. His voice low, steady. "It's okay now, you're safe." Every orc in the room? They backed the hell up. Even their leader, Gruer of the Red Knives, tried to puff up and introduce himself. Didn't even get the words out. Jinwoo shot him a look, lifted a finger and said coldly, "Shut up. Wait your turn." Gruer shut right the hell up. Jinwoo hugged his sister close, whispering an apology for being late. Then he turned, asking the other students if they were okay. A few nodded. Sonia, standing nearby, tried to sound brave. I'm fine." But then she noticed it. The aura coming off Jinwoo. It wasn't just strong, it was terrifying. And when Jinwoo saw the red bruise on his sister's cheek, left by that orc's filthy hand, something snapped inside him. Igris. His voice was like ice. His Shadow Knight appeared instantly, bowing his head. "Protect my sister," Jinwoo ordered. "Get the kids out of here." More shadow soldiers materialized, picking up the injured students and carrying them toward the dragon waiting outside. Meanwhile, the orcs? Yeah, they tried to move. Tried to make a break for it. Bad idea. "You move," Jinwoo warned. "You die." One idiot orc charged anyway, swinging a club the size of a tree trunk. Jinwoo didn't even flinch. He caught the club with 2 fingers. Snap! The orc howled like a dying animal, and before you could blink, Jinwoo had slammed him into the ground, hard enough to crack the concrete. One stomp, finished. The other 2 orcs tried to bolt. Jinwoo just raised his hand. Ruler's authority. Both orcs shot up into the air like puppets on strings, and when he closed his fists, they turned into a bloody mess. Done. The rest of the orcs panicked, screaming, charging all at once. Didn't matter. Jinwoo moved through them like a force of nature, tearing through bodies with his bare damn hands. In seconds, the room was littered with corpses. Only one was left standing. Gruer, shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. Jinwoo walked up, grabbed the bastard by the head and smashed him against the wall. Then he noticed something even worse. The halls beyond the corridor, littered with students, injured, bleeding. He turned to another hall. Same thing. His eyes darkened. "Why are you killing people?" he demanded. Gruer whimpered, mumbling some half-crazed excuse about hearing voices telling him to kill. "What about me?" Jinwoo asked quietly. "You want to kill me too?" Gruer broke down. crying, begging for mercy. In that moment, Jinwoo realized, to them he wasn't even human. He was something worse. His chaos blade materialized in his hand. "No point in talking anymore," Jinwoo said coldly. "I'll spare you, but don't expect it to be painless." Meanwhile, over in the dungeon where the Night Guild was raiding, things weren't exactly peachy either. One healer tugged at a giant ant's leg, yelling, "Hey, you got any idea how much vampire soul crystals are worth? Don't just eat them." The ant didn't even care. Kept chomping on vampires like it was an all-you-can-eat buffet. Annoyed, the healer yanked again, but accidentally scraped her arm. Before she could even yelp properly, the ant turned around, extended a huge claw, and in 1 second flat, her wound healed. She blinked. Healing magic? The girl realized, dumbfounded. This shadow ant's healing skills are better than mine, and I'm supposed to be the healer. Just another day in Jinwoo's crazy world. Meanwhile, back in another part of the battlefield, it was the ants' turn to cause some serious mayhem. Beru, the general of the ants, led his squad like a damn army. They pushed deeper into the dungeon, marching down endless dark corridors. At the end of one of them, a massive door creaked open, and waiting behind it, the boss. And not just any boss, an archlich. The moment the hunters laid eyes on it, they froze. "Oh shit," somebody muttered. An archlich wasn't your average dungeon boss. It was one of the nastiest, most horrifying things you could pull from a gate, and no guild had ever taken one down clean before. This should have been a damn nightmare. But thanks to one overpowered ant general, disaster was about to get flipped on its head. The hunters weren't out of the woods yet, though. Behind them, the dead monsters that Beru's ants hadn't finished off. Yeah, like those guys were crawling back up. The undead army was rising. "Seal the doors, now!" the raid leader shouted, panic all over his face. "Sacred defense!" One of the mage girls activated her barrier skill, throwing up a shimmering shield just in time. But it wasn't gonna last forever. "We got 5 minutes, tops!" the healer girl cried. The leader's mind was racing. Without Hunter Sung Jinwoo here, we're screwed. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw movement. The ant general Titi was heading straight for the boss. The archlich hissed, speaking in a gravelly voice that sent chills down everybody's spine. "Why are the king's troops fighting against us? We were chosen." It didn't make any damn sense. The boss was actually confused, thought Beru was on his side. Beru didn't give a single damn about his confusion. The ant general just jumped and punched the boss so hard, he sent the monster flying across the dungeon like a damn ragdoll. "For somebody who's about to die," Beru growled, "you sure do talk a lot. Savage." The moment the boss slammed into the wall, Beru was on him again, claws digging deep. In one smooth, brutal move, he ripped the archlich's heart clean out of his chest. The light in the boss's eyes faded instantly, and like dominoes, every undead soldier in the dungeon collapsed. Their connection to the dark energy snapped like a broken string. The hunters just stood there, mouths hanging open. One hit, one kill. Whole damn army wiped. The raid leader finally broke the silence, shouting, "I knew he was strong, but holy hell, I had no idea." Another hunter wandered over, shaking his head in disbelief. With soldiers like that, Sung Jinwoo could clear entire dungeons without lifting a damn finger. Thinking about it, they realized, yeah, Beru and the other shadows didn't even burn through Jinwoo's mana completely. He was barely trying, and he could still steamroll monsters like this. One of the hunters joked, nudging the raid leader. "Maybe we should scrap our old plans and just beg to join the Ajin Guild?" The raid leader scowled. "You kidding me? Merge our fine-ass Knights Guild with some new outfit just like that?" The guy shrugged. "I mean, it's kinda tempting." But the leader shook his head, grumbling about how Sung Jinwoo didn't even need them anyway. Rules are rules, he thought. Even if Jinwoo could solo a dungeon with his eyes closed, technically a raid still needed a full team. Still, part of him knew, if they backed Jinwoo, offered him support instead of trying to recruit him, nobody would blame them. Hell, they might even come out looking like geniuses. Meanwhile, outside, a heavy rain hammered down. Parents were flooding the streets outside the school, frantic, desperate to see if their kids were alive. Some cried tears of joy, others wept over the stretchers being carried away. Inside a quiet car, Jinwoo sat with the president of the Hunters Association. The president turned to him. "The 213 students who escaped at the beginning of the incident, they're all safe." Jinwoo gave a tight nod. 10 more were rescued afterward. The president continued. "If we'd reacted faster, maybe we could have saved more." He handed his phone over, showing data charts. In the past 6 months, the number of new dungeons has been growing exponentially. The graphs didn't lie. Dungeons weren't just popping up, they were exploding across the world. But that's not even the weirdest part, the president added. He scrolled down to another set of stats. More and more people are awakening powers, strong ones. Strong enough to hold off monsters. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. It wasn't random. It felt like the world was getting ready for something. Jinwoo leaned back, thinking hard. He asked about other countries. Japan, America, China, France, England, Germany, even way out in Central Asia. The president nodded, serious. Same patterns everywhere, sung Jinwoo. Something's coming, and it's coming fast. After the rain-soaked car ride, the president of the Hunters Association leaned over from the front seat, handing Jinwoo a thick folder. These, he said, are the countries that officially want to make contact with you. Some others, he chuckled dryly. They already tried unofficially. Jinwoo flipped through the pages, his face unreadable. The president sighed. Look, the association can't really stop them. We're just protecting your info the best we can. But the truth is, he paused, choosing his words carefully. If you decide to leave Korea now, it's going to be damn hard to adapt anywhere else. They'll eat you alive out there. The conversation ran long, way longer than either of them expected. By the time they finally pulled up to the hospital where Jinwoo's sister was recovering, the sky was starting to brighten just a little. As Jinwoo got out of the car, the president called after him, voice a little softer. We'll give you whatever you need to stay, Hunter Sung. Just think about it. South Korea's got 10 registered S-rank hunters, and we already lost 3. 2 of them, killed by monsters. We can't afford to lose you too. Then he dropped the big question. What is it you want, Sung Jinwoo? Jinwoo turned around, dead serious. I want permission, he said, to raid dungeons solo. The president blinked. You mean you want me to lift the minimum party rule? Jinwoo nodded. Normally hunters needed a team, safety in numbers and all that. Going alone was supposed to be suicide, but this wasn't some normal hunter. The president ran a hand down his face. That rule exists so idiots don't get themselves killed. Even the best can get ambushed in a raid. But looking into Jinwoo's eyes, he knew arguing was pointless. He sighed. You really are a one-man army, aren't you? The president smiled thinly. It's hard, but not impossible. I'll pull the strings. Meanwhile, across town, a young reporter clicked off her mic after a brutal day of coverage. One of the cameramen patted her on the back. Good job out there. She smiled, just as her phone buzzed. Her brother. Hey, he said casually. How about ditching Dad's dusty old guild office and joining a real one? Ours. She blinked. Since when are you recruiting? Her brother Ginho laughed. Since we're missing 1 member to get officially registered. She raised an eyebrow. And you're roping me into some half-baked guild with some shady stranger? Ginho just grinned. If you knew who this shady stranger was, you'd fall off your chair. Who is it? Cut to Jinwoo, standing in the lobby with his arms crossed as Jinho awkwardly introduced his sister. Suin, a certified A-rank hunter. The second Suin peeled off her mask and realized who she was looking at. Her jaw almost hit the floor. You're him! The hunter who wrecked Lee Min-sung's press conference and just disappeared. Jinwoo chuckled lowly, easing into the couch. Man, he thought, Ginho's D rank and his sister's an A rank? Must be in the bloodline. He remembered reading cases where siblings both awakened. Not common, but not unheard of either. As Suin babbled excitedly, Jinwoo stayed calm. I'm guessing Ginho filled you in? She nodded eagerly. Yeah, you need a 4th member to officially form a guild, right? I'm in. Honestly, it's better than being bossed around by my jerk of a brother in Eugene's guild. She then whipped out her phone. Mind if we take a quick pic for my socials? Jinwoo raised an eyebrow but shrugged. Knock yourself out. Meanwhile, back at the Hunters Association, not everyone was thrilled about Jinwoo's new guild. At a private meeting, an association officer ranted, "This is pure privilege. You're bending all the rules for him." He slammed his hand on the table. But the president stayed cool. "You're right," he said simply. "It is privilege." The officer sputtered in disbelief, but the president leaned in, voice low and serious. "Tell me, if monsters poured out of a gate tomorrow, would you rather send a squad of 20 hunters or 1 Sung Jinwoo?" Silence. The officer had no comeback, because deep down, everyone knew the answer. Meanwhile, across town, Hae-in sat glaring at her phone. There it was, a social media post, fresh and smug, from some girl flaunting her first day with the Ajin Guild. Cha's hands shook with rage. Seriously? First day? Already flexing? The aura around her flared so hard that it damn near rattled the walls. The next morning, Jinwoo and Ginho stood outside a massive gate, staring up at it. It was huge, like stupid huge. Even Jinwoo had to admit, it made most dungeon entrances look like baby playgrounds. He smirked, glancing sideways at Ginho. Man, if this dude had seen a gate this big back when we first started, he'd have fainted right on the spot. Reporters were swarming the place like flies. Hunter Sung, a few words for the media. What are your thoughts on the Ajin Guild's first raid? Is it true you have a secret connection to founder Yu Jincheol? Jinwoo was about 2 seconds away from vaporizing them, when thankfully some Hunter Association staff swooped in and cleared a path. One of the officials leaned in, apologizing. Sorry, Hunter Sung. We tried keeping the dungeon location quiet, but you know how it is. Reporters always find a way, he added, lowering his voice. Also might want to be more careful what you post on social media from now on. That pic your guildmate posted blew up fast. Ginho scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Oops. As they prepped for the raid, Ginho tugged at Jinwoo's sleeve. Young, how are we gonna manage mining without crystal squads? It's usually way more complicated. Jinwoo just gave him a lazy grin. Don't sweat it. My shadow's got it covered. Inside the gate, the Hunter Association rep couldn't believe what he was seeing. The Shadow Soldiers? They weren't just strong, they were monsters themselves. Inches, the commander, was tearing through A-rank monsters like they were made of paper, swinging a sword so fast it left crackling arcs of electricity behind each slice. Every monster that got close, dead in an instant. The official wiped sweat from his forehead. Hell, even just one of these shadow guys could clear a whole dungeon. Meanwhile, Ginho was losing his damn mind. One of the ants had started munching on monster corpses like they were at a damn Golden Corral buffet. Ginho ran over and kicked the ant across the room. Hey, those things are worth a fortune, you oversized cockroach. Stop eating the profits. Other shadow soldiers looked up guiltily, like kids caught sneaking cookies. The association guy watched this chaos, utterly stunned. How the hell is this guy casually mining, raiding, and babysitting an undead army all at once? Now he got why the chairman had told him, stick close to Sung Jinwoo. Then, without warning, the dungeon boss showed up. Jinwoo immediately dismissed most of his shadow army, only left the mining crew behind. The official blinked. Wait, what's he doing? He could have just steamrolled this boss with the soldiers. But Jinwoo was already walking forward, rolling his shoulders. If I rely on my shadows too much, he muttered, my own skills will start to rust. Next second, he sprinted, damn near teleported. One breath later, and the boss was chopped into fine bloody mist. System alert. Boss eliminated. Level up 101. Skill advancements unlocked. Jinwoo blinked. Whoa. His shadow summoning skill, Guardian of Shadows, had leveled up. The cooldown on Shadow Exchange dropped by an entire hour too, meaning if anything happened to his mom or sister, he could reach them even faster. Now we're talking, Jinwoo thought. Behind him, the Hunter Association guy was still trying to process what the hell he'd just seen. The boss had tough-ass natural armor, something even elite hunters struggled to crack, and Jinwoo had sliced through it like he was cutting butter. But then he saw something even crazier. Jinwoo summoned his power again, Shadow Extraction. A black mist swirled around the boss's corpse, and the monster stood back up as Jinwoo's newest shadow. System alert. Shadow Extraction successful. Shadow level 13. Jinwoo studied it. It looked a lot like Feng, his shadow mage. Same vibe, same dangerous aura. Sure, the new shadow was smaller, but the magic coming off him? Strong. Real strong. He figured if it was like Fang, maybe it could grow bigger later. Now all he needed was a name. He thought about it for a second, then smiled. Jima, he said. System confirmation. New shadow name registered. Jima. Another badass added to the roster, and Jinwoo was just getting started. Standing off to the side, the Hunter Association rep watched Jinwoo's army of shadows with wide eyes. Mentor's not just copying monsters, he thought. He's making them even stronger. But before he could finish processing that scary thought, the dungeon walls started to tremble. The raid was done. The boss was dead. Now the whole damn place was about to collapse. Jinwoo glanced over his shoulder, cool as ever, and realized he had to hustle out too, especially with his new recruit slung over his shadow's shoulder. Outside the gate, chaos was already brewing. A huge orc shadow lumbered out first, carrying the dead dungeon boss like a prize deer over its shoulder. The reporters lost their damn minds. People screamed. Cameras flashed. Somebody yelled, "The monsters are escaping!" But then they noticed something weird. The giant orc wasn't attacking. It was just standing there, looking awkward, scratching the back of his huge head like he was embarrassed. The crowd slowly realized, holy crap, that's Sung Jinwoo's shadow. Next thing you know, everybody's snapping pics like crazy, flashes going off like fireworks. Ginho jogged up next to Jinwoo, grinning. Young, smile. Look at all these reporters. They're eating this up. Jinwoo just sighed. This was exactly the kind of attention he didn't want. Meanwhile, the Hunter Association official who had gone in with them, dude looked like he just crawled out of a horror movie, pale as a ghost. Later, he met up with the president of the association and gave his report. "You've been on dozens of raids," the president said, arms crossed. "Was this one really so different?" The man shook his head, still dazed. "Sir, this wasn't a raid. This was a massacre." The president nodded slowly. It was all crystal clear now. He stared out the window, hands clasped behind his back, mopping up the dungeon, collecting corpses, mining crystals. Jinwoo wasn't running a guild. He was the guild. One man, one army. And honestly, the president wasn't sad about it. He was damn proud. Korea's strongest weapon, maybe even the world's. But across the sea in Japan, things were spiraling into disaster. In Tokyo, a monstrous red gate opened. So big it blotted out half the damn sky. People stopped dead in their tracks, staring upward, slack-jawed in horror. A low, terrifying rumble echoed through the streets. Elsewhere, in a mansion where the strongest Japanese guilds secretly gathered, panic was already boiling over. The leaders of the Naked Blade Guild, the servants of the Murayama clan, and other S-rank hunters huddled together, tension thick as smoke. One of them spotted someone approaching the balcony. "Oh, the Naked Blade Guild co-owners here," he muttered. But another guy barked at him. "Idiot, that's the guild leader himself." Things were bad. 7 S-rank hunters had already been wiped out, including Go Gun-hee's prized protege, Gao Ruji. The biggest guilds were falling apart. If Naked Blade collapsed, the others would be right behind them. In another part of the mansion, the hunters argued bitterly. "Where the hell's the association?" one man shouted. "How the hell does a gate this massive pop up in the middle of Tokyo and they say nothing?" Another guy slammed his fist on the table. "Even if every S-rank hunter in Japan teamed up, we still wouldn't stand a damn chance." They tossed around crazy ideas. Summon national-level hunters, hire mercenaries. Hell, one guy even suggested paying Thomas Andre to fly in and fix it. "Good luck affording him," someone snapped. "Even if you could hire mercenaries," another said, "there's not enough of them left. Too many new dungeons popping up everywhere." Someone finally mentioned a backup option, Yuri Orlov, the Russian tank. But they all knew he wasn't cheap either. Desperation was setting in. Meanwhile, a few hundred kilometers away, Jinwoo was cruising down the highway in his car, windows down, fresh air pouring in. He thought back over everything. Level 101. The key to the Temple of Carton finally unlocked. New insane skills. Wonder what's waiting at level 102, he mused. He pulled up to his next stop, hopped out, and stretched. His deputy had apparently handled things perfectly. Full of energy, full of plans. Now they just needed a few more members for the guild to be officially set. But then, something caught Jinwoo's eye. Across the street, Hae-in. He froze, watched her pass by, and then, like she could feel his gaze, Cha suddenly turned around. Sharp, tense, like a cat sensing danger. Their eyes locked. And for a second, just a second, the world went real quiet. As soon as Cha-Hae-in spotted Jinwoo, she whipped around and started walking. Fast, while I went in the other direction. But Jinwoo wasn't about to let her ghost him. He took one step forward, and in a blink, he was standing right in front of her. Confused, he asked, "Hey, why are you running? And what are you doing by our office anyway?" Cha, caught off guard, flailed a little, trying to explain. I was just looking for my car. Parking lot." "Yeah." Jinwoo blinked, then turned around, realizing, oh right, the shadow exchange thing screwed up where his actual car was parked. Before he could say anything else, Cha blurted out, "Could you spare some time? I need to talk." Her voice was hesitant, like she was wrestling with about 5 different thoughts at once. It wasn't just random small talk. Cha had seen the social media posts, the ones about the new recruit joining Jinwoo's guild, and she couldn't help but wonder, was she rejected? Was it because she wasn't S-rank? Were Jinwoo and that girl dating? But Cha pushed all that aside, barely and awkwardly said, I'm actually here to deliver a message from Hunter Min Byung-gu." Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. "Let's not do this standing in the street," he said. "Come inside. We'll talk." Once they were in the office, Cha looked around like she was expecting to find hidden cameras or something. Jinwoo chuckled. "The deputy's still at the raid site. We're alone. What's this about?" Cha took a deep breath and explained. She told him about that weird encounter, the strange voice she'd heard. It said, "Be cautious. The one who pulled me from the endless darkness is no longer himself. Even though he held the promise, he feels like a blind servant now, created solely for that being." It was equal parts terrifying and sad. The voice had told her that the power inside Jinwoo was dangerous, way more dangerous than anyone realized, and that even Jinwoo himself needed to be careful. "The real monarch's army," she whispered, "and you're their king." Cha fell silent. Jinwoo sat back heavily, staring at the floor. Real monarch's army. Later, down in the dungeon during a break, Ginho was happily stuffing his face with food, oblivious as always. Man, Hyung, he said with his mouth full. Kinda reminds me of when we used to run those C-rank dungeons, you know? Jinwoo made a face. Can you not talk while inhaling your lunch? But Jinho grinned, undeterred. Then he asked seriously, hey, since your shadows can kinda act on their own, can't you send them off to run errands? Like when you're busy eating or something? Jinwoo shook his head. Nah, the farther away they get, the less control I have. Plus, I have no damn clue what they get up to behind my back. They kept chatting, and Ginho eventually asked about Jinwoo's sister. Jinwoo's expression softened. She's resting. She's got some of the best shadow soldiers guarding her. She's safe. Curious, Jinwoo decided to check in. He focused, activating his second sense transmission, and locked onto one of the shadows near his sister. Suddenly, he could see through its eyes. She was curled up on the couch, fast asleep, TV murmuring in the background. A shadow ant was switching TV channels, trying to find a show it liked. Seriously, Jinwoo thought. This idiot's acting like a couch potato. He switched views, caught sight of his mom shopping at the supermarket. Then, oops, accidentally tuned into a view of Hae-in, who was, mid-bath. Jinwoo instantly snapped back out, face burning. Jinho noticed his weird look and laughed. Hyung, you fall asleep or something? Jinwoo coughed. No, just thinking? Man, I owe her an apology or something. Changing the subject, Ginho brought up the latest news. Hey, hear about the S-rank gate in Japan? They're saying it's only 3 days away from disaster. Hunters from everywhere are rushing there. Jinwoo nodded. Yeah, they reached out to me too. But, Ginho pressed, I had other things to deal with first. Truth was, Jinwoo had bigger priorities. He had the key to the Temple of Carton now, an invitation from the system itself, and it was calling to him. There was something inside, answers he needed. Time to stop talking and start moving. Jinwoo stood up, his chair scraping back. If you're done eating, let's go. Ginho, still mid-bite, scrambled up, nearly choking on his food. Meanwhile, elsewhere, inside a fancy conference room, Yuri Orlov, Russia's best tank, was running his mouth. Everyone knew he was a cocky bastard, but damn if he didn't have the skills to back it up. Evacuation's the smart move, Yuri said, arms crossed. Japan's running out of hunters fast. Only a handful of S-ranks left. Across from him, a Japanese official nodded grimly. That's right, and every guild now needs at least one top-tier hunter just to survive. The room felt heavy, because everyone knew if they couldn't stop what was coming through that gate, Japan was screwed. Back over in Japan, things were getting desperate. The guilds had pulled together whatever top hunters they had left. 3 big names minus one who bailed, and it still wasn't enough. Sitting across the table, Yuri Orlov, the big-shot Russian tank, set his drink down with a heavy clunk. He gave them a hard stare. All right, he said, voice casual but sharp. You want me to block that gate? It's gonna cost you. The room tensed. $3.6 billion a year, Yuri continued, stretching like he was negotiating over pizza toppings. 10 million a day. Dead silence. And for that price, he added smugly, I'll save your whole damn country. Yuri leaned back in his chair, smiling lazily. Compared to Thomas Andre, I'm a damn bargain. The Japanese hunters standing behind the table didn't catch every word, the language barrier, but they could tell from his tone that it wasn't exactly friendly. Some of them stiffened, like they were about 2 seconds from throwing hands. Yuri didn't care. He even raised a hand, waving them off like flies. Don't even twitch unless I tell you to, he warned. You might try something, but you won't get anywhere. The room was deadlocked. Yuri smirked. You don't have the luxury to be picky anymore, he said. Either you pay up and live, or you roll the dice and pray. Across from him, one of the lead negotiators finally spoke up. You seem very confident. Yuri laughed. You're damn right. Better to pay one real tank than hire 100 losers who'll piss their pants the moment monsters pop out. Still, the official hesitated. Even if we accept your terms, getting that kind of budget approved, it's complicated. He started fidgeting, murmuring about making a call. Yuri just shrugged, already knowing he had them cornered. They'll fold, he thought. They always do. Meanwhile, back in South Korea, Jinwoo was finishing packing his bag. His mom stood by the door, worried. You sure you're okay, sweetheart? Jinwoo smiled softly. I'm fine, Mom. Just gotta meet someone. He stepped out into the crisp evening air. Time was ticking, literally. As soon as the countdown on his Temple of Carton key hit 0, it had pointed him to a new dungeon, one he had to find fast. At the sight, a young hunter girl stood near a recently opened gate. She frowned. 2 gates at the same location? That wasn't supposed to happen. And though the school nearby was closed, a few kids still wandered too close for comfort. Suddenly, a hooded figure approached. She shouted automatically, Hey, this area is restricted. The figure pulled his hood down. It was Sung Jinwoo. Her heart damn near jumped out of her chest. He didn't waste time. When did this gate open? Jinwoo asked sharply. 3 days ago, sir. Jinwoo cursed under his breath. Damn it. No one had told him that the dungeon would open the moment he located it. And 3 days? That meant someone had already gone inside, probably thinking it was just a regular A-rank gate. Idiots. They had no clue what they were walking into. Did any hunters enter? He demanded. The girl nodded, still shell-shocked. About 2 hours ago, sir. Jinwoo's face darkened. Stop the raid, now. But the reading said it was just a normal A rank. They're wrong, Jinwoo snapped. Everyone inside is about to die if we don't act. Without waiting for permission, he stormed toward the gate. Stay here, he ordered, and don't follow me. The girl wanted to argue, wanted to demand answers, but something about the way he said it made her freeze. He wasn't guessing, he knew. Inside the dungeon, the group of hunters who had gone ahead stood in front of a massive boss room door. It was sealed shut, which was weird. Boss doors were supposed to swing open once you got close. They started debating what to do. Some suggested forcing it open. Others whispered about bailing out. And just then, Jinwoo arrived. You idiots need to back away, he barked. They all jumped out of their skins. Who the hell are you? Someone shouted. Jinwoo's voice was low, calm, deadly serious. I'm S rank. He looked at the boss room door, and he knew instantly it wasn't a door, it was a goddamn trap, and it was already too late. Inside the eerie dungeon, Jinwoo waved the hunters back. This place is dangerous, he warned. Seriously, you should leave. I'll handle it. But when he pushed on the massive door, it didn't budge. Not locked normally. Enchanted. Suddenly, ding, a system notification popped up. The doors to the Temple of Carton are locked. A key is required. Jinwoo pulled out the key and realized right away something was wrong. Meanwhile, the hunters behind him, still clueless, mumbled among themselves. One guy stepped up, trying to be all formal. Sir, no offense, but this dungeon's already reserved for our raid team. Even if you're S rank, you can't just kick us out. Jinwoo shrugged. Fine, I'm not stopping you. The hunters fist bumped each other like they'd won an argument. Right up until another system alert popped up. Unauthorized entry detected. Uninvited guests will be eliminated. Yeah, real great timing, guys. One of the guards standing watch near the door suddenly roared to life, swinging a massive hammer down at the nearest hunter. If it weren't for Jinwoo grabbing the guy by the armor and tossing him out of harm's way like a sack of potatoes, that dude would have been a pancake. And looming behind the guard, a massive hulking monster. Straight nightmare fuel. Jinwoo turned back to the other hunters, deadly serious. I'm not holding you here, but if you've got any brains at all, you'll run. He told them straight. Report this to the association. Call it what it is, a double dungeon. And without waiting for an answer, Jinwoo stepped through the doors, just as they slammed shut behind him with a bone-shaking boom. Inside the temple, the air was heavy. Torches on the walls flickered to life one by one. Everything was exactly the way he remembered it from last time. The tests, the statues, the endless pressure. But this time, he saw it clear as day. The other creatures weren't monsters, they were puppets. And the thing pulling the strings? That massive statue standing in the center. Jinwoo stared it down. You're the bastard behind this, he muttered. He raised his voice. Not gonna say anything? Just gonna keep smirking like a creep? For a second, there was only silence. Then, the statue's lips curled into a horrible grin. The verbal smile peeled back under the hood, and a voice echoed across the chamber. We've been waiting for you. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Yuri Orlov strutted through Narita Airport, flashbulbs popping left and right. Reporters swarmed him, shouting over each other. How will you block the gate? Yuri waved lazily at the cameras. I'm gonna set up a magic circle around it, he said, like he was explaining how to fry an egg. When the spell kicks in, the gate gets locked up tighter than a damn bank vault. Skeptical murmurs spread through the crowd. Someone asked if his magic alone would be enough. Yuri just smirked. Normally? Hell no. But I'll plant mana crystals all over Tokyo. Once I start the spell, the crystals will feed it. Stronger than concrete, stronger than steel. He gave the cameras a wink. I'm gonna save this whole city, don't forget it. In Seoul, the Hunter Association president watched the broadcast live from his office, grim-faced. If Yuri failed, the whole damn country was screwed. He turned to his assistant. How's Sung Jinwoo doing? Currently guarding a dungeon in Seoul, sir. The assistant handed him a folder, a list of dungeons Hae-in Guild had reserved. But the president frowned. One guy? A whole guild? It was so absurd it almost made him laugh. Almost, but he knew better. Jinwoo wasn't one guy. He was a walking army. Still, he worried. Guild politics were tricky. The White Tiger and Reaper's guilds weren't gonna like it if Hae-in Guild started flexing too hard. His assistant shrugged. They just asked that no one enter the gate area for a week. Shouldn't be an issue. The president nodded thoughtfully. Just as the assistant's phone rang, he picked up, listened, then his face drained of color. Sir, he said quickly, there's a problem. Urgent message from the rating department. The president arched an eyebrow. You remember that school where the orcs showed up? The president nodded. Yeah, what about it? They say a double dungeon opened up there, and Hunter Sung Jinwoo's already gone inside. Inside the temple, the air got heavy. Jinwoo locked eyes with the monstrous statue in the center, and then slowly it started to move. 6 massive stone wings unfolded from its back, grinding against the air like an ancient machine waking up after centuries. The stone tablet, the one with all the dungeon's rules, cracked in the statue's hands like it was made of paper. Jinwoo stared, unblinking. Looks like those rules don't mean jack anymore, he muttered. But the creator, that twisted entity behind everything, finally answered him. It's not that simple, the voice rumbled. Those rules are no longer needed. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. All right then, he said. Why the hell did you call me here? The statue's voice almost sounded amused. You're asking the wrong question. Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. You should be asking. The statue's stone mouth twisted into a wicked grin. Who you are. And with a booming clap of its stone palms, the entire room came alive. Statues, dozens of them, started to move. The final test had begun. If Jinwoo could survive this, he'd finally learn the truth about himself. The creator called it a parting gift. Jinwoo immediately tried summoning his shadow soldiers, but snap. The creator clicked his stone fingers and shut it all down. No class skills allowed, he said coldly. This test is only for you. Damn it! A system notification flashed. Potions disabled. Level up healing disabled. Daily task bonuses disabled. Jinwoo stood there, tightening his fists. The ace up his sleeve, gone. Alright, he thought. Guess I'm on my own. The first stone guard lunged. Jinwoo caught the swing mid-air with raw strength, shattering the giant sword with his bare hands. Without hesitating, he grabbed a shard of the broken blade and hurled it right into the guard's head, embedding it deep. And then, with a flying kick, he slammed the shard further in, knocking the whole statue flat. No time to celebrate. Another guard charged. Jinwoo ducked under the swing, ripped through the guy's weapon like it was butter, and spun behind him, driving twin shards into the back of the statue's head. Stone cracked. Dust flew. More guards joined the party, pulling out stone bows and firing massive arrows at him. But Jinwoo wasn't just fighting back, he was adapting. He deflected the arrows mid-air with insane reflexes. One arrow he kicked so hard it ricocheted straight back into the archer's face. Crack! Taking off half the stone bastard's head. It wasn't just a fight anymore. It was an absolute slaughter. And up above, the creator, the so-called god of this place, watched in stunned silence. This wasn't the same Jinwoo who walked into my dungeon the first time. He'd grown, way beyond expectations. Jinwoo could see everything now. Every tiny movement, every opening. The statues were still powerful as hell, but they weren't invincible anymore. Up in the air, strange glowing figures whispered to each other, shaken. He's really changed? But it wasn't over yet. The floor shook. The biggest stone statue in the whole temple began to rise. The creator's voice boomed. It's time to meet God. Meanwhile, a few hundred kilometers away, at the Hunter Association HQ, the South Korean president sat down across from the Japanese Association chairman. The Japanese side slid a document across the table, a memorandum. They were offering every last magic crystal from Jeju Island, all of it, to South Korea. The Korean president frowned. And what's the catch? The Japanese chairman bowed his head slightly. We'd like to hire Hunter Sung Jinwoo. The Korean president smiled thinly. Unfortunately for you, Jinwoo doesn't belong to us. He slid the paper back across the table without even blinking. But inside he was laughing. That's how desperate they are. The Japanese had lost all their top-tier hunters after the Jeju disaster. Now they were willing to trade an entire island's worth of wealth just for a chance to borrow Jinwoo's strength. And honestly, given what Jinwoo could do, it still wouldn't be enough. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was tense enough to snap in half. The president of the Korean Hunter Association leaned in and said, real casual, I'd like to talk alone. No interpreters. The Japanese chairman blinked, stunned. No Japanese? The Korean president gave a tight smile. Yeah, I grew up around it. My old man ran a business over there. Guess it stuck. As soon as the last translator stepped out and the door clicked shut, the president's tone changed fast. You listen real close, he said, voice like ice. If you're up to any shady crap again, you better kill that idea now. The Japanese chairman looked offended, like he didn't have a clue what he was talking about. But the president didn't let up. He laid it out. The Naked Blades Guild, the pride of Japan's hunter world, was falling apart. Their biggest S-rank hitter, Go Gun-hee, was dead. The guilds were fighting each other for scraps. The association's dirty little hand-in-hand deal with Naked Blades? Yeah, not so secret anymore. And now, if monsters started pouring out of that massive red gate sitting right in the middle of Tokyo, the chairman was going to take all the heat. No hiding. no blaming others. The president shook his head in disgust. Go-Ruji was a hell of a hunter, but you broke the balance, you split the guilds, you screwed yourself. And just to drive it home, he reached under the table and slammed a black box down onto the surface. It wasn't just any box, it was the same one used by Rui's squad, the one that recorded everything. The chairman's face went white. The president glared at him. You really thought I wouldn't find out? He didn't even wait for a reply. In a flash of anger, the Korean president smashed the black box and the table it was sitting on, splintering wood everywhere. I'm not risking my country's future for some selfish old fat cat like you, he growled. We're not starting a damn war over your mistakes. You ought to thank Sung Jinwoo while you still can. Meanwhile, back inside the temple of Carton, Jinwoo was still locked in battle. Statues, dozens of them, kept coming. Every time he smashed one, 2 more popped up like they were on some sick assembly line. He gritted his teeth. There's no end to these bastards. Then he spotted it. A huge statue towering over the others, looming behind him. Worse, it was charging up another one of those insane I-beam attacks. Nope, Jinwoo thought. Not sticking around for that. He quickly activated Ruler's touch, and suddenly the statues chasing him lifted into the air like puppets with their strings yanked. The big statue fired, and the blast obliterated all the floating statues in a flash of terrifying energy. Jinwoo got a new notification. Ruler's touch has reached its maximum level. New skill unlocked. Ruler's authority. Hell yeah, Jinwoo thought, but he didn't have time to celebrate. That monster's attacks were getting deadlier by the second. One wrong move and it wouldn't matter how many skills he had. He'd be toast. No time for fancy tricks. Take out the big guy first. He activated Sprint, launching himself into the air at breakneck speed. The giant statue saw him coming and slammed its massive stone foot down with the force of a meteor strike. Boom! Dust and rubble exploded everywhere. The statue smirked. To it, the hunter was crushed, dead. Game over, or so it thought. Because a second later, slicing through the smoke, Jinwoo shot up, faster than ever, running up the statue's body toward its head. The statue's I-beams fired again, blindingly bright, but Jinwoo had already slipped into its blind spot. He wasn't fighting with brute strength anymore. He was fighting with surgical precision. If he couldn't overpower it, he'd outsmart it. And right now, Jinwoo was 2 steps ahead. Jinwoo gritted his teeth, standing steady on the massive stone shoulder of the towering statue. If only my skills were a little sharper, he thought. This would have been over already. The statue finally noticed him, standing there, chaos blade ready, eyes burning, and it swung, trying to shake him off. Jinwoo didn't back down. He drove his dagger straight into the stone. Clang. The blade that could slice through damn near anything barely left a scratch. His jaw tightened. Fine, he thought. If cutting you won't work, then I'll just break you apart the old-fashioned way. Without hesitation, he launched off the shoulder, diving straight toward the statue's face. Mid-air, he spotted it, a tiny crack along its surface. Bingo. Jinwoo roared, slamming all his strength into it. Break, damn you! The creator, who'd been smugly watching from the shadows, stiffened. Even he knew this hit wasn't just a hit. It was devastation. The enormous statue shuddered, and then collapsed, crashing to the floor in a seismic echo that shook the entire temple. Jinwoo landed smoothly, already moving before the dust had even cleared. More guards, dozens of them, charged at him. Didn't matter. Jinwoo clenched his fist. Lord's authority activated. The whole damn army of statues slammed into the ground like someone had cranked gravity to 100. They struggled pathetically, but it was useless. Jinwoo stood tall, stronger than ever. From his perch, the creator finally clapped slowly, his stone wings flapping lazily. Not bad. He chuckled darkly. Jinwoo wiped dust off his shoulder. All right, pal, you said you'd tell me everything after I won. Start talking. But the creator? He just grinned wider. You forgot, he said. The real exam's just starting. Ping! A new notification appeared in front of Jinwoo. Emergency quest, final trial. Defeat the creator within 10 minutes, or your heart will stop. Oh, hell no. No time to think. No backup. Just Jinwoo, his fists, and his fury. Still, he threw out one question before the fight started. Who the hell are you? The creator laughed, a deep, bone-rattling sound, and the crack started crawling across his stone face. Finally, he answered, I'm the one who created the system. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the Hunter Association's rescue squad rolled up fast. The lead inspector paced nervously. They had rounded up the 7 best hunters they could find on short notice. And honestly, he wasn't sure it would be enough. The closer he got to the dungeon entrance, the more he felt it. A bone-chilling, wrong kind of energy. Like standing naked under a freezing waterfall. He shivered. You guys feel that too? He asked the others. They nodded grimly. No S-rank hunters nearby either. 2 of the Hunter Guild's elites were busy with a raid across town. The inspector cursed under his breath and barked out an urgent order. Get them here, now.
Because whatever the hell was inside that gate, it wasn't normal. Back inside the temple, Jinwoo didn't have time for second thoughts. The creator, the monster, smirked, and his wings shifted, morphing into 6 massive stone arms. Before Jinwoo could even blink, the monster vanished from his sight, and then boom! Sucker punched him so hard he flew across the hall like a missile. Jinwoo smashed into the wall, coughing up blood, his body screaming from the impact. Damn, he's fast. But the creator didn't give him a second to breathe. He was already rushing forward, fists hammering like machine guns. Jinwoo barely dodged the next strike, then the next, and blocked the next with his bare arms. Pain flared through his body, but he stayed standing. And when the creator grinned and swung at him again, Jinwoo swung back, hard. The temple shook with the force of their blows, stone cracking under their feet. Jinwoo's blood was boiling now, adrenaline drowning out the pain. He wasn't going down like this. Not today, not ever. Jinwoo clenched his fists, breathing hard. Across from him, the so-called creator dusted himself off, laughing like he couldn't believe his own damn eyes. Unbelievable, the stone bastard muttered. I'm actually excited about fighting a human. What the hell is wrong with me? Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. Excited? About me? Buddy, you're about to regret that feeling real fast. He pieced it together. This thing had been watching him all along. Since he hit level 101, it had been planning to bring him here. Probably planning to kill him too. But Jinwoo? He wasn't about to let some smug, oversized statue decide when he clocked out. You got a lot of explaining to do, Jinwoo growled, stepping forward. Like why the hell you created the system, why you picked me to be the player, and what the hell's really going on with this world. The creator didn't even flinch. Instead, he charged him. If you want answers that bad, the creator barked, then come get him. Oh, it's like that, huh? Jinwoo sprinted sideways, trying to bait him out. But the moment he blasted an attack, Jinwoo realized with a nasty jolt, this bastard can use the same damn skills I can. The air exploded around him. Jinwoo skidded to a stop, gritting his teeth. The creator's voice echoed across the temple. It doesn't matter if you kill me. Your answer's already set in stone. From the moment I created this system, your fate was sealed. Jinwoo, still dodging around, yelled back, if you didn't pick me, then who the hell did? The creator smirked, dodging easily. I didn't choose you, I just built the playground. Someone else shoved you onto it. The clock was ticking. Jinwoo's eyes snapped to the system timer. Barely a few minutes left. The creator took to the sky, gathering weapons, swords, axes, hammers, flinging them all at once. Jinwoo? He dodged them. Every damn one. Wait a second. He felt their trajectory. He felt their weight. He could predict them. His instincts had leveled the hell up. The creator's cocky grin faltered when Jinwoo cleanly sliced off one of his stone hands midair. You little... The creator roared, grabbing his stub. Jinwoo just smirked. Yeah, buddy, I'm only human, and I'm about to beat your stone ass into gravel. Timer check? 3 minutes, 45 seconds left. More statues rumbled to life, trying to block his way. Didn't matter. Jinwoo jumped high, charged his lord's power, and slammed the ground with enough force to blow the small fry apart. The whole room shuddered. Straight ahead, the creator and his last few stone cronies. Jinwoo locked eyes full send, rushing him. He hacked off another arm, then another. But from the side, wham! A massive stone shield smashed his shoulder. Jinwoo grunted, spinning, spotting the giant guardian that had sucker punched him. Not today. He leapt and cracked the guardian's stone skull wide open with a brutal overhead strike. 2 minutes left. Go, go, go! Fueled by pure adrenaline, Jinwoo turned back to the creator, slicing, smashing, wrecking him piece by piece. Finally, Jinwoo pinned the creator down. The bastard was breathing heavy now, stone dust crumbling off his body. You win, the creator rasped. The answers you want, they're inside me. Jinwoo frowned. What? A system message blinked into existence. Data collection complete. Accept or reject. Jinwoo barely hesitated. Accept. Flash. The world around him vanished. He was floating now, weightless, bodiless, hovering above a landscape straight out of a nightmare. Below him, an ocean of monsters. High orcs, goblins, demons, marching like a goddamn endless army. They all lifted their heads, not looking at him, looking at something else. Jinwoo's gut twisted. He turned. Up there, a massive, yawning gate splitting open across the sky, Earth itself being ripped apart. If those creatures poured through, humanity wouldn't stand a chance. It wasn't a dungeon anymore, it wasn't a raid, it was the end of the goddamn world. And now, Jinwoo knew exactly what was coming, exactly what he had to fight for. And no matter what, he wasn't backing down. It was absolute hell down there. A full-blown bloody war. The monsters and the silver warriors, those stuck-up heavenly bastards, were tearing into each other like it was their damn last day. Steel clashed against steel. Spells turned into war cries. The ground already dyed deep scarlet, soaking up the madness. And no matter how brutal the monsters fought, the silver warriors just kept coming. It looked like the monsters were about to get wiped off the map. Until he showed up. Jinwoo squinted from high above as the black-robed figure appeared. A monster in full obsidian armor, mounted on a horse blacker than a starless night. The dude lifted one hand and resurrected every fallen monster like it was some casual Tuesday. Holy shit, that's a Shadow Lord. Wherever the Shadow Lord walked, an unstoppable tide of darkness followed. Dead monsters reanimated, stronger, meaner, ready to tear the heavens apart. And in that moment, Jinwoo realized, my army looks like a damn kid's soccer team compared to this guy's. The Silver Warriors fought like hell, but for everyone they cut down, 10 more shadows rose up, nastier than before. The very earth trembled under the clash of light and darkness. The battle was reaching a fever pitch, but just when it looked like the monsters had this in the bag, they came. Meanwhile, back at the real-world dungeon entrance, the hunters from the association were scrambling. The inspector barked orders. Get that damn door open. Hunter Jinwoo's in there. A hunter moved forward, but he hesitated, feeling the magic leaking through the air. Something felt wrong. Is Jinwoo really in there? He asked. The inspector nodded grimly. Confirmed, he's inside. But Huntress Cha wasn't buying it. That magic? That wasn't Jinwoo's magic? Who the hell is in there with him, she thought, feeling a chill crawl up her spine. Whatever was behind those doors, it wasn't friendly. Still, they had to help. They had to try. As the hunters forced the doors open, they froze. Stone statues, a creature that could only be described as a literal god, a monster that turned to them and spoke. How curious, the creator rumbled. Humans, here? I didn't invite you. The hunters gripped their weapons tighter. This thing could talk? It knew their language? The creator smirked darkly. Be quiet or you'll wake the king. Panic rippled through the group. They spotted Jinwoo standing in the center of the chaos, his body glowing faintly, locked in some kind of trance. And then, boom! The creator snapped his fingers. 4 hunters crumpled to the ground, dead before they even realized they were being attacked. The survivors scattered, heart rates exploding. This wasn't a fight they could win. This one, the creator mused, eyeing Jinwoo. This one will make a worthy sacrifice. Inside his mind, Jinwoo was somewhere else entirely. Still in the vision, still watching the Dark King battle the endless sea of monsters pouring out of the Red Gate. The earth was splitting open with armies of horrors. High orcs, goblins, demons bigger than buildings. It was a battlefield like none he'd ever seen. The Dark King? He didn't flinch. He rallied his shadow armies and charged headfirst into the chaos. And Jinwoo, even floating like a spirit above it all, could feel it in his bones. This was what the real war looked like. The war that was coming for Earth. Back in the real world, the hunters were desperately trying to survive. Statues attacked relentlessly, giant guardians firing freaking laser beams from their eyes. Fall back! Someone shouted. Strengthen defenses! Magic spells bounced harmlessly off the stone monstrosities. Swords shattered on impact. It was a nightmare. The inspector from the association slammed his fist into a guardian's helmet, only to realize he hadn't even left a scratch. Oh shit, their attacks weren't working. Their magic wasn't working. Hell, even taunts didn't work. The statues didn't even blink. Someone finally shouted what everyone was thinking. Is there even a damn way to kill these things? Desperation hit. One hunter glanced at Jinwoo, still standing there, still glowing faintly. Maybe if they could just wake him up. Without thinking, the hunter hurled a fireball straight at Jinwoo. The fireball cut through the air, a glowing comet racing toward Jinwoo. The hunter who cast it didn't care anymore. Hit or miss, none of it didn't matter. They were out of time. If Jinwoo didn't wake up now, they were all as good as dead. But just as the orb neared its mark, a shadow shifted, and the creator appeared with a crack of dark energy. With a casual swipe of his hand, he swatted the fireball aside like it was nothing. His face twisted with rage. You dare disturb the king's slumber? He snarled, his voice rumbling like an oncoming storm. He lunged at the reckless hunter, teeth bared. But before he could land the killing blow, 3 hunters collided with him, blocking the attack with everything they had left. Cha! Wake him up! Go! One of them roared. Without a second's hesitation, Cha dashed forward. She tore across the ruined battlefield, her heart hammering against her ribs, dodging debris, magic, and death itself, all to reach Jinwoo. Inside Jinwoo's mind, another war was raging. High above a battlefield, torn apart by chaos, Jinwoo floated, weightless, a ghost among titans. Below him, the armies of monsters and silver-armored warriors clashed in a massacre that seemed to stretch forever. The sky wept blood. The earth trembled beneath their fury. And yet, it wasn't the silver warriors who held the field. It was the Shadow Army. They rose, tireless and unbroken, reborn from death again and again under the command of their Dark Master. Wherever the Shadow King strode, devastation followed. The monsters that once feared nothing now screamed in terror. Jinwoo watched, wide-eyed, as realization dawned. This was no fantasy. This was a memory, a prophecy. The war ended as quickly as it had started. The last of the monster kings lay crushed under the Shadow King's heel. Slowly the king turned, and Jinwoo felt the pull of fate as he stepped forward, his spirit merging with the Dark Sovereign's. It was then he saw it, his hands stained in blood, two hearts beating within his chest, one human, warm and fragile, the other dark, mighty, terrifyingly alive. And from above the sky split wide. A sea of silver warriors descended, an army sent from the heavens themselves. The next battle was coming. And Earth would be the battlefield. Back in the real world, the creator sneered at Huntress Cha. "You're an interesting one," he mused, almost playfully as he watched her desperate attempt to reach Jinwoo. "Let's see if you can surprise me again." Cha, gritting her teeth against the pain in her wounded shoulder, raised her blade and launched into her sword dance. The creator smiled. He enjoyed the entertainment, but the dance didn't last long. With a flick of his hand, he struck her down, blood blooming from a new gash across her arm. "You disappoint me," he said, his voice thick with contempt. "Just another boring human." He turned his back on her. In his mind, the outcome had already been decided. Today would mark the birth of a true king, and no one here could stop it. The other hunters fought with everything they had, but it was like battling a storm with bare hands. The statues, the guardians, crushed magic and steel alike. Somewhere among the chaos, a voice shouted, "Wake Jinwoo! It's our only chance." Cha forced her battered body forward again, but the creator saw her. He moved to intercept, but she dodged, slipping past him by a hair's breadth, her heart screaming for speed. He laughed, amused. She was bold, he'd give her that. And then he saw it, a shadow hidden within her. A soldier Jinwoo had embedded inside her. The rules of the dungeon should have made it impossible, and yet it was there. "Friends," she said, breathless but fierce when he demanded an answer. "We're friends. We came here to save him." The creator chuckled, dark and low. How touching. He would allow them to witness the king's birth, he said, and then he would slaughter them all. But fate had other plans. Who said you could decide that? The creator turned and caught Jinwoo's fist full in the face. The impact was explosive. The creator staggered back, stunned. Around them, the hunters stared, barely able to believe their eyes. He was awake, and he was furious. For a moment, the world held its breath. And then Jinwoo stepped forward, dark energy crackling around him like a living storm. The creator, this so-called god, looked up at him in horror. He knew in that instant that he had lost. The black heart inside Jinwoo's chest beat with unstoppable power. He hadn't just survived the test, he had become something more. A title burned across his mind, Demon Hunter, plus 100,000 mana. And as Jinwoo glared down at his broken enemy, a thought settled in his mind like iron. "You tried to make me a pawn. Now you'll watch me become the king." The air around Jinwoo crackled with raw energy, the aftershocks of a power even the creator hadn't accounted for. There was no hiding it anymore, like the black heart beating inside Jinwoo's chest wasn't part of their plan. Hell, it wasn't supposed to exist at all. The memories Jinwoo had seen, the brutal wars, the birth of shadow armies, that was just the prologue to something much bigger, something far more terrifying. Standing over the broken figure of the creator, Jinwoo's voice was calm but cold enough to freeze fire. "Talk!" he demanded. "Explain it. What the hell is a player? Why were you so dead set against me?" The creator's lip curled into a snarl. "Shadow Lord!" He spat, half rage, half fear. "You think the monarchs will forgive you for this? You think you've won?" But Jinwoo didn't flinch. Instead, portals tore open around him, huge, swirling rifts, and from them blades of darkness emerged, spinning and shimmering like sharks scenting blood. Each one pointed straight at the creator's heart. Jinwoo's voice was like iron. "Answer me, now." For a moment there was silence, and then laughter. Bitter, broken laughter. "You've exceeded my expectations," the creator coughed, wiping blood from his mouth. "I see now why they chose you, why the system chose you." And just as he said that, the statues moved. The once still stone guardians turned their hollow faces toward Jinwoo, and a shudder ran through the hall. Even the other hunters, exhausted and wounded, could feel it. This wasn't over. The creator grinned through his cracked lips. "If you kill me," he said, "they'll never stop. You'll unleash every last one of them." He chuckled like a man about to watch the world burn. "Think carefully, Hunter. Without me, the system collapses. You'll go back to being just another E-rank nobody." But Jinwoo, he smiled, that cold, deadly smile. "And what if?" Jinwoo said quietly. "The system doesn't need you anymore." The creator's grin faltered. For For the first time, true fear flickered in his eyes. He tried to pull something, tried to call out to the system to escape, to log in as administrator, but the notification popped up in front of Jinwoo's vision. Administrator access blocked. The creator blinked, stunned. What? What the hell? The system had turned against him, and the man standing in front of him, Jinwoo, was no longer a pawn. He was the damn king. The creator stammered something about bugs, about glitches, about how this wasn't supposed to happen. But Jinwoo didn't give a damn. With one clean motion, he cut him in half. The creator gasped, the light already fading from his eyes. In his final breath, he whispered, "The pillars of fire, they'll rise soon. Death, death will rain from the sky." But Jinwoo, sword-dripping darkness, turned away without even sparing him a glance. He muttered almost casually, "Then let it come. I'll be ready." And just like that, the creator of the system was no more. And a new king, a real king, had truly awakened. Outside the gate, tension hung in the air like fog. The hunters from the association stationed to guard the entrance kept glancing at their watches. It had already been an hour since the elite members of the Hunter Guild ventured into the dungeon, and not a single word had come back. Something felt wrong. They hesitated. No one wanted to be the first to step inside. That place reeked of danger. But then, movement. Someone was coming out. Heads turned, and what they saw chilled them to the bone. The best of the best. Elite hunters from the most powerful guilds in South Korea were limping out, wounded and shaken, some supporting others, some barely conscious. It was a massacre. No one could comprehend what had happened inside. How could this happen to them? A grim-faced inspector from the association approached, voice low and steady. "We need help recovering the bodies," he said, nodding toward the entrance. And then, at the very back of the group, he appeared, Jinwoo. He didn't look injured, but something weighed heavy on his expression. His mind raced. That thing, that wasn't the creator's true body. It was just a projection, the real one. It's still out there, and I still don't have any answers. He didn't speak it aloud, but it was written all over his face. The inspector caught up to him, urgently reporting that almost 20 hunters had died in the mountains. "If those things had escaped," he said, "I can't imagine the consequences." He looked Jinwoo straight in the eye. Did you really face all of them alone?" Jinwoo said nothing at first, just reflected. He had asked the Bravery Guild to notify the association when the double dungeon opened, but in the end, no one came. No help. And because of that, lives were lost. Too many. He finally muttered, "We only made it out because of the monitoring division and the Hunter Guild. Otherwise," the inspector interrupted, "our department monitors all activity involving S-rank hunters. That's why we called the guild for backup. But things still turned out this way." Then came the sharp question. "How did you know there was a double dungeon here?" Jinwoo hesitated. "It called me. I received a message." The inspector narrowed his eyes. "Show me the message." Jinwoo sighed. "I can't. It wasn't on a phone. It was in my head. Only I could see it." The inspector didn't know whether to be confused or furious. After all, dozens of hunters had just died. At that moment, Hunter Cha Hae-in stepped forward, concern in her eyes. "Jinwoo, are you okay?" "I think I'm fine," he started to say, but then his body swayed. His knees buckled, and before he could finish the sentence, he collapsed. Everyone nearby rushed over. Meanwhile, in Japan, a convoy of trucks rolled in, each loaded with tons of glowing magical crystals. All of it was being delivered to a massive portal, the kind that only opened for S-rank gates. Standing nearby was Yuri Orlov, a national-level hunter, calm and composed as he surveyed the site. About 200,000 tons of crystals had arrived. He planned to channel their energy into a massive barrier around the gate, siphoning mana from them as needed. But then, he paused. Something didn't feel right. He scanned the area, eyes sharp. "Who's there?" he suddenly shouted. "Stop hiding! Come out!" The man beside him looked confused. "You think someone's still here?" "The gate opens tomorrow." Yuri's voice dropped, cryptic. Who said it was a person? Elsewhere, Jinwoo was quietly observing from a rooftop, unnoticed, so he sensed me impressive. But it wasn't surprising. Given how Yuri Orlov had gained his strength, this level of awareness was to be expected. Jinwoo smirked to himself. It's beginning. Everything's playing out exactly as predicted, like a script from that nightmare. Back near the portal, hunters murmured among themselves. "Why did the government send soldiers?" someone asked. "Guns don't work on monsters. They're just backup," someone else replied. "If Yuri dies, the soldiers might buy us a few seconds, that's all." But one girl scoffed. "They'll die just as fast as we would." Another hunter nodded. "It just proves how powerless we really are." Yuri, meanwhile, walked calmly toward the portal. Surrounded by mana crystals, he was in his element. "If all goes well," he mused aloud, "I might be the first to clear an S-rank gate solo." But he paused. "Unfortunately, someone already beat me to that title." The hunter next to him noticed him pulling out a bottle of alcohol. "Drinking now? Gotta take the edge off. I'll give them a show they won't forget," Yuri chuckled. Then he turned, a little curious. How many national-level hunters are there again? 15, came the reply. Small crowd, Yuri muttered. Where are the Americans? Didn't they send help? Or another gate opened? Not just here, in India too, all over the world. So that was it. They were stretched thin. Suddenly, the portal flared, and at that exact moment, Jinwoo's eyes shot open in his hospital bed. Jinho burst through the door, tears in his eyes. Master, you're awake! He was crying, barely able to speak. We thought you were gone. It's been 3 days. Jinwoo blinked as the weight of the last few days settled in. 3 days had passed, yet it felt like he hadn't rested at all. His body ached as if he'd fought a war. And maybe he had, if the vivid memories in his mind were more than just dreams. Whatever it was, it hadn't ended. The real battle was only beginning. What happened? He suddenly asked. Ginho, loyal as ever, was sitting nearby, but clearly confused. What do you mean? Jinwoo wasn't asking about himself. His thoughts were already halfway across the world. Japan, the S-rank gate. It opened, didn't it? Ginho turned away, his face clouded. Yeah, the moment that gate opened, huge giants started pouring out. No one believed it at first. It was like something out of a twisted nightmare. Normally, only one boss monster appeared in a high-level dungeon, but this was a parade of monsters, and giants no less. Still, Yuri Orlov, Japan's top national-level hunter, didn't flinch. He stepped forward with a grin and activated his skills. With a yell, he commanded the giants to bring it on. All around him, the mana crystals lifted into the air. They responded to his power, forming a shimmering, protective barrier around the gate. Then, one of the giants raised a massive axe and slammed it into the barrier. Yuri laughed. You really think that's enough to break this? But just then, a shadow loomed. A colossal hand stretched through the gate, pushing one of the lesser giants aside, and stepping out came an even bigger one, a true titan. Yuri's smile faded. With a single swing, that behemoth cleaved his powerful barrier in two like paper. Yuri didn't even have time to comprehend it before the nightmare swallowed him whole. Jinwoo, now wide awake, knew what that meant. The raid had failed. Elsewhere in Korea, a man stirred in his office chair. Chairman Go Gun-hee, president of the Korean Hunter Association. He blinked groggily. An assistant rushed in. Sir, how long were you asleep? 23 hours and 46 minutes, he replied, checking his watch. Another 15 minutes and I'd be in a hospital bed. He rubbed his temples. Give me the news. The first bit of news stunned him. One of the coma patients from the eternal slumber syndrome had awakened. It was Jinwoo's mother. Everyone thought it was incurable, but now, this? The second bit of news, Jinwoo himself had unexpected visitors. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Yuri Orlov, once their greatest hope, was nothing more than a memory. The titanic monster had grabbed him and eaten him just like that. Tanks fired. Artillery shells lit up the sky, but it was all useless. The giants shrugged off every shot like mosquito bites. The hunters on the ground scrambled. Modern weapons are pointless against magic monsters, one of them yelled. Jinwoo, watching it unfold from Korea on his TV, clenched his fists. Tokyo was being ravaged live on camera. Helicopter reporters shouted over the chaos, describing scenes that looked like literal hell on Earth. If this kept going, Jinwoo feared the unthinkable might happen. The Jeju Island incident all over again. Except this time, it wouldn't just be one island. It could be all of Asia. He felt it. He had to go. But before he could move, his sister's voice came from the hallway. Appa, please, don't go. He turned to her. Do you really want me to stay? She looked down, hesitant. You'll go anyway. But what she didn't expect was for him to walk over, gently pat her head, and smile. You're right, I should rest. I'll stay. Then he left the room. A little while later, Jinwoo sat quietly in a park. He summoned Beru, his loyal shadow soldier, who shimmered to life beside him. I've been rewatching some Korean dramas while keeping an eye on Ginho, Beru confessed. Jinwoo chuckled. You didn't have to say that out loud. He asked about his sister. She's fine, Beru replied. Sleeping, like usual. But Jinwoo knew better. The trauma ran deep. She had been through so much over the past 4 years. She never talked about it, but he could feel it gnawing at her. And still, he didn't know how to help her. Suddenly, a sleek black car approached. Later, he found himself sitting across from an older man in a luxury office. What do you want from me? Jinwoo asked calmly. The man introduced himself. My name is Chairman Yu Myung-han. I run the Yujin Construction Group. He handed Jinwoo a check, but not as a bribe. I'm not someone who believes money can buy everything, he said. Especially not the services of a man like you. I just want to talk. Jinwoo got the message. This wasn't about money or recruitment. This was personal. Chairman Yu leaned in. I have the same disease. I'm the one your mother had. Jinwoo's expression sharpened. Does Ginho know? No, the chairman replied. Only 3 people do. My wife, my doctor, and my secretary. Now, you're the 4th. He sighed. While we were searching for a cure, your mother woke up, miraculously. And I don't believe in coincidences. He looked Jinwoo in the eye. I need your help. If you can do something, anything, I will never forget it. Jinwoo knew it was coming. The moment he'd have to make a choice. The devastation in Japan was escalating fast. From the safety of the sky, news helicopters broadcasted the chaos to the world below. Viewers watched helplessly as massive giants rampaged through cities, tearing buildings apart and uprooting entire forests. It was as if these monsters weren't just attacking. They were trying to erase humanity from the map. The cameraman's voice trembled as he zoomed in on one particular giant, standing ominously still. Unlike the others that were wreaking havoc, this one just stood guard in front of the gate, like a sentinel waiting for something, or someone. "Is it alive?" he asked. The others in the chopper weren't sure. It was breathing, yes. It even twitched slightly, but it looked empty, programmed, like it wasn't even truly aware. If that thing were alive like the others, the pilot muttered, a direct hit from artillery would have at least made it flinch, but nothing. So far, they'd managed to take down only 2 of the beasts. 2 out of 30. And the clock was ticking. 2 full days since the assault began, and still no end in sight. The city was crumbling, and humanity's defenses were cracking right alongside it. Back in Korea, Jinwoo sat across from Ginho in his office, both of them tense. "I'm going to Japan," Jinwoo said. Ginho's eyes widened. "You what? Are you even watching the news? It's worse than what happened on Jeju Island. Those monsters are—" "I know what they are," Jinwoo cut in. "But if we do this right, if we pull it off, our guild could become legendary." Even as he said it, he could feel the hesitation in his friend's eyes. Ginho, who had always supported him no matter what, looked scared, and Jinwoo couldn't blame him. But then something shifted in Ginho. His expression changed. "I'm coming too," he said, voice trembling. Jinwoo blinked. "The Red Gate, the double dungeon, we survived both together." Ginho raised a shaky hand and held up a photo. The 2 of them, side by side, battered but alive. "I wasn't there for you back then," Ginho said, tears welling up. "But I've always bragged about fighting alongside my mentor. You're my hero, Hyung. I mean it." Jinwoo was caught off guard. He didn't expect that kind of confession, not from someone like Ginho. He was the rich kid, the one who used to be scared of his own shadow. But now he was practically begging to go. Jinwoo laughed softly. "Wait, weren't you just telling me not to go?" Ginho wiped his eyes. "Yeah, but I trust you. If you think we should go, then we should." Jinwoo stood up, heading for the door. Then, with a smirk, he glanced back. "Relax. I was joking. What the hell do I care about Japan?" He waved it off, pretending like the conversation hadn't just torn him in 2. "We've done enough for today. Go get some rest." But as he stepped out of the office, his expression turned serious again. "I can't use my shadow army there," he thought. "The thing behind this, it's as strong as I am, maybe even stronger." The world was huge. Somewhere out there, someone could beat him. He had to accept it. He wasn't invincible. He couldn't be everywhere at once. He wasn't a hero. He opened the door to his house. "Mom, I'm home." His mother peeked around the corner with a warm smile. "Welcome back, sweetie. Want some dinner?" They sat at the table, sharing a quiet meal. When Jinwoo asked about his sister, his mom sighed. She said she didn't feel like eating. The conversation stirred old thoughts. Jinwoo remembered the talk he had with Chairman Yu. The man's desperation, his disease, the holy water of life. He asked me to help him, and I turned him down. He had no idea how his mother had been cured. If he did know, he wouldn't keep it to himself. He wasn't trying to profit off of miracles. As he rode the elevator down from the 28th floor, a thought gnawed at him. That man? Is he even really sick? Or is there something else going on? After all, the holy water of life was limited. He couldn't afford to waste it. Still, something about the request lingered in his mind. Back at home, he stood up from the table and told his mom, "I'll be right back." He knew he wasn't the strongest, but that didn't mean he'd sit this one out. He had to fight. He needed to. While she was washing dishes, his mom smiled faintly. "You're just like your father. He always rushed toward danger too. Couldn't even finish a meal." She didn't stop him. Instead, she said she'd help him pack. His sister overheard everything. Tears welled in her eyes as she lay under her blanket, listening from her room. Then, the door opened. Jinwoo stepped inside. "You awake?" he asked gently. She nodded but said nothing. "Want to talk?" "I'm tired," she whispered. He didn't leave. He sat beside her on the bed, unsure how to start. "I almost died out there," he began, then paused. Wrong opener. He tried again. "I mean, it's not unusual for me anymore, but this time it was different. I almost didn't make it." She stayed quiet, but he knew she was listening. And for now, that was enough. Jinwoo gently placed his hand on his sister's head, brushing back her hair with a soft smile. "I'm really lucky, you know," he whispered. "No matter how far I go or how hard things get, I always come back." His sister's lips trembled, tears slipping down her cheeks. "But you're going anyway," he nodded. "Yeah, but I will return. So don't cry, okay?" His voice was firm, reassuring. I'll always look out for you no matter where I am." The next day, the association president called for a press conference. The room was packed. Rows of reporters, camera crews, and flashing lights all waiting for one man. Jinwoo stepped forward and calmly addressed the nation. He spoke of what lay ahead, what he intended to do. Not to boast, not to grandstand, just the truth. When it was over, he shook hands with the association president, a silent vow between two men shouldering the world. At the airport, Ginho hustled through the crowd, lugging a massive duffel bag of gear. He scanned the terminal, scratching his head. Where is he? Then finally, he spotted Jinwoo. They didn't need to say much, they just nodded. Together they boarded the flight, Shadow Guild, side by side, heading into the heart of chaos. In Japan, the scene was pure disaster. Soldiers were scrambling to evacuate civilians. One medic pleaded with an officer, "We can't leave these patients behind. There are 10 of them, they can't move." "There's no time," the soldier snapped. "You want to carry the dying on your back while giants tear through the city? We don't even know how long we have." But the medic refused to abandon them. "Then I'll stay too," another soldier said quietly, stepping forward. "I'm not running away this time." That moment of resolve shattered as monstrous shadows loomed. A pack of giants rounded the corner, roaring as they crushed buildings and swallowed men whole. Guns fired. Bullets flew. It did nothing. Just as one soldier turned to drag the medic to safety, a massive shadow flew in from nowhere and obliterated a giant with a single blow, sending it flying hundreds of meters across the battlefield and leveling an entire block. The stunned soldiers looked up in disbelief. A towering shadow soldier now stood in their midst, so massive it nearly matched the giants themselves. And then, footsteps. Jinwoo emerged from the dust, calm and focused. "It's dangerous here," he said. "We need to draw the rest of the giants away from the hospital." Suddenly, debris rained down. Ginho threw himself into the fray, shielding the doctors with his massive buckler. "Get it together," he shouted. "I'll handle evacuation. Just move." Jinwoo nodded. "Then I'll handle the rest." He snapped his fingers. The shadows surged. At his command, a legion of dark soldiers charged forward. One of them, a monstrous knight, clashed with a giant, slamming it to the ground. Jinwoo leapt into action, dashing up the soldier's back and soaring into the sky. With a single powerful swing of his blade, slice, the giant was cleaved clean in half. Far away in the eastern United States, a group of top hunters were watching the footage on a giant monitor. The mood in the room was anything but hopeful. "So, Jinwoo really went to Tokyo, huh?" one muttered. "Yeah, and she couldn't help him this time." "She? You mean?" "Doesn't matter," another interrupted. "He's walking into death. Giants aren't ants." They scoffed. Some rolled their eyes. Others placed bets. "One day, that's all he lasts." "I give him 2. I'm betting all our Seeker Guild buildings that he comes back alive." That got a few heads turning. "Seriously?" "Dead serious. While you're all busy playing Prophet, I'd rather focus on the rank 8 gate opening tomorrow. That's what concerns me," the others grumbled. "Man, way to ruin the mood." Still, a few admitted, Jinwoo's in Japan now, and something tells me it's gonna get wild. And wild it was. Shadow soldiers clashed with giants in the streets of Tokyo. The city was a war zone, and every second was captured by news helicopters circling above. Viewers across the globe watched as Jinwoo, now dubbed the Soldier Hunter, led the charge. His shadows fought like demons, surrounding and overwhelming the towering beasts. One particularly large giant tried to escape, but Jinwoo's ants swarmed it like locusts, dragging it down and ripping it apart. On the ground, a little girl was screaming, running for her life as a giant reached out to crush her. Just as its massive hand came down, a blade of shadow severed it in an instant. A shadow soldier stepped forward, shielding her. It was Igris, the knight commander. He gently picked her up in his arms, and then from above another shadow screamed through the sky. Iron, the giant golem-like warrior, descending like a meteor straight onto another giant. The battle had only just begun. With a mighty roar, Iron raised his massive axe and brought it crashing down onto the giant's skull. The impact echoed like thunder, and the monstrous creature crumpled to the ground, unmoving. In Igris's arms, the little girl clung tightly, her wide eyes locked on the brutal scene. She was trembling, but not from fear of the shadow soldiers. As Igris stood tall atop the fallen titan, triumphant and still, he looked down at her and smiled gently. Then, without a word, he patted her head. She was safe now. Nearby, Jinwoo watched it all unfold. Iron, now clearly leveled up, was absolutely thriving in this chaos. His strength had grown, and it showed. Just then, a soldier cautiously approached Jinwoo, eyes filled with gratitude. The man spoke in English, trying to express thanks, but Jinwoo didn't understand. He extended his hand with a friendly grin and blurted, "You good shave." The soldier blinked, confused, but laughed softly. "Thank you." Jinwoo turned to Ginho. "Get this guy to safety. Finish the evacuation." Ginho gave a quick salute and guided the soldier away. Jinwoo turned back toward the battlefield, eyes narrowing. Now, he thought, let's get this show started. He reached toward the dead giant and summoned his necromantic power. Darkness crept over the lifeless body, swallowing it whole. Moments later, another soldier rose, his soldier. Elsewhere, in a high-level government building, a group of executives surrounded their chairman in a panic. It's true, sir. The giant's body is gone. It's been resurrected. The chairman couldn't believe it until he pulled up surveillance footage. There he was, that same man from the airport, the hunter whose gaze burned with overwhelming power. That look, I should have known. Back at the airport, the chairman hurried to greet Jinwoo as he arrived. We need your help. The giants are moving toward Osaka. We need someone to defend the city. Jinwoo didn't answer right away. This isn't something one man can do alone, the chairman continued. While you hold them off, we'll negotiate with other countries for backup. No, Jinwoo cut him off. I'm not interested. The chairman blinked. Then what are you planning to do? He saw it then. In Jinwoo's eyes, steel, resolve. He really intends to face all of them, alone. Meanwhile, Jinwoo stood before one of his new shadow giants, staring into its empty eyes. There are too many to name, he thought, so I'll just number them, 1 through 5. Then General Beru stomped in. Enemy eliminated, my liege. I claim number 6. Jinwoo smiled. Perfect. He turned to Ginho by the tent. Get ready. Things are about to escalate. All across Japan, his shadow soldiers moved like ghosts, supporting hunters, striking down giants and reclaiming ground one block at a time. And as the giants burned through their mana reserves, their strength waned, making them vulnerable to Jinwoo's relentless forces. But new problems were already brewing. This wasn't just a one-time outbreak. The appearance of a level 7 dungeon meant more disasters would follow, more monsters, more destruction. And now, not only giants, but other terrifying creatures were running rampant across the city. Evacuation and defense had to happen simultaneously. It was a nightmare scenario. 7 days after the dungeon burst, night fell over Tokyo like a shroud. Jinwoo and Ginho walked through a broken city, its ruins illuminated by flickering firelight. They encountered a lone female hunter. You're finally here, she said, relieved. Jinwoo looked around. Where is everyone else? There is no one left, she replied. Not here, not in Tokyo. I'm all that's left. She told them the damage was impossible to even calculate. Monsters had scattered across the country. Of the high-ranking hunters sent in, only 17 had survived, including her and Jinwoo. Among the dead, Yuri Orlov, Hanzawa, Goifir, and Lucas from Canada. Each of these monsters is stronger than an A-rank dungeon boss, she said grimly. There were 13 giants. One of them is moving through the sea, heading for China. They were stretched thin. There just aren't enough people left to clean up Japan, she admitted. But thanks to you, most of the giants were wiped out. The rest are being handled by your shadow army. Jinwoo nodded, taking it all in. And the last one? He asked, eyes drifting toward the glowing horizon. The huntress followed his gaze, still guarding the gate. Jinwoo stared out at the smoldering cityscape. There was something oddly familiar about it. No fire, but devastation. It reminded him of a place he had seen before. A place like the Devil's Domain. Is this what the system wanted to show me, he wondered? What was the creator trying to say with all this? The creator was dead. Or maybe not. There were no answers. But Jinwoo did know one thing. He had to stop this. He had to. Because that's why this power was given to him in the first place, to change fate. Jinwoo had never wanted to flinch, never wanted to feel powerless in the face of an enemy he couldn't handle. That's why he kept chasing strength, why he'd come this far. And now it was time. He looked around and saw that the others had gathered. No more waiting. It's time, he said firmly. But the other hunters, the huntress beside him began. They're done too, he said, almost like a prophecy. And at that very second, the last of the remaining hunters dealt their final blows. The battlefield went still. One huntress collapsed onto the body of a fallen giant, breath ragged, utterly spent. She groaned in frustration. I'm so done with this. Another hunter beside her chuckled. Be glad it's over, think positive. Positive? She snapped. We were practically janitors while his shadow monsters did all the work. Her fists slammed into the pavement. All around her, the summoned shadow soldiers stood like statues, silent, unwavering, and impossibly eerie. Jinwoo's soldiers had gathered, hundreds of them, encircling the area. The ground seemed to hum beneath their sheer weight. One final figure landed with a heavy thud beside him. Beru, his loyal general. You made it, Jinwoo said, nodding. You did well. My king, Beru replied, bowing. Jinwoo turned to Ginho. Take Ms. Hanakawa and get clear. Far. This is going to get messy. Ginho didn't argue. He grabbed the huntress, and together they sprinted out of the kill zone. Jinwoo stepped forward and raised his voice. "To me," he called. Before him stood 6 colossal shadow giants, each one formed from the corpses of the monsters they'd just slain. And then, he gave the command. "Advance!" The ground shook as his entire shadow army surged forward. Thousands of dark figures, knights, beasts, insects, titans, rushed toward the portal where the last giant, the true threat, stood. The sky dimmed. The city was plunged into shadow, and in the heart of the storm, the last giant opened its eyes. They were glowing, crimson, alive. It rose to its full height and gripped its massive sword. With one sweeping motion, it obliterated hundreds of shadow soldiers in a single blow. Bodies were flung like rag dolls. A wave of destruction rippled out across the battlefield. Jinwoo watched in silence, terrifying. This one was different, stronger, smarter. Its sheer magical pressure was suffocating. For a moment he considered retreat, but only for a moment. There were only 2 options: run and forget, or end this now. But the giant wasn't just brute force, it was clever. It knew how to defend, and it moved with frightening precision. At one point, a swarm of ant-type shadows closed in around its feet. For a moment, it looked like they might overwhelm it, but then it simply lifted its foot, and boom, sent them flying like pebbles, scattering the ants across the battlefield. Beru snarled, ready to charge. "Not yet," Jinwoo said, placing a hand on his arm. "We'll need strategy, not blind strength." He watched as his army fought, as his mana started draining at a dangerous rate. The giant's magic formed a barrier around it like an iron fortress. Jinwoo realized it wasn't just defending its body, it was shielding its weakness. But then, a flicker, a block, a moment of hesitation. That's it. He issued the next order. Dragons took flight. His winged beasts soared through the air, circling the giant. At the lead was Kai-Sel carrying Igris on his back, blade already sparking with lightning. "Igris, stand by!" Jinwoo shouted, but Beru misunderstood and leapt into battle early. Lightning surged as Igris launched his first attack. It crackled down in a brilliant arc, only to be parried. The giant deflected the strike at the last second. Igris wasn't deterred. He attacked again, furious and relentless. The giant swung its blade, but Igris was faster, already leaping onto its shoulder. As the titan brought its sword down to crush him, Igris struck again. Another bolt of energy, this time straight to the face. Blocked. But that's when Jinwoo entered the fray. With a sudden burst of speed, he launched off Kai-Sel and landed directly on the giant's face. Chaos blade gleaming in his hand. He stabbed, straight through the eye. The monster screamed, reeling in agony. Jinwoo had found the weak spot. Beru rushed in from the side, drawing the giant's attention. Jinwoo's power surged. The monarch's aura exploded from his body, his form glowing in violent, radiant light. Strike after strike, he assaulted the wounded eye. Jinho, watching from a safe distance, could only stare. "This isn't a fight between a hunter and a monster," he swallowed. "This is a war between monsters." Jinwoo's blade moved like lightning. One final swing, crack, and the titan's right eye shattered completely. "Beru!" Jinwoo shouted. The general bared his fangs and launched forward, answering his king's call. The final battle had begun. Beru flew like a bullet, his claws aimed directly for the giant's face. With a roar that split the sky, he struck, a perfect, brutal hit to the giant's eye. The beast screamed, a howl of raw agony tearing through the battlefield. It never saw it coming. At that very moment, Jinwoo activated Chaos Blade. His aura surged like a firestorm, and in perfect sync with Beru, he unleashed his final devastating strike. Together, they brought the Colossus down. The giant fell with a titanic crash that sent tremors through the ruined city, dust billowing like smoke from a volcano. The battlefield went still and silent. A breath later, a ding echoed through Jinwoo's mind. Level up. He stood atop a crumbling building, surveying the aftermath. He should have felt victorious, but something was wrong. Very wrong. The system didn't register the giant as the dungeon boss. The black aura still lingered. Worse, he couldn't extract its shadow. The raid wasn't over. From below, Ginho ran up with stars in his eyes. "Hyung, you did it! You took down the boss! That was amazing!" But Jinwoo didn't respond. Instead, he lifted a hand, stopping Ginho in his tracks. "Stay back." The danger hadn't passed, it was changing. From the fallen body of the giant, Beru appeared once more, bloodied, exhausted, and oddly fading. "My king," he gasped. It was me." But Jinwoo knew something was wrong. Beru is already dead. I can barely feel his magic. And then the gate ahead of them began to shift, twisting unnaturally, pulsing with an eerie, unstable power. Magic poured from it in waves Jinwoo had never felt before. Before he could act, Igris moved, shielding Jinwoo with his shadow. The gate's energy flared, pulling in everything around it. Jinwoo turned to Ginho. "Stay here, no matter what." And with that, he leapt into the gate. The world on the other side was not a dungeon. It was a massive stone hall, ancient, worn, built for giants, a castle. Jinwoo scanned the place. Something about it felt wrong, unfinished, like a memory preserved in stone. Then a deep voice echoed from the hallway, a strange rolling laugh. "I see you made it." From the shadows, a giant emerged. But this one wasn't raging or bloodthirsty. He was chained, and he was smiling. "You don't recognize me?" the giant asked. "The prophecies of the rulers? The ones who guided your path?" Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" "The one they imprisoned," the giant replied, lifting his head. "I know the monarch's plans. I must warn the rulers." Jinwoo took a step back. "Monarchs? Who are they?" "They used me," the giant growled. "They made me their cornerstone in this war." So many questions. Jinwoo had tried to talk to other monsters before. None had been this coherent, this aware. "What are you talking about?" Jinwoo demanded. "What monarchs?" "They're the ancient enemies of the rulers. That's all you need to know. If the monarchs were the enemies of the rulers, then by extension, they were his enemies. So this is how they bound you?" Jinwoo asked. "Yes," the giant replied. "I am a ruler, and soon they may come for you too." He looked tired, broken. "You'll need more power if you're going to face them." Jinwoo remained silent. "Free me," the giant offered. "I can help you." Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. "You? Help me?" The giant smiled slyly. "You'll have to believe me." In that moment, the giant activated a strange power, Oath of Loyalty. A system notification blinked into view. The King of Giants has applied the skill, Oath of Loyalty. If accepted, both parties will be unable to lie to one another. Jinwoo considered and accepted. A pulse of magic sealed the pact. Now bound, the giant, his name still unknown, spoke openly. "How are you able to speak like this?" Jinwoo asked. "None of the monsters ever did." "Because I'm not one of them," the giant replied. "I am no chaos dweller. I am a king. Those other monsters? They're just broken soldiers, remnants of a defeated army, corrupted by time and war. I've stayed sane, waiting for you." Jinwoo's mind spun. The white armored warriors, the ones with wings, are they the ruler's army? "Yes," the giant said. "You've seen them, haven't you? Then why are they sending monsters?" "They're not monsters," the giant corrected. "They're tools. The rulers are preparing for war, and they've chosen Earth as the battlefield." He paused. "They need to saturate this world with magic. Monsters are the disaster, but the magic they bring is the reward." And just like that, the puzzle pieces began to fall into place. Jinwoo had always thought of the monsters as invaders, but maybe they were just the start. Magic was no longer just the domain of hunters. Ordinary people had begun to revere soul crystals and mana stones, sources of raw, unfiltered power. Objects once rare and sacred had become everyday energy. But now, Jinwoo understood the grim truth. All of it. All of it was born of bloodshed. The rulers and monarchs had waged war for ages. Earth had simply become their newest battlefield. Every drop of magical blood spilled fueled this world's transformation, power blooming from violence. And behind it all was a plan. Turn this planet into a realm capable of withstanding the clash of gods. A war zone. This wasn't the beginning of a conflict. It was the second war. Jinwoo's stomach sank. Earth will burn, unless I stop it. The imprisoned ruler looked at him grimly. There's no time. Now that we've met, the others, both rulers and monarchs, won't stay silent. If they haven't already acted, they will soon. Jinwoo stepped forward, questioning. You said they're after me. Why? The ruler studied him for a moment and sighed. You still don't know, do you? The power you wield, it isn't truly yours. Its presence in you proves something, that its original master betrayed both sides. He turned against the rulers and against the monarchs. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. So I'm carrying someone else's burden. But you can still choose what to do with it, the ruler said, and I'll stand by your side if you help me. Jinwoo stared at the massive chains binding the ruler's limbs. Normally, if I want someone on my side, I turn them into a shadow. The giant smiled faintly. That won't work on us. The rulers and monarchs, we can't be bound that way. Even if our bodies die, our essence resists extraction. But we can swear loyalty. At that, the giant's tone shifted. You have more than enough reason to help me now. Jinwoo nodded slowly, but unease crept through him. Something's missing. He stepped closer. If I help you, you'll take my side? I swear it, the ruler said. A pact between kings. But something flickered. An illusion. A faint distortion in the giant's shadow. Jinwoo's instinct screamed, and then he saw it. A stone amulet at the ruler's neck. It was glowing. Jinwoo's eyes widened. He hears them. The monarchs. A dark voice echoed in the air, whispering death, whispering betrayal. Kill the humans. The ruler's expression twisted. He lunged. Jinwoo stepped back in a flash. Let's pretend this deal never happened. Without hesitation, he drove his blade straight into the giant's chest. The ruler howled, not in pain but in rage. You're the threat, not me. He swung. But Jinwoo was faster. He vanished from sight, reappearing behind the giant in midair. His foot slammed into the giant's back, followed by a storm of razor-quick blows to the gut. The ruler crashed to the floor, gasping. The more your world and the chaos world collide, the giant choked, the more flames will consume everything you hold dear. Not if I end it here, Jinwoo said coldly. And he did. One final strike, one last moment. Jinwoo eliminated the boss of the dungeon, and with him, one of the 9 rulers. He stood in the silence that followed, surrounded by ash and echoes. The victory was his, but something still gnawed at his mind. Why couldn't I turn him into a shadow? In his hand he held a strange artifact, a trophy from a dead king. Elsewhere, far away from the ashes of war, a sleek black helicopter landed on the grounds of a lavish estate. 2 figures stepped out, one of them known as Ms. Selner, the other a deputy official. They were here to see someone special. Inside the house, Christopher Reed, a national-level hunter, was sipping coffee when he heard of their arrival. Didn't know I was expecting guests, he muttered, setting his cup down. The 2 entered and he instructed his men. No one gets near my room until they're gone. Behind closed doors, Christopher sat with Selner, one eyebrow raised. What's this about? He asked. Another dungeon popping up? If it's in the east again, let me tell you right now, I'm not going. Selner shook her head. It's not about dungeons. Then what is it? What could be more dangerous than a level 9 gate? She took a breath. Someone's going to try to kill you. Christopher stared at her, then laughed. Right, good one. Selner didn't laugh. I saw it in a dream, she said quietly. You were surrounded, and then killed. Christopher stood furious. You flew out here to my home because of some dream? We've had our suspicions, Selner said, about why you and a few others are so different. The real reason your powers are beyond comprehension. Christopher's voice dropped to a snarl. You think I care about rumors? I'm a national-level hunter. No one can kill me. But Selner didn't flinch. I saw it clearly. Everything. Even the faces. He paused. So what now? He asked slowly. You want me to beg someone for help? The air between them turned cold. And in that silence, something shifted. Do they really think, Christopher Reed scoffed, that anyone in this world can protect a national-level hunter like me? He leaned back, calm and certain. No one exists. And if they do, I've never met them. But then Ms. Selner spoke. There is one. Hunter Sung Jinwoo. The name hung in the air like a shift in gravity. At that exact moment, Jinwoo stepped out of the gate, back into the ruined streets of Japan. He exhaled slowly, feeling the pressure in his chest ease. He'd made the right call. The aura that had poured from the chained ruler, even when shackled, had been suffocating. If he had let that being loose, well, the destruction would have been unimaginable. The moment he returned, the world changed. Word of his victory over the giant spread like wildfire. Social media ignited with rumors, praise, and awe. For many, it confirmed a long-debated question. Was Jinwoo a national-level hunter? One of the giants that had tried to escape into the sea had been taken down by Jinwoo's soldiers in China. The head of Japan's Hunter Association, Matsumoto, voluntarily surrendered to the authorities, publicly accepting responsibility for the crisis. Across the world, in Maryland, USA, American hunters celebrated after a raid, holding a buffet at government expense. Plates piled high, laughter echoed across the room, until their guild leader walked in. Remember that bet? He asked, grinning. The yacht? The house? That silk tie? They laughed, until he walked off with the prize, tie draped loosely over his Hawaiian shirt. His assistant caught up moments later. That tie doesn't go with your shirt. He chuckled and tossed it aside. But her next words wiped the smile from his face. We've got a problem. The Hunter Bureau released the list for the international conference, and the Ajin Guild is invited. Sung Jinwoo's guild. The guild leader's grin returned. Looks like I'm heading to America. Back in Japan, as soldiers and hunters recovered from the battle, Ginho stood quietly watching the aftermath. The newly resurrected shadow giants towered behind Jinwoo, and the stunned expressions of the Japanese troops said it all. They'd never seen power like this before. The huntress tugged Ginho's arm. Your phone's ringing. He picked it up, and his face went pale. Hyung, he said softly. I need to go back. Something's wrong at home. She offered to help arrange a helicopter immediately. Minutes later, Ginho sat strapped in, heart pounding harder than it had in any battle. Please, let it be nothing serious. When the plane landed in Korea, a man met him at the terminal. Your car is waiting, sir, he said. Please come with me. Stay calm. We'll explain everything on the way. Jinho followed, confused and tense. In the car, he heard the truth. Your father, he's in the final stage of a critical illness. It's serious. Very serious. Nothing could have prepared him for what he saw. The man who'd always been larger than life, always imposing, now lay chained to a hospital bed, tubes in his arms, unmoving. Jinwoo rushed forward screaming, but was quickly stopped. "Wait, you can't go in. Your magic is unstable. You might hurt him." Jinwoo collapsed to his knees, fists clenched. "I'm useless. I'm a useless son." But then the attendant offered him something. A book. He was working on this before the coma. Thought you might want it. Inside were pages upon pages of clippings. News articles, contest photos, awards, scrapbooks filled with Jinwoo's childhood victories, his brothers, his sisters, and his most recent accomplishments. Tears fell freely. He never said it, but he always cared. Outside the room, a voice whispered, "Go home for now." But as Jinwoo turned to leave, he sensed something. A presence, faint, ghost-like. He blinked. Nothing. Just his imagination. But then, Jinwoo appeared. He saw Jinwoo's tears and felt a sharp ache in his chest. His friend's pain was his pain. Without a word, he stepped to the chairman's bedside and pulled out a vial. A secret medicine. A final hope. He administered it. Not long after, as Jinwoo was leaving the hospital, he passed a woman in the corridor. Their eyes met for the briefest moment. Something in her expression shifted. That man. He was her brother's friend. She entered the room, expecting silence. Instead, she wept, because her father's eyes were open, and the doctors, who had long since given up hope, stared in stunned silence. This is a miracle. The doctors called it a miracle. The chairman had emerged from the final stage of sleeping sickness, something that had been declared medically irreversible. Even the staff stood in stunned disbelief. But outside the hospital, Jinwoo simply smiled as he spotted the warm light glowing from the ward window. "Happy birthday, Jinwoo," he thought. "Maybe I'm early, but this is your gift." He turned and quietly walked away. Elsewhere, Christopher Reed, the legendary American national-level hunter, sat restless in his estate. The halls of his mansion were dark and silent as he wandered. Too silent. A chill ran down his spine. Then a wine glass slipped from his fingers and hit the floor, but made no sound. Behind him, two monsters stood in the shadows. They watched with curiosity. They had heard tales of immortal fire, yet here it was, wielded by a human. But Christopher was already moving. No hesitation, no fear. With a growl, he unleashed hell. Fire consumed the house. Flames roared to life, erupting through windows, dancing up walls. He wasn't just defending himself. He was making a statement. If they wanted war, he'd burn everything. Back in Korea, Jinwoo was in a car, driving through city streets lit by the flash of thousands of cameras. Crowds had gathered. Nearly 100,000 people had filled the streets to catch a glimpse of the Soldier King. Through the window, Beru emerged from the shadows. "They've gathered to thank you, my king." But Jinwoo shook his head. That's not it. Not long after, Jinwoo was seated on a plane. As he settled in, he turned to the man beside him, surprised. "A familiar face. Mr. Adam White, wasn't it?" Adam smiled sheepishly. "Let's just call it coincidence." "Right," Jinwoo said, raising a brow. "Coincidence?" He remembered the man, though. Adam White, the agent from the U.S. Hunter Bureau. And if he was here, it wasn't casual. "You showing up here uninvited, it's a bit much," Jinwoo said. "We already had our talk." Adam nodded solemnly. "We did, but there's something urgent." Jinwoo's gaze narrowed. "Did America fail to contain an S rank?" "No," Adam said, pulling out a laptop. "Worse." He played a video. Firefighters shouting to evacuate. "Don't touch it. That fire, it's not normal. One spark and you're ash." Jinwoo frowned. "Keep watching," Adam said. The camera panned back, and there he was, Christopher Reed, standing in the center of the inferno. 18 fire engines, 14 top-class hunter mages. They couldn't stop it. Jinwoo's heart sank. "Christopher is dead?" Adam slowly reached into his coat and pulled out a photograph. "This is who we believe did it." Jinwoo took one look, and his fury flared. Dark energy exploded from his body. Adam gasped as the laptop crumpled into a sphere under the weight of Jinwoo's rage. He floated, helpless in midair, suspended by dark magic. "If you're playing games with me," Jinwoo said, voice low and lethal, "you're going to regret it." Adam struggled to speak. "No, it's not what you think. That creature, it came from a dungeon. We don't even know what it is." He gasped through the crushing aura. "Please, remember the explosion. Months ago. The one that shook the whole world?" Jinwoo's expression froze. "My father." Adam nodded. "After that incident, we started tracking the suspect. But it's like they vanished. No trail. No mana residue." Finally, Jinwoo released him. Adam hit the ground, gasping. "I get it," he said. "I understand how you feel. But we're only doing our job. And from where we stand, we have reason to believe he is the prime suspect." Jinwoo's jaw clenched. "So why are you showing me this now?" Adam's voice turned grim. "At the International Guild Conference, the Bureau plans to declare him a wanted man. publicly. A chill filled the cabin. That meant the investigation would no longer be a secret. It meant the world would come hunting. A few days later, the International Guild Conference was gearing up. It was set to be the biggest event for discussing the future of the Hunter Society. When the list of invited guilds was released, it was official. The Hae-in Guild would represent South Korea. This news spread like wildfire across the world. And back home too. Everyone was buzzing, but also a little stunned, because technically the Hae-in Guild was made up of just one person, Jinwoo. But honestly, that one person was enough. Jinwoo could easily take on entire guilds from other countries single-handedly, and that was the main argument in favor of Hae-in Guild representing Korea. At the conference, debates broke out. People questioned whether it was appropriate to send a one-man guild instead of a traditional team. Mr. Choi Jong-in, head of the Hunter Guild and South Korea's top mages, was asked directly about it. His response? Calm, confident. I think it's perfectly reasonable. Not only do I accept it, I support it fully. The audience pushed further. Wasn't it embarrassing that Hae-in Guild had only one member? Choi Jong-in smiled and replied, "That one person is Jinwoo. That alone is argument enough." If you were counting the number of hunters capable of fighting high-ranking monsters, Jinwoo could easily replace hundreds. Choi even recalled the Jeju Island raid, when all hope seemed lost against the ants. And it was Jinwoo who had turned the tide, leading everyone back alive. He felt genuine pride that Jinwoo was now the face of South Korea at the conference, but not everyone was thrilled. One guy stood up, bitter about the fact that year after year the Hunter Guild had been the representative, and now suddenly they weren't. Choi handled it gracefully, saying he wasn't bitter, just a little disappointed. After all, he had renewed his passport just for this trip to America. But pride overwhelmed any lingering regret. When we thought we were doomed against the ants, it was Jinwoo who stepped forward without hesitation, he said. "I'm proud that he's the one carrying our flag." After the conference ended, Choi Jong-in was approached by another hunter. The guy mentioned that a new dungeon had spawned that morning in the Susa area, an A rank, but reportedly not too dangerous. What caught Choi's attention wasn't the dungeon itself, but the fact that Hae-in Guild hadn't even bothered to claim it. 4 days since Jinwoo got back from Japan, Choi thought, and he hasn't made a move. While some guilds were throwing parties celebrating Jinwoo's absence, thinking the competition was finally easing up, Choi wasn't fooled. He compared them to monkeys thrilled over free apples falling from trees. Another hunter next to him grinned and said that now that Hae-in Guild wasn't sweeping through all the dungeons, sales were up 40%. Choi just smirked. Another monkey, he thought dryly. He waved it off and asked if the association had commented about Jinwoo's quiet behavior. After all, Jinwoo used to clear 3 or 4 low-rank dungeons a day, even after becoming an S rank. Now, he was just silent. Meanwhile, back in South Korea, inside the Hunters Association building, another situation was brewing. An inspector approached the president of the association, Go Gun-hee, with a request. China had sent an inquiry about Jinwoo. Go Gun-hee frowned. Isn't his information supposed to be personal and classified? The inspector explained it wasn't an official government request, but it was from a Chinese 7-star hunter named Liu Zhigang. In China, hunters were rated up to 7 stars, and Liu Zhigang was one of the best, a 5-star hunter who had battled alongside Jinwoo against the giants. Apparently, Liu Zhigang had developed a personal interest in Jinwoo's abilities. Still, Go Gun-hee didn't like it. He ordered the inspector to deny the request, maybe write something vague and harmless instead. At the same time, across the ocean in America, something else was unfolding. Inside a prestigious guild office, a young woman approached the guild master and urgently whispered something in his ear. Hunter Huang has arrived. The guild master was stunned. Before he could react, Huang casually walked into the room. Without wasting any time, Thomas spoke, his voice low but firm. "I'll keep this brief. Tell your people, don't lay a hand on Hunter Jinwoo when he arrives in America tomorrow." He knew full well what had happened between this guild leader's brother and himself, and he was here to make sure history wouldn't repeat itself. Even though the guild master's warning was clear, Huang Dongsu was still torn. Part of him doubted everything, but a bigger part of him desperately wanted the truth. As he stood there thinking, a tremendous force suddenly swept through the room. The overwhelming presence of Thomas Andre, the leader of the Scavenger Guild, hit him like a wave, sending chills down his spine. Thomas didn't even need to raise his voice. He simply pointed a finger at Dongsu and said coldly, "Did I say you could speak?" The girl standing next to Dongsu, Laura, Thomas's assistant, thought to herself, "Just do as you're told." After all, there weren't many people in the world who could intimidate national-level hunters. And Thomas Andre. He wasn't just any hunter. He was one of the most dangerous of them all. Still, Laura kept repeating her warning to Huang Dongsu. No matter what, do not touch Hunter Jinwoo. Dongsu grumbled, but eventually agreed. He turned around stiffly and left to rest at the villa, just as instructed. After he left, Laura turned to Thomas, worried. "Do you think he'll actually listen?" she asked. Thomas snorted. Of course not, but he's not that stupid either. Then he ordered Laura, "Until Jinwoo leaves America, keep a close eye on Hwang Dong-soo." Laura hesitated. She knew Dong-soo wouldn't like being watched. But Thomas cut her off. Whether he likes it or not, it's better than dying. The next day, all the guilds gathered in a grand building for the big conference. Hunters from around the world filled the halls, and reporters swarmed the place like bees. One German hunter, from the Richter Guild, looked around, confused at the commotion. He asked his attendant why there were so many reporters. The attendant smiled and explained, "It's because of the Korean hunter. Everyone's talking about him." And just as they spoke, Jinwoo arrived. The German hunter figured it wouldn't hurt to introduce himself. After all, it's always smart to network with powerful people. But as he started walking toward Jinwoo, he froze. Something felt wrong. His escort asked why he had stopped, but the hunter just stared ahead. He hadn't even spoken out loud. Instinct alone made him stop. Because walking casually through the hall, Jinwoo was surrounded by so many powerful auras, it looked like he was marching into battle. It was terrifying. Jinwoo, meanwhile, noticed something too. He turned slightly to Jinho, who was tagging along and chatting excitedly. "See anyone familiar?" Jinho asked. Jinwoo shook his head. "Not really, but someone's staring pretty hard." Jinho laughed it off. "Well, you are basically a celebrity now. You're all over the news. Probably just a fan hoping for an autograph." As they walked, Jinho started wondering aloud. Weird though, why's the head of the association here? The official ahead of them, face stiff and awkward, explained, "Actually, I'm assigned to guard Hunter Jinwoo." He looked so embarrassed saying it that Jinho made him repeat it. Guarding Jinwoo? The idea sounded ridiculous. Jinwoo chuckled. "I thought you guys came here to meet me, not protect me." But the man clarified nervously, No, we're here specifically for you." Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. "I thought you were the ones in charge of Asia." Another voice, Adam White, chimed in. "From now on, we're in charge of you, Hunter Jinwoo." Jinwoo listened quietly as Adam added, "We'll be escorting you to the hotel, and there's also something important we need to discuss." At that, Jinwoo's expression turned serious. "Does it have something to do with my father?" he asked. Adam hesitated, then nodded. "The conversation won't hurt you, but it's classified. Some of it is even level 1 classified." Later, sitting in a black SUV, Jinwoo turned to Adam again. "Where exactly are we going?" Adam answered, "The headquarters building for the Hunters Bureau. Time's really pressing. Christopher Reed, our strongest hunter, is dead, and America needs to reinforce its fighting strength immediately." He explained that Christopher's death was still unofficially kept under wraps, but behind closed doors they were scrambling. "We're trying to find someone who can replace him," Adam said carefully. "And you're one of the top contenders." Adam pulled up some data on a tablet. He explained that Jinwoo's power was comparable to some of the most dangerous magical beasts in history, ones tied to legendary artifacts like runestones. He mentioned Kamish, the dragon, and how the runestone retrieved from Kamish's corpse had once triggered a global disaster, something humanity wanted desperately to forget. Adam asked cautiously, "So, what do you think about our proposal?" Instead of answering right away, Jinwoo leaned forward and pointed at the screen. "Show me the first photo again." Adam complied. The photo showed Kamish's enormous corpse, preserved somehow. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. "You kept the dragon's body?" Adam nodded. "Yes, but the location is classified." Jinwoo's voice was low and firm. "I want to see it." Adam explained that even he didn't know where it was kept. It was a secret so high that only a handful of people knew, but he promised to push the request up the chain of command. "Will you wait a bit?" Adam asked. Jinwoo thought for a moment, then smiled slightly. "Sure, I'll go with you, and wait." Soon, Adam arrived at the Hunters Bureau's higher offices to report. The official inside listened carefully and then said, "You'll need to speak to the deputy director." As Adam left to get approval, 2 agents inside the room chatted quietly. "Why does Hunter Sung want to see Kamish's body?" one whispered. The other shook his head. "Who knows? But he's not just a tourist." They both agreed. Someone like Jinwoo, who could claim runes and skills from magical beasts, might see something in Kamish's body that others couldn't. If he could harvest skills even from monsters he didn't kill himself, that would change everything. The officials inside the Hunters Bureau were deeply troubled. If Jinwoo somehow managed to resurrect Kamish, the most powerful dragon ever known, and turn him into a shadow soldier, it would be catastrophic. One man argued, "We can't allow one person to become that powerful." But another countered, "If we refuse him now, we risk destroying any friendly relationship we have with him." In the end, they agreed to take a dangerous gamble. They would allow Jinwoo to proceed. Maybe they'd even get the chance to witness his terrifying abilities firsthand. Soon after, Jinwoo and the bureau official were walking through the facility, descending floor after floor. The atmosphere was heavy, and the officials silently wished things were calmer. Jinwoo, on the other hand, was deep in thought. This building was constructed right over the place where Christopher Reed fell. It was almost surreal. They moved through another long hallway until they reached a massive steel door. The official punched in a complicated password, and with a deep rumble, the door opened. The moment it did, Jinwoo felt it. The air itself shimmered with powerful magic. Even after 8 long years, the remnants of Kamish's energy still lingered, thick and oppressive. How powerful would Kamish have been as a shadow soldier? The idea made Jinwoo's heart race. Inside the vast room stood the skeleton of Kamish, enormous and awe-inspiring, a beast of legend frozen in death. The official spoke with reverence. Kamish wiped out countless hunters. Only 5 state-level hunters survived to defeat him. He gestured around. The magic energy powering this entire building. It comes from Kamish's extracted magic stone. Turning to Jinwoo, he asked, "Are you satisfied?" But Jinwoo didn't answer. Instead, he asked everyone to step back. He needed space. He walked toward Kamish's remains, his expression serious. From a distance, the Bureau agents watched in silence. Jinwoo concentrated, stretching out his hand toward Kamish's bones. He spoke the command, "Arise." Dark energy swirled around the skeleton. Thick, oppressive, electric, but nothing. First attempt failed. Jinwoo exhaled quietly. He still had 2 tries left. Gathering his power again, he said it a second time, stronger. "Arise." This time, the room shook violently. Darkness exploded around Kamish's massive frame. And then the impossible happened. A terrifying roar filled the chamber as Kamish's phantom form materialized. Alive, furious, monstrous. The walls cracked, lights shattered. Protective barriers designed by top mages shattered like glass. Everyone watching froze in horror. The dragon's burning gaze locked onto Jinwoo. "You summoned me," Kamish growled. "You, the king of the dead, the lord of shadows?" The Bureau agents realized the truth. This wasn't just a resurrection. It was full, conscious rebirth. Kamish, free for the first time in years, shook the room with his rage. "I must destroy them all," he roared, the barriers breaking apart piece by piece. Panic spread. "We have to evacuate," someone screamed. "No!" another yelled. "That's Kamish's breath attack charging up, and if he fires it, we're finished." Amid the chaos, Jinwoo stepped forward, utterly calm. He spoke, not in Korean, not in English, but in the ancient language of monsters, a tongue only rulers and ancient beings understood. "Calm yourself. Your magic stone was removed long ago. You are no longer bound to the monarch." The others couldn't believe what they were hearing, or even comprehend it. Kamish's raging energy began to subside. The dragon bowed his massive head low and murmured, "So, this is what it feels like to be summoned by the Shadow Monarch." He glanced back at the terrified officials and sneered, "Pathetic servants of the Dragon King." Jinwoo blinked. "Dragon King?" Confused, he asked Kamish who he was referring to. Kamish explained, "I once served the king of the wild dragons, the ruler of destruction." Jinwoo felt a cold shiver. The ruler of destruction, one of the terrifying 9 monarchs. This was the true scale of the enemy he was now facing. But before Jinwoo could say more, he noticed something strange. Kamish's body, it was fading. The dragon spoke with a sad finality. "Forgive me, master. We met too late. 8 years had been too long. Even Jinwoo's power as the Shadow Monarch couldn't fully bring Kamish back." As Kamish's spirit dissolved into light, he gave a final warning. "Be careful. 4 have borrowed the power of the monarchs. Watch for them." And then, Kamish was gone. Forever. The system chimed harshly. Shadow extraction failed. No further attempts allowed. Jinwoo clenched his fists, jaw tight. He turned back to Adam White and said evenly, "Please tell the department head I'll assist with rebuilding this place." Then he walked away, his aura dark and seething. And just before exiting, unable to hold back his frustration, he smashed his fist into the wall, the reinforced concrete crumbling like sand under the force of his anger. Later that night, as Jinwoo was trying to cool his emotions, an inspector from the association found him. "Hunter Sung, why haven't you been answering your phone?" he asked. Jinwoo shrugged. "I was somewhere without signal." The inspector, flustered, said, "Hunter Go-Gun-hee said he saw you and was waiting for you at his office." But Jinwoo frowned. "I just came from there. I didn't see him." At that moment, Adam White hurried over, face tense. "That's impossible," he said. "Hunter Go-Gun-hee isn't even registered as a guest today." The inspector paled. "But just 2 hours ago, a hunter from the Vultures Guild swore he saw him." The inspector stood there, puzzled. The Vultures Guild, even though they were closely tied to the management, technically didn't have any authority to act on its behalf. Still, he decided to call them directly to find out what was going on. But even as he reached for his phone, Jinwoo was already on edge. Something deep inside him screamed that something was wrong. At the Vultures Guild office, a woman answered the phone. She was shocked to hear that someone from their guild had apparently taken a banner belonging to the Ajin Guild. Instantly, she knew who it was. Meanwhile, the inspector, now standing around the corner, was told to stall Jinwoo to ask him if he knew anything. Jinwoo, keeping his expression neutral, said he didn't know. But even before the conversation could finish, Jinwoo was gone. He sprinted toward the tallest building in the city, his mind racing. He realized with a jolt of guilt, I should have left shadow guards with Jinho. He couldn't bear the thought of losing Jinho, not like what had happened to his sister. Not again. Without wasting a second, Jinwoo summoned his shadow army. Everyone, search for Yu now. In an instant, the shadow soldiers exploded outward, racing through the streets, searching every corner of the city. Meanwhile, deep inside an abandoned building, chaos was erupting inside the Scavenger Guild. Thomas Andre's men realized that Hwang Dong-soo had disappeared, and worse, he had acted without permission. The guildmaster Thomas himself immediately knew, if Jinwoo finds Dong-soo first, it's over. He barked orders at his subordinates. Find him before Jinwoo does! No excuses. But deep down, he knew they were already too late. Back outside, the sun was setting, and Jinwoo stood atop a building, watching his shadow soldiers dart across the city like black arrows. He listened closely to the city sounds, straining for any clue, and then it hit him. Jinho must have been taken out of the city. If ordinary people had tried to overpower Jinho, it would have caused a scene. He was too strong to be dragged off quietly. If he was moved so smoothly, it could only mean one thing. It was hunters, and not just any hunters. The Scavenger Guild was involved. Jinwoo's face hardened. If it was Scavenger, there was only one suspect, Hwang Dong-soo. It made perfect sense. Dong-soo had always suspected Jinwoo and Jinho of being involved in his brother's death during the Jeju Island raid. If anything happens to Jinho, I'll destroy them all. At the same time, in the Scavenger Guild headquarters, Thomas Andre was furious. His subordinates still hadn't found Dong-soo. That idiot, Thomas muttered under his breath. He knew Dong-soo was an S-rank hunter, sure, but compared to Jinwoo, it was like comparing the Earth to the moon. Thomas realized he'd been too lenient lately. He summoned Laura, his assistant, and demanded a situation report. Laura explained that, using Bureau intelligence, she had tracked Dong-soo's recent movements, and found that he'd visited an unlisted location multiple times over the past month. Thomas didn't hesitate. Send every man we have there. Now I'm coming too. Before hanging up, he asked how she had convinced the Bureau to cooperate. Laura simply smiled. Sometimes a little pressure goes a long way. Thomas knew, if they didn't find Dong-soo fast, they'd soon have a much bigger problem. They'd be facing Jinwoo head-on. Back at the Bureau, alarm bells started going off. A hunter rushed into the main office, shouting, "The entire Scavenger Guild is mobilizing." Every member, all 100 of them, canceled their raids and moved to one location. Panic broke out. Everyone knew, if Thomas Andre moved his whole guild, something serious was happening. And if Jinwoo was involved, things could spiral out of control fast. Meanwhile, inside an abandoned warehouse, Yu Jinho was in bad shape. 3 scavenger hunters stood around him. He was tied up, bleeding, but alive. One of them, Hwang Dong-soo, crouched down in front of him. "Relax, we're not going to kill you. Yet," Dong-soo said coldly. "We just need a few answers." He explained that Thomas Andre had forbidden him from touching Jinwoo. But Jinho? Fair game. All he wanted was one thing, a confession. Dong-soo wanted to hear Jinho say that Jinwoo killed his brother. If he got that answer, Jinho would be free. If not, things would get ugly. Dong-soo slapped Jinho hard across the chest, trying to wake him up. Another hunter nearby chuckled. "Tough little guy. Probably a tank class. Anyone else would be dead by now." Dong-soo sneered. "Stubborn idiot." Losing patience, Dong-soo grabbed Jinho and smashed his head against the iron wall behind him. Hard. "You think being brave is going to save you? Keep your mouth shut and you'll just suffer more." He warned him. "This place? Abandoned for 5 years. No one's coming to save you. Scream all you want." Jinho, bloodied but defiant, glared up at him and spat out, "Go to hell." Dong-soo's face twisted in rage. He hit Jinho again, even harder. But one of the scavenger hunters watching stepped forward and warned him, "Careful. You kill him, and you'll bring hell down on all of us. We're not doing this for money, remember?" Dong-soo ignored him. All he cared about now was breaking Jinho and getting the confession he desperately craved. "Leave him alone already," one of the hunters muttered nervously. They thought they had gotten enough information out of Yu Jinho, but Hwang Dong-soo wasn't ready to stop. He sneered at Jinho's battered face. "Enough. We've just begun." But just then, something caught the hunter's attention. An orc appeared in the doorway, staring straight at them. Dong-soo stiffened, confused. Where the hell did this thing come from? He thought maybe a dungeon break had happened nearby. He started moving toward it, but something felt wrong. The orc wasn't attacking, it was terrified. Before Dong-soo could react, the orc swung at him. But in that exact moment, a familiar voice echoed through the room. Jinwoo's voice. Meanwhile, far away, Jinwoo's mother and sister were watching TV. They were tuned into a news report covering the Hunter Bureau's big event, and the US footage of Jinwoo flashed across the screen. Behind them, hidden in the shadows, one of Jinwoo's loyal shadow soldiers stood guard, whispering, "If anyone dares anger the king, they will not live to tell the tale." The shadow sensed it. Something was stirring in America. Elsewhere, a group of hunters preparing for a dungeon raid chatted nervously. Lately, monsters had been acting strange, unpredictable, even in low-ranked dungeons. The leader warned them not to let their guard down. Suddenly, one of the hunters pointed at the ground, panicking. "My shadow! It's moving!" His teammate laughed it off, thinking he was just trying to scare him. But the first hunter's face turned pale. "I'm serious, it's alive!" Meanwhile, back on the road, Thomas Andre, head of the Scavenger Guild, felt a chill crawl down his spine. He ordered his driver to stop the car immediately. "It started," he muttered grimly. Kicking open the door, Thomas decided to go on foot, moving fast, sensing the eruption that was about to come. Inside the abandoned warehouse, chaos broke loose. Jinwoo had arrived. The walls shook as he burst through, knocking aside obstacles like they were paper. Two scavenger hunters nearby froze in terror. The sheer pressure of Jinwoo's presence made it hard to breathe. Jinwoo rushed straight to Jinho's side, pouring a healing potion over him. But the system immediately flashed a warning. Target's health is below 10%. Healing potion effect nullified. Jinwoo's eyes blazed with fury. He lifted his gaze to the two terrified hunters standing there. "Is either of you a healer?" he demanded. They hesitated, stammering, trying to pretend they didn't understand Korean. Before they could react, Hwang Dong-soo appeared, grinning. "Didn't you hear him? Heal this puppy," he mocked. Jinwoo kept his cool, barely. He asked the hunters again, giving them one last chance. But one of them muttered that he had to ask the boss first. That was the last straw. Without a word, Jinwoo grabbed the man's head and smashed it against the nearest wall. The hunter collapsed instantly. Another scavenger hunter, panicking, tried to back away, stuttering about not knowing who Jinho was to Jinwoo. But Jinwoo had already activated his ruler's authority, pinning the second hunter into the ground with invisible force, the concrete cracking beneath him. Dong-soo, still arrogant, stepped forward. "I knew it," he growled. "You're the one who killed my brother, aren't you?" From the ground, Jinho weakly called out, "Be careful, Jinwoo. This guy's dangerous." Jinwoo didn't even look back. "Save your strength," he said calmly. Dong-soo snarled, "Answer me. Did you kill my brother and his team?" Jinwoo's eyes flashed. "Why don't you go ask him yourself?" Dong-soo lost it. He lunged at Jinwoo with everything he had, but Jinwoo sidestepped effortlessly and delivered a brutal kick to Dong-soo's ribs. The force sent Dong-soo flying across the room, slamming him into a steel pipe with a sickening crunch. He hit the ground, groaning in pain, but Jinwoo wasn't done yet. Cold and merciless, Jinwoo approached and slammed Dong-soo again, pounding him into the ground. The sounds of bones cracking echoed through the abandoned warehouse. Just as Jinwoo was about to end it, Thomas Andre finally arrived. "Stop," Thomas said firmly. Jinwoo didn't even look at him at first. Thomas raised a hand, trying to de-escalate. "Calm down. I'm not here to fight you. Is he still breathing?" Jinwoo, panting slightly, replied, "For now." Thomas nodded. "Good. Then let's keep it simple. We'll pretend this never happened. We'll both walk away." But Jinwoo's face darkened. "And if that doesn't suit me?" Thomas's expression hardened. "Then this conversation is over." Jinwoo had no interest in talking anymore. He tossed Dong-soo aside like trash, sending his battered body skidding across the floor. Dong-soo, even through his pain, laughed bitterly. Finally, Thomas will have to step in. Thomas watched Jinwoo approach, his mind racing. "He doesn't even know who I am," Thomas thought. If he did, maybe he wouldn't be so reckless. After all, Thomas Andre wasn't just any hunter. He had grown up in a harsh world, poor, fighting for survival every day. He had clawed his way up to become one of the strongest men on Earth. But even he couldn't shake the growing realization he might have just picked a fight he couldn't win. Thomas Andre's story was one of hardship. Born into a poor immigrant family, he had grown up facing scorn and contempt from those around him. But fate had blessed him with something few others possessed: an overwhelming natural strength, a ferocity that made him a king among men. Every battle, every fight, he crushed his enemies with raw, brutal power. He ruled the battlefield like an emperor, his dominance undisputed. Whenever someone strong enough to challenge him appeared, Thomas crushed them without mercy, forcing even those who once looked down on him to kneel before him. Thomas Andre was the living embodiment of cruelty born from survival, a monster shaped by a ruthless world. He knew exactly how to break those who disobeyed. Now, standing face to face with Sung Jinwoo, Thomas felt that old burning pride surge up again. "Blame it all on your own stupidity," Thomas muttered. Meanwhile, the Scavenger Guild forces arrived at the site, ready to back up their boss. But just as they were setting up, a loud crash thundered through the area. Something flew past them at terrifying speed. When the dust cleared, they realized it was Thomas Andre himself. He had been hurled hundreds of meters through the air, and it was Jinwoo who had hit him. The Scavenger Guild members panicked, rushing toward Thomas to check if he was still breathing. Thomas slowly stood up, his guild following nervously behind him. Back on the battlefield, Jinwoo issued a command. Igris, take Jinho to the nearest hospital. Make sure he survives. Without hesitation, Igris lifted Jinho onto a dragon and flew into the sky. Jinwoo turned back to the Scavenger Guild, standing in front of him, and began summoning his army of shadow soldiers. Thomas Andre, smirking, cracked his knuckles. "A good fight," he muttered. "That's what I've been looking for." He didn't care about Huang Dongsu's ambitions anymore. All that mattered now was crushing the insolent hunter standing before him. Thomas called out, "If you admit your mistakes, I'll spare you." In response, Jinwoo simply raised his middle finger, silent and defiant. Thomas's face darkened with rage. "You'll regret not taking your last chance," he roared. His body swelled as he unleashed his magic power, the air around him trembling. The entire Scavenger Guild braced for battle, raising their shields. And then, the two forces collided. The battlefield erupted into chaos. The Scavenger Guild fought desperately against the overwhelming flood of shadow soldiers. Explosions shook the ground as dozens of shadow soldiers were blasted apart. At the center of it all, Thomas Andre rampaged like a monster unleashed. He crushed shadow soldiers left and right. An orc soldier tried to block him with a massive shield. Thomas shattered it with a single devastating blow. Knowing that shadow soldiers had the advantage in the air, Thomas launched himself into the sky, and then slammed down with enough force to create a massive shockwave, blasting apart dozens more shadows. But in the midst of the chaos, Thomas caught sight of his last standing guild member being overwhelmed. Nearby, Jinwoo stood, finishing him off. Thomas roared in fury, charging toward Jinwoo at full speed. But before he could reach him, a shadow general stepped between them, shield raised. Thomas crushed the general with a single blow, sending the massive armored figure flying. When Thomas looked up, Jinwoo was gone. In that split second, Jinwoo appeared behind him. He swung his blade, aiming for Thomas's back with terrifying force, but his weapon barely scratched Thomas's armor. Thomas retaliated instantly, smashing Jinwoo with a colossal punch that sent him flying upward. "Is this it?" Thomas laughed. "Is this what a national-level hunter looks like? A joke." He extended his hand, using telekinesis to drag Jinwoo back toward him like a ragdoll, planning to show him the difference between true power and desperation. But Jinwoo wasn't done. As Thomas pulled him closer, Jinwoo activated Ruler's authority, locking Thomas's movements mid-air. Thomas barely realized what was happening, and that tiny hesitation cost him dearly. Jinwoo used the momentum to his advantage, accelerating his fist connected with Thomas's face with earth-shattering force. Thomas flew across the battlefield like a meteor, crashing hard into the ground. Blood filled his mouth as he skidded across the ruined landscape. Before he could even gather himself, Jinwoo was already there. "You said you could feel the difference in strength and desperation," Jinwoo said coldly. "Now feel it for real." Jinwoo rained down blow after blow on Thomas, fist after fist, bone-shaking punches, a brutal, relentless assault. Thomas tried to fortify his body with mana, but the sheer speed and ferocity of Jinwoo's strikes overwhelmed him. Meanwhile, back near the city, traffic had ground to a halt. Confused civilians peered out of their cars, seeing flashes of black and gold lighting up the sky in the distance. One driver leaned over to Adam White, who was stuck in traffic too, and asked, "Hey, what's going on up there?" Adam grimly replied, "No time to explain. Just turn around and drive away if you want to live." Still not fully understanding, the driver decided it was smarter not to argue. They hit the gas, fleeing the area. Back on the battlefield, Jinwoo's mind raced. 4 people. 4 monarchs' powers were borrowed by humans. He was starting to realize the terrifying truth. Among the 5 who survived the trade, 4 had inherited a monarch's power. And Thomas Andre was almost certainly one of them. As Thomas Andre pushed his physical enhancement to its absolute limit, Jinwoo didn't hesitate. He charged straight at him, but Thomas slammed both fists into the ground with such force that the earth under Jinwoo's feet collapsed. The whole ground caved in. Using the opportunity, Thomas launched himself into the air, gathering an ominous energy in his hand. A dark orb, swirling, humming, formed. The Scavenger Guild members fighting the shadow soldiers instantly recognized it. Their faces turned pale. "It's his captivity skill. Everyone get away from the master." someone shouted. In an instant, every shadow soldier near Thomas was sucked toward the black orb, like a miniature black hole tearing through reality itself. Jinwoo clung to a broken wall, watching carefully. Even he could feel it. The orb's pull was terrifying. Without the power of a monarch protecting him, he might have been dragged in too. The orb exploded moments later, the shockwave collapsing half the building. But Jinwoo leapt higher, landing on a crumbling steel beam above the devastation. Down below, Thomas stood calmly next to the giant crater his skill had created, glaring up at Jinwoo. This time, Thomas growled, "I won't miss." Meanwhile, the battered Scavenger Guild members began retreating, carrying the wounded away. They knew staying was suicide. Thomas didn't care. He had his eyes locked on one thing, Jinwoo. In a flash, he launched himself upward, soaring toward Jinwoo with terrifying speed. But Jinwoo was ready. He met Thomas mid-air with a devastating kick to the chest, sending him flying backward. Jinwoo wasn't done. He activated Ruler's authority, seizing Thomas mid-air, pulling him toward him while simultaneously accelerating his own attack. Thomas couldn't believe it. This kid's coming at me head-on? Confident in his overwhelming strength, Thomas braced for the collision, intending to take the hit and counterattack. But when they clashed, Thomas realized too late. His armor cracked under the force of Jinwoo's punch. Jinwoo's strike sent Thomas hurtling through the remains of the building, smashing through debris like a wrecking ball. Without missing a beat, Jinwoo sprinted after him. Thomas barely had time to react. He swung at Jinwoo, but Jinwoo dodged smoothly and countered with a knee strike directly to Thomas's head. Thomas staggered. His armor, designed to withstand even the strongest attacks, was falling apart. "I need to change tactics," he thought desperately. At that moment, Adam White and his hunters arrived on the scene. They stopped dead in their tracks, staring in horror at the battlefield. What kind of monsters are fighting out there?" one of Adam's men whispered. They spotted someone flying past them, and only after a stunned second realized it was Thomas Andre himself. The hunters looked to Adam, waiting for orders, but Adam knew the truth. There was nothing they could do. This was far beyond their level. Back at the center of the chaos, Thomas couldn't believe what was happening. A hunter with no magical pressure, with no monstrous aura? How is he this strong? This doesn't make any sense. Thomas roared, "There's no way! I'm Thomas Andre. I don't lose." But Jinwoo didn't even flinch. He closed the distance, and then his next blow hit Thomas so hard that blood exploded from his mouth. Punch after punch, brutal, relentless. Jinwoo didn't care who Thomas was. All he saw was an enemy who had hurt Yu Jinho. The brigade hunters watching the fight screamed, "Stop! Please stop!" But Jinwoo didn't stop. He kept pounding Thomas into the ground, over and over, until finally, battered and broken, Thomas Andre whispered, I surrender." He slumped against the ruined wall, bloodied, defeated, head bowed in total submission. The witnesses could barely believe their eyes. Thomas Andre, one of the most powerful national-level hunters, beaten into the ground, forced to surrender. If the public ever learned what happened here, the whole world would turn upside down. Adam rushed forward, yelling for the healers to move in. One of them quickly knelt beside Thomas, but after a quick inspection, he shook his head in horror. "All his bones are broken, internal bleeding everywhere. I can't do this alone." Even battered, Thomas's durability was monstrous. Anyone else would have been dead a long time ago. Still, the scene was brutal. Suddenly, a new report came in. One of Adam's hunters ran over, pale and shaken. "Hunter Hwang Dong-soo. He's not breathing. His heart has stopped. And Sung Jinwoo is gone." Far away, across the ocean, Jinwoo stood atop a rooftop in Seoul, South Korea. The bustling city lights stretched out before him. He had used Shadow Exchange to instantly swap places with one of his soldiers. Standing beside him, one of his shadow soldiers knelt respectfully. It was the freshly reborn Hwang Dong-soo, now a shadow soldier. His level unknown, his rank, general. The shadow waited for his king's command. Jinwoo thought for a moment. Dong-soo had been consumed by greed, and it had led to his downfall. He decided to name him accordingly. "Your name will be Greed." The shadow smiled, a loyal servant reborn, and said humbly, "I am honored, my king." After naming his new shadow soldier Greed, Jinwoo looked down at him. "From now on, face the future head-on," Jinwoo said quietly. Greed, once Hwang Dong-soo, bowed low, acknowledging his new life under the Shadow Monarch. The next day, the International Guild Conference buzzed with tension. As Jinwoo walked into the building, he immediately noticed a swarm of reporters milling around. The man beside him leaned in and muttered, "Word must have gotten out about the fight yesterday. You're not escaping attention today." The bureau chief of the Hunters Association spotted Jinwoo and thought grimly, "This man destroyed the Scavenger Guild's reputation overnight." They had already decided to provide witness protection for the case involving Hwang Dong-soo, and the association was scrambling to figure out how to handle the fallout. But Jinwoo wasn't interested in any of that. He had only one goal here, and as soon as it was done, he planned to head straight back to Korea. No more delays. At the conference entrance, the staff handed Jinwoo a headset for real-time translation. "Everything said inside will be translated for you," the staff member explained. Jinwoo nodded silently and entered the massive hall. The room fell into a low murmur as he stepped inside. People stared. Whispers rippled across the crowd. "That's the Asian hunter who beat Thomas Andre. He's the one who helped clear the Tokyo Gate. He's the guy who crushed the Vultures Guild." The shock on their faces was palpable. Jinwoo ignored the stares, found a free seat, and sat down calmly. The conference officially began. A man with glasses walked onto the stage and introduced himself. "I'm Dr. Belzer." He got straight to the point. "As many of you know, the frequency of gate appearances has increased drastically. Along with that, the monsters inside have grown much stronger." But then he dropped something new, something no one was prepared for. "In addition," Dr. Belzer continued, "we have detected unusual phenomena in the atmosphere itself." He explained that many reports had confirmed a massive buildup of magical energy in the skies, something never recorded before in all of humanity's history with gates and dungeons. Until a better name was found, he proposed calling this phenomenon Mosphere. He displayed a map on the large screen behind him. Currently, Mosphere concentrations have been detected in 9 locations worldwide. The highest concentration is over Seoul, South Korea. The moment he said it, every head in the room turned to stare at Jinwoo. Jinwoo felt their gazes but kept a stoic face. Dr. Belzer quickly added, "No hunter can control or cause this phenomenon. Please do not associate Mr. Sung Jinwoo with it." But Jinwoo's mind was racing. 9 locations. 9 monarchs? The coincidence was too strong to ignore. The doctor wrapped up his report, warning everyone, "The world is on the brink of massive change. We must prepare for anything." Another man then took the stage. "Unfortunately, I bring tragic news," he began. The room fell deathly silent. 2 weeks ago, national-level hunter Christopher Reed was killed by unknown assailants. Gasps filled the hall. People whispered in disbelief. How could someone kill a national-level hunter? Was it the Asian hunter who fought Thomas yesterday? Speculation spread like wildfire. The screen behind the speaker lit up, showing images of Christopher's body. The man explained that the official report would be released tomorrow, but for now, they wanted to get ahead of rumors and present the main suspect. When the screen shifted to show the suspect, Jinwoo's heart nearly stopped. It was his father. The hall exploded into whispers. "That guy looks just like the Asian hunter behind us. Are all Asians the same or what?" Someone muttered ignorantly. Jinwoo clenched his fists. "Father, why?" He thought back to Kush's warning, that 4 humans had borrowed Monarch's powers, and that terrible things were coming. "Is this why the ruler sent a monster in my father's form?" The speaker continued. "The suspect found near the gate in U.S. territory was capable of speaking human language, a humanoid monster. Hunter Hwang Dong-soo was called to assist with interrogation due to the Korean language barrier. However, during questioning, the suspect knocked out Dong-soo, destroyed Hunter Bureau headquarters, and escaped. They concluded that it was highly likely this being and others like him were responsible for Christopher Reed's death. But Jinwoo noticed something the others didn't. In the interrogation footage, his father, or at least the man who looked like him, warned Hwang Dong-soo, "Stay out of Korea, for your own safety. If you don't, there will be no peace for you, not even in death." It wasn't a random threat. It sounded like a heartfelt warning. Jinwoo summoned Greed, the new shadow soldier made from Hwang Dong-soo, and asked, "Was it true?" Greed bowed and confirmed it. "Yes, my king. It is exactly as you saw." Jinwoo's heart twisted. There was no longer any doubt. The man in that footage was truly his father. The man on the stage continued speaking, his voice somber. "We request the assistance of all guilds worldwide to apprehend the suspect should he be found. If you encounter him, report immediately." A man in the audience raised his hand. "How can you be sure that this suspect isn't human?" The speaker answered, "His magical signature matches the energy emitted by monsters." Another voice asked, "You claim he impersonated a hunter lost in a dungeon. Has his identity been verified?" "Yes," the speaker replied. "There was indeed a man who went missing years ago. The suspect matches him." Someone else called out, "Then why won't you reveal his name?" The man hesitated, then explained, "Because he is related to one of the hunters present here today. Out of respect, we've withheld the information." But the tension only grew thicker. Another hand rose. It was Liu Zhigang, China's 7-star hunter. Calmly but firmly, he asked, "Wouldn't it be more appropriate to disclose his identity for the sake of capturing him?" Then, without mincing words, he added, "What is the connection between this monster and Hunter Sung Jinwoo?" The hall fell into stunned silence. The man on stage sighed heavily. During the interrogation, he admitted, the suspect identified himself as Sung Jinwoo's father. All eyes in the room turned toward Jinwoo. Liu Zhigang pressed further, Hunter Sung, if it is confirmed that this man is your father, and the Hunter Society decides to apprehend him, what will you do? Jinwoo stood up slowly. His voice when he spoke was clear, unwavering. The duty of a hunter is to eliminate monsters. If he truly is one, I'll destroy him myself. The crowd held its breath. But, Jinwoo continued, his gaze like steel, if it's confirmed he's my father, and anyone dares lay a hand on him, I will destroy them, no matter who they are. Silence fell like a hammer over the hall. As the conference ended and people began filing out, an investigator from the association approached Jinwoo. Did you really mean what you said in there? He asked, half in awe. Jinwoo shrugged. Was there anything unclear about it? The investigator chuckled nervously. You know, there are probably only 2 hunters in the world who could say something like that in front of the 500 strongest hunters from 120 countries. Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. Who's the other one? The guy you recently sent to the hospital. Thomas Andre, the investigator said with a laugh. He then mentioned that the association was hosting a grand banquet to celebrate the conference, and politely invited Jinwoo, mentioning how expensive it had been to arrange. Jinwoo was about to respond when he noticed Liu Zhigang approaching him. Zhigang spoke in Chinese, so Jinwoo didn't catch a word. He glanced at the investigator. What's he saying? The investigator translated quickly. He says he recently captured a strange monster off China's coast, and it was incredibly difficult even for him. He came today because he wanted to meet you, Sung Jinwoo, the hunter who defeated a dozen such monsters with ease. Jinwoo listened quietly. Zhigang continued through the translator, praising Jinwoo's strength and expressing admiration. He admitted that he was happy someone had finally reined in Thomas Andre. At first, Jinwoo had found Zhigang a little arrogant, but now he realized he's not a bad guy after all. Before leaving, Liu Zhigang added sincerely, I hope that man isn't really your family. Jinwoo nodded wordlessly. The investigator smiled and said, at least it doesn't seem like he's looking for a fight. Good, Jinwoo replied simply. Suddenly, a different official approached Jinwoo. Hunter Sung, please come with us. A few minutes later, Jinwoo found himself sitting across from Madame Sellner, the world's only hunter appraiser who could perceive future dangers. She smiled warmly. It's been a long time, Hunter Sung. Jinwoo frowned slightly. He hadn't expected to see her again. Why did you call for me? He asked. Madame Sellner's expression grew serious. I've been having strange dreams lately, she said. Dreams where hunters are killed by unknown creatures. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. She continued. The worst part is the dreams are coming true. She confessed that before Christopher Reed's death, she had tried to warn him, but he hadn't listened, and now he was gone. Jinwoo immediately understood. It's happening already. Madame Sellner leaned in closer. The great hunters, the ones who have kept humanity safe, yet are going to die, one after another. Jinwoo asked, these unknown creatures, are they unstoppable? She nodded gravely. They aren't ordinary beings. I tried to peer into their true nature in my dreams. And? Jinwoo prompted. Sellner shivered visibly as she spoke. When I looked at them, what I saw was infinite, bottomless power. I woke up screaming. In that moment, a voice whispered into my ear, a voice so terrible I still hear it sometimes. It said, she whispered, you have seen something you should not have seen. Jinwoo felt a chill run down his spine. This is the war that Kadaf spoke of, the eternal war between the rulers and the monarchs, and Earth was about to become their new battleground. Jinwoo asked the obvious question, why tell me this? Madame Sellner looked straight into his eyes. Because they will come for the hunters, and you, Hunter Sung, you must protect them. Madame Sellner finished her warning with a final chilling note. The same power I saw in those monsters comes from you too, Hunter Sung. Jinwoo froze. Was she sensing the power of the Shadow Monarch inside me? If that was true, then it made sense. The creatures she dreamed of were likely the rulers or their agents. The hunters they spoke of, like the ones from Hae-in, must be aligned with the rulers. The man standing behind Sellner spoke next, his voice low and urgent. Those creatures are strong. If we're going to survive, we'll need your help, Hunter Sung. He admitted they had initially doubted Jinwoo's abilities, but after what they witnessed during his fight with Thomas Andre, there were no more doubts. Needless to say, the man added, you will be handsomely rewarded. You can take anything you want, even the runestone extracted from Kamish. He explained that America was blessed with hundreds of powerful hunters, and only because of them had humanity been able to resist the tide of monstrous threats. If those top hunters were wiped out, the world would collapse. Jinwoo was about to respond when the man quickly asked, was your fight with Thomas Andre yesterday personal? Jinwoo shook his head calmly. I just didn't know who my true enemies were yet. He stood up, ready to leave. I need to return home. But just before walking out, Jinwoo stopped, sighed, and turned back. Mr. White, he said. Could you provide me with a list of hunters who have requested protection? Also, I'd like to arrange meetings with them. Adam White smiled. Of course, I'll get it ready for you. On the final day of the International Hunters Conference, a grand banquet was held. Hunters from all over the world gathered in celebration. Jinwoo and Yu Jinho attended as well. Jinwoo checked on his deputy, concerned. You doing okay? Jinho grinned sheepishly. I'm more alive than anyone else here, Hyung. Although, hearing you fought Thomas Andre almost made me cry. Nearby, whispers filled the room. Hunters talked quietly about Jinwoo. I saw it myself. I couldn't even sense his magic power. He's on a completely different level. And he fought Thomas Andre just to save his deputy. The admiration and fear were thick in the air. Suddenly, a hunter approached Jinwoo. He was the head of a company that specialized in recycling magical monster remains. He politely asked if Jinwoo could spare a moment. He wanted to discuss purchasing the corpses of the giants Jinwoo had recently killed. Jinwoo chuckled internally. He pointed at Jinho. Business matters aren't my thing. Talk to my vice president. Jinho, bright-eyed, immediately stepped forward, smiling confidently. Pleasure to meet you. Let's discuss the details. Jinwoo couldn't help but smile. This little puppy is really starting to feel like a true vice president now. At that moment, Adam White returned, holding a file. Here's the list you asked for. Jinwoo scanned the document. It ranked hunters based on their achievements and overall contributions. The top 10 hunters were prioritized, the best of the best. Adam pointed out where Jinwoo would have stood if he officially registered. Given your performance during the Giants raid, you'd be ranked around 3rd or 4th. The rankings were Thomas Andre, 1st Liu Jigang, 2nd Christopher Reed, 3rd Siddharth Bakchan, 4th. It was too many names for Jinwoo to memorize. Instead, he decided, I'll just meet everyone and sort things out myself. It'll be easier that way. That way, he could quickly identify who was a ruler's ally and who wasn't. But suddenly, the entire room went silent. Everyone froze as Thomas Andre walked in. Jinwoo turned and saw Thomas, arm heavily bandaged, slowly approaching him. Thomas raised his hand, barely, and spoke. Healing magic won't work. The damage is too deep. Doctors had confirmed it. His arm was healing, but painfully slowly. Thomas looked Jinwoo in the eyes and asked, Why? You could have crushed me completely. You could have wiped out my entire guild. But you didn't. Jinwoo answered simply, because they didn't deserve to die. Thomas stared at him for a long moment. Then he turned to leave, muttering, I'm planning to hold a proper funeral for Huang Dongsu. He didn't deserve to die like that, but at least he deserves a farewell. Before he left completely, he added, When my arm's healed, let's have lunch sometime. Tell my secretary to get your number. Thomas's secretary, a polite young woman, approached Jinwoo. She bowed respectfully. Our master wishes to thank you for sparing the guild members. If you ever need anything, please contact us. Jinwoo shook his head. I'm fine. The secretary smiled and added, Our master doesn't like owing debts. Please ask for something. Anything. Jinwoo thought for a moment, then said casually, Maybe a good blade, or a dagger. Something useful. The secretary bowed again. Understood. Thank you, Hunter Sung. After she left, Adam White approached. The hunters you wanted to meet are waiting, shall we? Jinwoo nodded. No need, he said calmly. But I noticed something. Someone's missing from this list. Hunter number 6, where is he? Adam's face turned grim. We lost contact with him a few days before the conference. We tried searching discreetly through Brazil, but he never came back. Jinwoo's heart sank. He's dead. That left only 7 hunters, 7 potential allies against the coming storm. Meanwhile, back in Seoul, the president of the Hunter Association sat quietly in his office. His health had been deteriorating for a long time. The doctors had warned him step down or die within the year. He had stubbornly stayed, sacrificing himself for the association for the future. But now, even he could feel it. His time was almost up. As he rolled back in his chair, thinking he might finally go home early, the phone rang. It was his wife, checking in as always. Nothing strange happened today, she reassured him. I'll be home soon, he promised. But just as he hung up, he felt it. An unnatural, oppressive presence filled the room. He turned slowly and saw it. At the far end of the hallway sat a figure, leaning back casually in a chair, grinning at him. The president stared. Do you want something? He asked cautiously. But deep inside, cold fear gripped him. This aura, it's too much. I can't even grasp it. The figure chuckled. Relax. This space is isolated from the outside world. No one can help you now. For a moment, the president wondered if it was just a dream, but a shard of ice shot through the air, piercing his shoulder. Pain. It was all real. The creature stood up. I thought you'd be more interesting, he said mockingly. But it turns out, you're just a human. Who are you? The president demanded again. The creature smirked, releasing a wave of chilling power that made the room freeze over. No more games. Show me the shard of light hidden within you, or die. The president gritted his teeth. the monarch began casting a terrible spell, magic swirling at his fingertips. He attacked, but the president was ready. With a burst of radiant energy, the president countered, reflecting the spell, blasting a hole through the wall. The human facade peeled away, and now, standing there, was no longer the frail association president, but one of the shards of brilliant light, emissaries of the rulers. The creature's smirk widened. "Found you," he whispered. The two forces clashed violently. The frost monarch, the creature of ice, unleashed devastating cold magic, but the shard fought back with brilliant, blazing light. The building around them shook and crumbled. Walls cracked. Furniture froze and shattered. The frost monarch managed to freeze half the shard's body at one point, but he broke free with sheer willpower. They exchanged savage blows, but the human vessel was clearly weakening. Desperate, the shard launched a powerful strike. The frost monarch barely shielded himself with a block of ice. The attack missed. The president collapsed to one knee, gasping for breath. The frost monarch stood over him, triumphant. "You're finished," he sneered. "Not even a fragment of the shard you used to be." Then he lunged. Ice blades tore into the president's weakened body. The frost monarch laughed cruelly. "How long would it take you to find another vessel? A year? 2? By then, it'll be too late. My armies will sweep across this world." But then, to the monarch's shock, the president laughed. "You really think I fought you for nothing?" With a sudden movement, he grabbed the frost monarch's arm. "You missed something important," he whispered. And then, the shard drove his fist into the wall behind him. It wasn't an attack. It was a precise strike aimed at the barrier, isolating the space. Cracks spiderwebbed instantly. The frost monarch's eyes widened. "What are you?" The barrier shattered. The outside world rushed in. From the ruined breach, a massive shadow ant charged through, followed by a dark silhouette. The frost monarch sneered. "Just a chaos beast? It's nothing." He moved to intercept, but the figure following wasn't just another minion. As the monarch swung his scythe, intending to crush the intruder, his weapon was blocked. A hand gripped the scythe with unbelievable force. A figure materialized from the shadows, moving faster than the eye could follow. It was Sung Jinwoo. Before the frost monarch could react, Jinwoo's hand closed around his throat. His voice, low and dangerous, rumbled in the freezing air. "Who are you? What kind of monster are you?" Frost monarch, the so-called ice elf, stared at Jinwoo. He noticed the shadows gathering behind him, an entire army hidden in the darkness, and in that moment, he realized the terrifying truth. The true Shadow Monarch stands before me. He wondered bitterly why Jinwoo hadn't contacted the others if he had already amassed such a powerful force. Meanwhile, Jinwoo looked at him sharply. He recognized this creature, the same Frost Monarch, the one I once failed to extract. It had been so long, Jinwoo had almost forgotten, but the Monarch hadn't. To the Frost Monarch, this was a long-missed opportunity, the key mistake they'd made. The Frost Monarch suddenly exhaled a freezing breath, unleashing a wave of deadly cold that froze everything nearby. But Jinwoo dodged easily, his instincts razor-sharp. Without hesitation, he summoned his dagger. The magical weapon materialized in his hand, gleaming dangerously. With a flick of his wrist, Jinwoo shattered the surrounding ice in an instant. The Frost Monarch backed away slightly. "I didn't plan to fight the Lord of Shadows today," he muttered, annoyed. Jinwoo frowned. What's he talking about? The Frost Monarch kept speaking, his voice slippery. "You came to save the man above us, didn't you?" Jinwoo didn't understand at first. Then, following the monarch's gaze, he looked up and saw it. The president of the Hunter Association, lying unconscious and gravely injured inside the shattered building overhead. The Frost Monarch sneered, raising an ice spear and aiming it toward the president. "Choose," he said mockingly. "Save him, or fight me." And with that, he threw the spear. Jinwoo moved instantly. He activated his monarch's authority, trying to stop the spear mid-air. But the Frost Monarch canceled the effect with a counterspell. Thinking fast, Jinwoo launched himself upward. He hurled his dagger at a nearby window, shattering it, using the opening to climb faster. The ice spear was about to strike, but Jinwoo reached the president just in time, deflecting the attack with a powerful sweep of his dagger. Down below, the Frost Monarch began casting a portal to escape, but Jinwoo wasn't about to let him slip away so easily. He summoned multiple shadow daggers, sending them flying toward the monarch. The blades pierced through the Frost Monarch's body as he stepped into the portal. Even so, the monarch turned with a cruel smile. "This vessel was better than expected," he admitted. "But next time, we will meet again, Shadow Monarch. Take your pitiful army and consider this my parting gift." and with that, he vanished into the portal. Jinwoo cursed under his breath. If only the barrier hadn't blocked my senses. He turned back to the president. One glance was enough to know. Ordinary healing potions wouldn't be enough. The president's life was slipping away. Jinwoo immediately summoned Beru, his trusted general. "Save him," Jinwoo ordered urgently. "Save him at any cost." Beru started the healing process with all his strength. But after a few moments, he turned back, shaking his head sorrowfully. "Forgive me, my king, I cannot." Jinwoo clenched his fists. In desperation, he pulled out his last vial of holy water of life, preparing to use it. But before he could, the president's hand rose weakly and stopped him. The president smiled faintly. "It's all right," he whispered. "You've come. That's enough." Jinwoo, voice shaking, tried to insist. "Hold on, I'll take you to a hospital." But the president shook his head. "It's too late. My body won't survive." Tears welled up in Jinwoo's eyes as the president spoke one last time. He told Jinwoo about the war between the rulers and the monarchs, that the gates, the dungeons, hadn't been meant to destroy humanity, but to protect it. And now the final battle was coming. "One day," the president said, his voice growing fainter, "you will have to make a choice. Stay with humanity, Jinwoo. Fight for them." He smiled weakly. "I wish I could have fought alongside you, with all the hunters by my side. But even if I fall, a new generation is rising. Talented hunters like you." His breathing grew shallow. "Tens of thousands of years have passed. My heart kept beating, waiting to meet you. And now, I'm so glad I did. Thank you. Thank you so much." Those were his final words. The president's hand slipped from Jinwoo's grasp, and he moved no more. As if mourning with him, the barrier and frozen remnants of the building began to collapse. The sky outside darkened. Thunder rumbled in the distance. The next day, under heavy clouds and relentless rain, the funeral was held. A cold, stormy autumn day. Fitting for the tragedy, the world was reeling. News headlines blared. Jonas, the Brazilian hunter, found dead. The president of the Korean Hunter Association, killed. Christopher Reed, the American powerhouse, slain. Humanity was thrown into chaos. Governments scrambled for answers. The deaths of the greatest hunters, the ones humanity depended on, struck a deep, paralyzing fear into the hearts of all. "If even the hunters cannot survive," one reporter said grimly, "who will protect the ordinary people?" Jinwoo stood silently at the president's funeral. The rain poured relentlessly. He made a silent vow. "I won't let your sacrifice be in vain. I will fight, and I will protect this world." After the funeral, Jinwoo stood in silence, lost in thought. Beside him, Assistant Jong, the late president's right-hand man, approached. His face was pale, his body trembling with the weight of grief. "Are you all right?" Jinwoo asked quietly. Jong nodded weakly and apologized. "I'm sorry, Hunter Nim. I wasn't sober when you needed me most." Then, his voice breaking, he asked, "That monster, the one who killed the chairman, even you couldn't defeat him?" Jinwoo replied calmly, "When I arrived, he had already escaped." Jong clenched his fist in frustration. The day before, he had begged Jinwoo to come back quickly from the international conference, and now it was too late. Still, he managed a grateful smile and said, "Thank you. Thank you for being with the chairman at the end." But Jinwoo shook his head. "Don't thank me yet. I will find that bastard and kill him myself." Soon after, Jinwoo requested that reporters be summoned. Despite the heavy, suffocating atmosphere, the Korean Hunter Association arranged an urgent press conference. Jinwoo stood before the cameras, facing a sea of anxious faces. "A group of highly evolved monsters," he announced, "have begun targeting the top-ranked hunters worldwide." Gasps echoed through the room. "They are extremely powerful and ruthless." One reporter quickly raised a hand. "Was the president of the Hunter Association killed by them?" Jinwoo nodded grimly. "Yes, several creatures from that group orchestrated his death." He continued, "Before they strike, these monsters use interdimensional magic to isolate their victims, cutting them off from help. To survive, hunters must stay close to each other, or to those strong enough to protect them." Jinwoo remembered the Frost Monarch's words. He called himself the Ice Monarch, just like there had been a giant monarch, and now himself, the Shadow Monarch. No normal hunter could stand against beings like these. "If you find yourself without protection," Jinwoo said firmly, "contact the Korean Hunter Association. I will fight them. The battle against the monarchs has already begun." Meanwhile, far beyond human sight, in another realm, the monarchs were gathering. The Frost Monarch addressed the others, his voice filled with urgency. "The Shadow Monarch is alive, and he's here, on Earth." The others stirred in unease. "But wasn't it said that no vessel could withstand his power?" one asked. "Even the Dragon Monarch can't be here because of that." The Frost Monarch nodded grimly. "I saw it with my own eyes. He's more dangerous than even the shards of light. He begged them, "Help me destroy him while he's still human, before he becomes unstoppable." But the other monarchs hesitated. One protested, "Fighting him would be suicide. He's one of the strongest beings from the Age of Chaos." Another said, "Better to wait for the Dragon Monarch. The Monarch of Destruction will take care of him." The Frost Monarch, desperate, pleaded, "If we strike now, we can still win. If we wait, it'll be too late." But they shook their heads. "We won't follow the same path as the Demon King," one monarch muttered. "You know what happened to him. Devoured by the Shadow Monarch's power, trapped in eternal sleep." Another added, "The Shadow Monarch and the Architect have created copies, using the power of death. We won't become playthings in his world." One by one, they turned away. Only one figure remained, a slender, feminine monarch, the Plague Monarch. She smiled slyly. "You're right," she told the Frost Monarch. "The Shadow Monarch's vessel is still human. I'll help you." Together, they plotted their next move. Meanwhile, back on Earth, the skies over Korea darkened. A storm raged across the land, and in that stormy night, people whispered anxiously, "When the next S-rank gate opens, who will protect us?" Even if they spent a fortune, no house, no city would be safe. Hunter Sung Jinwoo stood atop a tall building, staring into the storm. Magic still lingered faintly in the air. He thought about what he had learned. The monarchs and the rulers were both immortals. They had no shadows, which meant they couldn't be tracked the way monsters usually were. But it didn't matter. As long as I'm a hunter, Jinwoo thought, I'll find my prey, no matter what. 1 week passed since the president's death. Within the Hunter Association, chaos reigned. The 5 major guilds, once kept in check by the association's authority, now grew restless. A meeting was called to decide the next chairman. Tension filled the room. "The backbone of Korean hunters is gone," someone said gravely. "Who can lead us now?" Another suggested, "We must appoint another S-rank hunter to maintain balance." But there was hesitation. An outsider could destabilize things further, one warned. Debate filled the air. But no matter the decision, everyone knew one thing for certain. The world was changing, and they had precious little time left to prepare. Inside the meeting room of the Hunter Association, the heavy discussion continued. One of the executives suddenly suggested a surprising candidate for the new chairman, Jong Chul. Jong blinked in shock. "Me? Why me?" The man explained, "You were closest to the late chairman. You learned from him directly. You have leadership experience, the respect of the hunters, and, most importantly, strong connections." He added, "There's no law that says the chairman has to be a top-ranked hunter. Influence and trust matter more." Another board member spoke up. "You're the one who personally dealt with hunters and kept order when needed. Everyone here believes you're the right person." Jong Chul hesitated, overwhelmed. "I'm too young," he said. "There are so many more qualified people, deputy heads, directors, far more experienced than me." But the others insisted. "We lack the power to control the guilds. You, Mr. Jong, have influence, and you have a connection to Hunter Sung Jinwoo." Jong tried to argue. "I've worked with him, yes, but I don't think he sees me that way." Still, they pressed him to consider. "Please think about it carefully." Meanwhile, across the ocean in America, Thomas Andre and his secretary descended an elevator. Thomas was in a surprisingly cheerful mood. "It's been a while since I've been here," he said casually. As the elevator doors opened, the security guards jumped to attention. The secretary hesitated. "Sir, are you really sure you want to give away that?" Thomas shrugged. "It's just gathering dust here anyway. Better it serves someone who'll use it." They entered a secured vault deep underground. In a reinforced drawer, a radiant energy pulsed, powerful and ancient. Thomas smiled at the sight. "Still beautiful," he murmured. There were only 2 of these weapons in the entire world, and Thomas had decided to give one away. "Feels like a waste to leave it locked up," he said. "This blade deserves to see battle again." The next day, the news across Korea exploded. Jong Chul had been officially appointed as the new chairman of the Hunter Association. At home, Gina, Jinwoo's younger sister, watched the news with wide eyes. "Yesterday they announced the chairman's death, and today they already found a replacement," she said in disbelief. "But wow, he's kinda handsome." The country remained unstable. The people were scared. Gina sighed, turning to see her mother doing the dishes. Without thinking, she rushed over and hugged her tightly. Her mom chuckled. "If you have this much energy, take out the trash for me." "Nope, too lazy." Gina grinned. Suddenly she asked, "Mom, don't you want to move somewhere safer?" But her mother shook her head warmly. "This is our home. I'm happy here." As Gina went to grab the laundry, something strange caught her eye, and she bolted back to her mother, panic in her voice. At the same time, back at the Ajin Guild office, chaos was brewing. 2 unexpected visitors had arrived, and not just anyone. It was Thomas Andre, the Goliath himself, and Leonard Neerman, Germany's top hunter. They had been sitting there for 2 hours. Poor Jinho was losing his mind. Why are they here? Where's Young? He's not answering his phone. Leonard, who was sitting nearby, also seemed tense. I can't believe Thomas Andre himself is here to meet Hunter Sung Jinwoo. The secretary informed them politely. Mr. Sung is currently on a raid. He doesn't come to the office often. Suddenly, the door swung open. Jinwoo stepped inside. The room instantly froze. Then everyone practically shouted in unison, "Master!" Jinwoo blinked, looking around. He spotted Thomas sitting calmly in a chair. He also noticed a huge gathering of partners outside the building earlier. Thomas is doing, he thought immediately. He could feel Thomas's powerful aura from kilometers away. Jinho rushed up. "Hyung, why weren't you answering?" Thomas Andre's been waiting forever. Thomas only smiled. "I was busy," Jinwoo said casually. Jinho pointed at Jinwoo's ruffled clothes. "Were you fighting?" Jinwoo shrugged. "Had a breakthrough during the raid. Rank promotion challenge." Then Thomas stood up and faced Jinwoo directly. "It's been a long time," he said, his deep voice filling the room. Jinho was sweating nervously, praying they wouldn't suddenly start fighting here. He quickly asked, "So, what brings you to Korea, Thomas Nim?" Thomas grinned. "Don't you remember? I promised to treat you to lunch after my arm healed." He added, "And I brought you a gift. Something bombastic." Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. "Bombastic?" Thomas lowered his voice. "Better not unwrap it here. It's too dangerous." Jinwoo frowned slightly. "Did you seriously bring a bomb into my guild?" Then he noticed Leonard Nierman still sitting quietly nearby. Another powerful presence. This is going to be interesting, Jinwoo thought. Inside the Ajin Guild office, Jinwoo turned his attention to the man standing beside Thomas. "Who are you?" he asked. The man replied politely, "Leonard Nierman." Jinwoo recognized the name immediately. Germany's top-ranked hunter. He must have come here for something important, Jinwoo thought. But before Jinwoo could say more, Thomas Andre stepped between them, shielding Leonard with a big hand. Thomas shook his head. "Not today. This conversation isn't for your ears. You can go back to Germany." Leonard stiffened, surprised by Thomas's bluntness. No one had ever talked down to him like that. He opened his mouth to protest. He had waited 2 hours for this meeting, but Thomas's glare silenced him. Jinwoo sighed internally. Typical Thomas. Soon after, Jinwoo and Thomas left the office and headed to a nearby restaurant. They sat at a private table and Thomas wasted no time. He gestured to his subordinate, who placed a sturdy black case onto the table. Thomas grinned like a kid about to reveal a secret. "I've been waiting a long time for this." He flipped the case open, and a powerful surge of magical energy flooded the room. Jinwoo's eyes widened. Inside, gleaming with dangerous beauty, were 2 short daggers, crafted from dragon teeth. Thomas chuckled at Jinwoo's expression. "Recognize it?" Jinwoo nodded slowly. "Reed's corpse? The Dragon Emperor? These are his teeth." Thomas confirmed it. The US government wanted to create paired weapons. They pulled out the sharpest tooth Reed had left, the one that almost killed me, and let me keep it as a souvenir. Too small for a 2-handed sword, so I forged these daggers instead. He smiled warmly. "I can't think of a better person to wield them." Jinwoo lifted the daggers carefully. Their stats appeared before his eyes. High-quality Dragon Fang daggers. Superior sensitivity to mana attack power plus 1,500 mana. Amplification based on user ability. Jinwoo couldn't believe it. 1,500 attack power? Even the Demon King's daggers paled in comparison. These are atomic bombs disguised as weapons. He tested the balance, swinging one experimentally. The blade moved like an extension of his body, singing through the air. Thomas watched, amused. "Those little crumbs could punch through my armor like paper," he said. "If you wanted to, I wouldn't even be able to escape." He half joked, "But maybe don't kill me with my own gift, alright?" Jinwoo smiled faintly. He could feel it, and these weren't ordinary daggers. They welcomed his touch, as if responding to his strength. Thomas turned to his secretary. "Still think I made the wrong choice?" She shook her head quickly. Jinwoo lowered the daggers back into the case. "Why give these to me for free?" he asked. "They're worth more than anything money could buy." Thomas's face grew serious. "Because you spared my guild members. Their lives are priceless." Jinwoo nodded. "Then I'll gladly accept them." He stood, bowing slightly. But suddenly, both Jinwoo and Thomas stiffened. A strange, overwhelming energy filled the air. They looked up instinctively, and outside crowds had gathered, all staring at the sky. A massive gate had appeared above Seoul. Not just big, monstrous. People began recording videos, streaming live across social media. A huge gate has opened above Seoul. "This is bigger than anything we've ever seen." News anchors scrambled to cover it. Experts spoke grimly. "This gate dwarfs anything since the first magical outbreaks. And worse, we may see similar gates appear worldwide." Jinwoo stepped outside, summoning Kaisel, his shadow dragon, and flew up to get a closer look. He hovered near the gate, feeling its oppressive pressure. It's like a wall, he realized. Something is building behind it. Something we've never faced before. Even an awakened like him couldn't cross this threshold easily. And beyond it, monsters unlike anything Earth had seen. His friends, his family, they were standing right under this. Just then his phone buzzed. It was President Go Gun-hee's successor, Manager Gion. The call was rough, the signal barely holding because of the magical interference. "Can you hear me?" Gion shouted. "Barely," Jinwoo replied. "Call me chairman now." Gion joked awkwardly. "Though I don't deserve it." Jinwoo let it slide. The chairman got straight to the point. "Have you reviewed the satellite scans I sent?" "I did." Jinwoo nodded grimly. No other gates appeared around the world, just this one, over Seoul. 3 hours had passed since the gate's appearance, and not a single additional one had opened anywhere else. It wasn't a coincidence. This gate, this massive, ominous phenomenon, okay, this was no accident. The chairman spoke again. "We're preparing to evacuate the civilians near the gate." Jinwoo stared up at the swirling clouds and the massive tear in the sky. Whatever is coming through this gate will change the world, and Jinwoo would be standing right there, ready to meet it head-on. To prevent mass panic, the Hunter Association decided they would evacuate civilians gradually, buying precious time before chaos erupted. On a call with Chairman Gion, Jinwoo asked, "What will you do while all this unfolds?" The chairman replied honestly, "I don't even know what will happen tomorrow." Neither did Jinwoo. A few hours later, inside the association's private gym, Jinwoo was sparring, training hard against Beru. The Ant General attacked from every angle, his movements sharp and relentless. Jinwoo dodged smoothly, parrying each blow. Finally, during one exchange, Jinwoo caught Beru's arm mid-strike. He smiled. "Are you sure you're giving it everything you've got?" Beru immediately yanked his arm back, bowing deeply. "Forgive me, my king. I would never dare to hold back." But Jinwoo laughed softly. "Relax. I just wanted a real workout. You're one of the few who can actually push me this far." Beru lowered his head even more, humbled by the praise. Jinwoo teased, "You're getting better at expressing your feelings. Didn't you eat people before?" Beru twitched awkwardly, embarrassed. As the training resumed, Beru moved even faster, his attacks sharper. He had gotten stronger after being promoted to commander rank. Still, as quick as he was, Jinwoo handled him with ease. Between dodges, Jinwoo spoke calmly. "You know, once Igris and Greed reach the general rank, it won't be long before they qualify for commander. If you don't want them to take your spot, you'd better fight harder." Beru roared, unleashing a flurry of faster, deadlier attacks, but it still wasn't enough. With one heavy blow, Jinwoo sent Beru crashing into a nearby wall. Beru knelt down, panting. "Your strength constantly surprises me, my king." Jinwoo chuckled. "Maybe I should block TV channels that air too many historical dramas. You're getting dramatic." He wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Training's over. Let's get serious now." He called the chairman again. "I need you to listen carefully. And don't freak out. I have 300 insects in place, scanning everything. They're doing a great job." Meanwhile, at a luxury hotel in Seoul, Thomas Andre sat calmly by the lobby window, gazing up at the giant gate looming over the city. The receptionist asked if he planned to leave soon. Thomas just laughed. "Leave? How could I abandon something this magnificent? Anything that makes my heart pound is beautiful. The breath of a dragon, the giant gate, Hunter Sung Jinwoo's power, all beautiful." His secretary sighed. "There are some things you simply can't have, sir." Thomas chuckled. "Maybe, but even if they can't be owned, they can still be admired." He looked serious for a moment. "If we can't stop it here, the world might not have another chance. This could be humanity's last stand, or its new beginning." Outside, panic gripped Seoul. Traffic jams stretched for miles. Families fled, desperate to get away from the gate overhead. At Jinwoo's home, Gina turned to her mother anxiously. "Mom, shouldn't we evacuate too?" But her mother smiled gently. "If this place is destined to become a battlefield, I'd rather choose where I die. This is our home." Gina bit her lip. "But I want to go to college next year. I still have my whole life ahead of me." Her mother nodded, hugging her tightly. "Don't worry, your brother will protect us, just like your father once did." Meanwhile, Jinwoo sat alone atop a tall building, watching the panicked city below. The air crackled with tension. Where are they hiding? He wondered. The enemy. The real enemy. He knew he could handle the fight, but he wasn't sure he could save everyone. He had too much to protect now. He pulled out his phone, scrolling through his contacts. If this was my last day, who would I want to spend it with? His finger hovered and paused on one name, Hae-in. At that moment, Hunter Cha was training in a taekwondo studio, sparring with her instructor, but the teacher noticed something off. "You're hesitating," he said. "Are you afraid?" He smiled sadly. "It's okay. I'm afraid too. I can't imagine what kind of monsters you've faced." He flexed his shoulder absent-mindedly, recalling the day he lost his arm to a beast. Just then, Cha's phone rang. She glanced at the screen, her expression changed. "Sorry, master," she said urgently. "I have to go." Her teacher gave a knowing nod. He didn't ask who had called. He already knew. Hours later, they walked together through the city streets, Jinwoo and Cha. Passers-by gasped in recognition. "Is that Hunter Sung Jinwoo? Wait, isn't that Hunter Cha from the Hunter Guild?" A small crowd gathered, whispering. But Jinwoo paid them no mind. "There are more people here than I expected," he murmured. Cha smiled gently. "Not the best place for a stroll." Jinwoo shrugged. "It's not that I like crowded places. I just wanted to come here once." She tilted her head curiously. "Why bring me along?" He hesitated. "Because you're my friend." She blinked. Memories flooded back of a time long ago in a dark, ancient dungeon, standing before the statue god, facing death together. Back then, she had said it. We're friends. And now, on the eve of the greatest battle, he had chosen her to share this quiet moment. Hae-in stood there, her heart racing. Jinwoo had just casually mentioned how she came here to save him. And honestly, it embarrassed the hell out of her. She thought he hadn't heard her say that back then, but he had. And he just brushed it off with that calm smile of his, like it was no big deal. She shook it off and asked, kinda awkwardly, "Hey, what even is this dungeon?" Jinwoo scratched his head, looking off into the distance. "Honestly, no clue," he said, chuckling. Still figuring that part out. Before she could say anything else, she caught something out of the corner of her eye. Some random dude was yelling, "Hey, I'm a huge fan." She spun around, and that's when she noticed it. The whole area had been quietly locked down by Jinwoo's shadow soldiers, forming a protective circle, stopping normal people from getting too close. Cha let out a soft sigh. "I think we're kinda drawing more attention, not less," she teased. But Jinwoo just smiled. People stop noticing if you don't pay him any mind." Hae-in found herself thinking back. It had been, 2 years since she first became a hunter? She couldn't remember the last time she felt so lighthearted, so normal. And yet, whenever she was near Jinwoo, it was like some forgotten part of herself came alive again. She caught that same scent, that familiar, comforting scent that only he carried. Out of nowhere, Jinwoo pointed toward a nearby amusement park. "You want to ride the slides?" he asked. She blinked. "Seriously?" He grinned. And just like that, they were running toward the slides. They tried a few of them, but honestly, their faces stayed stone cold the whole way down. Neither of them even flinched. They'd fought monsters that made these rides look like a joke. Later, when they sat down to eat, Jinwoo asked, "You having fun?" Cha nodded quickly. "Yeah, actually a lot." He smirked. "You didn't even scream once." Then it hit him. Maybe the slides are just too slow for S-rank hunters. And right then, a mischievous grin lit up his face. "Hey, you want to ride something really fun?" A little while later, they were soaring high over Seoul on the back of Kaisel, his shadow dragon. Cha's hair whipped around her face as she gasped. "This is insane. It's so high, so beautiful." Jinwoo laughed. Mission accomplished. As they glided through the clouds, Cha turned to him and asked, "Why'd you take me to the amusement park if you had this badass dragon?" Jinwoo looked a little serious for a second. "That park? It was built on the site where my father disappeared. Always wanted to visit it. Just once." Cha's heart ached a little at that. She smiled softly. "Thanks for taking me." They flew for a while longer until the sky turned deep blue and the first stars started peeking out. Jinwoo took her to a quiet forest clearing. They stood side by side, staring up at the endless, glittering sky. Suddenly, a shooting star blazed across the heavens. Neither of them said a word. It was perfect. But back in Seoul, things were getting ugly. Real ugly. Right outside the Korean Hunter Association, a young hunter was walking alone, thinking about the gate, about how in just a couple days that monstrous thing looming over the city was gonna crack wide open. He tightened his fist. He had scars now. He wasn't some rookie anymore, but before he could finish his thought, bam! Someone slammed into him, hard. "Hey man, watch where you're going," he snapped. But when he looked up, he immediately froze. This wasn't a normal guy. No, this was something way worse. All around them, other hunters were starting to notice too. They watched, tense. That man, no, that thing, yet was way too big. Way too wrong. Wait, and isn't that Hunter Leon? Why is he acting so weird? The bumped hunter clenched his jaw, puffed his chest out. "You're gonna just stand there after bumping into me?" He barked. "You owe me an apology, jackass." He didn't know how bad he just screwed up, because right then, the man opened his mouth, and it was full of razor-sharp teeth. His eyes glowed, and without even a second's warning, he bit down. One scream, and blood sprayed everywhere. The nearby hunters could only stare, frozen in horror. Within seconds, chaos broke out. Explosions rocked the street. Cars flipped over like toys. One poor hunter got slammed into a wall and stuck there like a rag doll. Another saw the monster charge at him, flipping a damn car right into his body. And that monster grinned wickedly and roared, "Pathetic little worms, this is my hunt now. Your skin, Your meat, I'll rip it all to shreds. I am the monarch of beasts, the king of fangs. Come at me if you dare. Meanwhile, back in the peaceful forest, Jinwoo and Cha were still oblivious to the nightmare breaking loose downtown. Jinwoo pointed to a small hotel nearby. Hey, heard there's a nice hotel up ahead. We can grab a shower, maybe some breakfast too. Cha nodded. Sounded good. Jinwoo summoned Kaisel again. We'll get there in 5 minutes. Cha tilted her head. Wait, if it's that close, why called the dragon? Jinwoo just grinned. Well, close for me could still be like 10 kilometers away. Cha just laughed and shook her head. As they soared through the crisp night air, over mountains and rivers bathed in starlight, neither of them knew that across the city, hell had already begun to break loose. Inside the Hunter Association headquarters, the president was storming through the halls, his aides running after him. Sir, there's been an attack. Right under our noses. The president frowned. Casualties? The aide hesitated. Sir, it's hard to even count. It's happening right now. The president stared out the window toward the enormous gate looming in the sky. But the gate isn't even open yet. Something had gone terribly wrong. The sheer sight of this dungeon was already giving the new association president a monster headache. Where the hell did this thing even come from, he wondered, rubbing his temples. He pushed himself up from his chair, voice tight. Where's Hunter Jinwoo right now? One of his men shifted uncomfortably. He's out of contact, sir. Damn, just his luck. Then another staff member rushed in, panting. A hunter's engaged the monster. Someone nearby jumped in. The president's ears perked up. Who? The answer came fast. A world-class hunter. He's the same guy who came to Seoul to meet Sung Jinwoo. Out on the battlefield, that hunter, Leonard Nierman, Germany's top dog, stood frozen, facing the monster. He tightened his fists, trying to steady his breathing. Maybe this was fate, he thought bitterly. Fly all the way to Seoul just to die here. He wasn't even sure if he could beat this thing. But just as he braced himself, wham! A huge hand grabbed Leonard by the back of the head and shoved him aside like a sack of potatoes. Step aside, a deep voice said. It was Thomas Andre. The Goliath himself had arrived. Meanwhile, across the city, Jinwoo was finishing up dinner with Cha Hae-in. His phone buzzed on the table. He picked it up lazily. Hello? On the other end, panic. Why the hell weren't you answering? Jinwoo scratched his head. Out of range, sorry. Then the voice dropped the bomb. A monster just showed up, in the middle of Seoul. Jinwoo blinked. Wait, what? The gate's not supposed to open for a few more days. Yeah, well, it's real. It's happening right now. Jinwoo stood up, his chair scraping loudly. How many monsters we talking? The association president hesitated. Just one. Jinwoo frowned hard. Just one? And you're telling me the whole damn city's going nuts over it? The president sighed. This thing is different. One guild tried to take it on. Got wiped out in seconds. Thomas Andre's fighting it now. That made Jinwoo freeze. Thomas? Already in a fight? He gritted his teeth. He had left standing orders thing. They were supposed to notify him immediately if something weird happened. And right now, everything smelled wrong. Then Jinwoo checked his internal link to his shadow soldiers in Seoul, and his stomach dropped. No signal. Something was jamming them. Shadow soldiers that should have been all over the city. Gone. Just gone. His mind raced. It's hiding, right under their noses. President, he barked over the phone. Check if that monster has a shadow. What? Why? Because the bastards that hide in shadows? Those are the ones you gotta watch the most. Back in Seoul, Thomas Andre squared up against the monster. He shouted to the hunters nearby, "Get the civilians out! Now!" The monster just stood there, grinning. Its very presence made seasoned hunters flinch. It wasn't just some mindless beast. There was something wrong about it. The monster lunged first. Its claws raked against Thomas's armor, but couldn't leave a scratch. In response, Thomas hammered it in the face. One punch, another, a third. The ground cracked under the force. Thomas pinned the beast down, punching it into the asphalt again and again. Meanwhile, a few blocks over, another hunter pulled his car over and asked one of the evac crews, "Hey, what's the status here?" The guy responded, sweating bullets. "Still people in the buildings. White Tiger Guild and Reapers Guild are helping with evacuation. Reinforcements? Hunters from all over, gathered after the big gate alert. But right now, we're on our own." And it showed, because even Thomas Andre, the living Goliath, was struggling. At one moment, Thomas delivered a devastating blow, sending the monster flying through several city blocks. Concrete, glass, rebar, everything in its path shattered like it was paper. But then, the monster picked itself back up and smiled. That damn smile. It charged, slamming its head right into Thomas's gut. Thomas grunted, managed to grab it, and tossed it over his shoulder. It should have ended there. But midair, the monster twisted and kicked Thomas across the face, sending him flying. Landing hard, Thomas wiped blood from his mouth. This thing's no joke, he realized grimly. I'm gonna have to use everything I've got. By then, White Tiger Guild had arrived too. Their leader took one look at the destruction, at Thomas Andre barely holding the line, and barked orders. All units, prep for battle. But just as they started moving, boom! A building exploded nearby. From the rubble, the monster emerged again, grinning like it was Christmas morning. The White Tiger leader's heart sank when he saw it, and then his eyes landed on Thomas, the Goliath, the legend, the guy even the Americans bowed to. Surely he could win this. But Thomas turned, eyes blazing, and roared at them. Idiots! Move! Get out of here! This wasn't going to be a normal fight, and Thomas Andre? He knew it better than anyone. This was a death match. Thomas roared over his shoulder, "Wah, move it! Take cover now!" The White Tiger Guild leader didn't need to be told twice. He took one long look at that monster, and yeah, he knew. This wasn't your everyday dungeon boss. This thing was something else. The guild leader started to transform, preparing for a serious fight. But before he could even finish, the monster was already in his face. And the second their eyes met, the White Tiger boss knew he was screwed. It was pure animal instinct, the same gut feeling a cornered rabbit has when it realizes it's about to die. He couldn't even meet the monster's gaze. His body refused. Then, like a kid bored of his toys, the monster turned and started ripping up cars with telekinesis, hurling them straight at Thomas Andre. Thomas caught the first car, muscles straining. Then the second crashed down, and the third, and the fourth. He was buried under a damn avalanche of metal and glass. But Thomas wasn't about to go down that easy. With a snarl, he pushed off the ground and used his own telekinesis to yank the monster toward him. The second the bastard got close enough, Thomas smashed his fists into it. Over and over he beat it down, pounding it deeper into the street. But something was wrong. Way wrong. Despite all the blows, that ugly feeling in his gut only got worse. It was like something invisible was squeezing his throat. Thomas gritted his teeth and kept swinging anyway, but deep down he knew. This wasn't a win, not yet. Then the monster laughed. A low, rumbling laugh that made every hair on Thomas's neck stand on end. It reached up, grabbed Thomas's hand, and squeezed. Pretty impressive, the monster sneered, for a pathetic puppet of the shards of light. Before Thomas's eyes, the monster began to change. Its body swelled, muscles ripping and bulging until it looked even more monstrous. Its voice deepened, vibrating through the air. Tell me, you feel it, don't you? The terror? The despair? The White Tiger Guild members watched in horror. Their leader had barely managed to stay standing, and now the monster was still evolving. But then the monster's eyes flicked toward the shadows. It grinned. Well, well, it sneered. Look what we got here, a little rat. With a jerk of his hand, the monster yanked something from the wall. One of Jinwoo's shadow soldiers, an ant soldier, writhing in its grip. Hiding in the shadows, dreaming of killing me, the monster laughed, crushing the poor shadow in its fist like it was nothing. The monster turned its attention back to Thomas, smiling cruelly. Maybe it's about time we stop playing. Thomas, bloody but not broken, growled, "Quit talking. Let's go, bastard." Thomas slipped out of the monster's grip, moved behind him fast, and locked his arms around its thick neck. He squeezed with everything he had, muscles bulging, veins popping. For a second, he felt the monster's spine crack under the pressure. He almost smiled, but then he felt it. The crack mended, bones realigned. The thing just healed. The monster grabbed Thomas by the head like he was nothing, slammed him into the ground hard enough to crater the concrete, and snarled, "Man, I'm getting real hungry." And just as the monster was about to go in for the kill, boom! A powerful blast of energy slammed into it from the side. Dust and debris flew everywhere. When the dust cleared, a lone hunter stood between Thomas and the monster. This hunter wasn't some no-name rookie. He was strong, you could tell from the way he held himself. But standing there, facing that nightmare, even he was shaking. Hell, just looking at the thing gave him goosebumps. Behind him, Thomas Andre groaned out, "Run! You're gonna die if you stay." The hunter didn't even turn around. "You don't gotta remind me, sir," he smiled grimly. "But I ain't gonna run. Not today." This was his choice, his stand. Even if it killed him, he'd rather die fighting than live as somebody else's errand boy. The monster lunged, but right before it could tear the hunter apart, whoosh! A massive set of jaws, a shadow dragon, snapped shut around the beast and yanked it into the air. For a split second, hope sparked, but the monster tore through Kaisel like paper, shredding the shadow dragon into nothing. And when it landed back on the ground, it looked up and saw only darkness swirling in front of it. A heartbeat later, bam! Jinwoo crashed down out of the sky, his boots slamming into the monster's head so hard it cratered the street below them. Jinwoo landed lightly next to the battered hunter. Without looking away from the monster, he said, "Get Thomas the hell out of here." The hunter nodded, heart pounding. Down in the hole, the monster laughed again. "The old man wasn't lying. You really are the Shadow King. It began changing again, its body expanding, morphing, growing even worse. Jinwoo heard movement behind him. He flicked a glance over his shoulder and saw more enemies appearing from the ground. Insects, gnashing teeth, shadowy figures slithering out of nowhere. System notifications popped up in Jinwoo's vision. Enemy detected, Lord of Frost, Ice Monarch. Enemy detected, Lord of Beasts, Fang Monarch. Enemy detected, Lord of Plague, Insect Monarch. Jinwoo's jaw tightened. Surrounded on all sides, no backup, no easy way out. Above them, the sky split open. A beam of light shot toward the heavens, cutting through the darkness like a sword. The real battle, the one he'd been feeling creeping up for days, had finally begun. The second Jinwoo barked the word, appear, the ground at his feet ripped open in a swirl of darkness. From that black void, his shadow army started pouring out like a living tidal wave. The beast monarch's face twisted up. What the hell? Even he didn't expect to see this many. The cold monarch, standing back, sucked in a deep breath, and when he exhaled, it was like a glacier exploded out of him. Whoosh! In an instant, every single shadow soldier, froze solid. Frozen mid-step, mid-attack, like some giant had hit pause on reality. The cold monarch chuckled, hands tucked behind his back, all cocky-like. Yeah, impressive little army you got there. Too bad they're just statues now. Meanwhile, the plague monarch was just standing there, staring at the frozen battlefield. Real sentimental-like. She murmured, "My babies, it's been so long since I saw ya." The cold monarch sneered at Jinwoo. Honestly? Dropping a little thing like that on us? You must think we're jokes. He tilted his head, sizing Jinwoo up. Haven't even fully mastered your powers yet, have you, kid? Jinwoo looked down at his own hand, frozen stiff. Cracks running across the ice like spider webs. With a flex of pure will, he shattered the ice, pulled his badass new dagger out, and pointed it straight at the cold monarch. I'll kill you first. The monarchs didn't like that at all. The cold monarch hissed and summoned his minions. Towering ice trolls stomped into the field. At the same time, the plague monarch shrieked out, and a swarm of grotesque insect creatures flooded out behind her. Jinwoo didn't blink. He launched straight into the army. A giant ice troll swung a club the size of a telephone pole. Jinwoo dodged clean and sliced its damn leg off in a single blur of motion. Shink, shink, shink. He was a storm now, cutting trolls and insects into bloody shreds, racing straight toward the cold monarch. The beast monarch suddenly barreled into his path, fangs bared, muscles rippling. He charged at Jinwoo with enough force to split mountains. The beast monarch snarled, "You really think a little piece of metal can hurt me?" Jinwoo didn't even flinch. Swoosh! He cut the beast monarch's massive hand clean off. "Guess we'll find out," Jinwoo said, dead serious. The beast monarch howled in rage, stumbling back. But before Jinwoo could finish him off, boom! A giant toxic green hand slammed into him out of nowhere. Jinwoo flipped through the air, barely dodging a second swipe. He looked up and saw the plague monarch, floating mid-air, spitting out swarms of her poison hands. Meanwhile, the beast monarch regenerated his damn hand. Jinwoo sighed. 3 monarchs at once, no backup. Just him. Suddenly, the battlefield shook, and out of the cracked ice exploded. "My king, I'm coming!" It was Beru. Shadow Commander Beru, his strongest soldier, snapped free of his icy prison and charged like a man possessed. Beru blitzed straight at the plague monarch, claws flashing. "How dare some brainless bug lay a hand on my king?" The cold monarch staggered back in shock. "How is that thing? How's it moving?" The beast monarch growled, "Whatever rank he gave his soldiers, it's making them forget their own damn limits." And he lunged at Beru, claws slashing. But Beru wasn't backing down an inch. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was slicing through the swarms of zombie insects, side by side with his loyal commander. Then it happened. One of the plague monarch's toxic strikes clipped Jinwoo square in the chest, sending him crashing through the side of a building. Boom! Dust and rubble exploded everywhere. Jinwoo lay there for a second, half buried under concrete, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Before he could even shake the dust off, a tsunami of ice shards came raining down from the sky, millions of them like deadly razors. But he wasn't gonna just lie there. He pushed himself to his feet, gritting his teeth, and started batting the shards away with his daggers. From atop a massive block of ice, the cold monarch smirked down at him. "How much longer you think you can keep this up, little king?" Jinwoo's dagger flashed, and one perfect throw nicked the monarch's shoulder. The cold monarch snarled, ripping the dagger out, staring in disbelief. Meanwhile, Jinwoo called down a rainstorm of daggers from the sky, an entire armory of shining blades swirling around him. "You talk too damn much," Jinwoo said. "Let's finish this." The monarch sneered. "You're just an insect. How dare you talk to me like—" But Jinwoo wasn't listening anymore. He exploded forward, aiming straight for the monarch's heart. The cold monarch smiled cruelly, because behind Jinwoo, another monarch was waiting. Before he could react a slash, Jinwoo took a brutal hit to the back. pain stabbed through him like lightning. Blood sprayed across the cracked battlefield. Beru's head snapped around, sensing his king's danger. But before he could reach Jinwoo, the plague monarch blocked him, cooing, "Come to mama, little bug." She wrapped Beru in her disgusting, toxic arms. Meanwhile, the beast monarch loomed over Jinwoo, grinning like a man about to finish off a wounded prey. "It's over, boy." But Beru wasn't having it. Pinned down or not, he roared at the other shadow soldiers. "Get up, you fools! Break the chains! Our king needs us!" And suddenly, all across the frozen battlefield, the shadow army began shattering the ice that had trapped them. One by one they rose, and they roared, and they charged. The shadow soldiers broke free from their frozen prison, roaring back to life. As they surged forward, Beru led the charge, shouting, "Anyone in our way, we'll crush them." The beast monarch, watching from the sidelines, chuckled. "Looks like that one's got some serious rank." Didn't realize the higher ranked ones were going to start waking up too. But then he noticed Jinwoo, still standing. Despite the heavy blow he'd taken earlier, the cold monarch sneered. "It's over, that wound. You're not getting back up from that." But Jinwoo? He wasn't built like normal people. He straightened his back, gritted his teeth, and activated status restoration. Every wound, every fracture, every ounce of damage, gone in a flash. Across the world, people watching the live stream gasped. In New York, crowds stared at giant screens. In London, commuters froze in the streets, glued to their phones. In Shanghai and Paris, same thing. One hunter, one man, fighting for the entire world. Meanwhile, Korean hunters looked up at the black sky above Seoul, feeling the power crackle in the air. "Is that really Jinwoo?" one of them muttered. "When did he get this strong?" Chairman White just stared silently at the screens, wondering how the hell one kid had closed the gap so fast. Back in the heart of the battlefield, Jinwoo's soldiers were clashing with the monarch's forces, and they weren't just holding their ground, they were pushing back. Beru sliced off two of the plague monarch's disgusting insect arms. She shrieked in rage, but before she could retaliate, Jinwoo flashed behind her. "During my battle with the architect," he said calmly, "I saw it. The pillars holding up this world, they'll fall. But it won't be me who dies." Before the plague monarch could even react, he cut her down. She screamed as darkness swallowed her whole. High above the city, one hunter crouched atop a shattered rooftop. He had come here to help deliver the killing blow when the time was right. But looking out over the burning, broken skyline, he knew the truth. There was nothing he could do here. Half an hour earlier, the Reapers and other guilds had set up sniper positions around the battlefield. One signal, and they'd rain down everything they had. But watching now, it was useless. Even Thomas Andre couldn't stop that thing, he thought bitterly. Another hunter grabbed his shoulder. "Just watch. Don't interfere," the man said. The younger hunter clenched his fists, but he stayed put. They all did. They could only watch and pray. Down below, the plague monarch tried one last desperate move, blasting Jinwoo with a massive wave of poison. But Jinwoo just turned, his eyes cold. "Poison doesn't work on me." He rushed her, locked her down with telekinesis. She couldn't even twitch before he was there, chaos blade flashing, slicing her into ragged pieces. Her shrieks tore through the battlefield, then silence. Even the creatures of darkness seemed stunned by the sheer power Jinwoo had unleashed. The system popped up with a message. "You have defeated the plague monarch. Your level has increased." Across the field, the cold monarch froze, wide-eyed. He couldn't believe it. He wasn't supposed to be ready yet, he thought. The beast monarch growled behind him. "Kid doesn't even know how to handle his strength properly. He ain't a real monarch." The beast monarch lunged, grabbing Beru by the throat, squeezing tight. Jinwoo, feeling the connection weaken, cursed under his breath. Had he lost the soldiers guarding Thomas Andre too? He tried to cancel the summoning to save them, but it didn't work. That wasn't an option anymore. Snarling, Jinwoo burst forward, punching the beast monarch so hard he sent him flying. Beru collapsed, gasping, but alive. Jinwoo barely had time to catch his breath when the cold monarch moved. "You should really work on controlling your little pets," the cold monarch sneered. "Otherwise, I'll just keep breaking them over and over, till they devour you from the inside." He hurled his trident with terrifying force. Jinwoo dodged, barely. The trident smashed into the ground like a meteor. When the cold monarch looked again, Jinwoo was gone. Only a heartbeat later, Jinwoo reappeared, slicing at the monarch's side with his new daggers. The cold monarch jerked away, parrying with his trident, knocking Jinwoo aside. But he was breathing harder now. He could feel it. Jinwoo wasn't just strong. He was learning mid-fight, adapting, evolving. "I gotta finish this," the monarch muttered, summoning a second weapon, a wicked icicle sword, in his left hand. He charged, but Jinwoo was already moving, reading every twitch, every shift of weight. Movement, breathing, magic. "I can see it all," Jinwoo thought. One mistake, one half-second opening, was all he needed. And then Jinwoo was behind the monarch, his dagger aimed for the heart. But right then, a massive claw burst out of nowhere. The beast monarch, sneaking in with a surprise attack. The hunters watching from a distance gasped in horror. The beast monarch's attack struck true, and Jinwoo stumbled, blood exploding from his side. The hunters standing around just froze. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The monarch of beasts somehow had managed to land a devastating blow on Jinwoo, and blood was pouring out. Jinwoo collapsed to the ground, confused, stunned. How could this happen? His level had risen. He should have been stronger. He was supposed to survive anything, and yet he was about to die. The Frost Monarch walked up almost casually and leaned over him. "Mind if I borrow your blade for a second?" he said with a cold smirk. Without hesitation, he stabbed Jinwoo with it. Mocking him, the monarch continued, "What's wrong? No miracle healing this time? Or are you finally out of juice?" He started painting a vivid, horrifying picture. How the world would fall, how cities would become graveyards, how rivers of blood would carve through the earth. And worst of all, Jinwoo's homeland, frozen in endless suffering, trapped on the edge of life and death for eternity. All because Jinwoo wasn't strong enough to stop them. "And you," the monarch whispered, "will die with nothing but hatred left in your heart. And that's the reward I crave most." Jinwoo could barely move. His strength dropped to 0. And then, darkness swallowed him. Player death confirmed. But then, just as suddenly, like a different system message appeared. Iron Body passive skill activated. All conditions met. In a flash, Jinwoo's eyes flew open. He gasped, clutching his chest, feeling for the wound, but he was alive. Breathing heavy, he looked around. White walls, hospital smell, beeping machines. He was back, in a hospital bed, just like the first time after the double dungeon. Before he could make sense of it, the door swung open and a few officials from the Hunters Association walked in, along with a man he vaguely recognized, Jung Shik. "You all right?" one of them asked cautiously. Jinwoo shook his head, trying to clear it. Where are the monarchs? What happened? How am I still alive?" Jung Shik, standing there with a puzzled expression, started explaining. First, he wasn't the president of the association anymore. He was now the supreme prosecutor. Second, he didn't have a clue about any monarchs, only reports about animated statues running wild. Third, Jung Shik was confused why Jinwoo acted like they knew each other, because as far as he was concerned, they'd never met before. That's when the realization hit Jinwoo like a hammer. He hadn't just survived, he had gone back in time. He rubbed his face with both hands, his mind racing. The hospital ward was the same. The feeling was the same. The place he woke up after the double dungeon, identical. He checked his body, it still had Reed's fury, still had all his artifacts. Nothing was missing. But the timeline was wrong. He staggered out of bed just as his younger sister burst into the room. "Little bro, what the heck are you doing?" she gasped. "Please tell me you didn't hit your head too." She squinted at him, confused. "Wait, are you really my brother? You look different. Taller, built. Like what the heck happened to you?" Jinwoo gave her a soft, apologetic smile. "Yeah, I guess I changed a little." He told her he had things to do, needed to head straight to the association. She stared wide-eyed when he casually dropped that he knew she'd been thinking about ditching school to become a hunter. "And listen," he added seriously, "hating school isn't a reason to throw your life away. Stay in school. Forget all that hunter nonsense." She looked completely stunned. How did he know that? This was the first time they had officially met in this timeline. As Jinwoo left the hospital room, a dark realization gnawed at the back of his mind. His shadow soldiers, they were gone. Completely. But he could rebuild them. He would rebuild them. Still, 2 years. He'd been thrown back 2 whole years into the past. Why? And by who? At the association entrance, 2 rookie staff members whispered nervously to each other. That guy, the one nobody paid attention to because he looked so plain, had suddenly skyrocketed to S rank. And now, he was too strong for them to even measure. One of them stammered, asking if Jinwoo needed help. "I'm here to see the president," Jinwoo said coolly. They froze. We can notify him you're coming." "No need." Jinwoo cut them off with a calm smile. "I know the way." The staffers stood there blinking, totally confused. Meanwhile, Jinwoo stepped into the elevator alone, the doors closing with a soft hiss behind him. And he began his ascent toward whatever awaited him at the top. In the elevator with Jinwoo was another hunter, one who was clearly lost in his own shady thoughts, plotting about which fake story he could spin today and how he might snag a few more contracts under the radar. The guy figured sure it was risky to move behind the back of the department head. But hey, risk was part of the game. Jinwoo watched him for a second. He knew exactly who this hunter was, and what he was up to. Calmly, Jinwoo stepped closer and spoke low, almost like a warning. "You've got an autopsy skill, right?" he said. You've been hiding it, and pretty soon, someone's gonna come looking for you. Someone who doesn't give second chances. If you pull anything dirty during a mission, I don't care who you are, I'll kill you myself." The guy stiffened instantly, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He just stood there, frozen, staring at Jinwoo like he was looking at a ghost. But Jinwoo didn't even wait for a reaction. He just kept walking, stepping out of the elevator and moving down the hallway like nothing happened. A few minutes later, he stopped in front of a heavy office door. He knocked once, lightly, then pushed it open. Inside, the president of the association looked up, surprised, but also smiling a little. "Nice to meet you," Jinwoo said politely, stepping inside. It felt weird, like meeting an old friend he hadn't seen in years. The president leaned back in his chair, studying Jinwoo carefully. "Seems like the young hunter already knows all the formalities," he chuckled. "Coming straight to me right after your rank evaluation, huh?" Jinwoo smiled. "I've got a business proposal." The president raised an eyebrow, motioning for him to continue. "I need access to Jeju Island," Jinwoo said, voice steady. "I'm gonna wipe out all the ants there. But for that, I need you to remove the limit on how many hunters can enter the dungeon." The president blinked, stunned. He knew Jeju Island, but everybody did. It was a death zone. Countless raids had been launched there, and almost every single one had ended in disaster. He opened his mouth to argue, but then stopped. He really looked at Jinwoo, and in that moment, the president saw something terrifying. An overwhelming power radiating from the young man before him. A power that easily surpassed even national-level hunters. Before he could speak again, a bright notification window appeared in front of Jinwoo's eyes. "World restart detected. Accept. Reject." He froze. Flashes of his memories hit him all at once. The comrades he'd fought beside, the friends he said goodbye to, the monsters he had slain, his mother's tearful awakening after years of coma, the wars he had survived, the armies he had built. Jinwoo clenched his fists. No, it was enough. He couldn't keep hiding anymore. He wasn't going to live trapped in a fake world. He wasn't going to pretend everything was fine. In a heartbeat, the world around him shifted. Everything crumbled. The fake peace, the fake stability. Another figure appeared, stepping toward him from the shadows. An ancient, terrifying presence. It was the King of the Dead. "You created this world," the King of the Dead said, voice like the cracking of an old tomb. "Out of your own desperate desire to rewrite the past, but even in death, you clung to life." The king's hollow eyes stared right into Jinwoo's soul. "This place is mine. Here, you can do whatever you wish. Bend death, control power, create, destroy. You could stay here forever unbothered. Or, you can walk away." Jinwoo stayed silent, heart pounding. "You and I," the king said softly, are one and the same." And with that, the King of the Dead disappeared, leaving only the heavy truth behind. Meanwhile, outside in the real world, the battle had not stopped. Hunters gathered, looking up at Jinwoo's still body, wondering if they had lost their last hope. The White Tiger Guild leader gritted his teeth. If Jinwoo, the strongest among them, was down, what chance did the rest have? Up on a rooftop, a lone hunter clutched his weapon tightly, trying to stay hopeful. They had to win. They had to. Suddenly, a terrifying energy flooded the battlefield. The monarchs, the Frost Monarch and the Beast Monarch, felt it too. Something was wrong. As they moved in to finish off Jinwoo's seemingly lifeless body, another figure slammed into them with explosive force, sending both monarchs crashing backward. Everyone turned to look. Standing there, protecting Jinwoo was a man, powerful, grim, unwavering. It was Jinwoo's father. He had waited long enough, and now he had finally decided to fight. As soon as the two monsters slammed into the nearest wall, Jinwoo's father stepped forward, his voice calm but ice cold. "From now on," he said firmly, "no one will lay another hand on my son." While this was happening, deep inside his mind, Jinwoo stood face to face with the Lord of Darkness, and the ancient being began to speak. "In the beginning," the Lord of Darkness said, his voice carrying the weight of endless time. "There was only light and darkness." Jinwoo listened silently, feeling the story pull him in deeper with every word. An absolute being ruled over it all. From the light, he created the messengers of God, beings of purity and power. From the darkness, he birthed the monarchs, creatures of destruction. The Lord's eyes darkened. Since the beginning, the monarchs lived only to destroy the world, and the messengers existed to protect it. War was inevitable, endless, bloody, savage. Jinwoo's hands clenched slightly at his sides. But after countless ages of slaughter, one of the brightest fragments of light could no longer endure it. He dared to approach the absolute being and ask, "Why? Why do you stand by while we kill and die in your name? Why don't you help us? Are you deaf to the cries of those who worship you?" The Lord of Darkness paused for a moment, as if letting the memory sting. But the absolute being said nothing. No answer, no mercy, no help. Jinwoo frowned, feeling anger bubbling inside him even though he wasn't part of that ancient world. The fragment of light realized the awful truth, the Lord said bitterly. To the absolute being, their pain, their death, was nothing but music, entertainment. Jinwoo's breath caught in his throat. Still, everyone bowed, everyone praised, everyone obeyed, even though they knew their fates meant death. The Lord's tone grew sharper. Those who followed the rules, they still died. Those who fought bravely, died. The war never ended, until the messengers of God, hearts full of despair, finally rebelled. Jinwoo's heart pounded harder. The king of the dead, me, was one of the few who stood against that rebellion. I stayed loyal. I fought and lost. My army was destroyed. The Lord of Darkness chuckled darkly. But when I opened my eyes in the depths of the void, I felt something new, a power, an inheritance, the absolute being's final gift. Jinwoo's eyes widened. I rose again, no longer just a king. I became the Lord of Darkness, and when I spoke the command, "Arise," the dead rose with me. I had created a new army, the first Shadow Army. Jinwoo could almost see it, a battlefield covered with blackened corpses standing up, answering his call. But it was too late, the Lord went on. The surviving fragments of light, the ones who killed the absolute being, declared themselves the new gods. They called themselves the rulers. The name left a bitter taste in Jinwoo's mouth. Armed with divine weapons, they began hunting down the monarchs one by one. The first to fall was the king of the giants, imprisoned and broken. The monarchs realized they needed help, and so they turned to me, the one they once feared. The Lord's gaze sharpened. They made me their 9th monarch, the Shadow Monarch. He clenched his fist. My army grew with every fallen soldier. Every battlefield fed me more strength. Even the monarchs, even the rulers themselves began to fear what I was becoming. Jinwoo felt a shiver run down his spine. Some monarchs, driven by terror, surrendered their forces to me. Others, like the beast monarch, tucked their tails and fled. The demon monarch, the white flame monarch, betrayed me and paid the price. The Lord of Darkness spoke slower now. The rulers came down from the heavens. They kneeled before me, begged me to end the war. They said they had no more reason to fight, and in honor of what we once were, I chose peace. He closed his eyes briefly, but it was all a lie. Jinwoo held his breath. The moment I let my guard down, they drove their spears into me, just like they had done to the absolute being. A heavy silence hung in the air between them. I survived, the Lord said coldly. I withdrew into the shadows, waiting for the right time to strike back. The monarchs scattered across the dimensions. Some came here, to your world. Jinwoo felt his blood run cold. Here, the Lord continued, there was no one strong enough to oppose them. Humanity was weak. The extermination of mankind was inevitable. He raised his hand slightly, and in Jinwoo's mind, he could see it. Burning cities, blood flooding the streets, skies blackened by smoke. A nightmare, just like what he once saw in the demonic castle. And now, it was about to happen in real life. Jinwoo listened carefully, standing at the edge of an invisible line between worlds. The Lord of Darkness' voice echoed deep inside him, heavy with centuries of sorrow and truth. You understand now, don't you? The Dark Lord said. This world, it's only waiting for its end. Jinwoo clenched his fists. The monarchs, the Lord of Darkness continued, exist only to destroy. The rulers, they exist to create, but not the way you think. His eyes narrowed. For the rulers, what matters is not the creatures living in the world. It's the world itself. Even if every human perishes, as long as the planet survives, they believe they've fulfilled their mission. The truth struck Jinwoo like a hammer. It explained so much. When the rulers realized the monarch's power was growing out of control, the Dark Lord said, they intervened. They sent their armies down to Earth. He shook his head, but they were too late. By the time they arrived, the world was already a graveyard. Anger twisted in the Dark Lord's voice. Furious at their failure, they decided to use a forbidden weapon, a relic of the absolute being's power, the Cup of Reincarnation. Jinwoo's heart skipped a beat. The cup allowed them to rewind time by 10 years. The Lord's eyes glowed faintly in the shadows. They tried to save the Earth, but humanity was not ready. There was no magic back then, no means to resist the monarch's armies. The world fell again. Jinwoo lowered his gaze, picturing the endless loop of destruction and rebirth. And so, the Lord said, the rulers made another decision. They created the hunters, ordinary humans, gifted with magical power, soldiers for a battle they never asked for. Jinwoo felt the weight of it. It explained why so many dungeons appeared, why monsters flooded the earth, why humanity had to awaken. But, the Lord of Darkness continued with a bitter smile, while the rulers armed humanity to preserve the world, the monarchs, they used humans too, as shells, as weapons. Jinwoo's fists trembled. The monarchs were patient. They harvested the magical energy the rulers spread across the earth. They waited until they could twist it for themselves. The trap had been set long ago, Jinwoo realized, and humanity, even the rulers, Basoi Boafaris, had walked right into it. But controlling such massive power, the Dark Lord said, required a perfect vessel, a body that could endure the overwhelming force. The Lord's voice dropped lower. Neither the rulers nor the Dragon Monarch ever found one. They searched desperately. And then, the architect, the greatest mage under the Dragon King, proposed a deal. Jinwoo leaned in. The architect promised he could find the perfect vessel, someone with incredible magical potential, someone who could rewrite destiny itself. Jinwoo's breath caught. He already knew where this was going. And then, the Lord smiled faintly. One day, he found you. Jinwoo's chest tightened. A man, weak, constantly walking the tightrope between life and death, but smart, resilient, a man who could defy the system itself. The Lord's gaze softened. You built your strength step by step, like leveling up in a game. Jinwoo finally understood. The architect protested, the Dark Lord said. He believed you were unworthy, too weak. But, Jinwoo asked, voice rough, you chose me anyway. The Lord of Darkness nodded. Because you had something no one else had. The will to survive, the spirit to fight. It was overwhelming. The truth behind everything finally laid bare. You ask why I turned against the monarchs? The Dark Lord continued almost sadly. Because siding with the rulers is betrayal to the monarchs. But siding with you, he paused. Siding with you felt right. Jinwoo stared at him. You became me, the Lord said. And I became you. A heavy silence settled between them. And now, the Dark Lord said, you must choose. The options stood before him like two doors. Stay here, in a perfect illusion of peace and bliss, forever, or return to the real world, where death awaited at every step. But Jinwoo? He had already made his choice. He lifted his head. Tell me one thing, Jinwoo said. Why didn't you stay with the rulers? You could have. The Lord's expression turned distant. Because I realized I don't belong with them. I don't belong anywhere. Jinwoo smiled faintly. Me too, he said. The Lord chuckled, a low, echoing sound. Our paths part here, he said. When you die again, you will truly inherit all my power. And after that? Jinwoo asked. The Lord's form began to fade, like mist. Then you will become the true Shadow Monarch. A bright, blinding light engulfed everything around Jinwoo. The system, the strange game-like entity that had guided him, began to collapse. System destruction in progress. One by one, all restrictions lifted. Shadow soldiers began to reappear around him, one after another. The generals, the commanders, the ones who had fought by his side, Beru, Igris, Tank. They were all back. Their auras flared stronger than ever. And then, at the center of it all, Jinwoo himself. The light faded, and when he opened his eyes again, he was standing in the middle of a raging battlefield. The monarchs, those wretched creatures, turned toward him with cold eyes. They realized it. The fragment of light, the one they feared most, had returned. If they didn't destroy Jinwoo now, if they didn't strike him down right here, then this world would slip through their fingers forever. The two monarchs slammed into the nearby wall with a thunderous crash. Jinwoo's father stood tall, breathing heavily, eyes fierce. No one touches my son anymore, he said coldly, his voice cutting through the ruined battlefield. Meanwhile, deep inside himself, Jinwoo was still locked in that strange communion, listening to the Lord of Darkness tell the story of how the world fell into this endless cycle of destruction. Light and darkness, creation and ruin. It was all inevitable, it always had been. But outside, the battle wasn't waiting. The beast monarch shook off the rubble, his rage barely contained. You're wasting time, he growled to the cold monarch. We need to kill him now. They lunged at Jinwoo's father, furious. Steel clashed against ice and claws. But Jinwoo's father, a veteran of countless battles, moved like a ghost through the chaos. He read the trajectory of every blow before it landed, sidestepping and striking back with surgical precision. The cold monarch narrowed his eyes. That fighting style, it was familiar. Only warriors who had faced death 1,000 times could move like that. When the cold monarch tried to unleash his frozen breath, Jinwoo's father didn't hesitate. He launched himself forward, kicking the monarch square in the face and sending him crashing into a nearby building. Before the beast monarch could react, the father was already on him, slashing with a small, worn dagger. The beast monarch howled in pain and staggered back, clutching his wound. You'll pay for that, he bellowed. I'll rip you to pieces. But suddenly the beast monarch froze. A terrifying pressure was rising behind him. He turned and saw Jinwoo standing, alive, awake, his mana surging like a storm about to tear the heavens apart. The beast monarch cursed under his breath and instinctively leapt backward, putting as much distance between himself and the rising shadow monarch as possible. Inside the ruins, the cold monarch, pulling himself from the debris, glared furiously. "You coward!" he shouted after the beast monarch. "You promised to fight!" But the beast monarch only laughed, already opening a portal to escape. "I promised to fight the human shadow," he sneered. Not the real one. The cold monarch's rage shook the air. Pathetic, coward, but he had no choice now. He would face the shadow monarch alone. Snarling, the cold monarch raised his arms and began weaving a monstrous spell, gathering enough mana to freeze an entire city. Hunters nearby scrambled to flee, sensing the coming disaster. From high above, colossal ice shards formed, aiming straight for Jinwoo's father, who still stood guarding his unconscious son. An ice spear shot downward. It pierced through the father's arm, and a massive glacier plummeted toward him. But it never landed. The glacier shattered midair, and standing there and among the falling shards was a familiar figure, General Igris. The Shadow General raised his sword high, his crimson cape whipping in the wind. "With such pathetic strength," Igris declared, "you are not worthy to call yourself a king." The cold monarch's eyes widened in disbelief. The Shadow Army had returned. And not just returned, it was stronger than ever. He felt it. The Lord of Shadows had fully awakened. Jinwoo's ice confinement cracked and exploded outward, shards raining down like stars. He stepped forward, dark energy swirling around him. "I'd be shocked too," Jinwoo said, his voice low and calm, "if I were in your shoes." He glanced around quickly. The beast monarch was already gone, but Jinwoo wasn't about to let the cold monarch escape. "You," Jinwoo said coldly, locking eyes with him. "You're not going anywhere." The cold monarch, for the first time, felt true fear. The gap between them, the overwhelming wall of power, it kept growing, higher and higher, until even the stars seemed distant. Darkness fell over the battlefield, a suffocating, endless night. The cold monarch took a staggering step back, trembling. Meanwhile, far away in a dense jungle, the beast monarch emerged from his portal. He stumbled forward, desperate to hide, to run, but it was useless. Death was already there, breathing down his neck. He could feel it, that crushing aura, that boundless killing intent. No matter how far he ran, no matter how well he hid, he would never escape the Shadow Monarch. Not now, not ever. Instinct screamed at him to bow, to submit, but pride held him in place. For now. The moment the beast monarch bowed his head, he let out a pitiful groan and began begging for mercy. "I am unworthy to stand against you," he pleaded, lowering his gaze to the ground. "Please, Shadow Monarch, show me mercy. Accept me as your subject. I swear the Dragon Emperor is already on his way here with his army, and I will help you defeat him." Jinwoo looked down at him, silent for a long moment. Then, with a calm, cold voice, he answered, "Fine." But just as the beast monarch's shoulders sagged in relief, he suddenly smirked, flashing his fangs. "You're not the real Shadow Monarch," he spat, his tone dripping with venom. "The true Shadow Monarch would never have forgiven my betrayal. You're nothing but a fake. It's better to buy some time until the Dragon Emperor arrives. And when he does, we'll tear you apart piece by piece, boy. I'll chew your bones myself." That was it. Jinwoo's expression darkened. He stepped forward, his voice low and steady. "I never said I forgave you." He raised his hand, showing 5 scars. Old wounds, deep, brutal. "These," Jinwoo said, "are the wounds you left me. 5 times you tried to kill me. If you can endure 5 strikes, I'll grant you forgiveness." The beast monarch's eyes widened. "You dare mock me?" he roared. "You think you can toy with the king of beasts? Know your place, human?" But Jinwoo didn't flinch. In the blink of an eye, a blade appeared in his hand, gleaming black under the dull sky. With a single fluid motion, he closed the distance and sliced off the beast monarch's leg. The beast monarch howled, falling to one knee. "That's one," Jinwoo said coldly. 4 more to go. Meanwhile, back in the ruined center of Seoul, the battle raged on. The cold monarch was furious. On one side, an ant soldier, Beru, was healing fallen hunters. On the other, Igris, the saint of the Shadow Army, blocked his every move. The cold monarch gritted his teeth. The Shadow Monarch's army had fully returned, and it was a nightmare. Every time the cold monarch tried to expend mana for a spell, the Shadow Army regenerated faster than he could tear them down. The mana cost was piling up, and he had no way to replenish it. It was hopeless. In a fit of rage, he smashed Igris aside and tore his own cloak off, snarling. But just as he turned, he saw someone stepping out of the shadows. Hunter Jinho, and in his hands, the 2 dragon fangs, the ones that had belonged to the beast monarch. "You!" the cold monarch gasped. "You killed Monarch Fang?" Jinwoo stepped forward behind Jinho, his voice like ice. "Monarch Pestilence, Monarch Fang, Monarch Cold. You'll all die here today." The cold monarch screamed in rage, swinging his magic wildly, but Jinwoo was already moving. First blade, slash, second blade, slash. The cold monarch staggered backward, his body torn open. He tried to retaliate, gathering ice magic around his trident, but Jinwoo caught the trident mid-swing with one hand, stopping it like it was nothing. With his other hand, he drove a blade straight into the cold monarch's chest. "You're not the only one counting," Jinwoo said, his voice low. "The beast monarch died on the 4th strike." The cold monarch's eyes widened in horror as his body began to dissolve into mist, evaporating into the air. He was gone. Now Jinwoo turned to find the man who had shielded him all this time. "Where is he?" he whispered, scanning the battlefield. Beru, fluttering nearby, sadly shook his head. "He disappeared, my king." But then Jinwoo spotted it, a familiar sword lying on the ground. He rushed over. There, slumped against a shattered wall, was his father, battered, bloodied, barely breathing. The sight broke Jinwoo's heart. His father opened one eye, smiled weakly, and whispered, "This is the price of divine power." He didn't seem afraid. He was ready to die. But Jinwoo wasn't ready to lose him. He dropped to his knees in front of his father. Tears pricked his eyes. "You thought I wouldn't notice?" Jinwoo said quietly. "You really thought I wouldn't understand?" His father's smile faded. He coughed. "I had no choice. After the boss fight, I was trapped in the world of chaos. A ruler offered me his power, told me to kill the monarchs, including the one destined to inherit the Shadow Lord's throne. You." Jinwoo clenched his fists. "I agreed," his father said. "But when I saw you, when I realized the monster they spoke of was my own son, I couldn't." He laughed bitterly, the sound dry and broken. "I disobeyed. I watched from afar. I saw how you grew, how you fought, how you survived. The rulers who once sought to prevent the Shadow Monarch's return had changed their minds. The Dragon Emperor was coming, and only Jinwoo could stop him." His father's voice grew softer. "I was proud of you, son." There was a long silence. Then Jinwoo asked, voice shaking, "Did you miss me?" His father's tears spilled over. "Every second," he said. "Even when I couldn't see you, I was always watching, always missing you." And then Jinwoo reached out, pulling his father into a tight hug. They stayed like that, father and son, wrapped in each other's arms, crying quietly for everything they had lost and everything they had found again. "I hated you," Jinwoo whispered, "but I missed you more." His father smiled through his tears. "And I," he said, "have always been proud of the man you became." Jinwoo's father sat there, broken, battered, but not once did he regret it, not for a single heartbeat. If anything, he just wished he could have a little more time to sit with his son. A little more time, just like this. His voice, weak but filled with warmth, spoke one last time. "I'm sorry for not being a better father," he said, smiling through the pain. And with that, his body slowly dissolved into a bright, gentle light until he was no longer there. Across town, in a modest apartment, Jinwoo's mother stood by the window, staring out with wide, fearful eyes. The city outside was gone. All that remained was rubble, ashes, and the distant rumble of death. Jinwoo's little sister sat curled up on the couch, hugging her knees to her chest, trembling. Her voice cracked as she asked, "Mom, is it time?" Her mother didn't answer immediately. She just kept looking out that window, her voice finally breaking the heavy silence. "Yeah, baby, I think it's time." Meanwhile, back in the center of Seoul, surrounded by broken buildings and blood-stained streets, Jinwoo stood tall, head tilted back, his fists clenched at his sides. He shouted into the skies, a cry so fierce, so raw it seemed to tear open the heavens themselves. "You will all pay," he roared. "Mark my words, every single one of you." His voice, carrying the weight of endless pain and fury, echoed through the empty city. The desperate cry of the Shadow Monarch shook the world. It was the moment the curtain of the final war was drawn. High above, a quadcopter hovered over the ruins, broadcasting live footage. On the screen, reporters announced in trembling voices, "Thomas Andre, alive. Injured, but stable. The monsters, gone. Seoul, destroyed, but standing." Emergency sirens wailed through the cracked streets. Ambulances raced through the ruins, pulling survivors out from under broken concrete. Everywhere the quadcopter looked, there was only devastation and ashes. Eventually, Jinwoo returned home. He wrapped his arms around his mother and sister in a tight, unbreakable hug. The kind of hug that says, "I'm here. You're safe." Meanwhile, exhausted hunters collapsed near the rubble of what used to be buildings. They had fought with everything they had, and they looked it. At the Hunter Association headquarters, the new chairman sat before a massive monitor, watching the aftermath unfold. He exhaled shakily. "It's finally over," he whispered to no one. "The demonic beast, the plague monarch, they're gone." He remembered Jinwoo's promise. "I will wipe them into dust." And he had done exactly that. The cold elf monster who dared to take the previous chairman's life, reduced to nothing but a bitter memory. But the peace was short-lived. Just a few days later, hunters gathered outside the association building, staring up in horror, because in the sky, a new gate had opened. Massive, menacing, swirling like a hurricane ready to swallow the earth whole. Thomas Andre stood among them, staring upward grimly. "So it begins," he muttered. This wasn't just any gate. This was a gate unlike anything humanity had ever seen. So massive it could be seen from miles away, and from within. An army was waiting. The hunters readied themselves. Weapons drawn, mana flaring, they braced for the worst. But then, Jinwoo stepped forward. He raised a hand. "Nobody move," he said, voice firm. The head of the association turned, confused. "Why? They're right there. We have to... Trust me," Jinwoo interrupted calmly. "It's fine." No one understood. Not the hunters, not the leaders, no one. After all that, who would be fine facing an entire army of monsters? But Jinwoo just walked forward, all by himself, towards the terrifying figures emerging from the gate. The lead monster, a giant shadow soldier, approached. Slowly, carefully. It knelt down before Jinwoo, lowering its head in respect, and with a deep, booming voice it spoke. "Commander-in-Chief Million Baran and the entire Shadow Army welcome their lord's return." Everyone froze. Even Thomas Andre, standing off to the side, turned to his comrade. "You're seeing this too, right?" "Yeah," the man muttered, stunned. Three shadow creatures, each strong enough to destroy humanity alone. And they're kneeling." Jinwoo's eyes widened as he took it all in. The army, the dragons, the soldiers, all of them, they weren't here to fight. They were here to serve. It was a final gift, a parting gift left by the former Shadow Monarch, Ashborn. And with them, Jinwoo knew the battlefield was ready. Days passed and the Korean Hunter Association was buried under international chaos. The American Hunter Bureau demanded information. The DHS begged for evacuation instructions. TV producers tried to book Jinwoo for interviews. One guy at the meeting grumbled, "I'm getting tired of hearing about this Jinwoo and his perverted army of monsters." But the chairman just smiled tiredly. "Rather have them complaining about too many interviews," he said, than sobbing about dead hunters. He leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling. Truth was, they were lucky, more than lucky, because right now, the world's last hope was the man who had vanished yet again, like a ghost, Jinwoo, their shadow monarch, and whether they understood it yet or not, he was humanity's only shield. The chairman leaned back in his chair, rubbing his forehead. He sighed. "I guess I was too biased against Hunter Jinwoo," he admitted quietly. But where is he now? Far away from the chatter and politics, Jinwoo was deep in the middle of his vast army of shadows. As he walked among them, the towering commanders bowed respectfully and the soldiers whispered in awe. Commander-in-Chief Baran stepped forward, his massive figure casting a long shadow across the ground. He respectfully suggested something Jinwoo hadn't really thought about before. "My lord," Baran rumbled, "perhaps we should divide the army. Send some units away to prepare. Secure the lands." Jinwoo gave a small smile. "Yeah," he said, "that's a good idea. The world won't save itself." At that moment, Commander Beru, the ever-loyal ant general, approached. His voice was low but full of excitement. "My king, I wish to request the title of Commander-in-Chief." Jinwoo blinked at him, surprised. "Since when do you want to be Commander-in-Chief?" Beru straightened proudly. "As a general, I wish to test my strength against the Commander-in-Chief." Jinwoo laughed under his breath. "All right, if that's what you want." And so, in the middle of a field of endless shadows, two giants squared off. Beru let out a bone-chilling roar, shaking the ground. Across from him, Baran, with his massive greatsword Mikati, simply waited. When Beru lunged, the battlefield trembled. Baran moved like a mountain, slow maybe, but every swing of his sword carried enough force to split the earth. Jinwoo watched, arms crossed, eyebrows raised. "Man," he muttered, "he fights just like Igris, but that sword is huge." Beru moved fast, darting like a shadow, but Baran caught him mid-strike. With a brutal heave, he slammed Beru down into the ground, pinning him. Jinwoo whistled low. "Guess that's why he's the Commander-in-Chief." But then, Beru, relentless as ever, wrenched himself free and countered. The two monsters clashed again, shaking the ground like thunder. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, at Beijing International Airport, a young hunter named Jigong was mobbed by reporters. One reporter shoved a mic in his face, beaming. Sir, how does it feel? All the hunters have returned safely from the rescue mission in South Korea. Proud moment for your country." Jigong scratched the back of his head, looking bored. Then, with a shrug, he said, "What's the point of having a head if you're just gonna wear a hat?" The reporters blinked, confused. "You ever even look at a world map? South Korea's right there, buddy. If you don't like how we do things, why don't you catch the monsters yourself?" He flashed a cocky grin. "I'm a 7-star hunter. I went to South Korea to help Jinwoo, a guy who even I can't handle." The reporters scrambled to write down every word, but suddenly Jigong's smirk faded. He looked up at the sky, and his blood ran cold. hovering above a massive, yawning gate. Something dark stirred beyond it. Back in Seoul, the duel between Beru and Baran ended. Beru lay panting on the ground, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. He looked up at Jinwoo. "I can still fight," he gasped. Jinwoo chuckled. "Geez, Beru, you don't have to be commander-in-chief to stand by me." Beru blinked, confused. "You mean," Jinwoo smiled warmly, "you can stand on my left side, always." Beru's mandibles clicked with excitement, overwhelmed by his king's generosity. Nearby, a few other shadow soldiers started gathering, eyeing each other hungrily. Clearly they wanted a shot at the title too. Jinwoo just shook his head. "No more fights," he said, laughing. "You guys are standing behind me." He turned and saw something strange. A group of ants were dragging logs, stacking stones, building something. Dragons nearby snorted smoke into the sky, watching curiously. One shadow soldier clutched a glowing magic orb and unleashed a stream of fire that ripped apart the clouds. The whole battlefield shimmered under the heat. Jinwoo scratched his head. "What are they doing?" Commander Baran stepped forward and bowed. "My lord," he said, "they are building a resting place for you." Jinwoo's chest tightened. Even now, after all the battles, after all the wars, they still wanted to serve him, still wanted him to be comfortable. Baran went on. "We figured it would be too cramped, trying to squeeze everyone back into the rift." Jinwoo smiled faintly. They stood together watching the army work. After a while, Jinwoo turned to Baran, a question tugging at his heart. "Baran," he asked, "do you ever miss Ashbourne?" Baran's gaze grew distant. "I was his first warrior," he said slowly. "I stood with him, even when the rulers turned against the absolute being." He looked up at the sky, remembering. "Back then, we were born from the fruit of the world tree, a tree so vast its branches touched the heavens." He fell silent, lost in memories from an age long gone. And Jinwoo realized, standing there in the sunset, that this wasn't just a war between monarchs and rulers. It was a war built on loyalty, betrayal, endless cycles of sorrow. And now, it was his turn to finish it. His turn to be the last king standing. Later that morning, Jinwoo bent down to open the fridge, pulling out some groceries. Suddenly, his mom walked into the kitchen, her face soft with concern. "You okay?" she asked gently. He blinked at her, a little caught off guard. "Why wouldn't I be?" She smiled sadly. "Your father, before he left on his dangerous missions, he'd always cook for me too. It's clear enough without a test that you're definitely his son." Jinwoo chuckled quietly and told her not to worry. "Everything's fine, Mom." Just then, a knock at the door. Jinwoo set down the groceries and went to open it. Standing there was a man he didn't expect. It was Jinho's father. They ended up walking together through a park, the winter chill hanging in the air. Jinho's father looked troubled as he finally spoke. "I used to think that the sleeping sickness just vanished by pure luck, but that doesn't happen. Only me and my wife woke up, out of everyone. I know it was you, Hunter Jinwoo." Jinwoo stayed silent, just listening. "I couldn't understand why you'd help someone like me," he went on. "But then it hit me. You didn't do it for me. You did it for my son." He stopped walking, bowing his head low. "I don't even know how to thank you. I don't have much, but if you want half my fortune, a quarter, whatever you ask, it's yours." Jinwoo shook his head. "I don't want anything," he said simply. "Just if anything ever happens to me, take care of my family." The older man's eyes filled with emotion. He nodded without hesitation. Later that afternoon, Jinwoo sat across from the chairman of the Korean Hunters Association, deep in conversation. He spread out photos, satellite images from Shanghai and beyond, showing 8 massive gates around the world. The chairman leaned in, frowning, and he asked cautiously. Jinwoo shook his head. There's no way to stop them. He stood up and asked the chairman a heavy question. "Do you believe me?" The chairman met his eyes without hesitation. "I do." Without another word, Jinwoo reached out and touched his forefinger to the chairman's forehead. In a flash, the memories poured into him. Memories of meeting the Lord of Shadows, of ancient wars, of rulers and monarchs clashing in endless bloodshed. When Jinwoo pulled away, the chairman stumbled back, pale as a ghost. This can't be real," he gasped. He always believed hunters were gifts from the gods, born to protect humanity. But if what he just saw was true, then they were just pawns in a war much older and darker than anyone could have imagined. The chairman realized with a sinking heart that Jinwoo was going to fight this battle alone, and that he had to help him, no matter what. The next day, representatives from 152 countries gathered in a huge conference hall. Presidents, ministers, guild leaders, the most powerful people in the world. Everyone was buzzing with tension, whispering about the massive gate hanging over Seoul. The chairman sat stiffly, thinking about what Jinwoo had shown him. He didn't know how the world would react when the truth came out. Then, a soft ripple through the crowd. Jinwoo appeared silently, stepping out of the shadows. The chairman exhaled heavily. "You're here," he said. Jinwoo gave a small smile. "I just got here." The chairman leaned closer, whispering, once the truth is out, there's going to be panic. Maybe even riots." Jinwoo nodded. "I know. Because today, the whole world would learn what was coming." Jinwoo stepped forward, facing the crowd. He didn't need a microphone. His voice, calm but powerful, carried through the entire hall. "It would be nice to stand here and tell you," he said, "that this gate will close without much trouble. But the truth is, it won't." A heavy silence fell across the room. "What's coming will affect everyone. No one will be able to escape it." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some hunters shouted from their seats. "Why should we believe you? Even national-level hunters can't stop it." Jinwoo met their doubt head-on. He spoke firmly. "There will be hundreds of monsters, each one stronger than Kamish, the dragon that nearly wiped out humanity once before. And not even national-level hunters will be enough this time." The room exploded in chaos. Politicians, hunters, leaders, all shouting, all demanding proof. And Jinwoo stood there quietly, ready to show them. Ready to show the world the terrifying truth he had carried alone all this time. The room held its breath, waiting for Jinwoo to respond, to show them something, anything, that could back up his terrifying claims. That there were creatures far worse than Kamish. That there were thousands of them. Then, without a word, Jinwoo raised his hand. Behind him, dozens of gates suddenly tore open, glowing ominously. A wave of dark energy filled the hall, and everyone could see it, the swirling power that made their skin crawl. Jinwoo spoke calmly. "The enemy can open gates," he said, his voice cutting through the panic. "Anywhere, anytime, and their army is massive." The audience started to stir. A man jumped up from the crowd shouting, "Is he one of them? Wasn't it monsters who first came through gates like that to kill us?" Another voice rose up, nervous, accusing. "Can we even trust that these gates aren't traps too? How do we fight back if they're already coming?" Jinwoo didn't flinch. He told them the only truth there was. If you see them coming, run. Run as far and as fast as you can. The weight of it hit everyone hard. Fear crept in like a slow, freezing tide. The world they thought they knew was about to collapse. Meanwhile, in a more isolated part of Seoul, Jinwoo stood alone with his shadow army. They had built something incredible, a giant black castle rising out of the ruins like a dark crown. Jinwoo stared up at it, half amazed, half annoyed. He called Beru over, who immediately slammed his forehead against the ground in reverence. This little cozy place is where we'll live, huh?" Jinwoo said sarcastically. "I mean, sure, it's small and everything." Beru shook in fear, crawling low. "This humble castle fully matches the greatness of our king," Jinwoo sighed. "And why the hell did you hang a flag on top of it?" Before Beru could answer, Baran suddenly threw himself to the ground too. "It was my idea, my liege," he cried out proudly. Jinwoo raised an eyebrow and asked the more serious question. "If something happens to the commander-in-chief, will the army survive?" Baran straightened. "Our existence is tied to yours, my lord. If your eyes close, so will ours." Jinwoo nodded slowly. The Shadow Army's greatest strength, their absolute loyalty, was also their greatest weakness. His death would mean their death. Baran spoke again. "My lord, there is no chance of victory in this war." Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. "What's the strength difference?" Baran answered gravely. "About 100 times. That meant 10 million enemies against them." The next day, the news channels were buzzing with interviews. Top hunters were making appearances, dismissing Jinwoo's warning as fear-mongering. "That's a load of crap," snorted a Canadian S-rank hunter named Jay Mills during an interview. "If I had Hunter Jinwoo's contact, I'd tell him myself. Stop spreading nonsense." The reporter tried to push back. Still, Hunter Jinwoo is one of the greatest hunters alive. But Mills waved it off. "Doesn't mean everything he says is gospel, and you can't just take over all the gates based on one guy's words." Meanwhile, inside the Korean Hunter Association, the chairman was watching all this unfold. He sighed heavily, turning to Jinwoo. "Looks like some countries, India, Canada, are forming their own raid teams." Jinwoo simply nodded. "I'm heading to China first. I can't defend 8 fronts at once. I'll wipe out whatever threatens Korea first, then deal with the rest." He was calm, focused. Time was against them now. The next day, Jeil, another elite hunter, got off his flight in China. He was muttering to himself about the bureaucrats and the chaos they were stirring up. But then he spotted Hunter Liu Zhigang waiting for him. Zhigang filled him in fast, pointing up toward the sky. The colossal gate above them loomed, crackling with dark energy. "There are over 100,000 elite Chinese hunters gathered here," Zhigang explained. "These guys aren't just numbers, they're monsters in their own right." At the same time, Jinwoo summoned his shadow army across the rooftops and streets. To Liu Zhigang, it was an unbelievable sight, an entire sea of elite warriors summoned from nothing. Dragons roared in the skies, shadows stretched across the city like a second nightfall. One of Jinwoo's shadow commanders, Beru, popped up proudly, declaring, "The seat to the king's left is mine, how dare anyone else stand there?" Jinwoo elbowed him hard, whispering, "Shut up! He's my guest!" Liu Zhigang stared, wide-eyed. He couldn't believe Jinwoo could casually bicker with his shadow soldiers like that. But then, the gates began to crack open. Jinwoo's heart tightened. Something was wrong. Baran frowned. "My king, no magical energy is leaking." The reports came in from other locations, like empty gates, no enemies. Jinwoo immediately understood it was a trap. They weren't splitting their forces. They were concentrating their armies, all in one place. And that place was exactly where the large group of hunters, those elite gathered forces, were standing, totally unaware. The monarchs were coming, and they were about to unleash hell on earth. Japan and Ukraine had stepped up, both countries agreeing to back Jinwoo in the battle ahead. The planes carrying their hunters were scheduled to leave by the afternoon. Meanwhile, news was coming in fast. The White Fortress discovered deep in Japan's forest had nothing to do with the huge gate hanging ominously above the world. 5 hours left until the gates opened. 5 hours left before humanity would know if Jinwoo's warning had been real or just fear. Out on the fields in front of the massive gate, the Canadian hunters stood firm. No one flinched. They refused to abandon their homeland, to leave Canada defenseless. Whoever came out of that gate, they were ready to fight. They believed they could win. That belief kept them standing. Finally, it started. A ripple of energy shivered through the air and all eyes locked onto the gate. Out of the swirling darkness, a man stepped forward. Just one man. For a second, the hunters wavered. Maybe Jinwoo had been wrong? The figure descending looked almost ordinary, human, dressed in armor. The lead hunter squinted at the newcomer and realized something unsettling. This wasn't monster speech. This man was talking. One of the hunters standing nearby muttered, "Don't be surprised. Monsters can learn armor, weapons, even languages. We just never bothered to listen." The Canadian leader's gut twisted. Maybe that's how Jinwoo had gotten control over the monsters from the first gate, by talking to them. Suddenly the figure asked, "Are you the king of this land?" The Canadian leader hesitated, then stepped forward proudly. "Yeah," he said, his voice strong. "I'm the king here." The figure smiled slightly. That was all he needed to hear. Meanwhile, far away, Jinwoo paced anxiously. He needed updates on the situation at the Canadian gate. The only one he could trust was Adam White. Grabbing his phone, he called. "Adam," Jinwoo barked. "What's going on over there?" Adam's voice came through, calm but tight. "We're assisting near the gate. No unusual activity? It's quiet. Maybe everything's fine?" But Jinwoo felt it, deep in his bones. This was wrong. "Adam," he said sharply. "Get out. Leave. Now." Adam hesitated, confused, until he looked up. The hunters standing around him, they were gone. Nothing left but ashes. A chill ran down his spine. He lifted his eyes to the sky and saw them. Dragons. Hundreds of them. Dark wings blotting out the heavens. The monsters weren't just coming, and they were already here. Jinwoo's heart pounded as he screamed into the phone. "Run, Adam! Run! Now!" He called out to his shadows, desperate, reaching across the world. A massive orc shadow soldier appeared beside Adam, grabbing him protectively. "I'll get you to the Lord," the shadow growled. But it was already too late. From the gate, the monarch appeared. With a cruel grin, he opened his mouth, and fire roared forth. Adam could barely react before the flames engulfed everything around him. Jinwoo clenched his fists. He had underestimated them. The monarchs had created an illusion, pretending to spread themselves across 8 gates. But they hadn't split their forces. They had concentrated everything, their entire army, at the farthest point, right where Jinwoo couldn't reach in time. He realized it too late, and now, it was going to be a massacre. The monarch standing amid the burning ruins of Canada whispered to himself, "I'll savor their screams before they're all gone. The music of death is beautiful." He wasn't done. He ordered the dragons, "Destroy everything. Leave nothing behind." The skies darkened as the beasts spread their wings. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the president of the U.S. Hunter Association sat slumped in his office, a bottle half empty on his desk. He watched the live feed as the world burned. Hunters vaporized, civilians crushed, journalists disintegrated, hundreds of dragons, a monstrous insect bigger than skyscrapers, creatures from humanity's worst nightmares. He whispered hoarsely to himself, "They're dead. They're all dead." And soon he knew it wouldn't stop with Canada. They were coming for the US next. There was no one left to stop them. Now he understood why Hunter Jinwoo had told him so clearly. Run. The world was ending, and there was no one left to save it, except one man. Everything seemed lost. The cities, the hunters, the hope, wiped out in fire and shadow. But suddenly, in the lonely office of the U.S. Association president, something stirred. A shadow rippled across the room. The president froze, staring wide-eyed as a figure materialized from the darkness. Hunter Jinwoo. Without ceremony, Jinwoo stepped forward and spoke in a low, firm voice. "I'm looking for something." He hadn't come with permission, he didn't need it. He wanted something important, something hidden in the building's depths. The runestone left behind by Reed. The association president blinked in confusion. Technically, he said, the stone belonged to the Hunter Bureau, not to him personally. But halfway through the sentence, he stopped. What bureau was he even talking about? What America? Everything was about to burn. None of that mattered anymore. The president swallowed hard and apologized. "No, I'm sorry. Take it. You can have it." Still, curiosity gnawed at him. "What do you need it for?" Jinwoo's eyes darkened. "I'm going to use it. Simple. Final. No room for debate." They descended into the lower floors of the ruined building, heading toward the secured storage. The president, still reeling, couldn't help but ask questions along the way. The monsters. They were sent here by beings called monarchs, right? But those runestones in their bodies? What are they really? Jinwoo answered without looking at him. "They're gifts. Tools," he explained. "The runestones were left behind when monsters died, not repositories of power. They weren't meant to just cause death and chaos. The monarchs had been trying to root magic into the earth itself, using skirmishes between humans and monsters as a catalyst. The human sacrifices were just collateral damage. They finally reached the vault. Jinwoo collected the runestone, heavy with the lingering power of the dragon Reed. Before he left, he had one more stop to make. That night, Jinwoo appeared at a quiet house, standing before Miss Selner. When she opened the door, her eyes widened in shock. The man standing there was not the Jinwoo she remembered. Before, the darkness had lingered inside him, hidden beneath the surface. Now, he was the darkness. He had become the Lord of Shadows in full, but his voice was still the same. "I'm still me," he said gently. "Just more." He asked her for a favor. Could she look into his future? Hesitantly, Miss Selner reached out and touched his hand. The moment she did, tears welled in her eyes. She gasped, "You're going to fight alone. No one will even remember." The weight she saw, the loneliness, and it was unbearable. But somehow Jinwoo would still succeed. He would go farther than any human ever had. She sobbed quietly, overwhelmed by the impossible burden he had chosen to carry. Jinwoo smiled faintly and apologized for disturbing her. Then he turned away, vanishing into the gathering shadows. Now, atop the tallest tower in the city, Jinwoo stood alone, overlooking the broken world. He pulled out his phone. One last call he needed to make. Hunter Cha. Her voice answered, full of warmth and exhaustion. They were both drowning in responsibility, but even so, she asked him for a promise. "Please, come see me, at least once." He smiled. "I will, I promise." And with that, he hung up, sealing a promise he swore he would keep, no matter what. Meanwhile, all across the world, armies of hunters were mobilizing. The Eurasian Hunters Federation, the European Association, the African Emergency Force, the United States Hunters Emergency Unit. Hundreds of thousands of hunters marched toward the battlefield, the final battlefield. Far away, one of the monarchs, standing over the charred remains of fallen hunters, looked up into the blackened sky and muttered, "He's here." The monarch grinned, sensing the inevitable clash to come. At the same time, high atop his tower, Jinwoo heard him. He closed his eyes briefly, listening to the distant challenge. Millions had already died, and the enemy was calling him out. But Jinwoo simply whispered back into the night, "Just wait a little longer." And when they met, the world would never be the same. The next day, the monarch stood atop the ruins of a shattered building, scanning the empty landscape. Something was off. Too quiet, too still. He narrowed his eyes, wondering what game the so-called Lord of Shadows was playing. Perhaps it wasn't so surprising after all. Jinwoo had surely realized the hopelessness of his situation. Against an army of over 10 million, his 100,000 shadow soldiers would be nothing but a fleeting resistance. Suicide. The monarch smirked to himself, but suddenly, a sharp whistle cut through the air. Before he could react, missiles slammed into the ground around him, erupting in massive explosions, throwing up walls of fire and smoke. Fighter jets roared overhead, circling, unleashing everything they had. In their cockpits, the pilots gritted their teeth and prayed, "Target hit! Please, please tell me we got him." From above, through the thick columns of smoke, they couldn't see if Leonis Ramener, the monarch, had survived. They could only hope. But as the fires reached up toward the heavens, something stirred. Through the black smoke, two enormous glowing eyes opened. Cold, hungry. The pilots gasped. What is that?" A massive, terrifying figure emerged, bored, almost playful. And in an instant, the monarch struck. The sky turned red with fire and screams as the jets were torn apart like toys. The monarch toyed with the birds, lazily plucking them from the sky. Meanwhile, far away on a deserted island, Jinwoo sat on a dark throne in the heart of his castle. His mind was heavy, restless. He lifted his gaze, and there above his throne, carved proudly into the stone, were the words, "My King." He chuckled quietly. Baran's handiwork, no doubt. Around him, the familiar presence of his shadow soldiers gathered. Baran appeared first on his right, followed by Antreus on his left. Both knelt respectfully, their eyes filled with concern. "It's too dangerous, my king," Baran said gravely. Antreus nodded. "You must not go." But Jinwoo only smiled at their loyalty. Danger? He knew that. And yet, this was why Osborne, the former Shadow Lord, had chosen him. He turned to Baran and asked, "If Osborne were standing where I am now, what would he do?" Without hesitation, Baran answered, "He would never retreat." The old general's voice trembled slightly with emotion, and in that moment, something clicked, a spark of recognition. As if seeing Osborne reflected through Jinwoo's determination, all the shadow commanders bowed deeply, speaking in unison. "We will follow you, my king, until the very end." Jinwoo rose from the throne, his armor gleaming under the cold light. He pulled out his phone, hesitating. Baran tilted his head curiously. "Will you call your family, my king?" Jinwoo smiled faintly, almost sadly. "I'm afraid, if I hear their voices now, I won't be able to move forward." Without another word, he crushed the phone in his hand. There was no going back. Far from the island, chaos reigned. In a broken cityscape, the last fighter jet twisted through the skies, pursued by one remaining dragon. The pilot ejected, parachuting down into a devastated street. Heart pounding, he stumbled through the ruins, desperate to hide. Blood, smoke, monsters lurking everywhere. As he ducked into an alley, something wet and foul dripped onto his shoulder. Slowly, he turned his head. A monstrous centipede loomed over him, mandibles twitching eagerly. In a blind panic, he opened fire, emptying his magazine into the beast. But it wasn't enough. The centipede lunged. The soldier closed his eyes, bracing for death. But instead, there was a sickening rip. He opened his eyes and gasped. Standing over the bisected corpse of the centipede was Hunter Jinwoo, alive, radiant with a terrifying, otherworldly power. "Get out of here!" Jinwoo ordered, without looking back. Still dazed, the soldier stumbled away, and as he fled, he saw dozens, hundreds of monsters surging toward Jinwoo. But Jinwoo stood firm. A dark energy, ancient and violent, began to spiral around his right blade. With a single swing, the wave of monsters exploded into black mist. This was it. The war had begun. Shadow soldiers materialized around him like a black tsunami. From afar, the monarch watched the battlefield and snarled. "So, the Lord of Shadows dares to appear on the Eastern Front." His generals grumbled, debating strategy. Some suggested concentrating all forces to crush Jinwoo now. Others urged patience, saying his army was pitifully small. The monarch narrowed his eyes. What was the Shadow Lord planning? At that moment, in a control room half a world away, the head of the association sat frozen before a wall of monitors. One report after another came in. Contact lost with all hunter teams. American military mobilizing emergency forces for evacuation. Cities falling, mass casualties. The president watched in horror as footage showed monsters incinerating everything. Hunters, soldiers, civilians. America, once proud and mighty, was collapsing before his eyes. And now, humanity's last hope rested on one man. On the battlefield, the tide turned. Wherever Jinwoo fought, his army grew, swelling in numbers, overwhelming the monsters in a flood of black. Towers of shadow rose across the land. The very earth trembled under the weight of the war. From the skies, gigantic beasts loomed, some so massive they blotted out the sun, and in the center of it all, Hunter Jinwoo, the Shadow King. Standing alone, yes, against giants, and yet not alone, never alone. The giants, monstrous beasts, towering taller than skyscrapers, laid waste to entire neighborhoods with a single sweep of their massive limbs. But Jinwoo, swift as a shadow, was already there. With a flash of his black blade, he sliced through their legs, bringing the titans crashing to the ground. And as the monsters fell, his shadow soldiers swarmed over them like a living tide of darkness, tearing through their flesh and bone. Each slain beast became part of his army. His legion grew, but when Jinwoo raised his head again, he saw them. Dragons. Hundreds of them, darkening the sky, their scales glinting under the blood-red sun. The world trembled at the sight. There was no time to despair, no time to think. Jinwoo raised his hand, summoning the full might of his 100,000-strong shadow army. An ocean of black rose behind him, ready to meet the oncoming storm. The dragons roared and unleashed a torrent of hellfire, blanketing the skies and the earth in fire. Shadow soldiers were consumed instantly, their forms evaporating under the searing heat. One of the dragons floating high above laughed cruelly. "Pathetic! You think you can destroy the Dragon King?" he bellowed. But Jinwoo was already moving. riding atop his black dragon, hurtling toward the arrogant beast. "You talk too much," Jinwoo muttered coldly. He leapt from his dragon in a blink and drove his blade straight into the dragon's skull. With a roar of agony, the dragon spiraled down, crashing into the earth. Watching from afar, the Dragon King narrowed his golden eyes. The King of Darkness was growing stronger. Every second, every heartbeat. The Dragon King clenched his fists. It was time. He issued swift orders to the Lord of Transfiguration to remain behind and prepare the defenses. He, himself, would crush the King of Shadows. On the ground, ordinary soldiers, or brave men and women, continued to fight. They fired round after round, emptying their rifles, launching grenades, using anything they could to slow the monsters. They knew no hunters were coming to save them. They fought anyway. Suddenly, one of the largest beasts charged the line. But before it could reach them, Thomas Andre appeared, slamming his fist into the monster's jaw and sending it flying. "Man, it's been a while since I got to punch something like that." Thomas chuckled, cracking his knuckles. The Scavengers Guild, battered but not broken, rallied behind him. They wouldn't fall today, not without a fight. But then, something else emerged from the shadows. A voice, twisted and mocking, called out, "Ah, the steel body, the failed vessel of the beast lords." From between the monsters stepped a monstrous figure, the monarch of monstrous humanoids. "You," he sneered at Thomas Andre. "Your life will be mine in an instant. Still feel like fighting, little man?" Thomas didn't even flinch. He didn't care for threats. He only knew how to fight. But suddenly a massive shadow rose behind Thomas, a giant figure in black armor. It was Baran, the commander-in-chief of the Shadow Army. Baran stepped forward and faced the monarch. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" he said, his voice deep and steady. The humanoid monarch stared in disbelief. Where had all these shadow soldiers come from? Had they been hiding inside this ordinary human's shadow? Unthinkable. He tried to activate his communication link to the Dragon King, but nothing happened. The connection was dead. Panic flickered in his eyes. On a nearby rooftop, a shadow mage calmly stood, weaving magic into the air, cutting off all communications. They had thought the Shadow Lord would fight with brute force alone. But this strategy, it was human. It was brilliant. Furious, the humanoid monarch roared, "You worms! You're not worthy to be called lords." Baran only tilted his head calmly. "I suggest you take those words back," he said, "before you regret insulting my king." Infuriated, the monarch transformed. A massive, grotesque giant, muscles rippling, fists like meteors. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Jinwoo had finally reached the Dragon King. The two greatest forces on Earth, King of Dragons versus King of Shadows, faced each other across a field of devastation. The Dragon King frowned. Why wasn't the Steel Body Lord answering him? Had he betrayed him? Or was this another trick of the Shadow Lord? Enough guessing. The Dragon King raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of flames. An inferno miles wide. Everything, buildings, streets, ruins, was consumed in a flash. Nothing could survive that. As the flames faded, a charred wasteland stretched before him. But then, whoosh, a shadow overhead. He looked up. Jinwoo stood on his dragon, untouched, surrounded by an aura of black fire. And in the next heartbeat, the Shadow Army rained down from the skies like falling stars, descending upon the Dragon King. The Dragon King raised his hand, gathering his own magic. But it was clear, the real battle had finally begun. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, Hunter Jigon battled a monstrous giant. After a brutal fight, he managed to cut the beast down. Panting, he scanned the battlefield. The magical energy here was suffocating. The pain, the cries, the endless death. It was like the center of hell itself. He realized Jinwoo must have already engaged the Dragon King, and somewhere deep inside him, Jigon prayed that Jinwoo, their last light in this dark world, would emerge victorious, because if he fell, all would be lost. With a single wave of his massive hand, the Dragon King obliterated all the shadow soldiers Jinwoo had unleashed. To him it was effortless, and almost laughable. He sneered, believing that this was all Jinwoo had to offer. "Is that it?" the Dragon King scoffed. "You dare challenge me with such a pitiful force?" The Dragon King shook his head, convinced of his inevitable victory. But then he noticed something. Jinwoo was moving. The Shadow Lord seemed to retreat, running toward a portal that had opened behind him. "You think you can escape me?" The Dragon King roared and gave chase at full speed, determined not to let Jinwoo slip away. As they both crossed the threshold of the portal, the Dragon King expected to find Jinwoo fleeing like a coward. Instead, he found something else, a colossal army of shadow soldiers that standing silently, row after row, stretching beyond the horizon, waiting for them. The Dragon King's eyes widened. He realized too late, while they were toying with Jinwoo, the Shadow King had absorbed the armies of the defeated monarchs. Their betrayal, their defeat, had all been part of Jinwoo's trap. But the Dragon King, he had prepared as well. Atop a distant cliff, the Lord of Transfiguration had been waiting. Without hesitation, the Transfiguration monarch opened a massive portal, summoning reinforcement after reinforcement to aid the Dragon King. The Dragon King smirked. "Fool," he growled. "You thought you had me cornered? Look up." And when Jinwoo did, he saw the sky darken. Dozens of new portals bloomed like dark flowers, vomiting out dragons, monsters, and beasts from other dimensions. "You've already lost," the Dragon King hissed, voice filled with triumph. "Prepare to die." But then, Jinwoo smiled, a cold, terrifying smile. Without hesitation, Jinwoo raised his hand and began canceling the summons of his shadow army. The Dragon King froze, confused. Why would he dismiss his soldiers? Had he given up? Was he surrendering? It was suicide to face this storm alone. The Dragon King sneered. Cowardice, after all. Afraid? Giving up so easily? The Dragon King taunted. More and more dragons poured from the skies, ready to drown the Shadow Lord. The Dragon King, reveling in his victory, closed his eyes, preparing to watch Jinwoo burn to ash under the weight of his failure. But then, he felt it. A power, a pressure so heavy it crushed the very air around them. The Dragon King's eyes shot open. He knew this power, a skill, a forbidden one, tied to the legendary Reed runestone, a skill that shattered hope, that induced despair in all who witnessed it, friend or foe, a skill that no dragon could resist, dragon's fear. In an instant, every dragon in the skies above every monarch on the battlefield, every creature born of magic and malice, fell to their knees. Their wings faltered, their hearts froze, an ocean of monsters paralyzed by pure, undiluted terror. The Dragon King stumbled, unable to comprehend. Why is it affecting me too? It was supposed to target only dragons. But Jinwoo, he wasn't just a user of dragon's fear anymore. He had become something else, something worse. The Dragon King staggered, and that's when Jinwoo struck. In the blink of an eye, Jinwoo appeared in front of him, seizing the Dragon King by the wrist. "You're coming with me," Jinwoo said coldly. And before the Dragon King could react, they vanished. When the world snapped back into focus, the Dragon King found himself somewhere else entirely. A deserted island, far from the battlefield, far from reinforcements. In the distance, a dark castle loomed. The Dragon King gritted his teeth. Where have you brought me?" "My domain," Jinwoo answered simply. "My castle." The Dragon King looked around in disbelief. He sneered. "Such a tiny, pathetic castle for a king of shadows," he mocked. But Jinwoo only smiled faintly. "It's big enough to celebrate your death." The Dragon King's grin faded. He understood then. This wasn't a castle. This wasn't a retreat. This was a graveyard. His graveyard. The Dragon King roared, his form twisting, expanding, growing larger and larger, until he blotted out the sky itself. A monstrous, apocalyptic dragon. Mountains trembled beneath his bulk. The castle, massive by human standards, looked like a toy at his feet. But Jinwoo didn't flinch. Already his shadow commanders were assembling around him. Baran, Igris, Tusk, Bellion, all gathering to their king's side. They were ready. Elsewhere, chaos ruled. America burned. The sky itself was aflame. The Hunters Association leaders stared helplessly at the devastation. They had trusted in their magic, their armies, their pride. None of it mattered. Even the strongest S-rank hunters, Yennecy, compared to these creatures, were ants before giants. Their deaths would be nothing but fleeting sparks against an endless night. One by one, their lives would flicker out. One soul, one body, one ray of light at a time. This was how hope was born. From despair, from sacrifice. Meanwhile, the Japanese Hunters Association received a report. Hunter Sung Jinwoo had captured the Dragon King, and the battle now raged on an uninhabited island near Japan, a place overflowing with magical energy. There, perhaps this final war could be contained. There, perhaps humanity would have a chance. But the president of the association knew they would not survive this war by ordinary means. No ranks would save them. No armies would protect them. Only the King of Shadows could stand between humanity and annihilation. In America, the president of the Hunters Association sat frozen at his desk, wondering aloud whether they should send reinforcements. Rank and file? National level? It won't make a difference anymore, he muttered. He looked up at his assistant, despair in his eyes. How could he have ever known? That once, just once, even Hunter Jinwoo had been a lowly E rank. And now, that same young man was standing alone against the Dragon King himself. On the deserted island, the battlefield raged. Jinwoo's shadow army surged forward in waves, lashing out at the massive dragon that loomed before them. Supreme Commander Ornn unleashed his devastating magic, slamming the Dragon King back to the ground. The giants under Jinwoo's command toppled onto the dragon's colossal frame, pinning him down with their immense weight. Igris soared high into the sky, lightning dancing along his blade as he plunged downward, cutting through the thick scales of the beast. Every strike, every movement, perfectly coordinated. It seemed for a brief and shining moment that they could win. Jinwoo stood atop the battlefield, watching. Everything was going according to plan. But then, the Dragon King laughed, a deep, resonating laughter that shook the earth itself. "How amusing," he rumbled. "Overwhelming an enemy with numbers? Was it not my favorite tactic?" His voice turned cold. "But did you truly believe it would work against me?" In a flash, the Dragon King unleashed Dragon's terror, a brutal, all-consuming wave of dominance. Jinwoo's soldiers staggered, their bodies trembled. The unbreakable loyalty of the Shadow Army cracked for the first time. Jinwoo tried desperately to cancel the summons, but it was too late. The Dragon King opened his enormous jaws, and from his mouth a sphere of pure fire erupted. It roared forward like a second sun, devouring everything in its path. Jinwoo barely moved in time. The fiery explosion shattered the sea, splitting the ocean itself. Waves of boiling water surged up around the island as black smoke filled the skies. The Dragon King stood tall, breathing heavily, surveying the ruined battlefield. He spoke, almost gently. Blood, screams, madness, fear, all of it, the music of destruction. He stretched his arms wide. "I am the monarch of destruction. I am your inevitable end." As the burning winds faded, Jinwoo emerged from the ruins, charred, battered, meaty but standing. The Dragon King smirked, impressed. "You've run far enough," he said, reverting to his human form and descending slowly to the ground. He approached Jinwoo without hostility, almost as if talking to an old friend. "You've been betrayed already," the Dragon King said calmly. "By the rulers, by the shadows you once trusted." He offered his hand. "Join me. I will spare your family. I will help you protect this world." Jinwoo stared at the offered hand. The temptation was real. Power, safety, peace. He could save them all? His mother, his sister, the countless people who had suffered. All it would take was a handshake, but then Jinwoo smiled. A tired, bitter smile. "You're deluded," he said. "You think I can't see it in your eyes? You don't want peace. You want to devour." The Dragon King's face hardened. "Then," he said, voice low and menacing, "you shall have no mercy." The ground trembled as the Dragon King transformed once again. His left arm swelled, massive, clawed, like the limb of an ancient beast, and he swung it with terrifying force toward Jinwoo. But Jinwoo was faster. He leapt into the air, dodging the blow, summoning Kaisel and his dark dragon beneath him. Together they soared higher, dodging streams of hellish fire that the Dragon King spat from below. Blades in hand, Jinwoo twisted midair, slashing at the Dragon King's thick neck. The strikes were clean, fast, but when he looked back he saw it. Not a scratch, not even a dent. The king and Jinwoo flew a little farther from the battlefield, both sensing that the Dragon King was preparing another devastating dragon terror attack. At that moment, flames erupted from the castle, scorching the air with unbearable heat. Reacting instantly, Kaisel grabbed Jinwoo by the tail and hurled him away from the blast. Only then did Jinwoo realize what had happened. Kaisel had saved his life. By throwing him aside, Kaisel had taken the brunt of the Dragon King's fire himself, shielding Jinwoo from certain death. As the torrent of flames died down, the surrounding sea began to boil from the heat. The Dragon King watched, expecting destruction, but quickly saw it was in vain. The dense clouds of dust rising from the island had obscured Jinwoo's movements. Using the cover, Jinwoo silently approached, closing in on the Dragon King with deadly intent. Jinwoo tightened his grip on the Dragon King's massive neck, the rough texture of the scales under his fingers feeling like hardened stone, like the ancient bark of some monstrous tree. He slammed his fist down again and again, searching for even the slightest weak point, but it was no use. The Dragon King was too strong. The beast roared in fury, whipping his colossal paw towards Jinwoo, trying to swat him away like a fly. But Jinwoo was quicker. He leapt aside, narrowly dodging the deadly blow, and in that very moment, he summoned his shadow dragons. From the darkness, 3 dragons emerged, their wings blotting out the light as they surged toward the Dragon King. They sank their teeth into his thick neck, pulling and tearing. Flames erupted from the mouth of one of them, bathing the Dragon King in searing fire. Jinwoo, riding atop Kaisel, circled above, watching carefully. But something gnawed at his mind. Even surrounded, even burning, the Dragon King stood unfazed. Neither flames nor teeth could pierce his defense. The Monarch of Destruction was something else entirely. Jinwoo understood then. This wasn't enough. Not dragons, not numbers, not even the full might of his army. He needed something greater. A force capable of shattering mountains with a single strike. A power that went beyond mere summons. Something primal, something absolute. And then he remembered. The armor. The true Shadow Lord's armor. A manifestation of death and darkness itself. Jinwoo closed his eyes. The air around him began to thicken. The very ground shook as dark energy, deeper and blacker than anything the world had ever seen, began to gather around him. The Dragon King paused, his instincts warning him of something terrifying. The air turned heavy. The skies dimmed. The light fled before the overwhelming darkness. "What? Are you?" the Dragon King growled. Jinwoo didn't answer. Instead, the black energy clung to his body like living armor, growing, thickening, twisting, the immortal body of the true Shadow Monarch. The Dragon King stared in disbelief. It was impossible. The Shadow Monarch was once a fragment of light. How could a being born of light embody the abyss so completely? It defied logic. It defied reality itself. As the last tendrils of dark power sealed around Jinwoo, he opened his eyes, and the world shuddered at the sight. An aura of death and destruction poured from him, boundless and absolute. This was no mere human. This was the King of Death, reborn. The Dragon King roared, flames gushing from his throat, a furious inferno that scorched the heavens themselves. But when the flames cleared, Jinwoo still stood, untouched, unmoved. He raised his hand, and in a deafening crash, the two forces collided. Flame against shadow, destruction against death. The battlefield cracked and shattered beneath them as their powers tore the very world apart. The Dragon King swung his massive paw once again, but this time, Jinwoo caught it, stopped it, and countered with a thunderous punch to the jaw. The Dragon King staggered back, dazed, but he was not defeated yet. With a snarl, the beast lunged forward, jaws snapping. He caught Jinwoo midair, hurling him across the island like a broken doll. Jinwoo slammed into the earth, motionless for a moment. Then his eyes snapped open. Above him, a tidal wave of flame, hotter than the core of a volcano, roared toward him. Jinwoo rolled aside at the last possible instant, the edges of the blast grazing him. His armor cracked, pieces fell away, but his spirit held. He rose to his feet, summoning a dark sword into his hand. The Dragon King descended from the sky, gathering fireballs in a swirling inferno around him. He hurled them down, devastating the island. Each explosion carved new craters into the burning earth. But Jinwoo responded. From within the smoke and ash, spears of dark energy burst forth. One after another, they streaked toward the Dragon King, slicing through the air like deadly comets. One of them severed his wing. The Dragon King shrieked in fury, flames bursting from his mouth, clashing against the incoming shadows. The island quaked, the oceans roared, the skies cracked. It was a battle of gods. As the dust settled, Jinwoo's armor, battered and broken, disintegrated. He fell from the sky, landing hard. His body screamed in exhaustion. Maintaining the true Shadow Monarch form drained even his near-limitless magic reserves. He barely had the strength to rise. The Dragon King approached, still in his human form now. A mocking smile played on his lips. "I'll give you one last chance," he said. "Join me. Become the true Shadow Monarch at my side. You and I, we could rule this world." Jinwoo, broken and bloodied, looked up at him and smiled. "No," he whispered. "I'm not interested in partnering with monsters." The Dragon King's smile vanished. "So be it," he growled. He drew a massive sword, larger than any man, from the void. Jinwoo summoned his own blade, its dark edge shimmering. The two monarchs faced each other, and the final duel began. Their blades clashed with earth-shattering force. Each strike sent shockwaves across the island. The Dragon King roared promises of death and destruction. "Your family, your friends, everything you ever loved. I'll burn it all to ashes," he bellowed. But Jinwoo's eyes burned brighter than ever. He was no longer just fighting for himself. He fought for everyone. And even if the heavens themselves fell, even if death awaited him at the end, he would never stop. The Dragon King smirked, certain that by now Jinwoo must have realized it. The true nature of Osborne's power, the endless cries of suffering, the despair that echoed across the world, the song of the army of destruction. This was war itself, summarized into an eternal scream. The Dragon King let the weight of it press down on Jinwoo, waiting for it to shatter his spirit. He believed that if Jinwoo could feel it, truly feel it, then regret would consume him, that he would collapse, that he would die, burdened by the guilt of the entire world. But Jinwoo only raised his head slowly, eyes burning. "That's strange," Jinwoo said with a cold, cutting smile, "because I was just about to tell you the same thing." The Dragon King's grin faltered. This battle, which had raged with such terrible power, was nearing its final moments. A dagger floated in the air, forged from the dark scales of dragon fangs, and shot toward the Dragon King. The beast swatted it away effortlessly with his barrier, laughing. "Fool," he sneered. "Did you think a dagger like that could pierce me? Ridiculous." The flame born of darkness and the darkness born of light. They clashed again and again in this last bloody battle. And even as the Dragon King mocked him, Jinwoo stood silent behind him, blade ready, heart steady. The Dragon King roared and swung his giant sword, intending to slice off Jinwoo's head, to sever the final thread of resistance. But Jinwoo didn't flinch. As the first golden rays of dawn broke across the battlefield, the light of the sun itself rising behind him, he moved. The Dragon King screamed, promising to tear Jinwoo apart, to burn him alive and scatter his ashes to the wind. But Jinwoo's face was calm. No anger, no fear, only resolve. In one fluid motion, he summoned 2 blades to his hands. And at that moment, he was no longer just the Shadow Monarch. He was the little boy who had once fought to survive in a cruel and different world. He was the hunter who had risen from nothing. He was everything he had ever been. You still don't realize it? Jinwoo said quietly. This is your end. And with those words, his father's blade, the blade filled with memories, sacrifices, and unspoken love, appeared in his hand. He struck. The Dragon King's armor cracked, and then shattered. One clean slash, and the Dragon King, Monarch of Destruction, was cut in half. As the Dragon King fell, his mind raced. He realized that Jinwoo had deceived him from the beginning, dragging him to a place far from allies, a barren land, isolated. He had unleashed the energy necessary to summon the ruler's army. He had turned what the Dragon King thought was a trap into his own execution ground. The Dragon King, bleeding and defeated, struggled to understand. How? He gasped. Jinwoo, stepping closer, answered calmly. Simple, he said. I learned it from the vessels, from the fragments of light the rulers left behind. Those very fragments had shown him the way, and given him the key to turn the tide. The Dragon King trembled, realizing just how deep Jinwoo's foresight ran. He thought back to the betrayal of the Demon King, the Ram, and the Beast Lord, how they had abandoned him. It wasn't some puppy that revealed this to Jinwoo. No, it was Osborne. And as Jinwoo raised his middle finger toward him in mock salute, the Dragon King roared in fury, lunging forward. But before he could reach Jinwoo, they came. The rulers, the brightest shards of light, descended from the heavens. Their divine spears pierced the Dragon King's broken body. There was no escape. The Monarch of Destruction, who had terrorized countless worlds, was undone at last. His last thoughts were of regret that even with all his power, he had underestimated this human. And Jinwoo, watching him dissolve into motes of black and red mist, whispered, "Don't worry, we'll meet again soon enough." As the last of the Dragon King's essence faded, one of the rulers approached Jinwoo, bowing his head. "You have ended our war," he said solemnly. "We do not know how to thank you." But Jinwoo's face remained serious. He had a request, a heavy, dangerous one. "I have one favor to ask," Jinwoo said. The rulers, surprised, nodded. "If it is within our power, we will grant it." Jinwoo's voice didn't waver. "Use the cup of rebirth. One more time." The rulers exchanged uneasy glances. "You wish to rewind time?" one asked cautiously. "Yes," Jinwoo confirmed. "Even if the newly resurrected monarchs remember everything, even if the higher beings remain unchanged, I want to erase magic from this world. I want humanity to return to ordinary lives, free of this war." He would deal with the monarchs himself, alone, between the cracks of dimensions. The rulers hesitated. The cup of rebirth had been strained to its limits. If Jinwoo failed, there would be no second chance. He would be erased, not just from life, but from memory. No monuments, no legends. No one would even know he existed. Yet despite all that, Jinwoo smiled. He could already see it. His family, his mother, his sister, safe at peace watching TV together, living the ordinary, beautiful life they deserved. He was ready. He was willing to vanish from history itself, if it meant protecting them. Outside, humanity continued to fight against the monsters. The president of the Hunters Association sat in his office, deep in thought, while Jung In-ho stood beside him, his fists clenched tightly. He rose to his feet and said firmly, "This is exactly what I want. I have a place I must return to." The ruler standing before him looked at Jinwoo with a bittersweet smile. "So you wish to save the entire world, carrying this impossible burden alone," the ruler said softly. "You remind me of Osborne, the previous Shadow Monarch." After a long silence, the rulers, despite the risks, finally nodded. They would honor his wish. "We shall pray for your success," they said solemnly. But just as they prepared to begin, Jinwoo stopped them with one last question. "My shadow soldiers," he said. "What will happen to them in a world where they never existed?" The ruler looked at him, regret flashing in his eyes. "They will vanish with the flow of time," he said. Jinwoo closed his eyes for a moment, accepting the heavy truth without hesitation. "Then I'm ready," he said. At his words, the rulers lifted the cup of rebirth into the air. Golden light began to pour out of the goblet, flooding across the sky. Its radiance spread like a second sun, covering not only cities but entire continents and planets. Everyone, from the highest mountains to the deepest oceans, witnessed that brilliant light. Jinwoo's friends, his comrades in arms, his family watching from their living room window, even the chairman of the Hunters Association standing by his office window, all raised their heads toward the sky. Hunter Cha, still fighting somewhere on Earth, paused in the middle of the battlefield, gazing at the light with a heart full of unspoken wishes. All over the world, people stopped what they were doing and watched in awe and fear. And slowly, the whole planet began to rewind. Time turned backward, returning to a point before any of this horror had ever begun. In a small house, a young Gina ran to her brother's room, shouting joyfully. Jinwoo woke up groggily, blinking at the sunlight streaming through the windows. From the kitchen came the gentle clatter of a knife against a cutting board, and the warm, savory scent of breakfast filled the air. It was home. It was normal. His mother, healthy and smiling, hummed as she cooked. His sister sat cross-legged in front of the TV, absorbed in cartoons. Jinwoo's heart tightened painfully. Tears slipped silently down his cheeks. Was it just a dream? Was the nightmare finally over? The warm morning sun, the cheerful laughter. They dissolved the lingering darkness in his heart. He understood now. He had been given a second chance. A life where he could cherish his family and he protect them without bloodshed and despair. The future was finally, truly in his hands. Just for today, just for a little longer. He allowed himself to live, to breathe, to smile. Even if just for a little while he wanted to savor this peace, to reward himself for the countless sacrifices he had made. That same day, as his mother tidied the apartment, she found a small note Jinwoo had left behind. "I'll be back after I finish one last mission." It was simple, but she smiled warmly at it. Meanwhile, far from Earth, Jinwoo stood in a silent, shadowy world. The battlefield between dimensions. In the stillness where only darkness reigned, he continued his lonely war against the remnants of the monarchs. Victory after victory, he cut through the armies of the demonic ghost monarch. One by one, he shattered their plans, even preventing them from creating another massive gate. Time passed differently in this empty space. While 2 years had barely gone by on Earth, Jinwoo had fought for 27 long years across dimensions. He wondered sometimes, how were Mom, Dad, and Gina doing now? Had Gina grown taller? Did Mom still worry about him? Did Dad still sit by the window, waiting for him to come home? Maybe he should have explained everything before he left. But there had been no time to say goodbye. At last his soldiers approached him. One of the shadow commanders knelt down and said, "My king, we have won. All enemies have been defeated." But Jinwoo, standing tall under the endless black sky, replied with a soft smile, "No, not yet," because the final battle was still ahead. Far away, the Dragon King, seated atop his blackened throne, felt the tremors of his army's defeat. He realized then the Shadow Lord had turned back time, and their battle was inevitable. Soon one of them would vanish into eternal oblivion. There would be no second chance. As he finished his dark musings, Jinwoo stepped through the dimensional rift, and there, like at the place where everything had begun, they met again. Meanwhile, back on Earth, 2 years after Jinwoo had disappeared, strange prophecies shook the world. Norma Selner, the woman who had once glimpsed Jinwoo's future, warned that a death-bearing deity would soon descend. A black hole appeared in the sky above the Power Investigation Headquarters, a sign that the time of judgment had arrived. Humanity waited, terrified for the end to come. At that same moment, in a quiet street, a boy holding flowers fidgeted nervously. He muttered to himself, "I didn't expect Hunter Jinwoo to arrive looking like a middle schooler. He scared the hell out of me." Behind him, Jinwoo, returned from a lifetime of battles, smiled quietly at the human world he had fought so desperately to save. He had returned, at last. And so it was nice that at least someone had come to meet him. Not that Jinwoo expected a grand welcome, but still, it warmed his heart. The man who greeted him spoke honestly. He admitted that he hadn't believed in the success of Jinwoo's mission, not until the very last moment. But now, looking at him standing there, alive after all the impossible battles, he realized something else. Jinwoo had nourished not just the earth, but tens of thousands of new hopes. Jinwoo smiled slightly and asked half-jokingly, "Are you sure you came all the way here just to give me a bouquet?" The man hesitated, then admitted, "Actually, the rulers wanted to convey something to you. But it's going to be a long conversation. Maybe we should find a more private place." Jinwoo's eyes gleamed with amusement. "I know just the place," he said. "There's an ice cream parlor nearby. I haven't had anything sweet in almost 27 years, and they definitely don't sell ice cream in the Desert of Shadows." They made their way to the ice cream shop, where children laughed and sunlight spilled warmly over checkered floors. A perfect place for a conversation about the fate of the world. While enjoying his long-missed ice cream, Jinwoo asked directly, "All right, enough dancing around. What do the rulers want from me?" The envoy smiled awkwardly, realizing that polite formalities would get him nowhere. "In truth, they are concerned," he admitted at last. "Your growing power could affect the laws of existence itself. This world, Earth, it's simply not ready to handle a being of your magnitude." Jinwoo's expression darkened. "So, what?" he said. "Now that I've destroyed all your enemies, you want me gone too? You're afraid of me?" The messenger flinched and hurriedly pulled out his phone. He extended it toward Jinwoo. "Please, read this," he said. On the screen was a message, a proclamation sent by the rulers. "The god of death shall not descend upon the earth." Selner's terrifying prophecy, the one that had spread fear across the globe, hadn't been about an enemy. It had been about him. The collision of worlds had changed Selner. She had glimpsed Jinwoo's return and mistaken his overwhelming power for humanity's doom. Jinwoo stared at the message for a long moment. "So you're saying it's my fault?" The envoy bowed his head in shame. "Yes, that is correct." For a moment, silence stretched between them. Then Jinwoo pushed his chair back and stood. "Enough. We can talk about blame later. Is your mission here complete?" The messenger nodded stiffly. "Yes, and if every living soul has a purpose, then your purpose, saving this world, has been fulfilled." He added quietly, "The very power that saved us is now the reason the world fears you." Jinwoo looked out the window. The sunlight outside was bright and pure. Children ran and laughed. Families reunited under the blue sky he had fought to protect. Was he no longer needed? Was it time to leave? Or was that merely a delusion? But then, as he watched an ordinary family share a simple lunch together, he felt his answer stir deep inside him. Number. The real reason for his existence was here. Not in the endless wars, not in the battles between light and darkness, but in these ordinary people, these lives he cherished so deeply, even if they would never know how much he had sacrificed for them. That was why he had fought. That was why he had suffered. That was why he had won. Jinwoo smiled, and a small, genuine smile. He already knew what he would do. "I will stay, here, with them." He would protect this world forever, find the love he had once lost, and hold on to it until the very end. Because somewhere deep inside, he had 1,000 reasons, 1,000 memories that whispered, "Never leave again." After everything that had happened, the story quietly shifted. We return once again to a different life of middle schooler Sung Jinwoo in another world. Here, the long-awaited continuation of Jinwoo's high school life was beginning. There was the touching reunion with Gina, new friendships blooming that weren't possible in his previous life, and the eternal battles of the Shadow Army. Even a gentle, unfolding romantic story, like the embroidery that finished off the tapestry of his new beginning. All of this was waiting for him. But despite everything seemingly perfect, Jinwoo carried inside him a strange, heavy feeling, a sense of loss, as if he had forgotten something immensely important. He tried to shake it off. He thought deeply about it, but no matter how much he searched his heart, he couldn't remember what he had lost. The more these thoughts came to him, the heavier and more restless his heart grew. One afternoon, he sat in a small, cozy cafe, watching the city life through the window. The man who was pouring him coffee noticed his gloomy expression and asked, "Hey kid, what's troubling you so much?" Jinwoo smiled weakly, covering up the uneasiness inside him. "It's nothing. I've just been busy with work lately, no time for sadness." He needed to move forward, that's what he told himself. Later, as they went upstairs, they noticed something odd. A man was being led by 2 officers down the corridor, his whole body shaking violently. There was pure terror in his eyes. Detective Guile and a young investigator watched curiously. Who were these men they were arresting? One of them was muttering, "Monsters, shadows, they're chasing me." The shadow came out of the ground. It told me I'd regret living if I don't surrender in 24 hours. Suddenly, the prisoner screamed at the detectives, "It's your fault! Send me to jail! Please, before it comes for me!" Guile was puzzled. "Monsters? Shadows? What's this all about?" he asked one of his colleagues. Apparently, several unrelated criminals had started hallucinating, seeing terrifying monsters hunting them. Soon after, Guile was called to the conference room. Inside, several researchers and senior detectives sat around debating. One researcher scoffed, "Are we seriously thinking about releasing these criminals just because they're hallucinating monsters?" Another calmly replied, "We don't want to release them. We want to see what happens after 24 hours. Guile objected, "Maybe they're just on something, hallucinating from drugs or new side effects." But another investigator spoke up. "The drug test came back negative. We even double-checked with the National Forensic Service. Even with the evidence, Guile didn't know what to believe. It made no sense. Why were criminals, with no connection to each other, all saying the same thing? One of the senior men suggested, let's recreate the conditions. Put one criminal somewhere isolated, monitor him, see if anything shows up after 24 hours. Another joked, what's the worst that could happen? A bunch of brave detectives will be there. They laughed nervously. No one really thought monsters would appear. They needed a volunteer. The senior detective looked at Guile. You don't have to do this if you're uncomfortable. But Guile stood firm. I'll do it. That evening, they took a trembling prisoner to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. The prisoner begged, please, don't leave me here. I'll die, I swear it. The detectives reassured him, relax, we're here, nothing's going to happen. But even the air felt different, heavier, colder, unnatural. Time passed, the night dragged on. The prisoner sat frozen in fear, whimpering to himself. One detective checked his watch. How much longer? Detective Kim replied, about 10 minutes left. Guile noticed it too, the feeling growing stronger. The air was wrong, almost vibrating. They tried to joke around to shake off the creeping unease. Another detective asked the prisoner, hey, you sure you're not on anything? But the prisoner just kept whispering, they're coming, they're coming. Then, suddenly, the shadows moved. Before Guile could even react, a shadow burst out from under the ground. It struck two detectives with terrifying force, sending them crashing into the warehouse gates. They collapsed unconscious. The prisoner began to sob hysterically, and from the darkness, 3 monstrous ants emerged, towering, horrifying, twisted in black mist. Guile couldn't believe what he was seeing. Three shadow ants, just like the prisoner had said. And before anyone could do anything, the ants pounced on the prisoner. They tore him apart, ripping his body into pieces with horrifying ease. Guile stood frozen in horror. His legs shook uncontrollably. His mouth went dry. He wanted to run, but he couldn't move. And then one of the ants turned towards him, and it smirked. Not a monstrous snarl, not a hungry gaze, a knowing, almost playful smile, as if they recognized him, as if they had met him before. In their eyes, Guile glimpsed a memory from a life he couldn't remember living, an echo from a time long forgotten. He didn't understand yet, but he would soon. This was only the beginning. Not long after the chaotic warehouse incident, the head of the department stormed into the police station, his face thunderous with rage. He roared at the assembled detectives, "You idiots! You let a criminal, a man who turned himself in, disappear without a trace? And you all got yourselves knocked out cold?" No one dared raise their heads. Then the chief fixed his glare on investigator Guile, his voice cutting like a whip. "You, did you call the ambulance? Do you remember anything?" Guile swallowed hard and answered honestly, "I only remember coming to. Everyone else was already lying unconscious." The chief ran a hand through his hair in frustration. He lowered his voice but made his command clear. "Listen up. Nothing happened. Got it? You were all investigating a gang of thugs. They hurt themselves during a crime. That's the story. Not a single word about monsters or shadows. Understood?" The detectives nodded silently. The truth would be buried. Later that day, Guile sat at his desk, staring blankly at his computer. His mind was spinning. A junior investigator cautiously approached. "Sir, why are you still poking around that case? Didn't the chief tell us to drop it?" Guile glanced at him, then back at his screen. "I'm just curious. The timing feels off. Crime rates spiked around late February to early March, and a lot of criminals turned themselves in too." The junior investigator scratched his head. "That's weird. Come to think of it, my aunt runs a small book rental store. She said business drops in February-March every year. New school year and all." Guile suddenly straightened up. "Remember that, just in case." Something about all this felt connected. The next morning, students gathered in front of the middle school, buzzing with excitement. Inside the staff room, the principal handed a student file to a stern teacher, nicknamed Viper for his brutal discipline. The principal tapped the file. "We're admitting a problematic student." The Viper skimmed it. "Father, fireman, mother, housewife, grades, above average. Doesn't seem like a problem child," he muttered. The principal smirked. "Read the next paragraph." The Viper's eyes widened slightly. This student had disappeared from home for 2 years during elementary school. The principal looked him squarely in the eye. "Think you can handle him?" The Viper grinned. "That's why they call me the Viper. Leave him to me." Out in the school courtyard, the new students lined up under the morning sun. The Viper marched back and forth, his wooden stick tapping the ground. "Quiet! Attention!" Then he spotted him. Son Jinwoo, different from the others. Calm, silent. The Viper narrowed his eyes. He stormed toward him. "Hey, you! Why are you wearing gloves, huh?" But then Jinwoo turned around and looked at him. For a moment, the Viper froze. He felt a terrifying, suffocating pressure he couldn't explain. It was as if an enormous predator was looking through him. Cold sweat broke down his back. Without another word, he whirled around and yelled at the other students instead. "Stand still! Shut up! Anything to get away from that boy. He couldn't even comprehend what had just happened. Inside a classroom, Jinwoo quietly sat by the window reading a book. A shy boy approached him. Hey, are you Sung Jinwoo? Jinwoo lifted his eyes. The boy smiled nervously. I thought so. We were in first grade together. I live nearby now. But before he could say more, he was shoved aside. 4 bigger students surrounded Jinwoo, smirking mockingly. One jeered, "What's with the glove? You think you're some kind of badass?" Another sneered, "Maybe he thinks he's got some cursed dragon sealed inside him." They laughed, taunting him. Jinwoo stayed silent. They pushed further. "Take off the glove, freak!" One reached for it, but just before he could grab it, a low growl echoed. In the invisible world nearby, a berserker shadow soldier snarled, "My king, shall I tear them apart?" Jinwoo calmly answered, "I forbid it." Slowly, he peeled off the glove. The bullies stared, horrified. His left hand, twisted, blackened, corrupted beyond healing. The permanent scar from the Dragon King's final blow. They staggered backward, faces pale. "Todd, this was just a joke, man. You can put it back on." They fled like rats. One shadow soldier growled, ready to chase them, but Jinwoo calmly said, "Let them be. Peace is better." And then, with a tiny flick of his finger, he used a subtle power, making the bullies trip and fall over each other as they ran. Jinwoo sat back down, a faint smile on his lips. In this life, he wouldn't crush others with fear. He would protect what mattered, without losing himself. The real battle was no longer with monsters. It was with the darkness inside himself. Sun Jinwoo chuckled softly as he watched the group of bullies trip and fall over themselves. He turned to his loyal commander and said with a playful smirk, "It was just a little joke, nothing more." With that, he calmly ended the lesson and left the classroom. Later, as Jinwoo was walking down the hallway, the boy who had first approached him, the one from his elementary school days, caught up to him. The boy looked at him curiously. "You've really changed in these 3 years, huh? You didn't even flinch when those guys tried to mess with you. You must have been practicing a lot, right?" Sun Jinwoo gave a slight nod. "Yeah, I've been practicing a lot." The boy's eyes lit up. "Then why don't you join an athletic club?" "Actually, there's one I'm thinking of joining too." Not long after, they made their way to the school's stadium. There, the captain of the athletics club stood, watching the new arrivals with mild interest. He asked bluntly, "So you two want to join?" Jinwoo quickly clarified, "No, only me." The club members standing nearby sneered. A first year wanting to join their club? Unheard of. Laughable. The captain, raising an eyebrow, asked, "Are you aiming for a sports university? Did you do any running in middle school?" Jinwoo shook his head calmly. "No, I haven't." The senior students laughed under their breath. One of them muttered, "What's he thinking? Only serious athletes are here. Guys who placed in real competitions." But Jinwoo didn't flinch. He simply said, "There's someone I want to meet. She's on the middle school track team, already competing in regional events. I want to see her at the competitions." The club captain blinked. There was a strange determination in Jinwoo's eyes. He sighed and said, "Fine, but you have to pass a test." He pointed toward a boy who was lightly jogging on the treadmill. "See him? He's the slowest runner among the second years. Beat him in a sprint and you're in." Jinwoo glanced at the boy. Thin but wiry, his legs powerful, confidence radiating from his movements. "That's a lie," Jinwoo thought to himself. "This kid isn't the worst. He's probably one of the best." Still, without hesitation, Jinwoo answered, "I'll give it a try." A few club members whispered among themselves, "This guy's crazy. He doesn't even recognize the third-place finisher from regionals." The captain grinned. "One more thing. If you lose, you'll do the team's laundry and cleaning for a month." Jinwoo simply nodded. Deal. Meanwhile, inside the teacher's lounge, Viper, the stern homeroom teacher, was talking with a female colleague. She asked kindly, "Feeling better, Mr. Viper?" Lighting a cigarette, he replied gruffly, "Yeah, I'm fine now, going out for a smoke." As he exhaled smoke, his eyes wandered to the stadium outside. And there, he saw him, Sun Jinwoo, running laps around the track. The teacher beside him commented, "That's the new kid, right? Sung Jinwoo. He's trying out for the athletics club. Been at it for a while. That's already his 20th lap." Viper frowned slightly. Maybe I judged him too harshly. He decided maybe he should let go of his prejudice. Maybe he was just an ordinary, hard-working kid. But when he lifted his gaze again, his blood ran cold. Through the glass, he saw it, a terrifying dark shadow moving behind Sun Jinwoo. And suddenly, a monstrous shadow ant pressed its face right against the window, screeching with a grotesque grin. Viper screamed in terror and collapsed onto the floor, his cigarette falling from his fingers. The other teachers rushed to him, confused. "What's wrong?" Outside, in the stadium, Igris sighed at the shadow ant. "See? I told you not to scare the humans." That evening at a small restaurant, Investigator Guile and his junior colleague sat eating. The junior leaned in. "Sir, what did you really see that day at the warehouse?" Guile froze, chopsticks midair. He didn't want to remember, but he couldn't deny it either. Quietly, he muttered, I saw something like giant ants. Monsters. The younger man blinked. Giant ants? Just then, an elderly man at a nearby table overheard and leaned toward them. You're not wrong, son. There were monsters once. Monster ants. Bodies like humans, heads like ants. The table fell silent. The next day, back at school, the students were sprinting full force across the stadium. Their goal wasn't just regionals anymore. The team captain, running alongside them, shouted, "We're not aiming for regionals. We're going to conquer the whole country." One of the students gasped, "Isn't that a little ambitious?" But the captain only grinned wider. "You're thinking too small." At the front of the group, leading them effortlessly, was Sun Jinwoo, calm, determined, unstoppable. As Sun Jinwoo continued to run, he glanced behind him. The boy who had been struggling was now sprinting with surprising speed. Without realizing it, Jinwoo had lightly used his strength, boosting the boy's stamina. The students watching from behind were amazed. "Hey, look at that rookie, he's on fire! We can't lose to him." Motivated by his fighting spirit, they pushed themselves harder. Meanwhile, up in the school building, the Viper teacher watched the stadium through the window. His face twisted into a frown. He couldn't shake off an old memory of the night at the restaurant, talking drunkenly about monster ants with 2 investigators. He had laughed it off at the time, pretending he was drunk and talking nonsense. But now, seeing Sun Jinwoo, that dark, heavy presence surrounding him, it chilled him to the bone. Nearby, in the shade of a tree, Sun Jinwoo leaned casually, watching the teacher out of the corner of his eye. Beside him, Baran, his loyal shadow commander, whispered, "Wouldn't it be easier to erase that man's memories, my king? Perhaps even remove his abilities?" Sun Jinwoo shook his head slightly. "Number, let's observe a little longer." At that moment, hidden nearby, a group of investigators from the association was discreetly watching the school. They had begun to suspect that there was some strange link between the criminals who had seen monsters in this school. One of them muttered, "That teacher. He seems to be the only one who can sense something off about that kid." But the problem was, how could they even approach Sun Jinwoo? "Hey kid, do you know anything about shadow monsters or ants that walk like humans? They would sound insane." One of the investigators suddenly looked down and spotted something. A dark, creeping shadow moving unnaturally across the ground. His heart skipped a beat. Meanwhile, Sun Jinwoo sat lazily at the back of his classroom, twirling a pen between his fingers. He smirked to himself. He noticed, as expected of the former president of the Hunter Association, Jinchul, even if decades have passed, even if his beast eyes remain dormant. Soon after, an investigator entered the classroom. Pretending to visit on casual business, he whispered to the teacher, "I just need a few minutes." A quick chat with a student, Sun Jinwoo. The teacher called for Jinwoo. As he rose from his desk, a few classmates slapped him on the back jokingly, teasing him as if he was getting into trouble. Outside the classroom, the investigator smiled politely. "Sorry to pull you out like this." Sun Jinwoo gazed at him, nostalgia and sadness flashing deep in his eyes. It had been so long. Decades, if he counted the time spent wandering between dimensions. He was happy to see Jinchul alive and well, but if he spoke openly now, the man would think him crazy. The investigator studied him carefully. There's something about this kid. No middle schooler should have that kind of presence. He pulled out a small notebook, flipping to a page showing a roughly sketched ant. He asked gently, "Have you ever seen anything like this?" Sun Jinwoo smiled inwardly. "He's better at drawing than I thought." He answered smoothly, "Looks like something from a fantasy series." The investigator pressed a little more. "You sure you don't know what they are?" "Monsters like these." But realizing he was pushing too hard, he quickly apologized. "Sorry, I've been working on this case too long. Sometimes I get carried away." He awkwardly offered, "You can keep the drawing if you want." Sun Jinwoo chuckled at the reaction. "No thanks. Might cause problems if you leave it behind." The investigator smiled weakly, pocketing the notebook. The meeting ended there. As Jinchul left, Igris rose silently from Sun Jinwoo's shadow and asked, "My king, why not tell him the truth?" Jinwoo answered quietly, "Because forgetting is also a mercy. Even if it was the result of artificial divine intervention, some things were better left buried." Back inside the classroom, the students crowded around Jinwoo, bombarding him with questions. What happened? Why did the detective come looking for you? Jinwoo brushed it off lightly. He's just an acquaintance. Stopped by to say hi. The girl's eyes sparkled. "Wow, you have a detective friend? And we saw you running yesterday. You're amazing." But the moment was ruined when a rough student shoved through the crowd, pushing a girl aside. He sneered at Jinwoo. "Look at you, all popular now, even getting detectives to visit. You think you're special?" He jabbed his dirty finger close to Jinwoo's face. "Think you're better than the rest of us? You want to take this outside, huh?" Sun Jinwoo calmly stared at him. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. "Should I?" Remind him gently. or teach him properly. But before he could decide, someone suddenly grabbed him by the neck. Sun Jinwoo was suddenly pulled aside by a group of boys. It turned out to be the guys from the track and field team. They explained quickly that they had come to warn him about something. Then they took him to meet with their captain. In the club room, Jinwoo stood up from his desk and asked, "Why all this urgency?" The boys grinned. "We're throwing a welcome party for the freshmen, and we wanted you to come." Jinwoo agreed easily. The athletics captain suggested, "Let's meet after school. We'll go for a run together." After school, Sun Jinwoo, the track team members, and his friend gathered in the courtyard. They all headed down the street together. As they walked, the captain leaned in, asking, "By the way, what happened to those idiots who were harassing you in class? If you want, we can rough them up a little." But Jinwoo shook his head. "It's fine. I don't want any trouble before the competitions." The captain laughed and let it go. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Sun Jinwoo." It was the investigator, waiting by the corner. The track team teased him, saying, "We'll hold your friend hostage. Make sure you show up at the party." Laughing, they walked away, leaving Jinwoo alone with the investigator. In a quiet park nearby, the investigator spoke urgently. "I won't take much of your time, but it's important. Your friend's life might be at stake." Sun Jinwoo listened silently. The investigator continued. "At first I thought it was silly, but when you touched that sketch, that drawing of the ant monster, you left a mark on history without even realizing it." He sighed. "It's little things like that that change everything. I think you're the one we were looking for." As the investigator turned to leave, he thought he heard whispers. "President of the association. Can we trust him?" Confused, he spun back around, but Jinwoo had vanished. Suddenly, the investigator's memories rushed back. He remembered the gates, the monarchs, the shadow army, hunters, and in all those tangled memories, the name Sun Jinwoo appeared again and again. It was impossible, yet the truth was undeniable. He recalled how, once long ago, he had asked Sun Jinwoo, "Are you going to fight them alone?" And Jinwoo had nodded, because the memories of a supreme being cannot be erased by time. Still standing in the park, the investigator finally asked, "How long? Have you been fighting them?" Jinwoo answered calmly, "According to Earth's calendar, I've been gone for about 2 years. But between dimensions, I fought them for 27 years. The investigator staggered back in shock. 27 years? He asked quietly. "Do you regret it?" Jinwoo smiled. "Not for a second. Even if given 1,000 chances, I would choose the same path every time." Curious, the investigator asked, "So, what are you doing now?" Sun Jinwoo chuckled, "Living peacefully, enjoying life." He added, "My body doesn't age anymore. I've gained divine immortality. But I decided to live as a normal man." The investigator half joked, "Maybe you should join the national police. Lately, criminals have been surrendering left and right, crying about shadow monsters chasing them." Jinwoo laughed. "If I joined, there wouldn't be any criminals left." The investigator grinned. As they parted ways, the investigator called, "I'll be waiting for your answer." Sun Jinwoo waved without turning. "You better not. Too much work, too little pay." Meanwhile, elsewhere, late April, a lone tourist traveling through the desert made a panicked 911 call. The emergency operator answered, "911, what's your emergency?" The man stammered, "Not exactly an emergency, but something's wrong." Confused, the girl asked, "Sir, can you explain?" He hesitated. "The building I'm on, it's about to collapse. Cracks everywhere, but that's not the worst part." The girl frowned. "The building's collapsing." The tourist shook his head frantically. "No, not the building. The sky. The sky itself is cracking." At that same time, in an apartment where Sun Jinwoo was having dinner, his shadow commander reported, "My lord, something unusual is happening." Jinwoo paused, his instincts on high alert. Later that evening, the ruler himself appeared before the Shadow Lord. They exchanged glances. Jinwoo didn't waste time. "Is this your doing? The sky falling apart?" The ruler shook his head gravely. "No. This is not us. You know it too. This way of crossing dimensions is different from ours." After sensing the strange phenomenon of the cracking sky, Sun Jinwoo immediately asked the ruler, "Do you have any idea who they are?" The ruler answered grimly, "They are outsiders. Creatures that, not long ago, tried to invade our world too. Back then, the Heavenly Army defeated them, but it seems they've decided to try their luck here, on Earth." Sun Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. "Outsiders? Why would they come to Earth now?" The ruler explained, "They are a race of giants called the Terrace of the Titans. They devour the natural rocks and minerals of living planets. Even among other monstrous races, they stand out for their cruelty and savage nature. They are not coming here as friends, they are coming to destroy and consume." Still, Sun Jinwoo was curious. But why didn't they appear before? Why are they only showing up now, even after I used the Goblet of Rebirth to reset time? The ruler grew serious. "That's the point. Their previous invasion attempt, the one we defeated, happened in another timeline. Now, due to the crossing of realities, they've sensed your presence. They're coming because of you, the current Shadow Lord of Earth." In other words, the Titans were drawn to Earth, hunting the overwhelming power of the Shadow Lord. Sun Jinwoo clenched his fist. Even if they start building a tunnel to reach Earth, it'll take them years. By then, it'll be over. I'll stop them before they even get here. Meanwhile, far away in the western deserts of the United States, the American military had surrounded the area near the growing rift. They deployed tanks, heavy machinery, and elite experts. Scientists buzzed around offering theories, but no one could explain the cracks in the sky. The soldiers stood ready, confident that if anything came through, their heavy weaponry would stop it. But suddenly, tanks began to rise into the air. One by one, trucks and tanks floated upward, lifted by an invisible force. Sun Jinwoo stood nearby, his power casually holding them in midair. He knew that no human weapons would work against what was coming, and the battlefield needed to be cleared. As tanks and trucks crashed back to the ground, soldiers stumbled, terrified. The commanding officer looked around in horror, and then saw it. A huge gate had opened in the sky, and from it monstrous giants began to descend. They were terrifying creatures of stone and muscle, and standing alone before them was one man. The creatures paused, confused, wondering why only a single human faced them. But Sun Jinwoo knew he was not alone. Suddenly, a colossal shadow spread across the ground, swallowing the desert landscape. And from that darkness, his shadow army appeared. Thousands upon thousands of shadow soldiers, commanders, commanders-in-chief, and 3 massive shadow dragons stood ready for battle, their loyalty unwavering. At Sun Jinwoo's silent command, the war began. Meanwhile, at the White House, the President of the United States sat tensely in his office. News had reached him. A rift had opened in the sky. Creatures were emerging. He wondered if they could even handle it, or if public chaos could somehow be avoided. He called for an emergency meeting. In the conference room, officials showed him live drone footage. At the center of the battlefield, facing off against nightmarish monsters, stood a single young Asian boy. The president pointed, "Who is he? Where are our troops? Why is a civilian out there?" But Harrison, adjusting his glasses, replied, "We don't know. We're trying to find out." On screen, the stone giants clashed against shadow soldiers. The footage was horrifying. Creatures of unimaginable size and strength battled an army made from darkness itself. And leading the fight, moving faster and hitting harder than anything else, was Sun Jinwoo. The battle raged. Sun Jinwoo raced across the battlefield at blinding speed, his twin blades flashing. Each swing decapitated stone giants, shattering them into dust. The ant army surged forward, tearing down any monster that fell. Then Sun Jinwoo summoned something even greater, dark blades. Manifestations of pure shadow energy rained down from the sky, piercing through stone bodies like paper. He directed them towards the leader of the invaders, a titan even larger than the rest. But the leader was fast. He blocked the dark blades with heavy stone arms. The titan leader sneered, "With such a small, fragile body? You think you can defeat me?" But Sun Jinwoo only smiled. He leapt high into the air, gathering a massive ball of dark energy in his right hand. The energy grew and intensified, forming an enormous black blade. Then, with a roar, he smashed it down onto the Titan's head. The impact was devastating, sending the Titan leader crashing into the ground. As soon as the smoke cleared, the Titan leader looked at Jinwoo and smirked. "So, even on this tiny planet hidden at the edge of the universe, there are warriors worth noticing," he said mockingly. "But your methods, growing larger to boost strength, are so primitive. Real warriors, true titans like me, shrink when it's time to fight, concentrating all power into one point. If you beg for forgiveness now, maybe I'll show you some mercy." But before he could say anything more, Baran, Jinwoo's loyal commander-in-chief, stepped forward without a word. With one clean swing of his enormous sword, he sliced off the Titan's massive stone head. The body toppled with a deep, echoing crash. Baran turned toward Jinwoo and asked, almost casually, "My lord, were you planning to have a conversation with him?" Jinwoo shook his head. "No," he said coolly. "These guys are a little too full of themselves. Let's make sure they understand their place." Baran grinned and bowed. "Leave the rest to me, my lord. I'll wipe out the others in no time." Meanwhile, back at the White House, the U.S. president sat in a tense conference room, watching the surveillance footage captured by drones and military robots. The room was silent. The president turned and asked, "Has anyone figured out who that young man is?" Silence. He stared at the screen again, at the lone figure effortlessly cutting down monsters like they were nothing. "It's like a scene out of a science fiction movie," he muttered. "And yet it's happening for real. Is there any way we can even confirm who he is?" That's when David Brandon, the director of the CIA, spoke up. "Honestly, sir, I don't even know if what we're seeing is real. But if we're willing to accept unrealistic methods..." The president frowned. "What are you getting at?" David continued. "There's someone who can help. Someone who has insight beyond normal means. Mrs. Norma Selner?" The president nodded grimly. Selner had warned them before. maybe she could again. The next day, at the National Collegiate Athletics Championships, Jinwoo stood quietly near the track, watching as athletes warmed up. Suddenly, he heard a name called Kim Chu. Hearing it sparked a memory. Iron. It was Iron, one of Jinwoo's former shadow soldiers, a loyal commander he'd once summoned in the dungeon. Jinwoo glanced over and saw a boy warming up. He could feel it. The same aura, the same spirit. Nearby, some students were gossiping. Wow, the captain even let a freshman compete. I heard Coach Wan's injured. Guess standards dropped. They laughed, but Jinwoo wasn't paying attention to them. He could feel it. This boy Kim Chu was different. He didn't even realize why, but the moment their eyes met, Kim Chu froze, his body instinctively wanting to kneel. He shook it off angrily and stomped toward Jinwoo. "What's with that look?" he snapped. "If you've got something to say, let's step aside." His friends chuckled, sensing a fight brewing even before the race began. Some of Jinwoo's teammates quickly stepped between them, whispering, "Hey, don't kill him before the competition." The captain laughed nervously. "Come on, Jinwoo. Save the poor guy's pride. Let's keep it clean today." Jinwoo smiled slightly and backed off. "Don't worry, nothing's gonna happen." They moved around a corner. As soon as they were alone, Kim Chu grabbed Jinwoo by the collar and growled, "Just because you wear the same uniform doesn't make you my equal." At that very second, in the shadows behind Jinwoo, his shadow soldiers, Igris, Baran, and others, erupted with joy. They recognized him immediately. It was Iron, their comrade. "My lord," Baran whispered eagerly, "allow me to discipline this lost lamb properly." But Jinwoo shook his head. There was no need. Suddenly, tears welled up in Kim Chu's eyes. Without understanding why, he dropped to his knees, trembling. Why is this happening to me?" he whispered. Jinwoo stood silently. This was no longer the Iron he once commanded. Now, he was just a boy, a human, living a new life. It wasn't Jinwoo's place to interfere. In that moment, Kim Chu, or Iron, felt something completely new, love and longing. A bond to Jinwoo he couldn't explain. Jinwoo sighed and gently snapped his fingers. With that, he tweaked Kim Chu's memories, making him forget this brief awakening. Before walking away, Jinwoo smiled and said, "You were once a great warrior. Be proud of who you are now." Meanwhile, as the middle school preliminaries were about to begin, far away, someone ominous was approaching the home of Mrs. Sellner. When Mrs. Sellner opened the door, she was pleasantly surprised to see David standing outside. She smiled warmly and invited him in. As they stepped into the house, David immediately caught the scent of something delicious. He hesitated, feeling like he might be interrupting her lunch, but Sellner reassured him with a smile. "Actually, I already have another guest," she said calmly. "But it's all right. Tell me what brought you here." David figured he should get straight to the point. They sat at the table, and before he could even ask, Sellner spoke. "Yes to your first question, no to the second." David blinked, confused. "Wait, how do you know what I was going to ask? You can't see the future anymore, right?" Sellner gently placed a steaming cup of tea in front of him and explained, "You're looking for answers from the past, aren't you? I can't see the future anymore since the god of death arrived. But I can still see the past. I know who you're curious about, but I'm afraid I can't give you detailed information about him." David frowned. He pressed again, asking if that man could be a threat to their country. Sellner simply smiled and shook her head. "Did you not see that video?" she asked. He stood alone against monsters and giants without backing down. His power was terrifying, yes, but it saved humanity. And believe me, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. David was silent, starting to understand. Sellner continued, "There have been moments in history when humanity stood at the brink of extinction, and someone like him saved us, even if people never knew it." Finally, as David got up to leave, he asked her one last time, "Are you sure he's not a danger to us?" Sellner smiled warmly. "I'm sure. That man is humanity's savior, not its threat." David nodded and turned to leave. As he walked toward the door, Sellner called after him, "I baked some cookies. Would you like to try one?" David chuckled, declining politely. Just as he stepped outside, someone else appeared. Thomas Andre, the former S-rank hunter, towering and intimidating as always. Thomas watched David leave, scoffing, "I don't like that old man. Maybe I should teach him a lesson." Sellner hurried to scold him. "Thomas, do you want to lose your athlete's license again for causing trouble?" Thomas smirked and let it go. Instead, he asked, "Why do accidents kill so many people, Sellner? Car accidents, disasters, yet somehow, because of you, I survived. Why me?" Sellner smiled softly. "Because you did a lot of good in your past life." Thomas blinked, not fully understanding. Sellner went on, "You were once called the lightning rod of the UFC, a fighter who drew danger to himself to protect others." Thomas smiled awkwardly and reached for a cookie, muttering, "Hard to tell if you're joking or if you're dead serious." He nibbled the cookie thoughtfully and wondered, what is that mysterious hero doing now? Sellner simply smiled. offering no real answer. Because even she didn't know. Maybe somewhere he was just enjoying his youth. Meanwhile, the middle school athletic preliminaries were about to begin. All participants had gathered at the starting area. Excitement buzzed through the air. The girls' race was first. At the sound of the starting gun, they took off sprinting with everything they had. One girl, Hae-in, a former elite hunter in her past life, surged ahead with incredible speed. It didn't take long, she crossed the finish line first. Breathing heavily, she sat on a bench near the entrance, pulling off her right sock. Her foot was bruised and swollen. She had managed to push through the preliminaries, but she wasn't sure she could survive another race. Frustrated, she clenched her teeth. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Trying to hide that injury?" Startled, Cha turned and saw an unfamiliar boy approaching. He looked like an athlete, maybe a high schooler. It was Jinwoo. Before she could speak, Jinwoo continued, "If you ignore that injury and run again, you'll end up spending a year in rehabilitation. You'll never run the same way again. You'll regret it forever." Cha was stunned. How could he know that? And strangely, there was something comforting about his presence, a faint, familiar warmth. As she sat there confused, the pain flared up again, and Jinwoo crouched beside her. "Hang in there for a second," he said. Before she could react, his hand began to glow faintly. A warm energy wrapped around her injury, and almost instantly the pain and the injury disappeared. Cha gasped. Jinwoo smiled gently. "You only get one chance. Next time, run without regrets." Cha stared at him in amazement. "Have we met before?" she asked hesitantly. Jinwoo chuckled. "If you can outrun me, I'll answer your questions." Cha blinked, confused. "Aren't you a high school student? I saw you race. You won every heat you entered." Jinwoo grinned. "Maybe, maybe not. Let's see if you can catch me first." At that moment, the call came. "Preliminaries are starting! All athletes to the track." Cha stood up, feeling stronger than ever, and strangely excited. She had no idea who he was yet, but something told her. This was only the beginning. After the race, Hae-in grinned brightly and teased, "Maybe you'll tell me the truth after I beat you." Jinwoo smiled back, feeling a little amused. Even though she was still young and inexperienced, her sincerity hadn't changed at all, just like it had been back then. The preliminary championship was over and they parted ways, each returning to their own business. Life went on for Jinwoo, filled with small new experiences, playing games with friends, studying for exams, and even meeting Cha again a few days later. It was the evening of the 15th, and Jinwoo was walking down the street, supposed to be studying for his Korean exams. Even though he had already passed the National Unified Exam, life didn't feel boring. He strolled leisurely, stylishly dressed. Suddenly, in a shop window, he spotted a coat that caught his eye. With a tiny, almost playful flick of magic, he borrowed the coat, running a quick spell over it, and slipped it on. Just as he was admiring it, he sensed someone behind him. Before he even turned, he heard a voice. "Wow, do you have eyes in the back of your head?" It was Hae-in again, grinning mischievously as she snuck up behind him. She asked if he had passed the exam. When he nodded, she clapped her hands happily and congratulated him, then asked curiously if he planned to go to university. Jinwoo answered casually. When he told her his choice, she looked surprised. "Why there? You scored so high you could have gone anywhere." He smiled and explained, "They offered me a full scholarship, and there's someone I want to meet there." Cha squinted suspiciously. "Wait, that person isn't a woman, is it?" Jinwoo chuckled but didn't answer directly. "Who knows? Maybe she is." Cha puffed up in annoyance, then demanded, "You remember our deal, right? You said if I beat you, you'd answer all my questions." Before he could reply, Cha pointed toward the towering Christmas tree ahead. "Race me to that tree. If I win, you have to answer everything." Jinwoo shrugged, amused. He couldn't refuse her. Cha quickly removed her scarf and tossed it to him. "If you like me," she said with a cheeky grin, "stay right here." Before Jinwoo could process what was happening, she took off running toward the Christmas tree. Behind him, hidden in the shadows, his shadow soldiers grumbled, "Our lord, lost? Unbelievable!" But Jinwoo didn't care. He just stood there, watching her run, his heart full. As he watched her disappear among the sparkling lights, memories flooded back. Of the dungeon where she had once saved her friend, of the time they flew together on a shadow dragon, of nights they spent under the stars, of the promises they made. He realized something. This wasn't just anyone. This was her, the woman he had always been waiting for. Cha reached the Christmas tree, turned around and shouted with delight, "I win!" Jinwoo smiled faintly. He ordered his shadow soldiers to avert their eyes, then walked toward her, his steps slow and steady. When he reached her, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her. Meanwhile, in the domain of eternal rest, life was just as lively as ever. Fang, one of the dragon soldiers, greeted his fellow shadows cheerfully. "Good morning, everyone." Although technically in the world of shadows, there was no day or night. Soon, Marshal Beru approached him, holding something in his hand. It was a robe, an exact replica of the hoodie Jinwoo often wore. Beru handed it over proudly. "Here, you said you wanted to be like our lord, right? Fang's eyes lit up as he slipped it on. He almost teared up with happiness. Maybe, he joked, we should make this robe mandatory for everyone. Beru laughed. Then Fang noticed the small orb floating beside him. Beru suggested, maybe turn that into a staff. It'll look cooler. Fang agreed immediately. They called over the best artisan in the domain, a skilled shadow craftsman who had mastered the arts with wood from the sacred trees gifted by Jinwoo himself. In this vast, infinite land, over 10 million shadow soldiers lived and trained, all mentally connected to their lord. As Jinwoo grew stronger, so did they. They began to adopt more human emotions, joy, curiosity, even mischievousness. The once cold, silent world of shadows was now filled with lively chatter, playful arguments, and endless gratitude toward their master. Finally, Fang's new staff was complete, a sleek, magnificent piece of craftsmanship. As Fang admired his new gear, he noticed a group of massive shadow soldiers approaching. They introduced themselves. We're new recruits sent by Commander Baran. Fang grinned. Among the recruits, he even spotted a few mage-type soldiers. He decided to gather them all and proudly tell them the story of the first battle against the terrifying enemy they once called the Dragon Emperor. While Fang was passionately recounting the victories they had achieved during battles across the dimensional space, his storytelling was suddenly interrupted by Commander-in-Chief Igris. Igris appeared, his usual calm face serious. It's about to begin, he said quietly. He reminded Fang that all the shadow soldiers had once pledged. When the time came, they would stand behind their lord with everything they had. The two looked into inner space where they saw an incredible sight. Jinwoo was finally about to meet Hae-in again. The soldiers who had been loyal for so long were thrilled for their lord, the man who had endured so much to reach this moment. But as Igris watched Hae-in, his thoughts drifted back to the very first time he had met Jinwoo. It had been in an unusual place, a hidden dimensional space created by Jinwoo's own latent power, a dungeon unlike any other. Back then, Igris had been assigned a single mission, to test the man who might become his master's vessel, his master's final hope. Although the assignment seemed simple, Igris knew deep down that this test might mark the end of his era, that once Jinwoo succeeded, he would lose his original lord forever. Still, he carried out his orders without hesitation. There was no room for doubt or sentiment. After his own powers were sealed away, Igris found himself stationed alone in that strange dungeon, waiting for the arrival of the Chosen One. At the time, Igris wasn't a shadow soldier as we know today. He had been different, not unlimited in power. The dungeon was designed to be a mirror of that ancient feeling, recreated perfectly by the architect, using the lingering will and energy of the former Shadow Monarch. The architect had planned every detail carefully. The body of the Chosen One would have to constantly evolve, breaking and healing, to withstand the power of a lord. Igris remembered sitting on his throne, sensing the presence of a young, weak human approaching the heavy dungeon doors. Is he really the one? Igris wondered at the time. Suddenly self-conscious, he realized, wasn't it arrogant of him to sit on the throne? The seat meant for the lord. While judging the one his master had chosen, he immediately stood up and hid behind a column, choosing instead to observe silently. As soon as the door opened and the torches flared to life, Igris saw him, the young man who would one day change everything, Jinwoo. At first glance, Igris wasn't impressed. If anything, he doubted, and so the battle began. It was a massacre at first. Jinwoo couldn't fight properly. He had no sword skills, no great strength. He was only desperately dodging and surviving. Igris remembered thinking grimly, he's not worthy. I'll end this quickly and spare him further pain. But no matter how many times he struck him down, Jinwoo got up again, and again, and again. He fought tooth and nail, not with skill, but with an indomitable spirit that refused to die. Finally, as Igris raised his blade to end it, Jinwoo, battered, broken, bleeding, blocked it. Not through strength, not through training, but through sheer willpower. For a fleeting moment, Igris saw in Jinwoo's gaze the same light he had once seen in his master's eyes. It stunned him. Maybe this human is truly worthy. Though Jinwoo was undeniably weak at that time, the persistence he showed shook Igris to the core. He wasn't supposed to win. He was never supposed to win. And yet, Jinwoo passed the test. Igris wasn't upset that he lost. He was relieved. Relieved that his beloved master had chosen the right successor. In the battles that followed, Jinwoo grew stronger. He earned Igris's loyalty, respect, and eventually deep affection. Not just as a commander, but as a true friend and brother in arms. The Legion of Shadows grew as well. New comrades joined, including Baran, the former Monarch of Thunder, and old friends from across the dimensions returned to his side. Fang, Baran, Igris, they all stood proudly under Jinwoo's flag. Igris chuckled, remembering the little mischief they caused once. Baran had suggested putting a huge black flag on top of Jinwoo's castle. They had actually done it. When Jinwoo saw it, he was furious. He punished them all. But the punishment was lighthearted, and soon after they were back to fighting side by side. Victory after victory, they crushed the monarchs. Even after the bowl of reincarnation reversed time, even after the world reset, and for 30 long years they fought together without pause. Every enemy fell before them. Only the Legion of Destruction remained. One day, a monster from the Legion whispered to Igris, "I was once a shadow soldier too, but now I obey a monarch who was never human." Hearing that, Igris briefly questioned himself. Had Aichi, but when he thought about Jinwoo, about the kindness, strength, and hope Jinwoo had given them, he realized no, he hadn't betrayed anyone. He had simply found a true purpose, and he would serve his lord until the very end. After so much time with his new lord, Igris realized something deep. He had completely forgotten about his previous master. He wondered, at what point had he started to forget? When did his heart shift entirely to Jinwoo? He remembered asking Jinwoo once, "Why didn't you tell me?" Jinwoo had only smiled gently and said, "The ability to forget is a blessing given to humans by God, even if it's just the result of one of God's tools." Hearing those words, Igris understood. He no longer blamed himself. There was no need to dwell on the past anymore. The blessing of forgetting wasn't a curse, it was a gift that allowed them to move forward. Just like him, Greed and Iron had also forgotten their old memories. The timelines had twisted and merged. The past no longer mattered. What mattered was the present, and the bond they now shared with their true lord, Jinwoo. Igris knew who he was now. He was Jinwoo's swordmaster, the wing that would lead the Shadow Legion into the future. He would always stand at his lord's side. Even when it came to simple things like helping Jinwoo prepare for his school exams, Igris had proudly offered his help. After all, as a top graduate from the Knight Academy, he knew he could assist, even if it meant staking his life to answer a simple exam question. Although he had been disappointed when he got the second practice question wrong. Still, he promised himself to study harder for his lord. For Igris, every battle fought under Jinwoo's banner was another chapter in his glorious, ongoing life. Meanwhile, far from the happy bustle of the Shadow Realm, a quiet, emotional story unfolded. Jinwoo's father. When the gates first appeared on Earth, his father had tried to clear one of the dungeons, but he hadn't made it out in time. He became trapped, lost between dimensions. While he wandered that rift, the rulers, the heavenly beings, found him. Seeing his determination and strength, they entrusted him with their power, the power to help stop the monarchs. The brightest shard of light even gave him a special mission: protect the Shadow Lord. And so Jinwoo's father helped from the shadows, supporting his son in ways no one could see. But he could never reveal himself directly, not until now. When time was reset after the war, Jinwoo, still just a boy again, woke up and saw his father's face. Tears poured down Jinwoo's cheeks. For a moment, he thought it was just another cruel dream. He had lost his father once before, but it was real. His father looked at him, his face full of emotion, and smiled warmly. But to hide the tears in his own eyes, he quickly raised a newspaper in front of his face, pretending to read. He didn't want his family to see him cry. Later that day, he met with one of the rulers at a small cafe. He asked quietly, "What choice did my son make?" The ruler smiled and answered, "The Lord of Shadows chose to stay in this world. He treasures every second he spends here. The Great Wars were over. The rulers had ended their interference with Earth. Humanity could finally move forward in peace. But Jinwoo's father had one last request. Can you erase my memories?" The ruler was surprised but agreed. Still, he asked, "Why? You could keep them and watch him grow with pride." Jinwoo's father shook his head. "It would be too painful. My son would notice if I acted differently. I just want to be a normal father again, worrying about my son like any ordinary dad would." The ruler understood. After the meeting, once he stepped out of the cafe, Jinwoo's father would forget the other timeline. Forget the wars, the monarchs, the rulers. But he would remember Jinwoo, not as a shadow monarch, not as a savior, just as his beloved son. And somewhere deep inside, even without memories, he would still be proud. Meanwhile, back at the track and field club party, everyone was having fun, except for one very nervous guy, Jinho. Sitting stiffly at the table, Jinho couldn't even eat properly. It was his first welcome party, and even though he was the second son of a wealthy family, this casual pork and ice cream place felt oddly unfamiliar to him. A guy from the club came over teasing, "Hey, relax. You're acting like we're about to eat you." He laughed and clapped Jinho on the back, telling him to calm down. After all, most of the seniors were nice guys. Only the Scarecrow, a strict senior, was a little scary. Still, no one here could compare to Jinho's stern father back home, so he wasn't too worried. Suddenly, as they talked, Jinwoo appeared. Jinwoo casually sat down at Jinho's table, causing the guy next to Jinho to flee to another table full of girls, leaving the two of them alone. Jinwoo poured Jinho a drink without a word. Jinho hesitated for only a second, then downed the shot, even though he knew he couldn't really hold his liquor. Jinwoo poured him another drink immediately, smiling slyly. "Today we drink together," he said. Jinho blinked, confused. Something about this situation felt oddly familiar, like he had lived through this exact scene before. The next day, Jinwoo was walking down a busy street. He pulled out his phone and called Jinho. "Hey, I have something important to do today. Really important." Something big was about to happen, and Jinwoo needed his friends by his side for whatever came next. Jinwoo had something important he had to do. He called Jinho and said, "You have to attend the last lecture for me." Jinho immediately started yelling over the phone. "Are you crazy? Everyone in the faculty knows you. How am I supposed to replace you? And where even are you right now?" Jinwoo calmly replied, "I'm at the university hospital. I'm doing practice." Jinho, even more frustrated, shouted, "What do you mean? The hospital has nothing to do with our field." But Jinwoo just laughed softly, said, "I believe in you," and hung up without giving Jinho a chance to argue more. At the same time, nearby a girl was walking, Hae-in. She was lost in thought, wondering if she should enroll at Seoul University. It was a prestigious school, but she wasn't confident because of her Busan accent. Plus, there was so much English mixed into the lectures, even in the medical courses. As she was walking deep in thought, she bumped into someone. It was Jinwoo. Surprised, she quickly apologized. "I'm sorry." Without thinking, she blurted out, "Could we meet again sometime?" Jinwoo turned his head slightly, looked at her, and simply said, "No." Then he walked away. Cha stood there, frozen, her face burning with embarrassment. "What was I thinking?" she thought, feeling stupid for randomly asking a stranger something so out of the blue. She worried maybe he thought she was weird, or that she had some strange motive. Meanwhile, at the hospital where Jinwoo had gone, a doctor was checking on a patient, a powerful chairman. As the doctor walked in, he noticed a small, strange vial on the table. He frowned and asked, "Chairman, what is this?" The chairman smiled faintly and replied, "A young man came to visit me earlier. He left this behind." The doctor was confused. How could anyone have gotten in here? The room is under constant guard. The chairman gave a soft chuckle. He appeared like a shadow. No one even noticed him coming or going. The doctor became even more skeptical. "And what did he say about this vial?" The chairman's smile grew more nostalgic. "He said it's a token of gratitude. He told me that in another timeline, a timeline that's already disappeared, I helped him once." The doctor tried to dismiss it as nonsense. He warned, "You really shouldn't trust something like that, Chairman." But the chairman only looked tired. He asked softly, "Doctor, if I don't drink it, how long do I have left?" The doctor couldn't answer. The chairman gave a weak laugh and said, "If anything happens, please write on my gravestone, 'Here lies a man who fought till the end and rests peacefully now.'" Without hesitation, he uncorked the vial and drank the contents. He gently set the empty vial back on the table, lay back in bed, and whispered, "I think I'll rest for a while." The doctor nodded and quietly left the room. Alone in the hospital room, the chairman stared out the window at the clouds. Suddenly, a brilliant light began to pour through the windows, soft and warm. He closed his eyes and a strange feeling washed over him. All at once, his frail, sick body started to heal. The pain disappeared. The weakness faded away. His illnesses, the ones that had plagued him for so long, were simply gone. The first monarch born of darkness, the Dragon Emperor, he ruled over dragons, stood as the embodiment of terror and destruction. That title wasn't just for show. Anyone who knew his name knew the fear that came with it. He was the strongest of the monarchs. One day, while leading his 10 million strong army through the space between dimensions, preparing to invade Earth, something strange happened. He suddenly found himself inside a human body. Staring into a mirror, confused, he saw a face that wasn't his own. A young man, a human. His name was now Sung Jinwoo, a rank 10 hunter in South Korea. Weak, practically a nobody. And yet, this fragile body had fought to survive despite its pitiful level of strength. Time and time again, it had walked into deadly battles, refusing to give up. Driven by his mother's illness, he'd kept going. And ironically, a sickness that once seemed incurable could now be wiped out with just a flick of magic. Then the phone rang. He answered it. "Who is this?" a woman's voice replied. She was frustrated. It was raid time, and he still hadn't shown up. Late? She dared call him late? Antares, the mighty dragon monarch, being talked down to like some flake who missed an appointment? Unacceptable. He gritted his teeth. "Where are you?" Her reply was casual. "I'm at the gate. Same as always. Where else would I be?" She clearly hadn't caught on to the shift in his voice. Antares narrowed his eyes and focused, locking in on her position. And in a blink, he was standing right behind her. "You said I was late?" He growled in a terrifying tone. "Say it to my face!" She spun around, startled out of her mind. No, you're right on time." With that handled, he headed off toward a nearby cafe. But on the way, some man called out to him. He didn't know who the guy was. A subordinate? Maybe. Didn't matter. He walked right into the shop, looked the man making coffee in the eye, and said, "I'll take one too." The guy blinked, apologetic. "Sorry, we're actually out." Antares just snatched his cup right out of his hands. "No problem," he said calmly. The strong take what the weak possess. The hunters nearby exchanged confused glances. Something was seriously off about Jinwoo today. He looked the same, but something in his eyes had changed. Something cold, something ancient. Even the healer on the raid team walked up to him and frowned. "Why are you wearing bandages again? You get hurt?" And Terry stared at her, annoyed. These people, so noisy. Then another hunter stepped forward. Despite the chaos, he still tried to take charge. "Look, I know it's not my place, but since we're gathering money today, I'm still going to lead this team." Most of the hunters agreed with that. They were fine with him leading the group. Antares, still wearing Jinwoo's face, watched silently. Everything about this place felt off. These people were nervous, suspicious. The gate they were about to enter didn't seem normal either. It reeked of the Lord's influence. Why does this gate carry the Lord's aura? As the team prepared to move out, one of the younger hunters leaned in and whispered, "Hey, be careful not to hurt yourself, okay?" Antares raised a brow. What a loyal subordinate, trying to protect a leader he sees as weak. Once inside, the fight began. Antares unleashed pure destruction. His power tore through the monsters like paper. The other hunters could barely keep up. His speed, his strength, it was inhuman. They stood there stunned, watching Jinwoo move like a demon. Something was seriously off. What the hell is up with him today? Some tried to rationalize it. Maybe this dungeon was just pushing him harder. Maybe he was under pressure. But deep down, they knew. This wasn't the Jinwoo they knew. When Antares cleared the room, he barked, "Why are you all just standing around? Move." But the old hunter, the one acting like the leader, stepped forward and said, "Hold up. We should vote before moving on." In a flash, Antares smacked him in the back of the head. The man dropped like a sack of bricks, completely unconscious. Antares stood over him and glanced at the rest. "Anyone else want to vote?" The rest of the team, suddenly a whole lot more cooperative, shook their heads and backed away. "Nope, no voting here." The group pushed deeper into the dungeon. About 40 minutes had passed. They needed to kill the boss within the hour or the gate wouldn't close. Eventually, they reached a massive door. Huge, ominous. No one had seen anything like it. Some of the hunters hesitated. It felt too dangerous. Antares agreed, but not out loud. The aura leaking from behind those doors was intense. Even he felt it. Still, he stepped forward, grabbed one of the hunters by the collar and threw him through the door. He didn't really know why he did it. It was more instinct than strategy. But when nothing happened, Antares decided it was safe enough. The rest of the team followed. As soon as they entered, torches lining the walls ignited on their own. Some of the newer hunters had never seen a dungeon like this before. It gave them the chills. They decided to split up to scout the room. That's when someone noticed it. A massive statue, towering, lifeless, watching. And for a second, every hunter in the room silently hoped, please don't let that be the boss. Inside the eerie dungeon chamber, Antares, still in Jinwoo's body, walked up to a stone tablet covered in strange runes. The other hunters gathered around, confused. "Anyone know what this says?" one of them asked. None of them could read it. Antares scoffed at their ignorance. Fools. He stepped forward and began reading it aloud. The tablet described the laws of the Temple of Carton, a set of sacred rules etched deep into the stone. That's when the healer girl tugged on his sleeve, eyes wide. "Hey, look at that statue!" She pointed toward the massive god statue nearby. Antares snapped, "Why the hell are you touching things?" But he returned his focus to the tablet. It read, Law 1, worship the god. Law 2, praise the god. Law 3, prove your piety. Failure to follow these laws means death. No sooner had he finished reading than the giant statue's eyes lit up. Burning hot beams of light shot out, aimed right at the hunters. But Antares didn't wait. He leapt in front of the blast, shielding the healer. "You dare underestimate me with such pathetic strength?" he growled. The laser hit hard, but Antares didn't flinch. Instead, he unleashed the breath of destruction, a devastating counterattack that struck the statue square in the chest. "Let me show you real power." In that instant, every statue in the room began to move, each one creaking to life, turning toward the hunters. Antares charged them head-on. "A bunch of arrogant little pups," he sneered. With a terrifying display of force, he began tearing through them, cracking, smashing, burning every statue in sight. The other hunters, they were running for their lives. No one had any idea why this dungeon existed, or what these laws were, or why everything felt so wrong. Moments later, Antares stood surrounded by the wreckage of stone. Every statue had been reduced to rubble. He raised his voice and shouted, "That's it? That's all you had? I didn't even kneel, not once." But then, one last statue moved. It began to speak. "How dare you?" It rasped, its voice echoing through the chamber. "How dare you destroy everything I've worked so hard for?" Antares wasn't interested. "Shut up!" he snapped, and hurled a spear straight through the statue's chest. The stone cracked, splintered, and started to crumble. "I didn't come here to talk to some glorified puppet. Show yourself." the one behind all this. Dark energy began to swirl, taking control of the massive statue. A deep, monstrous sound reverberated through the air. The true enemy was revealing itself. It was the ruler of destruction, and this was the destined moment. Antares, the Dragon Emperor, had come to end this cursed relationship once and for all, and he was ready. This is perfect, Antares smirked. Let's settle this. Suddenly, Jinwoo jolted awake, sweating, gasping. He sat up in bed, shaken by the dream. But it hadn't felt like a dream. It felt like something real, something deep. His shadow soldiers appeared silently, their eyes watching him, clearly confused. Why was their master so shaken? In this new reality, Jinwoo was no longer just a hunter. He'd become a detective, part of the violent crimes unit in the central region. And not just any detective, he was known across the force as the legendary Ghost. He cracked cases no one else could. Cold cases, complex puzzles, violent offenders. Ghost solved them all. People said he could turn even the roughest criminal into a trembling sheep. Detective Ghost had become a myth, even within his own precinct. And now a new recruit, Hong, had just joined the force. Fresh out of the academy, he'd heard all the rumors. One in particular stuck with him. Ghost had once turned down a big promotion just to stay in the field. One morning, the chief investigator walked up to Hong and smiled. "So, you're the rookie, huh?" "Yes, sir," Hong said, a little too formally. "Hey, don't be so stiff. We're family here." He handed him a cup of coffee. "Here, this one's actually for Detective Jinwoo, but let's just say it's yours for now." Hong blinked. "Wait, son Jinwoo, the ghost?" "Yup, the one and only. Squad captain says you're working with him starting today." Just then, a shadow loomed behind them. They turned, and Jinwoo was standing there. "Who's this kid?" he asked calmly. "This is your rookie," the chief said. "Train him well." Without a word, Jinwoo walked off and Hong scrambled to follow. Nervous, he mumbled, sorry for drinking your coffee." Jinwoo chuckled, then casually slung an arm around his shoulder. "Why'd you become a cop?" Hong blinked. "To catch bad guys." "Good," Jinwoo said. "Then you're in the right place. That's what we're gonna do, starting now." Hong could barely believe it. He was walking alongside the ghost himself. A few days later, back at the station, people were starting to notice how beat up Hong looked. The rumor mill was already spinning. "Dude looks like he spent the whole day chasing purse snatchers," one detective joked. They figured he was just getting hazed by Jinwoo, running errands and chasing small-time crooks. Meanwhile, Detective Jinwoo was back at his desk, calmly typing away, buried in routine reports. One of his assistants, a shadow soldier in human form, walked up quietly and offered to take over the grunt work. "We are your loyal assistants, my lord," the soldier said, "always ready to serve." Jinwoo just nodded. Then, from across the room, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. "Detective, please, you've got to listen to me." She was upset, desperate. She shouted, Jin wasn't the kind of girl who'd ever commit suicide. Jinwoo looked up, calm as ever. "I understand how you feel," he said softly. But he knew this case wasn't going to be simple. Detective Sun Jinwoo had already worked out most of the case. Everything pointed to one conclusion. The girl had taken her own life voluntarily. That's what the evidence said. That's what the file showed. But the girl's friend wasn't having it. She kept shouting, insisting Jinwoo read some of the girl's final messages. In one of them, she supposedly mentioned she was going to commit suicide 3 hours in advance. Jinwoo stayed calm. He explained that most suicides don't get planned like that. They're usually impulsive, driven by a sudden emotional spike, not hours of calm planning. It was then that Jinwoo himself walked over to the lead investigator. "Mind if I take another look at the case?" he asked. They handed over the file. According to the report, the woman was found in her bathtub, bleeding out from deep cuts on her wrist. The knife was there too, no fingerprints but hers. On the surface, it was open and shut. The file even said she was cheerful and bright on the outside, but secretly battled depression. Jinwoo read it all and nodded. "No mistakes here," he said. But still, something didn't sit right. "I'm gonna check things out myself, just to be sure." Later that night, Detective Jinwoo arrived at the girl's apartment, the scene of the death. It was a quiet, tidy place, cozy. Nothing felt off, except the bathroom. That was the center of it all. He stepped inside. The energy there, it lingered. Old, dark, cold. He was stronger now. He could feel what others couldn't. He knelt down and whispered into the air, "Rise." And then, she did. Her shadow appeared, a new soldier. She emerged slowly, her form dark but solid, her face still filled with traces of pain. "Don't be afraid," Jinwoo told her gently. "You've moved beyond life and pain. You're safe now." Then he asked her the question that mattered. "Did you take your own life?" She nodded. "I did." "Why?" Her voice trembled as she told him everything. That same night, in another part of town, a man sat in his apartment when the doorbell rang. He checked the monitor. A detective stood outside. "Jinwoo, I have a few questions about your daughter's death," he said calmly. The man opened the door, his expression tightening. "The investigation's over. I thought we were done." Jinwoo didn't push. Nothing's confirmed yet. I just want to talk. Would you come with me? Reluctantly, the man agreed. They went to a quiet cafe nearby. As they sat down, Jinwoo started simple. Did your daughter ever have anyone she feared? Maybe someone who held a grudge? The father looked confused. She didn't have any enemies. She was innocent. He suddenly broke down. She left me. Just like that. You must have really treasured her, Jinwoo said softly. The man nodded. She wasn't my biological daughter, but I loved her like she was. Maybe more. If she'd just said something, if she told me she was struggling, I would have done anything to help her. Jinwoo slowly reached into his coat and set a phone down on the table. When we went through her belongings, he said, we found a sound file. I think you should hear it. He pressed play. The man listened, and his tears returned, this time filled with guilt. The girl had suffered brutal abuse at the hands of her foster father. She had run away, escaped, started over, but when the man contacted her again and said he wanted to see her, she gave up. She couldn't go through it again. When the recording ended, the man sat silently. The tears had stopped. His face was stone. Why did you play that for me? He asked coldly. Jinwoo looked at him dead on. You have two choices. One, come with me to the station and confess. Or two, you pay a different kind of price. The man's eyes lit up with a sick hope. How much do I have to pay? Jinwoo smiled darkly. It's already enough. The man blinked. What? Jinwoo's voice shifted. You're not in the real world anymore. You're in a place I control. This is the land of eternal rest. No living soul walks here without my permission. From this moment forward, you're a prisoner here. The man's mouth opened, but no words came out. He looked around the cafe. Empty. No barista, no customers. Just him and that strange, cold detective. Who the hell are you? What kind of nightmare is this? He screamed and bolted for the exit, but it was too late. The girl's shadow appeared behind him, twisted and full of fury. She chased him down and struck with everything she'd bottled up. He screamed, a sound so loud it would have shaken the real world if he were still in it. But in the land of death, no one hears your screams. When it was over, her shadow turned and floated back to Jinwoo. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you for letting me take my revenge. Is there anything else? Jinwoo asked her. If it's not too much, she said quietly. I have a small favor. The next day at the police station, Detective Jinwoo handed a box to the girl's best friend. There's something for you inside, he said gently. Her name, it's in the letter. Detective Jinwoo believed that Miss Jin, the girl who had passed, would have wanted her final gift to reach the right person. From all the circumstantial evidence, the possibility of murder was close to zero. The case would likely be closed soon, but the girl's best friend didn't want to believe it was that simple. Not even a 1% chance it was something else, she asked softly. Then she opened the box. Inside was something deeply personal, something that broke her. She burst into tears and whispered, "Thank you, Detective Sun Jinwoo." As Jinwoo turned to leave, his thoughts drifted. If that cruel message from her foster father hadn't shown up on her phone, if it had just been a normal night, those girls would have spent the evening celebrating a birthday, laughing, together. The next day, Jinwoo met up with Jinho, who looked nervous but determined. This time, Jinho said seriously, I'm definitely going to propose to Miss Gina. He looked at Jinwoo with wide eyes. Do you think she'll like the ring? Be honest. Jinwoo blinked. I don't really know much about those kinds of things. Jinho sighed. Me neither. So, just in case, I prepared something extra. He explained that his company was planning a big construction project, a new building, maybe even a hospital. Suddenly, Jinwoo interrupted him, asking, Is the estimated cost around 30 billion won? Jinho looked confused. How'd you know that? In his past life, Jinwoo had been offered the same proposal by someone from Eugene. Back then, the White Tiger Guild had resources ranging from 5 to 10 billion won. Everything was repeating. Jinwoo wondered, why is this happening again? He looked at Jinho and said, You don't need to overwhelm her with gifts. You're already a good guy. Just be yourself. Jinho got teary-eyed. Can I hug you, mentor? Before Jinwoo could answer, Jinho launched himself across the table, hugging him tight. Their food clattered to the ground in a tragic noodle avalanche. That evening, Jinwoo arrived home. As he walked in, his wife Hae-in greeted him, arms crossed. Why'd you say you were out drinking when you didn't even drink? She asked, suspicious. Jinwoo smiled. Jinho had something important to tell me, that's all. Cha raised an eyebrow, then smiled. So he finally decided to propose? Their little son Suho came toddling over, full of energy, especially strange since it was already night. Cha sighed. He napped all day again. Just then a group of shadow soldiers materialized, bickering among themselves about Suho's future. Why haven't we started teaching the young master swordsmanship? One of them demanded. Because high academic performance is far more important. Igris snapped back. Jinwoo rubbed his temple. Enough. I'm not against sword training or studying. but let's talk about this after he learns to walk. Cha smiled and asked sweetly, what if you learn to come home early until he does? The next morning, Jinwoo arrived at the police station. He was called into the chief's office. The chief got straight to the point. I've heard you're still poking around other investigators' cases, he said. Don't force me to act. I don't want complaints piling up. Jinwoo stayed calm. I'm not a hunter anymore. Just call me Jinwoo. That's who I am now. The chief eyed him. The girl's father went missing a few days ago. Jinwoo didn't flinch. I didn't cause that. The chief crossed his arms. Funny coincidence. All the security cams around his house just happened to stop working when you paid him a visit. Jinwoo said nothing. The chief handed him a note. Whatever it is you're doing, I believe in you, but that's not why I called you in. He paused, then said, it's about the chairman, or rather the president now. He's in critical condition. Minutes later, Jinwoo entered a hospital room. The old chairman lay there, barely conscious, hooked up to machines. As Jinwoo approached, the old man opened his eyes and motioned weakly toward his oxygen mask. Jinwoo gently removed it. The chairman smiled, full of warmth. I've been looking for you all this time. Jinwoo, always direct, offered him a vial. You should take this. It'll heal you. But the chairman shook his head. I've already lived long enough, he said. The 10 years you gave me, they were enough. I've done what I needed to do. Then he looked at Jinwoo, eyes full of nostalgia. Remember when we fought side by side? In that other world? I wish I could remember what I looked like back then. Jinwoo looked down. You might not like what you see. It wasn't exactly a pleasant time. The chairman chuckled. Doesn't matter, I just want to remember. So Jinwoo reached out and gently touched the man's hand. A flicker of magic passed between them, and in that moment, the memories came rushing back. He saw it all. The island, the massive ant monsters, the raid that shook the entire hunter world, the moment when Jinwoo met the ruler, and how the chairman died in that world, fighting to the last breath. He was more than a man back then. He was a shard of the brightest light. Tears streamed from the chairman's eyes as the memories returned, so did the pain and the pride. The chairman, eyes moist, whispered, I never thought I'd be able to remember it all again. And yet, there it was. The memory of his past life, of standing in battle alongside heroes like Jinwoo, wrapped in warmth, under a sun that never truly set. Even if he was heading to the afterlife, that memory, that glory, would live on forever. With a final exhale, the chairman passed quietly. Jinwoo, who had stayed with him until his final breath, looked down and said softly, You were a hero too, and you sacrificed so much for others. Not long after leaving the hospital, Jinwoo's phone rang. It was Cha Hae-in. Jinwoo! She half yelled. Our son is flying around the kitchen. Jinwoo blinked. Flying? He tried to reassure her. It's fine. I'll figure out how to properly manage flying toddlers. What he didn't mention was that he could fly too. So, really, where else did Suho get it from? Seasons changed. Fall gave way to winter, and after that, spring. Every ending led to a new beginning. But for them, winter hadn't quite arrived yet. Far away, in a desolate, insect-ruled land, the Ant Queen looked around at her starving colony. Food was gone. The lands were barren. Her voice echoed, If there's no food left, then the ants shall eat the ants. The hunger had become unbearable. But even in that desperation, she knew they needed something more. A savior. A warrior born to destroy everything in his path. Someone who would make enemies tremble just by looking at him. And so he was born. A weapon. A terror. A soldier of extinction. And yet, the first time he met that hunter, everything changed. The hunter didn't fear him. Not even a little. That moment, so long ago now, still haunted him. Now, a small child shouted after him, Ant! Ant! Let's play! The towering insect creature, once feared as a nightmare, turned and tried to walk away, but the child wouldn't stop chasing him. Ant, let's play! Nearby, Igris appeared, watching the whole thing. Maybe, he said, because the young lord isn't disgusted by him. Maybe kids see things differently. Ants walk, fly, talk. They're kinda cool when you think about it. Back in the Netherworld, Marshal Beru had returned with a new request, to tweak the design of their lord's sacred statue. The engineer hesitated. The statue's been in the works for months. It's for the lord's 32nd birthday. I don't want to cancel anything, Beru explained. Just a few changes. It would require more workers, the engineer warned. Maybe even a few demons from the demon castle created by the architect. Beru agreed, but said he had to settle something first. He sensed intruders near their lord's home. 3 burglars had broken in, talking trash about the Jin organization that had collapsed, blaming it on some cop. They wanted revenge. They snuck over the fence of a massive home. But they weren't alone. A shadow met them at the gate, Marshal Beru. He grabbed one of the men mid-step. Our overlord is asleep, he said coolly, and should not be disturbed by uninvited guests. His voice was calm, but heavy, familiar, reverent. Prey always acts like this when it meets a predator. he said. Those were his last words before he dealt with them. Later, Beru stood before the finished statue. The engineer nodded proudly. Everything's just the way you asked. The statue was beautiful, majestic. It showed Jinwoo, dagger in hand, holding his young son, Suho, close. Beru looked up. He thought, if the young master visits this place one day, this statue will mean something. But then he froze, because Suho was standing right behind him, just quietly watching. Beru nearly jumped. How did you get here? A few years later, Hae-in sat down with a teacher during a parent-teacher meeting. The teacher handed her a drawing her son had made. At first glance, it was confusing. She didn't understand what was wrong with it, but then the teacher explained. We asked your son to draw in a classmate's sketchbook, she said, and this is what he made. The picture was of an ant standing on 2 legs. Behind it were other drawings, another ant, and a figure that looked vaguely like a knight. On the next page, he'd drawn a family. On the last page, a house. Most kids draw a mom, a dad, a sibling, the teacher said gently. But your son drew something different. She flipped the page. At the bottom of the house, in careful crayon handwriting, was a label. My friends, my family, and Big Daddy. The teacher hesitated. At first, we thought this might be a sign of trauma, but Suho is glowing, happy, healthy. She paused. He might just be extraordinary. Meanwhile, back at the police station, Jinwoo walked in and was immediately swarmed with congratulations. Detective, you finally accepted the promotion? About time. You've turned down every offer until now. Jinwoo just smiled. I ran out of excuses, he said. One of his subordinates laughed. Come on, don't you want anything? More rank? A better salary? Jinwoo shook his head. He already had everything he wanted. Jinwoo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he learned that Janine, even younger than him, was earning as much as a top law firm partner. Later that day, back home, he asked Hae-in if he could see the drawing their son had made. She handed it to him, and Jinwoo was stunned. He's only 5, he murmured. But he draws ants this well? Cha nodded. He said it's Big Daddy inside a dark dungeon. That hit Jinwoo. It triggered something, an old, distant memory. He couldn't help but chuckle. That brings back memories. Cha grew more serious. I think the other kids might be scared of Suho. They avoid him. And not because he's ever done anything wrong. He's never raised his voice, never hurt anyone. But, she paused, children sense things more purely than adults. Maybe they feel something from him. That aura. Jinwoo's smile faded. She was right, they could feel it. The dormant power of the Shadow Monarch, echoing in their son. That power wasn't meant to be passed on. Not yet. And if it continued to grow, it could rob Suho of a normal life. Jinwoo started to think, I might have to seal it, at least until Suho was old enough to control it, until he could join society as a regular person. That meant sealing his powers, his memories, even his bond with the Shadow Soldiers. Just as Jinwoo was preparing to do it, Marshal Beru appeared. My lord, he said gently, may I say something to the young overlord before he sleeps? Beru kneeled beside the sleeping child. We bid you farewell, he whispered. It was an honor to serve you. We will pray for your well-being until the day we meet again. Even in your absence, we will follow your schedule as commanded. Jinwoo quietly activated his power, and the connection between Suho and the Shadow World was severed. Just like that, the memories were gone. Years passed. Suho had grown. High school now. New class. New classmates. A whole new hierarchy to navigate. In one glance, Suho could already tell who'd become a friend, and who was looking to dominate others. Some kids thought they had the pecking order figured out, but one guy who had been talking to a girl noticed a group in the back, giving him strange looks. Another student went up to them and warned them, Hey, we go to the same school. Don't mess with him. The self-proclaimed tough guy sneered. Why'd you touch me? You want trouble? After school, they jumped the kid who defended him. Turns out he was something of a local name. Said he'd been the strongest in his middle school. Didn't matter, they beat him down anyway. Mocked him. Accused him of making it all up. If you were really strong, people would have heard about it, right? That's when Suho stepped in. Seeing his friend getting stomped, he knew what he had to do. One of the bullies lunged at him, and Suho flew into the air and landed a kick straight into the guy's stomach, sending him flying sideways across the lot. Another came at him. Same thing. Then the last one tried to swing. Suho dodged, then landed a crushing punch. The guy lifted into the air and passed out mid-flight. The 3 bullies lay on the ground, completely wrecked. Suho looked at the boy who had been beaten. I'll protect you here too, he said simply. The boy blinked. That didn't sound like a bad deal. Word of what happened spread fast. Some students were surprised, but others, not really. From the beginning, people said Suho gave off a strange aura. Some even said he was already well known in his neighborhood. He'd practiced judo since he was little, apparently. Later that day, after class, Suho left the building feeling off. Something was missing. He used to have something more in his life. Something that made his heart race. Maybe an internet cafe will help, he muttered. walking down the street. But when he reached the door, it wouldn't open. He turned toward the window. Time had stopped. The world was frozen. And right in front of him, a portal began to open. Right there, in his classroom. He didn't know what it meant or what he was supposed to do. He thought about his dad. What would Dad do? Suho threw his bag aside and stepped through the portal. It led to a long corridor. The portal closed behind him. No turning back. He walked forward and picked up a torch from the wall. The corridor was endless, cold. On one of the walls, he saw something, a rack of weapons. Was this some kind of game? He was supposed to go to an internet cafe, but now he was here. He realized he had to choose. Each weapon had its own stats, like a gear level system. And whatever he picked might change everything. As Suho walked deeper into the corridor, his eyes scanned the wall lined with weapons. Some were chipped, rusted, or just downright ugly. It looked more like a junk rack than an armory. One particularly strange-looking dagger caught his attention. It was old and crooked, something no sane fighter would willingly choose. Why would anyone use that, he wondered. But then he noticed a pair of wristbands hanging further down. They looked decent enough, and frankly, swords just felt clunky to him. These will do. He slipped the wristbands on, tightened them, and kept moving. As he descended through the dark hallway, it became clearer. He was inside some kind of underground castle. The air felt ancient, cold stone, echoes. Everything felt heavy. Then he passed a row of massive armored knights. He froze. One of them moved. Shot. A sword came down. Fast. But Suho instinctively crossed his arms. The wristbands clanged against the blade, and the knight was knocked backward. Suho didn't wait. He countered hard, unleashing a flurry of blows, eventually shattering the knight's armor into pieces. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Level up. His eyes widened. They move. They fight. And I get stronger when I beat them. Just then, he turned and saw dozens more knights closing in on him from the shadows. So this was it. This is still going on. A real battle. A real dungeon. They came at him fast, but he didn't back down. He fought with everything he had. Dodging, striking, rolling, flipping, swinging with fists and instinct. Level 3, level 6, level 11, level 19. Each enemy he defeated made him faster, stronger. Even though they were technically stronger than him, he found ways to outfight them. Something deep inside him, something he couldn't quite explain, knew how to survive. Maybe this is the power I was born with, but where did it come from? He didn't know. He only knew he wanted more. Eventually, after cutting through another horde of knights, he reached a massive door. Behind it, he saw him, a boss, sitting calmly on a stone throne. A black knight gripping a massive sword, glowing with power. He looked serious. Before Suho could react, the knight vanished and reappeared right beside him. In a flash, the sword came down. Suho felt the impact, and then nothing. He blinked. He was back in the corridor, where it all began, looking at his hands. Whole. Alive. What the hell? He turned. The same stone floor. Same torches. He was back at the start. I died, but now I'm back? Then he looked up. 3 glowing flames burned faintly above him. Lives. That has to be it. I've got 3 tries, and one just burned out. Time to be smarter. He changed gear, strapped on new gloves, more durable and powerful than the wristbands. No more dumb moves. I need to level up, fast before I face that boss again. He went back in, fought harder, sharper. The knights kept respawning, but this time, they weren't infinite. He crushed them, one group after another. His level kept rising, and then, the system dinged. Survival class available. The longer you last, the more points you earn toward class advancement. This time, it wasn't just knights. Portals opened, and massive monsters emerged. But Suho smiled. Good thing I didn't bring my watch. I don't need to know what time it is. I've got all the time I need. A timer floated above him now. A countdown. Each second he survived added to his score. Then, mages appeared. They fired off flaming projectiles. Suho dodged, rolling between blasts. Then they lifted their arms together, conjuring a massive firestorm overhead. He reacted fast, bracing with his shield, blocking the inferno. As the smoke cleared, he saw what they'd summoned. A massive knight, unlike the others. Suho gritted his teeth, tossed aside his melted shield, and drew his sword. He slashed through the giant, then turned on the rest. He fought like fire, unleashing everything he had. When the sword dulled, he pulled out a bow, launching precise shots at oncoming enemies. When they got too close, he drew hidden blades from his back and cut through them like paper. And when he was down to nothing, his fists, just his fists, and they were enough. Another notification pinged. Class advancement unlocked. Earn more advancement points to continue leveling. He stood alone, surrounded by dust and defeated enemies, breathing hard. So, this is what it means to grow stronger. After grinding his way through level after level, Suho finally hit the threshold. The system ran an analysis, his achievements, his willpower, his unwavering focus, and deemed him worthy of something more. He had overcome fear, faced overwhelming odds and kept moving forward. The class assigned to him? Class Fighter. But as the points kept stacking, another alert flashed. Bonus advancement points granted. Reason: defeated all enemies plus exceeded game duration. And then, class promotion. Unlocked Soul Fighter. The upgrade was earned, deserved, and yet Suho knew even that wasn't enough. Not for what came next. Not for him. He kept training, kept fighting, kept leveling. He obtained new gear, each piece more powerful than the last, a sentinel pendant, an exceptional mage ring, the scorching gauntlets of a battle ghost. These weren't just items, they were tools of survival, of ascension. Suho stepped out of the portal again, fire in his eyes. Been waiting long? He asked the Black Knight boss, his voice calm, confident. This time, he was ready. But the boss didn't wait for a reply. He came charging, blade drawn. Suho dodged cleanly, sliding sideways across the broken stone floor. The fight exploded into chaos. Massive shockwaves ripped through the room with every clash. Stones shattered, pillars cracked, dust stormed the air, and even though he fought with everything he had, it still wasn't enough. The boss was faster than before, stronger. One sword slash sent Suho flying, crashing hard into a wall. But even then, he gritted his teeth, wiped the blood from his chin, and charged again. So this is real strength, he thought. Good. Now it's my turn. He had reached a level of power that matched the dungeon boss, but even now it was clear. This Black Knight was an exception, a monster above monsters. But so am I, Suho thought. Thanks to the way his stats had scaled, his bonuses put him far above normal. At level 70, he was already fighting with the power of someone at level 110. And finally, he broke through. One devastating punch, charged with raw power, shattered part of the wall behind them. Both Suho and the Black Knight crashed to the ground. Breathing hard, muscles trembling, Suho stood tall. The boss narrowed his eyes. He could see it now. The potential in this kid. Suho wasn't done. Even as the entire chamber collapsed around them, they fought. Through dust, through ruin, through roaring explosions. He adjusted, moved faster, hit harder. And then, a portal opened behind him. An exit. He knew it instinctively. He glanced back at the boss, still alive, still watching, and then he stepped through. He emerged in a city. His city, or it looked like it, except the building in front of him was burning. Flames danced through shattered windows. Black smoke clouded the sky, and then he saw it. A three-headed monster stood in the street, eyes locked on him. Suho didn't hesitate. But the monster, it hesitated first. It felt something. Fear. Fear of him. But Suho paused. It didn't feel like a monster. It looked more like a statue come to life. Still, there was no time to think. He moved toward the next gate, another door. Behind it, a long corridor. And beyond that, an entire city in flames. The monsters came from the fire. Dozens of them. Hundreds. He kept climbing. 10th floor, 20th, 30th. He cleared them all. Nothing slowed him down. By the time he hit the 50th floor, he met a boss, but it only took a few hits. It was boring. Did I overdo it training for the Black Knight? He wondered aloud. He kept going, floor by floor. 1 hour per floor. Every enemy fell. After the 87th floor, he reached the 100th. He stepped out of the portal, expecting another enemy. Instead, a girl stood waiting. He didn't stop to ask questions. His time was precious. He lunged, prepared to strike. "Wait!" she shouted, waving her hands. I didn't expect an overlord to make it this far, and in just a few tries, that stopped him. She smiled nervously. "You couldn't even reach this far last time." "Last time?" Suho frowned. "What are you talking about?" She stepped forward. "I'm the eldest daughter of the demon clan, the first gatekeeper. I'm here to greet you, on behalf of the final stage." Suho lowered his stance, still cautious. "What does that even mean?" She pointed to the gate behind her. "That's a state gate," she explained. "It leads to another dimension. Not to the Demon King's castle, but somewhere worse." Suho narrowed his eyes, his pulse rising. So the real challenge is just beginning. Suho stared at the demon girl, expression unreadable. He had just offered him a banquet, but I don't know what demons even eat, he said, a little awkward. "And honestly, I'm still too young for something like that. Maybe in a few years." The girl's face froze. Her smile cracked into frustration. "It's been 60 years since the demon castle was abandoned," she snapped. "We waited. The overlord promised he'd return, and all we got was a single request. To carve a statue." Suho backed off, unfazed. "You said your name was Ezel, right? From the Raider clan. I'll remember that. We'll definitely meet again." Ezel blushed hard and looked away. Fine. See you later then." With that, Suho stepped through the next gate, mind racing. Was that the real exit? Or just another trap? Nope, definitely not the exit. On the other side, he was swarmed by horrific rabbit-like ants with twitching limbs and fangs. He ran. At first, he had no idea what they were, but then he noticed something. His level was rising. Even if they were endless, even if they creeped him out, he could use them. Eventually, he found the massive door and charged in. Inside was a giant chamber, wide, echoing. What kind of creature lives in a place this huge? He didn't have to wonder long. A single ant stood at the center, crying. What? The second Suho stepped closer, the fight began. Fast, brutal. The ant was insanely powerful, stronger than anything so far. It landed several heavy hits on Suho, but Suho wasn't going down easy. He countered, relentless, blow after blow. The ant tried to retreat, to heal. Suho didn't let up. He beat it back, fists flying, gauntlets blazing. He paused just long enough to notice. Was that ant crying? Before he could figure it out, the creature collapsed. It wasn't dead, just done. Lucky break, Suho muttered, catching his breath. Creepy bug. Even though it hadn't attacked him much, it had been dangerously close to overpowering him. Then, another gate appeared. He stepped through. This has to be the last one. Wrong again. What waited for him this time? Dragons. Giants. Beasts. They stood between him and the next challenge. He fought through waves, massive, terrifying monsters. He was still stuck at level 99, but somehow still stronger. He didn't understand why, but it didn't matter. He crushed them. First squad, gone. Second squad, gone. Then came the high orcs, riding on flying dragons. He leapt from enemy to enemy in the sky, bringing them down one by one. At one point, he caught an orc midair, crushed it, and jumped onto the next dragon like he'd done it 1,000 times. But then came the earth giants, and on one of their shoulders, a strange warrior appeared. "I've been part of the Army of Eternal Rest for 30 years, he shouted. "Only marshals get to participate in this battle, but your lord must have favored you to let you in." He looked Suho over. "Do you really think you can handle me if I go all out?" Before he could finish the sentence, boom. Suho's punch sent him straight into the next dimension. He barely even blinked. Then came the pressure. A monstrous force began pushing down on him, slamming him to the ground. He gasped. Something massive hovered overhead. He looked up, and what he saw was unlike anything before. A towering monster, a living force of raw gravity. He started to wonder, were the Black Knight and that ant just shadows? Just floor bosses? Were all of these enemies just twisted echoes of past enemies? No time to figure it out. 3 massive shadow dragons appeared, howling in the sky. Their auras were drenched in vampiric dread. The dragons reared back, then unleashed flames that scorched the world. Suho barely dodged, slipping between molten firestorms. He jumped, launched himself into the air, and began pummeling the dragons one by one. Blow after blow, relentless. He shattered their wings, brought them crashing down, and smashed their skulls. Then, another orc appeared, riding one of the dragons. This one felt like a boss, annoyingly smug. Suho launched at him. The orc raised a staff and summoned a massive red orb, glowing, pulsing with energy. The orb flew past Suho and detonated a mountain behind them. Suho turned slowly. The mountain was gone. The orc blinked. Wait, what just happened? He didn't get a second chance to figure it out. Suho tore through him, then the rest of the orcs who rushed in. He beat down the stone giants too. Then, the air shifted. More shadow dragons, more elite soldiers. Another enemy stepped forward and sneered, "Young overlord, did you really think you could defeat us so easy?" Crack! Suho's fist silenced him. Suho stood over the defeated enemy, catching his breath. This time, yeah, he was sure he finished that one off. But the next monster appeared almost immediately, grinning. "I made it this far because of my secret service in our Lord's army," he said. "Even if I've been forgotten, I want to prove my loyalty." The speech didn't last long. Suho slammed into him, cutting the monologue, and the monster, short. But something was shifting inside him now. He couldn't keep going like this, fighting endlessly, taking hit after hit, reacting on instinct alone. He needed to start mastering his power, controlling it, strategizing. If this army kept coming, I'd need to fight all of them at once. No mistakes, no wasted moves. The dragons came next, powerful, relentless. One by one, they fell before him. An orc, one of the strongest, threw up a barrier shield, trying to protect himself from Suho's energy-charged attacks. Then, suddenly, a voice from behind. "If I disappear now, wouldn't you be disappointed?" Suho turned. The voice continued, "Show me something worthy, otherwise I vanish." And then came more monsters, more chaos. But Suho could feel it. He had changed. Even if the system no longer announced level ups or attribute gains, he had grown, sharpened. Then, someone descended from the sky, tall, dark, dangerous. Baran. Suho studied him. Definitely stronger than that ant he fought earlier. He nodded toward the figure. "Hey, quick question." Baran paused. "How many troops have I actually fought through so far?" Baran replied, voice calm. "Excluding the citizens of the Demon Castle, you've faced roughly 1 unit. 3,000 Suho blinked. That many already? And it's only a fraction? Well then, time to go all out." Baran stepped forward, nodding slowly. You've grown stronger, young lord. It's remarkable. Why do you all keep calling me that? Suho asked. What's with the young part? He didn't get an answer. Instead, Baran attacked, and Suho saw real power. Baran moved like a storm, sharp, fluid, fast. He struck, and Suho bled. This wasn't like before. This opponent had precision. Every blow had weight. Every strike was calculated. This guy's been trained. He's died and come back. Probably over and over to get this good, Suho countered. Punched hard enough to lift the ground. But Baran blocked it, and Suho saw the opening. If he defended with both hands, his center was wide open. Suho blasted him back, sending dust and stone flying in every direction. As the dust settled, Suho exhaled. We could keep going all night, but let's be honest, you're not the real boss of this floor. You're just a decoy. Then, the air shifted. The true boss descended from the sky, leaping from the back of a dragon with enough force to crack the world beneath him. Suho stepped forward, already bracing for battle. Daggers materialized in the air. A human. A fighter. The man looked at Suho. No words, no smirk. Just silence. Suho tried to greet him. Hey, no reply. Then, a portal opened behind the boss. Suho stared. He hadn't defeated him yet. So why was there a gate? Unless this was the final battle. He clenched his fists. Power surged through his veins, and then they clashed. Full force. No holding back. Their fists collided like explosions. Wind pressure alone cut the battlefield, slicing everything around them. One gust caught Suho's cheek and threw him to the side. He wiped blood off his face and stared. This guy's insanely strong. Not just power, he was perfect. Every attack was fluid. Every movement efficient. How many times has he fought to get this strong? How many times has he died to learn this level of control? Suho didn't back down. He could feel it. His own strength, at its absolute limit. He'd mastered every inch of it. This was the final test. Victory was in sight. He lunged, going for the finishing blow, but his gauntlet cracked. His hands shook, and he realized, this guy is the final boss. Still, he had one more hand left, and he wasn't quitting. He threw the final punch, but it stopped, caught by someone else's hand, a familiar one. Jinwoo, his father, standing right in front of him. Jinwoo smiled softly. Did you enjoy the game? It turned out pretty impressive, huh? Suho's eyes widened. Everything clicked at once. The system, the monsters, the power, his title. This was his father's test. Suddenly, Suho was falling backward, and Jinwoo was there, gently pushing him back through the gate. Your time's not up yet, he said. Suho woke up, gasping. He was sitting in his classroom, back at school, breathing hard, heart pounding. What the hell? A dream? He blinked. First a dungeon, then dragons, monsters, his father as the final boss. What even was that? Just then, the classroom door opened. A girl stepped inside and looked at him. Why are you still here? She asked. Are you planning on going home? The girl asked. I need to lock the classroom. Suho blinked, still in a daze. Yeah, I'm going. Meanwhile, on the roof of the school, Jinwoo stood in silence, watching the world below as the sun dipped low. He thought about the architect's power, still hidden in the domain of eternal peace. There was so much of it left, unused, untouched, waiting. Behind him, Igris stood quietly. My lord, he said, should we return that power to the young overlord? They'd run this kind of trial dozens of times, but this time the boy had gone farther than ever before. You did well, Igris added. He did well. Jinwoo remained quiet for a long moment. Then, do you think we could have defeated the Dragon Emperor just by believing in our strength? He turned slowly. If you rush into a fight with no plan, just raw belief, it's not bravery, it's recklessness. He looked up at the sky. He's not ready yet, but one day, he will be, when he learns to fight wisely. Jinwoo smiled faintly. And even if he doesn't, he's the type who'll just keep opening that door again and again, until he finally wins. He looked down at the drawing his son had made, a rough sketch of ants, dragons, and shadows. Still, he said to the shadows around him, I've got a few things to take care of. How about we take the family out for dinner later? Later that evening, the news broadcast was in full swing. Breaking, the notorious scammer brothers, Wang Dong-suk and Wang Dong-gu, have finally been arrested. Live footage now shows them being taken into custody. In another segment, a mountain fire had broken out, threatening nearby homes. It had taken 52 fire engines and 800 firefighters to control it. A young firefighter wiped sweat off his brow. His captain approached, nodding. Good work today. The younger man smiled, watching him. One day, I'll be just like him, he whispered to himself. The next day, at a tall corporate building, Jinho, now chairman of a major tech company, strode down the hallway, trailed by his team. We still need a name for the new VR game, one of them said. Jinho ignored him, kicked open a door, and shouted to the entire office, My wife's 6 weeks pregnant! The office erupted in applause. Their supervisor grinned. The chairman's gonna be a dad? Finally, Jinho took his seat and smiled. As for the new game's name, we're calling it Wonderful World. A hush fell. Then chaos. The team protested immediately. It's too cheesy. It sounds cursed. We can't sell that. Jinwoo waved them off. Relax. I already locked in an investor, one of the biggest names in the gaming industry. Elsewhere, that very investor, a well-dressed older man, was skimming news articles. His assistant leaned over. Sir, more coverage about your grandson. The man smiled. Is there anything new? Well, he turned down a government appointment and opened a game studio. The old man's eyes twinkled, but far above the city, something was stirring. A giant gate began to materialize. Massive, dark, towering. People froze, staring at the sky. Some ran, some prayed, because no one really knew what was behind those gates, and those who feared them most were called hunters. Somewhere inside the Hunter Association, a phone rang. Hunter Association, help desk, how can we— I told you not to send Mr. Song, someone yelled through the receiver. The staffer winced. I'm sorry, sir. There must have been a mistake when we assembled the team. If you could provide details. Details? The hunter shouted. How about this? I am not dragging his corpse out of another gate. If we don't fix this team, I'm walking. The call ended. A dispatcher sat at a desk, typing. He had a habit. Every time he met a student, he asked, "What do you want to be?" The answers never changed. A famous hunter, a guild executive, an employee at the Hunter Association. The dispatcher used to think all hunters were on a level playing field, but he'd learned every hunter had different motives, different needs, different fears. He tapped the keyboard again. A name flashed on his screen. Sung Jinwoo rank, Imana, low survival rate, questionable. The weakest ranked hunter, the profile said. Almost no difference between him and a regular human. Barely alive. Why won't he just quit? The dispatcher muttered. Then, a few lines down, something caught his eye. Mother. Recovered from eternal sleep. Sister. Entering middle school. The dispatcher sat back, exhaling. Guess he had no other choice but to keep going. He walked over to his chief. I don't think we should keep pairing Jinwoo with teams. We've tried. It didn't work, the chief said bluntly. Why did you join the Hunter Association? He asked the dispatcher suddenly. The young man blinked. There was this show. Years ago, he said. A rescue inside a gate. Hunters trying to save their friend. He smiled faintly. I got curious. He used to watch them, the hunters, charging into gates to rescue their comrades, risking everything. But the one who got hurt the most? It was usually the one doing the saving. And that question always stuck with him. Who saves the rescuer? He remembered thinking, maybe I could be that person someday, the one who helps them come back alive. He'd joined the association to protect those hunters. He wanted to make sure fewer names ended up on the memorial wall. The chief leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. So, he asked quietly, do you want to fire Jinwoo or help him? The dispatcher paused, and slowly he nodded. You're right, back then, all I did was advise him to quit. But now, the chief handed him a stack of documents. Not everyone is motivated by money, he said. Some of the strongest awakened ones, they've quit entirely. No interest in the guilds, no glory, just fear or indifference. The chief looked out the window, then back at him. So why not convince them to help the rest of us? Especially someone like Jinwoo. The dispatcher scanned the files. One caught his eye. A powerful healer, someone who refused to enter gates due to fear. He thought back to Jinwoo again, a man who'd walked into danger again and again, despite being the weakest rank of all. If fear can be overcome, he murmured, then the absence of it becomes a strength. That evening, the sun dipped below the horizon. Suho was walking home from school with a girl at his side, his girlfriend. They laughed, playing rock, paper, scissors. Suho lost again. She grinned. Wow, you're terrible at this. Guess you're carrying my bag today, he groaned. Ugh, fine. But something caught his eye. He paused, turning his head, scanning the sky. Nothing, just his imagination. Way above them, too high for anyone to see, a massive dragon soared across the clouds. On its back stood Jinwoo, the shadow monarch, and beside him Hae-in, his wife. She looked out at the horizon. It's been a while since we flew together like this, she said, voice soft. Jinwoo smiled and stepped closer. Turn around. She did, and gasped. He held out a small box. Inside, a gift. For our 16th anniversary, he said quietly. She smiled. You sap. I know, he said, grinning. Go on home, I'll follow right behind. She leaned in, kissed him gently, then mounted the dragon again. I'll be waiting. She flew off into the clouds. Jinwoo hovered there, high above the city, alone now. Below him stood the gate, massive, ancient, sealed. He stared at it. This is it. He remembered what they had told him once. A man with power becomes a magnet, and what he draws are monsters from other worlds, from beyond imagination. Behind him, the shadow soldiers began to materialize, forming lines across the sky, silent and loyal. He thought about what lay beyond this gate. What if the enemies on the other side are stronger than anything I've faced? What if I lose? But he couldn't turn back. His son was down there, Suho, the boy who had unknowingly walked a similar path. He made it to the end of the trial. He died. And he kept coming back. just like I did. How many times had Jinwoo died in that place? How many times had he thought about giving up? But there was always that voice. Even when he was down to one last shot, he heard it. Get up, even if it's your final attempt, even if you never want to die again. Rise, and if you want to break through the gate, face what's beyond it.